Good Friday morning, everybody, and what a good Friday morning it is, as they did it again. And I don't care who the general manager is. This is a Jim Crane production again, and Jim Crane wins again. It is incredible. Every he just, I mean, we talked about Luno and Click, and now Dana Brown, and year after year after year they do it. The one constant has been Jim Crane. Jim Crane wants to win. And he wants to win his way. And he did it again yesterday when he picked up Carlos Correa, bringing him back at what, Lance? At the price Jim Crane wanted him at.
Yeah.
Not at the price Carlos Correa wanted, but at the price Jim Crane wanted to pay him.
Well, now 3.5 years later. It was beyond the initial contract.
Well, you also had Jeremy Pena at a much better price, who actually outplayed Carlos's.
It was a great pick.
Not only contract, but yeah.
Well, we'll find out how good a deal it was, but on paper, there's really nothing wrong with it. I mean, Carlos needs to play. He needs to stay healthy, all that stuff. That's with every trade. That's with every signing.
Yeah,
it's always, there's no question. But he did not give up much in the farm. He gave up a pitcher that is going to be expendable anyway in the near future. He got a guy who is going to add some juice into, frankly, Carlos is like a B12 injection. He's one of those guys that you're just feeling a little sluggish. You go get the IV in your arm, get a IV drip, get a B12 injection, and all of a sudden you feel good. That's what Carlos is. Now, in the initial hit is, I likened it. He's not Justin Verlander, but you remember how you felt in 2017 when they added Verlander. Now, the caliber of what Justin Verlander was, but you remember how the Astros had this really nice high, and then they really just it was just kind of yuck. After the trade deadline, they didn't do anything. They weren't playing particularly good baseball. And then Verlander, of course, pitched great, but he also gave an energy to the team. Carlos, it feels like the addition of Carlos Correa gives terrific energy to the city, to the team, to everything. It was just an exciting time. He's been gone. It's hard to believe. I went and saw Ryan LeShane yesterday, and we were talking. He said, "What's he been gone?" He's only been gone a couple of years, right? I said, "Believe it or not, it's 3.5 years Carlos has been gone. 3.5 years."
Yeah.
So we've missed him for a while, and I never had any beef with Carlos Correa. Never. He never wanted to leave Houston. You know that. And he's back, and Jim got them to take on about half the money, according to Tim Kirkjian, who we'll hear from in just a little bit. And, what can you say? I looked at that deal. I said, well, how much money is he going to have to pay? Oh, we got him to pick up half this deal. Oh, you gave up Ryan Gusto and a couple minor leaguers. Like, this is not a bad, and it was a buyer's market because they're trying to get rid of salary over in Minnesota to sell the team.
Yep. And just a great day. Listen, just a day and a half ago, 2 days ago, Carlos said, it doesn't look like it's happening. The Astros went out and got Ramon Urias. I mean, you said yesterday that probably puts, that's it. That sends the Carlos Correa Day deal out. That means he's not coming here anymore. I felt the same way. Ramon Urias can play third base. You got Pena coming back to shortstop. Whoever's playing second, first base, you got locked up. And then you go out and get Sanchez as well, and an outfielder who can hit bombs off right-handers, not so much left-handers, but he can hit right-handers. So that's going to be big. He hit a 440-foot home run to win the game for the Marlins the other night. And then the next day he's traded to the Astros, which is awfully nice for the Astros. Now, dude can rake, so that's going to be fun. And I know somebody from the Marlins organization, and I called him and I said, what's he like? And he said, he smiles all the time. There's something, he's really having a good time, and you don't know why, but dude is always smiling, always having a good time. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's kind of strange, but that's what he does, and that's cool. And he can rake. He can hit right-handers, so that is cool. And then the Carlos Correa thing comes through, and it's like, what the hell? Jim Crane does it again. A huge splash at the trade deadline. It is amazing. And he did it at the numbers that he wants. The Astros are going to pay him 19, and it's just incredible. He got Carlos Correa back at the numbers that he wanted, as opposed to the numbers that Carlos Correa wanted, and somebody else is paying off the
Right.
rest of the
According to Bob Nightingale, what, 33 million picked up total by the Twins?
33 million out of 97, which isn't half, but
That's not half. No, I
yeah.
think Kirkjian obviously missed on that. Bob Nightingale's got the actual money, but
right,
it's
33 out of
still
97, which
it's
is
still a
64.
big discount. But it also, John, is a sign that, you know, this is a pretty good. Paredes is obviously out for the year and out for the foreseeable future. They're talking about now this is a 6 to 7 month deal. This is you figure it out later. You know, just figure it out later with Paredes.
Well, Paredes can play second as well.
And you know what? And I don't even like saying this out loud. Yeah, I mean, he can play second. It feels like he's a little big for a second baseman, but I don't even like really saying this out loud. But, you know, frankly, you've got insurance in case Correa doesn't really come back this year the way he should. Now, you're not picking up. I mean, I'm sorry, Yordan Alvarez. You're not picking up Yordan Alvarez power, but that hasn't been in the lineup all year long. So you can't really miss what you haven't had. But you've added now, you know, it sucks because you basically are replacing Paredes. You're not replacing Alvarez's bat. I get that. And Alvarez is going to come back, and we'll see what Alvarez has left. But I was a little surprised they didn't end up with a pitcher.
Well, they wanted Arrighetti for Dylan Cease. Get up out of here.
I know.
Arrighetti for Dylan Cease.
Now, did you see Arrighetti pitch yesterday?
Yeah. Okay.
So here's the headline. Here's the headline in my email from the Sugarland Space Cowboys. This is the headline. Arrighetti fans 5 batters in Major League rehab start with Sugarland. I'm like, sweet. So I go down and I'm like, okay, where's the other stats? Where's the other? And it takes a while and it goes, Spencer Arrighetti went 4 2/3, a rehab high, allowing 6 runs, 5 earned on 6 hits with 4 walks and 5 strikeouts. He fired 79 pitches with 60 strikeouts, both rehab highs, and tied a season high 5 strikeouts. I'm like, wait, did you say?
Yeah, but this is like spring training.
I know. I always hear when guys aren't good, they're not trying.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's trying.
He did throw a lot of strikes, John. I think he was trying to get guys out, but whatever. He's getting back.
Well, he threw a lot of strikes. I
bet you I'd be celebrating if he allowed 2 hits in 4 2/3 and no runs.
Yeah.
I bet it'd be a big deal then. Now it's like, he wasn't even trying to he was hoping to give up runs.
All I care about is he threw 79 pitches.
That's a rehab high.
Yeah.
I read it right here. And the 60 strikes were a rehab high. You know, hey, like in all seriousness, 60 strikes and 79 pitches is really, really good. Now, obviously, they were a little too strikey because people were able to hit him.
Yeah.
But, you know, how did he have 4 walks when he threw 60 strikes? Literally, think about that. You have to throw 4 balls. So he had 4 walks. This is incredible. I didn't even think about this. He had 4 walks. So that's 16 balls. He only threw 19 balls the entire time. So when he wasn't walking guys, he was 100% throwing strikes.
Yeah, right. Man, that is a crazy stat. 19 balls and 4 walks. That's crazy. Don't care. I ain't giving you Spencer Arrighetti for Dylan Cease.
Well, what if they knew the magic that Dylan Cease?
AJ Preller. Everyone's lauding AJ Preller for being just an unbelievable general manager. Guess what? You ain't getting over on Dana Brown, brother. That was an impossible. Yeah, and
Spencer Arrighetti is. I mean, you really have to look. Could Dylan Cease maybe step up? And yeah, but I like Dylan Cease's upside better than. I mean, I like Spencer Arrighetti's upside better than Cease. And the other important thing is you're not taking on money with Carlos Correa. Even though Jim Crane got a discount on it, you're still taking on new money. So you don't want to take on new money with the rental for Dylan Cease. You'd rather go with the young guy who has more upside, team control, who's going to actually be on your roster for the next several years until he hits.
Yeah, you got control of Arrighetti as opposed to Dylan. Stop. That's not even a discussion. Our Arrighetti, beat it, AJ.
Did Alcantara even get? I didn't see him. He didn't get dealt, did he?
Who? No, Cease did not get dealt.
What's that?
Cease did not get dealt. No.
Did Alcantara get dealt?
Alcantara. No, I didn't see. I was talking to him about him. It looked like the Yankees were going after him, but I guess it didn't work out. Yeah, my buddy said, who's with the Marlins, he said, yeah, it looks like the Yankees now, and it did just. I don't think it happened. I didn't see any Alcantara. No. But we don't care. We got us some Carlos Correa, and
Yeah,
you know, it
he
seems
did not
like
get dealt. He did not get dealt.
you're right. I think that's just an air. It's more. It might be more of an era of good feeling. You know, it just brings and you know, to the clubhouse that's been beat up all year long. Now you've got Urias. Now you got Carlos Correa. Now you got Sanchez. You got three legitimate major leaguers, as opposed to all of these guys that you've been prancing through there that have no major league experience, that you can't count on down the stretch. You got guys that have been there and done that now. This is great. I is this Where does this put the Astros in your mind now? Yeah, we've been saying I don't know that this is a championship team, but you know what? I don't know that there's anybody. Is Detroit that much better than? No. Is Toronto that much better than the Astros? No.
I think we still are. We're still in a waiting holding pattern until you see what either. And once again, I think you only need one of them to show up to become major factors. You just need Javier, Arrighetti, or Garcia to really become a good pitcher. I don't think you can have, you can't have sloppy stuff. It's still better than what you were getting, but if you can get one of those guys and you say, oh, like McCullers came back in 22, McCullers missed most of 22. He came back in August and was really good, and he actually didn't have very good rehab starts. He came back, and Lance McCullers was good for a relatively short, I think it was 6 starts. If you can get that level, McCullers in 22, because these guys are coming back at about the same time McCullers did, maybe a little bit later. If you can get one of those guys to come back, and of course, it also is Hunter Brown's got to round back into form, and Fromber's just being Fromber this year. If you can get one of those guys where you got 3 starters that you're counting on, and Brandon, in terms of, I mean, you still have some guys on the IL who are going to be factors, and I think Carlos has got to hit with a little bit of pop, just a little bit of pop. Yeah, I think your factors, the Astros, and it's funny you asked this question because ESPN has a list of rankings, post-trade deadline power rankings. Milwaukee 1, Chicago 2, Dodgers 3. So we're 3 teams in. Then you get to the Mets 4, Phillies 5, and then Blue Jays AL 6, Tigers AL 7, Astros AL 8, Yankees AL 9. And so they got them all grouped together. Previous ranking 7 on the Astros. So they actually had the Astros moving down. They don't acquiring shortstop Carlos Correa, outfielder Jesus Sanchez, and infielder Ramon Urias. They just mentioned that they've got them moving down to 8. But I would say all I care about is where do you stand in the AL standings, and they've got them 3rd. That's fine. I think, for me, these are the big 4: Toronto, Detroit, Houston, and the Yankees. That's the
Listen,
big 4.
there's no overpowering team.
No, there isn't. And that's
no.
what makes this such a, you look at this team and you go, this lineup's just not good enough. The starting pitching right now, it's not good enough, 3 through 5. The bullpen has been a little shakier as of late. Where's the power? There's no Paredes. And then you look at the rest of the American League, you go, well, I mean, if a couple of these guys come back and now Carlos provides a spark and has a strong, he wouldn't be the first player ever. My favorite player of all time, Cesar Cedeno, got traded, I remember, to the Cardinals in the year they went to the World Series from the Reds. And he was a monster from the trade deadline on. This is not Randy Johnson was a monster from the trade deadline on. Justin Verlander. It does happen sometime where guys come in and play lights out baseball over a 3-month stretch. It does happen.
Yeah.
If Carlos can do that, if he can be if he can hit in a high 800 OPS range, John, I mean, it's legit. I can't believe one trade, and it is an era of good feelings type trade. I'll admit that. Maybe this is just, me having an emotional attachment to a guy who helped the team win World Series. But honestly, man, I feel good after yesterday.
Yep, I feel real good. Real good. That's fun. That was like, oh my God, they did it again.
Now, some
They
of it
just
is I
did
had 3
again.
different old granddad shots yesterday.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that might
Yeah,
be,
well, you saw Lashane. That's why.
yeah, it might be
All right.
some of me feeling good, I guess.
Ray got a break. 7. It's just getting started here. 7:15 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What's your reaction? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. All right, welcome back here. 713-780-3776. The number, if you'd like to get in here, you're more than welcome. The other huge news yesterday, besides the trade deadline, besides Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, Ramon Urias, which was the day before, the other huge news, no more chains on the NFL fields. Well, you'll still have the chains, but they're not going to be the measurement. Virtual measurement of first downs now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all on board. Now all we got to do is fix ball where they place the ball. That's the only thing. That's what we got to do. That's what we got to fix. I don't know. Maybe a chip in the football, whatever the case.
We just need more AI. If we can get rid of more humans, we're going to be in good shape.
Well, no. How about just do it right? Just let's do it right. Okay.
No replay.
That's what I'm talking about.
At some point, we're going to get rid of quarterbacks
because the important part is spotting the ball correctly. We still don't have that.
Right. That's what I said.
It's never.
I don't care about virtual. It's if they still spot it wrong. Who cares if they do it on screen and it's cool for people to watch? If you spot the ball wrong,
yeah, it really doesn't matter. It's with Hawkeye technology.
There's still measurements that are. You know, there still were problems with measurements as well, but the spotting of the ball is a problem. Yes, and that's why they need a chip in the football to see how far it had gotten, where the forward progress was, where it was stopped.
Yeah, you would think that would be not that hard to do.
Yeah, you would think. Yeah,
sorry, you would think that. And I have to say, I love the 65-year-old dudes running their chains.
Yeah,
out there.
They don't have other jobs. It's like, what do you do? Well, I'm retired, but I actually work in the NFL. You do? What do you do? I come out to the games every Sunday, and I'm one of the guys who does the chains. Oh, I saw that one guy get his legs taken out when the play came his way. Oh, I remember. That's Ray.
That's
right.
Ray
got a concussion too.
Ray got a little banged up.
Ray got banged up a little bit.
But Ray's gonna be back.
Ray's gonna be
about
back.
Week 9.
There's another feller who's running his chain that I don't know him so well. He uses some rough language too. Sucks on them Zins. You know them Zins that you put in your mouth? What give you the high? Yeah, I can't wait to get Ray, because Ray uses real tobacco. Yeah. This other guy uses the Zen, has tattoos on his arms. We get Ray back.
Well, they're still going to have guys out there to show where the first down is for the guys on the field. So AI ain't taking their jobs. They ain't taking their jobs. They're just
tell it to Ray.
Okay, Ray. No, Ray still, but he just doesn't get to run on the field anymore. That's all.
You sure they're still going to employ him? If they got a chance to cut somebody, they will.
Yeah, probably. That's just that is. But you still got it. The guys still need to know where the first down marker is.
I agree.
So I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. All right. So we got that. But Carlos Correa is the story today. Let's hear from ESPN, Del. That ESPN sound. I got other ones as well. We've got Robert Flores going to join us at 7:45 this morning to talk about it and what it means and how the MLB Network reacted to it. Robert is a big Houston guy from Houston, and he's going to be on with us at 7:45 in about 20 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we're efforting, seeing if we can get another big guest as well. So we're working on it. But right now, ESPN. Here's ESPN. When they found out who is on it, it's
Kirchen, it's Eduardo Perez, and then I don't know who the anchor is.
Yeah, Eduardo Perez. That's what I was trying to think of. It's those guys on the set when the news came down that Carlos Correa is back in Houston.
Tim, before we came on the air, we were talking about Carlos Correa and the possibility of going back to Houston. We all didn't think there was a chance. He's going back.
Paredes is out for the year, okay? And Yordan Alvarez is going to come back soon, but we're not sure if he's going to be the Yordan Alvarez when he comes back, the devastating hitter in the middle of the order. They needed somebody else. They need somebody to play third base every day. And I was told today the Twins are going to have to pick up at least half of that salary before this trade can be made. It's going to be very interesting. He's very comfortable there. Remember, he didn't leave on the greatest terms when he went and signed with the Twins. It'll be interesting to see how easily he eases back into the clubhouse.
But great postseason presence. We all know about what Carlos Correa has done in the offseason, in the postseason with his heroics, not only in the short term while he was with Minnesota, but also in Houston. Lives in Houston during the offseason. I think that's a huge component. Let's not forget, everybody's talking about third base. Before he goes to third base, he's going to be playing shortstop there because Jeremy Pena's on the IL. Once he gets there, then he can move over to third base. We've seen him do it already in the World Baseball Classic. Carlos Correa now can easily get off his feet a little bit more by playing third base later on in the season. But this is a great pickup for the Houston Astros, an aggressive one by the Houston Astros. But I love it because he wanted to go back home, and now he's in Houston.
Yeah, he's
it looks like Pena's back tonight. So we'll see. The boys are all back together in Boston with Alex Bregman. How about this? The reunion is against the Red Sox with Alex Bregman out there. So
now
that's
playing the role of Alex Bregman is Carlos Correa. Or you could just say Jeremy Pena, just like soap operas used to do. Because you got Altuve, you don't have a Springer. It used to be Springer, Altuve, Correa, and Bregman were the four. We got Altuve. We've got Correa back. I guess playing the role of Bregman is technically Jeremy Pena. Who's the Springer? Do we have a Springer on this team?
Well, not really.
Not really.
Jake.
No, he's for sure. He's some guy who from 9021 or
Cam Smith.
Some extra on Melrose Place who's just somebody who ended up something terrible happened to him.
Cam Smith is the Springer.
Yeah, Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Cam Smith is playing the role of George Springer. This is a reboot. It's not as popular as the other one, but we'll see. There's some young actors on this.
It's pretty cool though. Yeah. And now you just got to get that staff in order. You just got to get that rotation back. And you know what? And you got a real shot this year. You got a real shot. It's not like the Dodgers are in the American League. The Dodgers are just brutal how good they are. They've had a ton of injuries as well, though, that they've had to get through. It would have surprised you if Detroit, Toronto, the Astros, the Yankees came out of the American League. None of them would surprise you.
No.
It's not like there's a dominant team. So the Astros have a chance to get back to where they've been, where they belong in the World Series, and that's right where they belong. What's going to be weird is Carlos playing third base. And Jeremy having to have Carlos Correa right next to him every day. Because Carlos was the guy that was. Of course, Jeremy was the World Series MVP. So Jeremy's got he's got his pelts as well. It's not like he hasn't done anything. But having Carlos Correa over there, knowing. Well, Carlos Correa can play short just as well as anybody still in Major League Baseball. It's like if you're doing a broadcast and Jim Nantz, you're doing the play-by-play, and Jim Nantz is sitting next to you. You're going to be looking over there, going, I wonder what he thinks of me and how I'm doing right now. So it's going to be a little bit more pressure on Jeremy Pena. But Jeremy Pena, again, Jeremy was having a better season than Carlos was. Before he went down. Jeremy was having a great year.
Yeah, and
Jeremy's got that World Series MVP behind him as well. But that's you want to talk about gloves on that side. And by the way, Urias is a Gold Glover as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, when he came on board and he's a third baseman, he's coming over here. It's like, oh well, you don't need Carlos Correa anymore. Oh really? Don't need Carlos Correa anymore. Well, watch this. We got Carlos Correa. Now maybe Urias moves over to second base. You got 3 Gold Glovers. You got 4 Gold Glovers in the infield because you got Christian Walker as well. 4 Gold Glovers. That's pretty damn.
That's
skippy.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, so that's all Framber's got to worry about is the outfield positioning now, because he's got his infield position. That's it, right? So
we got to worry about Framber getting pissed off now.
Oh well, we'll see. No, not with the infield. The thing is, you're going to have. I mean, I would imagine Jose Altuve is going to DH a lot now.
Yeah.
As opposed to playing left field.
It's so strange to have Altuve as a DH, but probably so. Because I mean, when Jordan's back, who plays left?
Well, Altuve plays left.
Altuve
plays left when Jordan's back.
like, man, that's a defensive replacement late in the game.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
I mean, you're not going to have Altuve in left field late in the game. You don't want that.
Probably not. And then you take that bat out of the lineup. Probably not. All right, that's good problems to have, though. We got John Daspit. If you've got a problem, we got John Daspit.
John Daspit can solve those problems for you. I promise you that. And if your problems are typically the problems he solves is when there's injuries on the roadway, at the workplace. Those are the most common at a location like a premises. Those are typically the most issues that they tend to see with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. And so what has to happen is they've got to get all the information available, including injury information. There are people who don't go after they've been hurt. They don't go to the doctors or even the hospital when it's kind of serious because they say, I don't have insurance. I'm not going to be able to afford this. What you don't realize is John Daspit will make sure and take care of all that. He'll get you to the hospitals, consult with them. He can get you to the doctor, get, all of your tests done that you need done. You need to make sure you're okay. And if you're not and you need work done, you need help, you need surgery, whatever the case may be, physical therapy, John Daspit's going to make sure that that's taken care of by the insurance company on the other side. He's going to get you compensated for the time you miss from work, short-term, long-term, doesn't matter. And he's going to get you a fair settlement for your pain and suffering. And that can really vary from person to person. It can go so far up that it's like in the worst case scenario is loss of life, where the bread earner for the family is gone. And that's a tragic situation, but you want someone on your side fighting for you because there's really a lot to work through, and you want someone on your side who can help you get through that difficult time. And that's John Daspit. 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, Dale, join as a guest, so I'm here finally on the show on the video. My bad. I was like, why is this not up there? Oh, maybe because I didn't join yet. All right, 713-780-3776. We call for phone calls, and we've got Chris in the Woodlands here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And Chris, before you start, Lance and I got a call from another listener.
Yep.
You got a fan. You got a real fan out there.
Yes, you do.
Reagan is he's an Aggie. He's a big Aggie, and he was like, we were talking to him, and he goes, "Hey, this Chris in the Woodlands guy is great. He brings it every day. You guys got some great callers, but Chris is the best." So
there you go.
Yeah. So and, maybe. Yeah, well, and maybe Reagan goes up for work. He goes up to the Woodlands a lot. Maybe you guys can get together for a drink or something. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. Get listeners together.
You don't have to push it that far.
Well, I mean,
maybe you guys get together for a drink.
Yeah,
what?
I don't know.
Only Coors Light. Only Coors Light.
That's it, baby. That's it.
All right. Hey, so I got 5 kiddos like you, Lance. So cheers. Two girls and 3 boys. And yesterday when the trade went down, me and my 2 sons were talking about it. The first thing my girl said was over under on how long you think before he's back in an HEB commercial. I wanted to see what you guys think on that.
Those have been filmed
without Tuve.
Those have been filmed. I doubt he'll be next year. I guarantee you.
Well, I don't know. They might do an emergency one where, oh my God, Carlos is back. And they have a big HEB party.
And Orbit does his little face like this, and they're like, "Hey, who brought the chips? Hey!" And it's Carlos comes in with some kind of with their skillet queso or something.
Yeah, I can see it.
Brisket queso. Yeah, I can see that.
All right, Chris, we appreciate it, man. Yeah. How long before Carlos is back in the HEB commercials? I think they got to do one where Carlos surprises them. Oh my God! And then they hug and gotta do it. All right, not a bad idea. 713-780-3776. If you guys want to get in here, you are more than welcome to do that with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listen. A couple of things. Let's switch it up because we're going to have Robert Flores joining us in just a minute to talk about the Carlos Correa deal. So we got plenty of Astros talk. But out of Texans camp, I'm looking at a list of somebody who's been at camp, and he rated the running backs at camp, and he's got Jawar Jordan number 1, and Woody Marks and J.J. Taylor 2, British Brooks, Nick Chubb 4, Dare is number 5. That's obviously not how it's going to end up. But I've seen some videos of Jawar Jordan running in camp, and it looks like, Jawar is actually, that's a guy that what they picked up in the late rounds, right? And he's got some wiggle to him. Woody Marks as well, another later round guy that they picked up. Would it be surprising that if we see Jawar Jordan getting some carries this season?
I would be, yeah. As tiny as he is, he's not even 190 pounds. He's a very small back. Very small guys don't make it in the NFL long term. They're rarely NFL backs other than, I don't know when they would play him. Honestly, don't. He was drafted under the previous regime where you had – now, they say he's out there showing some flash and some dash, got a little juice. I think that's great, but he was drafted in the 7th round under a zone scheme offensive system where it's a plant and go, get him out and in most running games, run some zone scheme. They run some gap scheme. Gap is going to be kind of more power based. Zone scheme is getting out in space a lot of times when it's outside zone. But I just can't see a scenario where a 190-pound running back is much of a factor. To be honest with you, I think they'd go to free agency before they do that. But they do say he's playing well out there. So I gotta give it up to him. Historically they don't. It doesn't work for very many carries. So
no, not. But again, I didn't say is he going to be a workhorse.
Right?
Is he going to get some carries this year?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know that he's even active on the. If he's ever active, honestly, I tend to doubt he'll be active on the roster. That's kind of where I stand on that because Agumbawale, you're not going to carry more than 3 running backs. So if Chubb's still on the roster, Agumbawale, I mean, in a 54 on a 50, 48 man, I don't see him making the 48 very often. We'll see what happens with Dameon Pierce. But my guess is they would pick up, if they cut Dameon Pierce, for example, I think they would, and there's those injuries, I think they would just pick up somebody who they think can, with some NFL experience who can handle a heavier number of carries. I don't know. I don't think he's a factor, to be honest.
Yeah. Well,
it's a little bit of a black hole
well,
right
this
now.
situation, listen, if Nick Chubb has lost a step, if we're not going to see Joe Mixon for a while, it's down to guys who have experience as Dario and Dameon Pierce, and that's it. And that's it. So, I mean, you might have to find a couple of carries from guys, unexpected guys. And it might be, they like Jawar for a reason. They picked up Jawar for a reason. They picked up Woody Marks for a reason. We'll see. The running back situation right now seems to be a problem. What we came into this thinking was a strength with, how well Joe Mixon played last year. It's not anymore.
No, it's a problem for as long as Joe Mixon is out and not himself. I would agree with that. I mean, Dare is a third down back and a special teams player. That's what he is. Dameon Pierce, Dameon does have experience getting split carries and having tough first and second down carries. Maybe Dameon is that guy. But once again, I think you and I are both working off the assessment others have had about Nick Chubb losing a step. They might just roll with Nick Chubb and just say, look, maybe he's going to carry for 3.7 yards a carry, 3.8, and it will just be a grind and we won't run it that well. But we know our quarterback will be protected on third downs. We know he'll know where to go. Hopefully he doesn't fumble. Even if Nick Chubb doesn't have a lot left in the tank or doesn't have a lot of juice, they might still just go with the veteran and just have a not very successful running game until Joe Mixon comes back. I mean, that's also a very good possibility.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And
then once again, working off of what others have said about about Nick Chubb in practice, not being a little slow afoot.
All right, Robert Flores joining us on the other side to talk about this day that the Astros had yesterday. We will do that right now. We got Collector's Firearms to talk about. I am a big fan. I'm not a gun guy. Never been a gun guy. Don't know much about guns. Don't own a gun. But when I went and saw this place, holy cow! It is. I don't care if you like guns or don't like guns or what. And if you are a gun guy, if you do like guns, if you own guns, if you're a history buff, if you're a gun enthusiast, if you're a first timer, don't know, it doesn't matter. I mean, this place is like a museum, and it's got all these different artifacts from wars past. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. And if you're looking for a gun, now it's not just Revolutionary War, Civil War. It's not just World War I, World War II. It's new. It's used. You can sell your gun to them. You can buy your guns from them. I mean, they've got the biggest selection. I think them and Atlanta have the biggest selection of guns in the world, maybe in the world, because we're the best gun country in the world, right? So if you're looking for a gun, we got it right here. Westheimer and Foss, collectorsfirearms.com. The best damn gun shop in the world, collectorsfirearms.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, Follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
What is his show is called what?
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Roflo joining us right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 MLB Networks. Robert Flores here with us this morning on the show. And first person I thought of, we thought of yesterday. Actually, Lance said, get Roflo on. I said, oh, absolutely. As soon as Carlos Correa, we got to get our guy on from Houston, representing the Major League Baseball Network with us here. Okay, your thoughts on bringing Carlos back to Houston and another big splash from Jim Crane?
I was stunned that when I heard the rumblings of it a couple of days ago, I thought, well, that's not going to happen, but I'll be damned, it did. Yeah, I mean, look, Jim Crane is one for he's not afraid to go for it. And when you had this kind of deal and the contract you have to take and the money that was coming over from Minnesota, this obviously was Jim Crane had his fingerprints all over it. So I'm just intrigued to see how it's going to turn out, because at this point, I don't think we know how it's going to turn out, because, Carlos has had his, obviously had some struggles in Minnesota. He's been banged up a little bit. I'm not sure what type of player we're getting, but I know he's excited. I texted with him yesterday, and I know Astro fans are excited about it too.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. Yeah, they continue. Are you a little worried about the rotation? They didn't get anything done with the rotation. Yeah. They needed bats, obviously, but they also might have needed a starter.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I know that they were heavily in on Cease and Alcantara from the Marlins. I wonder what those respective teams are asking for in return. I'm wondering if someone like Spencer Arrighetti's name had come up in discussions, and maybe they just weren't willing to part with the likes of Arrighetti. But it leads me to believe that maybe Dana Brown and his staff have confidence that what they have currently involved in the rehab process, Arrighetti, Javier, maybe they feel pretty confident about what they've seen so far from those two players in particular. Also, don't forget about Garcia and McCullers, that they think that they have enough to cover it.
Right now, we're visiting with a noted Houston Astros fan and national baseball analyst and broadcaster, Robert Flores. And this really, I liken this, Robert, to look, it's not the Justin Verlander move, clearly, But I remember the excitement as the team was kind of trailing off in 2017. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was like it had hit a peak, and then it kind of trailed down. They didn't make a move at the deadline, and of course later on after the deadline, when you could do that, they were able to pick up Verlander. But it just sent shockwaves through the city and a level of electricity. I'll be honest with you. I'm literally on the website right now, purchasing tickets for me and my wife to go to Carlos's first game on Monday. I think the energy level that is created amongst the fan base is substantial. Does that matter though? When the fan base gets excited, does it really matter from a baseball standpoint, or do you think there is some carryover?
I think there is some carryover. Look, when Carlos Correa walks back into that clubhouse there, I believe he's going to join the team this weekend at Fenway Park. So when he walks into the clubhouse, it immediately is going to send a jolt of energy throughout that clubhouse and into those players. Jose Altuve is going to be certainly thrilled to have his former double play partner back. Jeremy Pena is going to also feel the energy as well. So I think it does matter, but it only matters so much, right? You still got to get knocked. You still got to move guys over. You still got to strike people out. You still got to win. But yeah, that should not be discounted at all because it does matter.
Robert Flores, host MLB Central, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we were just looking at, and we're talking about the AL. You know, there's no dominant team. Toronto's good. Detroit is really good. But with these additions and the additions of the rotation that are coming back, hopefully, it's not like the Astros. It's not like the National League with the Dodgers, who are head and shoulders, allegedly. Milwaukee has proven maybe they're not. But this AL is very winnable this year, Robert.
No doubt. Don't discount what the Seattle Mariners did. Also, I like what the Texas Rangers did, adding Merrill Kelly to their rotation. Yes, the American League is wide open. Hell, the entire league is wide open. Yes, the Dodgers were supposed to be the dominant team, and everyone kind of handed them the title for 2025. Baseball oftentimes doesn't work that way. You know, there's been a lot. Hell, look at the 2019 Astros. They were maybe one of the greatest teams ever assembled. They couldn't win a home game in the World Series. Baseball is different. It's not like other sports. So I would say there's between 7 to 10, maybe a tad bit more, that have a legitimate shot of winning the World Series this year. And the Astros are in that group. The Mariners are in that group. I would put the Rangers also in that group. The Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Brewers. It's going to be a firefight down the stretch.
It really is. And it's one of the strangest years that I can recall, because it seems like every year the Yankees, this is the Yankees year, and every year it's like, oh, what's happening? This is just disappointing. I watched the other day, I was watching a game where they just couldn't, like, they ended up pulling it off a couple of days ago, but you know, they just their bullpen, they just can't close out games. So that's going to be interesting. The Astros, when you look at it, I mean, the Astros have the type of bullpen that can get hot and really make some noise. Do they have enough power without Yordan coming back? And even at 75% of Yordan, do the Astros have enough power, you think, to really truly compete for a World Series? Enough power in that lineup?
I'm skeptical about it right now.
Yeah.
Yordan has to come back in some form or fashion. You know, he's always struggled with he's had this hand injury before. I'm wondering if this is something that has lingered over the last couple of years, but it has definitely been, obviously it's frustrating for him and frustrating for everyone. But you talk about the Yankees bullpen is now legit. What they did, they now have arguably the best bullpen in all of baseball. You got Bednar, you had Duvall. But to your earlier point about the Yankees, they struggle in the fundamentals. And we saw that last year in the World Series. It cost them against the Dodgers. It has cost them numerous games this year. So it's all about who's going to get hot at the right time. And then it becomes tournament baseball. The Astros have the pieces. They really need Jesus Sanchez to come over and provide an impact. And he's capable of that. He has some big time pop from the left side, but sometimes it doesn't show up. Sometimes he's not as consistent as you would like him to be, but it's in there. And hopefully once he gets into that Astro clubhouse, starts working with the Astros coaching and training staff, maybe he becomes a more consistent hitter because they need it badly.
Real Flow, Robert Flores joining us, MLB Central host with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I know they went through a lull here recently, but nobody, the only two teams that have had worse injuries are Baltimore and the White Sox, and they stink. Yet the Astros have been atop of the West for most of the season now, and it's in large part because of Joe Espada. I know everybody's loving Schneider. I know everybody is loving AJ Hinch, but nobody's done a better job than Joe Espada this year.
No, Joe Espada and his coaching staff, in fact, the entire organization, Dana Brown and his staff, deserve a ton of credit. But yes, Joe Espada right now, I believe, is the front runner for the American League Manager of the Year. He has been, and I think this goes back to last year when they were struggling. The messaging has always been the same, and I think that resonates with the players that play for him, which is, I believe in these guys. We have a good group in our clubhouse, and he's always been positive and steadying the course and maintaining this level of positivity. And I think that means something to the guys in that clubhouse. So yeah, for me, he's the front runner for the American League Manager of the Year. And we'll have to see what happens.
Have we seen anything like what Nick Kurtz is doing?
Ooh. I mean,
we saw that up close last week.
Yeah, I mean, this dude, look, he's still very young, but he's a polished hitter, man. I mean, when you're going oppo from the left side and sending balls to the train track, and yeah, sure, one of his homers was off a position player, but still, he is definitely one of the brightest young stars in the game. He's an emerging superstar, and he's definitely going to win American League Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I thought Cam was in it for a while, but that's not going to happen. And even Jacob, Wilson ain't getting it either. I mean, his own teammates taking it away from him. That's crazy. We'll let you go. We know you got to work. We appreciate you. This was a huge day for the Astros, and just for the city to have Carlos back. And we're looking forward to now seeing what he can do. Hopefully he'll be back to the Carlos Correa that we knew and loved back in the day. Robert, thank you so much.
Very excited.
Can't wait to have you back on again.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Robert Flores, MLB Central, with us here on ESPN 97.5.
Network, MLB Network, not Central.
MLB Central,
Centel.
the show. And MLB Central is his show.
Oh.
Yes.
That's the show he hosts. Is that the only show he does?
No, but that's the one he hosts every day.
I do a show called MLB Centel. And I'm going to create
MLB Central.
I'm going to create a new Twitter account called MLB.
Yeah, but thanks for watching him. You don't even know what show he hosts.
Well, MLB Network, you can find it. The show specifically is MLB Central. Why haven't you created an MLB Centel, Lance?
Yeah, I really should.
Just throw out fake baseball facts, but they got to be funny.
I know. I mean, clearly people bite on them. You can say whatever you want on Twitter, and people will run with it like it's a truth. It doesn't matter anymore. Critical thinkers are so few and far between now. They this is actually true. I need to tell everyone.
And
just check around on it.
I've heard of many, more than a few people say, that Carlos didn't leave on good terms, and that's simply not the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's simply not the case. The Astros loved Carlos Correa. They just didn't love the numbers. They didn't love the numbers.
Well,
it's not like he didn't leave on good terms just because they, quote unquote, ghosted him and didn't come back with an offer after they made him an offer, $160 million, and that was it. And he didn't want it, and then he left.
Did he find the lack of communication, if we're going to call it ghosting, disrespectful?
No. I mean,
Okay.
It's business. It's business. It's business. It wasn't taken disrespectfully. They just, the Astros said, we're going in a different direction. And you know what? They were right. The Astros were right. We're right. Pena was the play that year. Pena outplayed Carlos, and for literally 1/50th of what Carlos made. 1/50th of what Carlos made.
That's a true
and he
story.
ended up.
Now
That's
they've
a
come
true
crawling,
story.
but now they've come crawling back to Carlos. So who actually won?
This really couldn't have gone.
Yeah, they came crawling back at 19
That's
million.
fine. I'm not even serious about it. But if I'm a Carlos stan, look, You thought you're great without me. Now look at you. But of course, Carlos is
they did get to the World Series.
Wait a minute.
To be back.
They're in first place without him.
Yeah,
they're
slow down, Del.
Desperate
slow down
to have him, and now they're paying him.
Where are your Marlins?
Now
exactly.
they're paying him what they originally thought they should pay him.
This is all joking. I'm not serious about any of it. Understood. I understand how everything worked out. I'm not a Marlin fan. I don't care about the Marlins. Lance.
What? Why are
You
so?
You kind of are.
I'm not a Marlin fan.
You kind of are.
I'm not. I'm kind of not.
Yeah.
I'm barely a baseball fan. You think I'm going to watch Marlins baseball?
You know a lot about Alcantara.
Yeah.
Because I heard that the Astros.
Well, wait a minute.
So I looked them up.
Wait a minute. Man, Del knows a lot about Alcantara.
Well, no. Hold on. Robert Flores says it's Alcantara.
Oh, that's actually true.
That's what he just said. Alcantara.
Yeah, when he said it, I did notice he put a little tahini on it.
Well, but the accent would have to be because in Spanish, if it ends in a vowel, it's the second to last vowel that is the
which would be Alcantara.
Alcantara.
But I'm going to check and see if that A's got that little on it.
He plays in the National League, so do I really have to figure out how to pronounce his name? He plays in the National League for the Marlins. Do I really need
some respect on his name?
Why? You guys weren't respecting him yesterday.
Alcantara. Yes, we were. We were talking about his 6 ERA.
Yeah, very respectful. Very respectful yesterday, you guys.
We were talking about it, so stop trying to.
I said respectful. I didn't say you weren't talking about him.
First thing I said to my Marlin buddy, I go, hey, in his 6 ERA, and he goes, 14 straight innings of scoreless pitching. I mean, now, well, then why we might as well give up Hunter Brown for him. Okay, thanks.
By the way, did you see who the Astros, the pitcher they gave up? The Blue Jay fans are not happy at all. Not Blue Jay, I'm sorry. The Twins fans. Holy crap, are they pissed about this salary dump? And they said, great, we got Matt Mikulski back. I'd rather have a McChicken sandwich. And I looked at Mikulski. It isn't great. He's 26 years old. His ERA, he's an A-ball right now at 26 with an ERA of 16.88. Granted, he's only pitched in 3 games as a reliever. He's getting worked. He hasn't pitched well since college. They got nothing. I mean, they got Gusto. They got Ryan Gusto. That's all they got. They got nothing.
Listen, this is who the Twins got rid of: Correa, Duran, Jax, Varland, Colomb, Bader, Castro, Stewart, Paddock, and France.
Wait. Since when?
Since this deadline period.
Was
over the last few days.
Pre-deadline? Within what period of time?
The last week or so.
This is so they are literally just selling. They're just going complete sale.
Well, they're trying to sell the team. They're getting rid of all the money.
Oh my God!
That's all.
To a break.
Do we put any stock in the baseball trade values? That site that ranks how trades work out.
This is a different deal. They're just
this is salary. Just it's a money dump.
Yeah, this is a money dump. So they're like, and it sucks for Twins fans because you're moving commodities, some better than others.
Man, if I'm Byron Buxton,
for very little.
If I'm Byron Buxton, I'm like, what?
He's the one who told them you can't trade me because I got a no trade clause. So they said, okay, we'll trade everyone else.
Okay, dummy.
Right.
No. Yeah, I'll waive it.
You don't want to go? We'll just trade everyone around you.
That's bad. That's terrible. All right, time to talk about Chastang Ford. Really, really, really good. I mean, I'm a big fan. I love me some Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is where you get your Ford car, you get your Ford truck on, and they have got some incredible deals going on right now at Chastang Ford. Look, we know a few things. First of all, you are always going to get the best deal that you possibly can, right? But you got a summer sales event going on right now. It ends September 2nd. 0% for 48 months. 0% for 40. That's 4 years, no interest. 0 down, no payments for 90 days. It's available on select new 2024 and 25 models. If they still have 2024 models on the lot, I'm telling you, you're going to get the best deal that you possibly can. It's still a brand new car, but it's a 2024. Who cares? It's brand new, and you're going to get the best deal you possibly can. Plus, you're going to get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. No dealer added fees at Chastain Ford ever. So, I mean, this is incredible, people. Nothing down. No interest for 4 years. No payments for up to 90 days. It's a 2-year complimentary maintenance plan. There's no better time. I mean, go get your 2024 on right now at Chastain Ford. They're open today. They're open tomorrow. Get there at Chastain Ford. ChastainFord.com as well. You can do it all online. Chastain Ford. It's the only place to get your truck on. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What a day. Friday. We're going to the weekend feeling good. We'll see if Carlos can. Listen, I know this. He had some problems getting out of Cleveland to Boston. There were no flights or something. But apparently he's gotten on one and he's headed to Boston. So it looks like Carlos may even be in the lineup tonight. We'll see. That would be totally,
no days
totally
off, baby.
sweet.
No days off.
I would love to see. I hope they've got video of the first time he walks into that locker room and Jose Altuve sees him. I hope they've got video of that.
Of course. I don't know if they'll put it out, but they'll definitely have a camera waiting for him.
Yeah, they've got to. Yeah, they got
social media. They were pretty good about when Paredes was designated an added all-star. They had the camera in there for their manager talking about that, for Joe Espada talking about it. So they'll have it. They understand that's a moment. They better, because I want to see it too.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how we reacted. I wonder how Jose Altuve reacted yesterday when he found out. Because it looked like it was, for everything that Carlos had said the day before, it doesn't look like it's good. It doesn't look like there's much interest. So, oh well. So we'll just keep on going. Man, Minnesota must have just caved and said, you know what? We'll give you 30. We'll give you $34 million.
Well, here's the hammer. The hammer for the Astros that we're not talking about. Carlos had a no trade. Basically, you don't think they could have got better for Carlos Correa? They 100%.
Oh no,
absolutely. They had no choice.
No choice.
You
He said one
they were at
place.
gunpoint, basically.
Well, the initial reporting was when they told us it was all but dead is that the Astros wanted the Twins to pick up about $50 million of the 103 plus whatever the official total is.
That would have been close to half. Yeah.
And that wasn't going to be good for the Twins. And then they had to negotiate and get that number down. And the Twins, okay, we'll take 30.
We'll only take 33, but you're getting this minor league pitcher with a career 6 ERA.
Apparently, the Astros wanted an outfielder as well from the Twins to make the deal work.
I mean, Dana knew he had all the leverage. Shout out to Dana Brown.
What if they got? I bet you. Hey, give us Buxton too. Give us Buxton, and we'll give you Colton Gordon.
Yeah. All right. We'll give you 2 pitchers.
No, we're gonna give you some A-ball guy in the Florida Citrus League. We ain't giving you no Colton Gordon. That's a starter. We ain't giving you that. I mean, do you want to talk about working them? Holy crap, did they ever? Because the only place you would go is here. It's to Houston.
Well, you got to look at it from the decision makers' perspective from Minnesota. They had money to get off the books. That team is looking to sell. So not only did Dana Brown have leverage, but there was a push from ownership to trade anyone that makes money. Get them all out of here. Yeah. So when you're operating in that way, it's tough. You're blood in the water for any shark that's coming around.
That's why you can't let anyone know, and everyone knew. And so, to be honest with you, good job Minnesota getting it down from 50 million to 33 million.
Because at some point, no. He probably walked in and goes, "All right, the last offer is 30. We got to give him 33. All right, give it to him. We saved 64."
Well, that's just it, because the Astros really didn't. At the same time, the Astros wanted Carlos, so you don't want the Twins saying, "Look, I'm sorry if that's a deal breaker. We're not paying 50 million, so Carlos will just stay here." So at some point, the Astros clearly tried to shave off the prospects going there. They try to get as much money as possible, which hey, Dana's doing his job. He's got leverage. It's time to put the screws. He's not trying to be fair to Minnesota. He's doing his job.
No.
And Minnesota finally, at some point the Astros said, "Okay, well, let's make it 33. We'd love to get 50. We'll take 33 because we also get Carlos too." And we really give up nothing for him.
And that was about the number that they wanted to pay Carlos anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's 3.5 years later, but they're paying him the number that they wanted to pay him, and not the years either. They're not giving him that long-term deal because it's he's got a vest, and it's going to be really tough for him to vest. And so they probably got him for another 3 years here, and they got him at the number that they wanted him at. So it worked for both sides. The Twins saved $64 million, and the Astros get the guy they wanted at the price they wanted, at the years that they wanted. They don't want to pay him for they don't do those 10-year deals. They're just not doing it. So and Carlos got what he wanted as well. Carlos got a 33 a year deal.
He got over $100 million while he was over $100 million, and then he gets back home. He just had to go on he had to do a bid, and look, it's like he went to prison. He had to do a little bid in Minnesota, and then he comes back home. He was up there. The hacks hated it. He had this great hat where he sliced the garlic with a razor blade.
Yeah,
they'd had steaks, and they had the sauteed green beans with the garlic, but the hacks hated it because it smoked up the whole cell block. But Carlos did his little bid, and now he's coming home, and he didn't rat on anybody. He didn't tell, and now he comes back, and he'll be welcomed back into the family with open arms.
Yeah. He got shanked a couple times and had to go.
Sure.
He had to go
he had to click up while he was in there. He had to click up with the Twins.
I mean, in the gang war, the Astros got him once. He got a little stab in the side.
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. They did have a little. Yeah, they did have a little beef.
Yeah, but it didn't hurt too much. But they let him know. They just let him know who runs this place. He got a little. He got a little nick. That's all.
That's all. And who's running this show? And guess what? Jim Crane's running the show.
And now his hand's in Altuve's pocket. Carlos got his hand in Altuve's pocket.
No, he doesn't.
Wait, what?
He's not holding his pocket.
He's not?
No, he came back in. No,
far?
he comes right. This is just like when Henry Hill went away for a little bit. He comes back, And that, or didn't Henry? Yeah, it was Henry that went away with.
Well, Henry snitched, so.
No, wait. When
Eventually.
Paulie, when we see the scene, who was it that went away for a little bit?
Well, Henry spent
Paulie.
time.
Well, Paulie
Well,
was in it, but yeah, Henry went away
Yeah,
for a
he
little
went
bit,
away
right?
for a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, Paulie went away too for a while.
Yeah, they went away. That's why he's basically Henry Hill.
That's when we were slicing up the garlic.
Yeah, so he went. That was because Ray Liotta. That's right. He was voicing it over. So yeah, absolutely. He just did a little 3.5-year bid. He got out. He did his time. He's on a 5-year. He only had to do 3.5. He got out. He comes back home. There, boom, and no one's happier than Daniela. Nobody's happy.
Nobody.
You
Nobody
told
in
me
the world.
you were saying that she was like devastated when they didn't stay.
She hated it. She hated it. And so, no, she's got to be elated. Nothing wrong with Minnesota. It's fine. And you know what? They lived up there in the summer. It was really nice in the summer. And then they came back to Houston in the winter. And, it's fine. It's great. It's not what they wanted. And now now Daniela's back where, they've got a beautiful home.
Beautiful.
And it's wonderful. It's wonderful for everybody. Yeah.
So everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be beautiful. You had to have somebody come smooth things out with Daniela.
Carlos, you got to go back.
Carlos, you got to go back. I'm not saying right now, you got to go back. You got to go to the Twins. You got to go. When you come back, everything's going to be beautiful when you get back. Yeah, I don't recognize some of the guys are gone. Yeah, there's been some changes, but
I don't know if you heard.
But Altuve's still here. Jordan is still here. Fromber's still here.
You can start up your MMA podcast because that other guy's still here.
Yeah, McCullers. Yeah.
Yeah. You got your MMA podcast
coffee.
again?
Yeah, you can go with you got your
I got a
podcast
text
going.
from Mick Maynard, who's the odds maker for not odds maker, the one of the matchmakers for the UFC. And he'll just text me about sports stuff sometime, Astros and Texas and Rockets. Actually, he's an Australian guy who loves all the major sports. How about that? And he said, "Any chance of Carlos back?" I said, "No." I said, "I think they got the other guy, Urias, and I don't think Jim Crane is going to want to pay the money it will take to bring him back unless they take on a lot of money. I don't see it happening." And he goes, "Well, I sure hope it happens because I'm going to visit Carlos." I said, "Oh, how do you know Carlos?" I obviously it was MMA, and he goes, "Just UFC." He said, "He's a huge fan. I've gotten to know him real well, and great dude. I go see him like once a year. I fly up there." Well, now he's not flying up there. Sorry,
no.
Mick, now you stay home. You just lost. You just saved a little money on the flight. Hopefully, you
How
get a
about
credit.
that?
You get a credit back for the flight.
Yeah. Just stay here. Yeah. You okay? Then you can take that wherever you want to go.
And he said something. I said, "Did you know? Were you setting me up, Mick?" He goes, "No, I swear to God, I didn't know that Carlos is getting traded back." Because I thought for a little bit Mick was setting me up to see if I knew. Like, is he getting traded back? And he kept saying, "I don't know. It still makes sense for Carlos to come back." And that's when I realized, hey, did he know when he was just setting me up?
He probably did.
He swore he didn't know. Your guy didn't even know.
Nobody knew. No, that was. Hey, they knew it was going on, but they didn't know that it'd get done. It got done. All right, we got a break. Hey, I just found out that the Golden Nugget is going to be at our listener appreciation party, and that is awesome because we're gonna see. Hey, give some stuff away, Golden Nugget. It's so cool. I love the Golden Nugget. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, right? And you don't have to do all the Vegas, the flights, and then the hotels and everything else. The Golden Nugget is a Vegas style casino. It's as good as any casino. And I mean, but they got the craps tables, they got everything. They got anything you can possibly want. The roulette table, everything. They got everything. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that.
They got everything. It's beautiful in there.
It's beautiful. But they got the hotel that's and listen, if you haven't stayed at the Golden Nugget, I mean, it is still. It's like it's a brand new hotel. Beautiful. They take care of it. They're beautiful. The pool is so much fun. The swim-up bar, the cabanas, everything. It's packed every day with beautiful people. The golf course is wonderful. I love the poker there. It's a really good poker room. I mean, everything about it. There's nothing that you won't like. Concerts, restaurants, everything. Okay. We're doing our fantasy draft there. Do your fantasy draft there. You're looking for a great place. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Save all that money that you spend on flying to Las Vegas and time that you'll save. Just go to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
every gallon of gas you buy. Wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app? Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas. Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make around $200. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code $1 for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code $1. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code $1 for 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code $1.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out. We had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, exploring their 92-acre property, fishing in the creeks and their catch and release pond, which the kids love. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book My Night, save 35% off your stay in June and July. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Don't even think about getting a heritage film for your treasured loved ones. Instead, do it yourself. Slap your dad down in a chair, get out your phone, and start asking questions about his life. Then, when he dies, you'll have him to share with your future grandkids. They'll get to know about how everyone used to smoke cigarettes, people used to get along, and how he started driving when he was about 12. Or, if you want something that doesn't suck, go to yourheritagefilm.com and trust the professionals.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. If you want to beat the summer heat, I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light. This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Night.
Okay, I
Welcome
found
back
somebody
here.
who's not allowed to win our contest. Keith says, I want to win the fantasy trip just for the casino trip. If I win, I'll just auto draft.
Oh, yeah. Out, Keith.
You're out,
Beat it.
Keith.
No,
You should have self-snitched, Keith.
Well, he didn't win yesterday.
We're not trying to give him just a free casino trip. You have to be in for the actual
Well, I'm
draft,
there
too.
for the free casino trip.
Well, you're not a you're an independent contractor. You're not a team guy, or you would be studying your fantasy football.
I'm not going to
now.
auto draft, but I'm not going to do a lot of studying. I didn't do a lot of studying in school. That's why I'm here. So I'm not going to study that hard. But I will draft people. I won't be hitting a button and let the computer do it.
By the way, I was surprised. I'll just spend 10 seconds because none of y'all care. I thought she was going to be pregnant in the assessment. With that other guy.
No, that did not happen.
I thought that was going to be I thought that was the storyline when she said she got a baby. I'm like, she's about to tell her.
So Lance is still in his Alicia Vikander.
Yeah, I'm off of her. She killed herself.
You mean in the movie, not the actual person?
Yeah.
So you're off her now?
No,
Okay.
I told my wife yesterday, I'm watching the end of it. I said, she's beautiful, isn't she? And my wife's really pissed off about something that people are going to find out about later today. So,
what?
Something you'll find out later today.
About you?
No.
Oh,
it's nothing. It sounds more salacious than it
Okay.
is. Something in the Houston restaurant scene that my wife is very upset about. Very upset about. That will come out later today.
I mean,
by the way, Houston restaurants.
She needs a hobby if she's getting pissed off about the Houston restaurant.
It's one of her favorite places, though, right?
Can't say anything more than that, but I can tell you that I can tell you there's a lot of Houston restaurants now that are struggling badly. It's weird. It's like this major restaurant group closed 3 of their restaurants. And I was checking why, and they said it's terrible for restaurants right now. I said, why? Just economy's terrible. People aren't spending money. They're afraid of, everything taking a hit. And they just said restaurants, very few restaurants are really doing well right now. Which
Restaurant Week is here, right?
Yeah,
Restaurant
and
Week's
so this
here,
is
so
this is a big help. That's what I was saying. If you guys have a chance to go out and support
do it.
restaurants, if you can afford to do it, definitely do it, because you can go have some great food. There's some really good restaurants here in Houston that you've never tried. One of our guys, Active Adrian, I sent him. He asked for a list. I gave him a list of places to go for his 35th birthday, and one of them that he chose was Basso. I told him about Basso, and they had a phenomenal meal. They had a great meal. I don't know if Basso's doing Houston Restaurant Week or not, but I think it started today, right? It's all of August.
You know who else is scuffling is Vegas. They said it's down about 20 to 25%.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, the economy is rough right now.
Very few people are flying in from out of the country.
Yeah,
it's Vegas is taking a real hit. People are saving their money and they're not risking it. So.
Yes, our somebody who has a barbecue place in Vegas told me the same thing, that it's down in Vegas too. I didn't know like all of Vegas was.
I think it's probably because of Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Everybody's going there instead.
It could be.
Yeah,
could be, but
it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road.
There's just people they're not spending. It's there's some people definitely hurting financially, so we're scared or whatever the case may be. If you get a chance to support, of course, our girl Kate over at Tony's, also excited about. We always love her a lot. There's some really good Houston restaurants. I want y'all to take advantage during Houston Restaurant Week, because they can use your help for sure.
No, and then she's got all those ballpark dates at Tony's,
where
they're watching the games. And now you're going to watch Carlos Correa. I think this weekend they've got a watch party at Tony's, either today
Do
or
they really?
I don't know. Yeah, I saw the list and I thought Boston was on it. So you go to.
She needs to bring some
Tony's,
hot dogs in so we can talk about that and think about
Tony's Houston. Yeah, no, she should bring us
Listen to
food.
you telling people to go out and support restaurants that are struggling. You just wanted to bring you more free
Dell.
stuff.
Every day, Dell tells me, you know, all these people in restaurants, how come there's no food here?
But I didn't know they're in such dire straits. But
they could still bring food.
Oh, okay.
Regardless.
Yeah. Bring food. Yeah. That's right. That's right.
You're not even here. Why are you?
Well,
why are you
I'm coming
pushing
back.
for it?
Oh, like I'm not coming back? Okay.
When's the next time you're back?
Doesn't matter. Just bring food.
No, I'm
when
asking so we can get the food in
when
when
I
you're not
get
here.
there, bring food.
Lance, you
okay?
should have got it done this week. What's the matter with you? We could have been like, ooh, look at us, John. Free dogs. Free glizzies, John. Where are you?
Well, we're not doing that when I'm not there, because Kate's not going to do that to me.
It's a shame.
How about that?
It's a real shame.
How about that? Yep. Anyway, we are here at 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, I put in some audio, Dell. See, put it in there. Dana Brown was on Space City Sports channel. On Space City Sports, and he was explaining that Carlos Correa, so we got to give them credit. Apparently, they're not on. Oh, is this? Don't tell me. Is this one of those? Who does the games on Friday night?
Yeah, tonight's an Apple TV exclusive.
Apple TV. Crap. Are you kidding me? Carlos Correa back. If he's on the field tonight and the first game is an Apple TV game, that sucks. I mean, come on. So Space City Sports will be back Saturday. We want to give them a little plug because we're taking some of their audio, but we got to give them their credit for it. Space City Sports had Dana Brown on talking about the Correa deal. I'm not sure. I didn't hear it. All I said, so it was the headline, so I wanted to get it to you right away, Dell. But here is Dana Brown talks the deal to bring Carlos Correa back to Houston. Here he is. Here's Dana Brown.
Can you just take us through how the Correa deal came together?
Yeah, I mean, look, so, at the end of the day, we were, kind of looking for a bat. And, we knew that we could also use an infielder. And so, we felt like, Correa would be a good fit. So we started working through it. And, look, this guy's done a lot here. He's been very successful here. And so this thing came together. We had talked, earlier in the week, about certain bats, and knowing that he was available, and knowing that he would give our clubhouse a charge, give the city a charge. This was a guy that we started to talk more closely about, and then it started to come together.
Can you talk about Correa's willingness to change positions and how you think that will play out, since he's only played shortstop in his entire career?
Yeah, listen, you guys all know that Correa is a warrior. He'll do whatever he has to do to win, and you get players like this, when they get to a certain part of their career, they know that sometimes you would have this position change and you're going to be on a team that's, winning in first place and you got a chance to win. And the fact that he's coming back to a familiar city, I mean, I'm sure, that's very appetizing. And so, ultimately, this guy is a warrior. He's a team first guy. And, we had no doubts knowing the human being and the makeup that, he would make that adjustment.
On a business note, who Michael Schwab posted this. He showed the graphic for it. I don't know if you saw this. The Major League Baseball tax threshold is $241 million. The Astros currently sit at $240,969,328. They are literally $30,672 under the tax threshold. So obviously, the people they threw in there, everything that the Astros did with that trade with Correa, they made. They were basically, okay, you get this guy, this guy, this guy. We need to have at least, the number needs to come in at least at this, so we stay under the threshold.
That is incredible. No, that's an incredible number.
Less
that you
than
would get
$40,000 under.
Less than $40,000 under. That's incredible. Because Jim you don't want to lose draft picks, because that's what'll happen. You don't want to, you don't want to pay that extra. I mean, it would be minimal if you go just over, but to stay under it and get everything that you wanted to get done, I'd say, I mean, maybe not everything, but you weren't given. It's so stupid. San Diego, I don't know who you think you are asking for Spencer Arrighetti for Dylan Cease. Stop. Okay, you think you're dealing with idiots over here? You think this is my first day?
Who do you think you're talking to? Do you think you're better than me?
You're with your smart mouth, okay? You'll be down looking up. You try something like that again.
Try something. Say it again.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Yeah.
I wish you would. I wish him would.
Are we talking about the Spencer Arrighetti?
I'm not sure. I don't know. What are we talking about?
Are you talking about the Spencer Arrighetti I have watched pitch?
I don't know. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, we're
like
talking
how
about Dylan
dare the
Cease.
the Padres asked for Spencer Arrighetti?
He just had a rehab high 79 pitches, dummy. He had
5
a rehab high
strikeouts.
60 strikes.
The guy
5 strikeouts.
The guy who's 8-14.
4 and he pitched. He had 4 in like 2/3 innings, which is a rehab high. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm talking about the guy who Hunter Brown got figured it out quicker than Spencer Arrighetti. I'm glad he's here, but if I'm a Padre fan, I'm like, that's all you're asking for?
Oh my God! It would have been the steal of the. It would be better than a Jordan trade for them.
Well, the Padres traded away the third overall prospect in baseball, DeVries, for Mason Miller and the other guy they got. So they were trading away prospects like nothing.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Spencer Arrighetti ain't a prospect. He's a proven commodity.
Do we know what those two words mean?
Yes. Proven
to
commodity.
Do what?
Okay, until he got hit on the hand, he was going to be he was probably going to be comeback player of the year.
Wait, how can it be comeback player of the year before he gets hit?
Well, because he didn't do much last year. So
he pitched quite a bit last year. Went 7-13.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but he looked great doing it too. He just got no run support. See, there's a lot more to it than you know because you're not a baseball guy.
That ERA over 4.5. Didn't get run support. That's why he was so far under 500.
Got to get 5 runs a game. Got to get 5 runs a game.
That's usually how we grade pitchers and how good they are.
That's usually.
If you score 5 runs, you got a chance to win.
That's so stupid to ask for Spencer Arrighetti. Idiot. No, you ain't getting Spencer.
You're disgusted by that.
I am disgusted by the Padres. Say, who do you think you are?
But you are a big Spencer Arrighetti guy, though.
Yeah, I am.
Let the record reflect.
Spencer Arrighetti is our next Hunter Brown. The good Hunter Brown, not the one.
He's our next Hunter Brown?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
But we want the Hunter Brown who's the next Verlander.
Have you seen his hair too? Spencer Arrighetti's hair?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's Lance. He was the old Lance McCullers.
Oh my God! Don't even say that.
Spencer Arrighetti also is the former Lance McCullers.
Oh my God!
Well, the hair,
the good one,
the
the
hair
good one
is
before
very,
the coffee.
I think,
Before the coffee,
or you mean the one who misses
no,
a lot of time during the season?
Well, when did the coffee start?
Coffee
started a while back,
while-
like 2019. The Maven Coffee's been going for a while now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he did a lot more ads and a lot more work with it.
When did
since,
Maven Coffee
you know,
start?
when he
AI
wasn't
tells me it
pitching
started.
number.
It didn't start May 24. AI, you're so stupid. AI is so stupid.
When did he say it? When did they start? 24.
I think that's when the brick and mortar place. Maven Coffee was born in 2018. Wait a minute, in Wilmington, North Carolina. So wait, did he just bring the McCullers? Is this already a different coffee company that Lance just brought over here?
No,
I
I'm
don't know what
seeing
you're
that
talking-
he founded it with another individual, and then they had a partner as well. This is from the Houston Chronicle.
Okay. Well, it actually started a long time. It started way longer. I don't know about you, but after COVID, I don't know the difference between 2 years ago and 4 years ago and 5 years ago. I just don't even, it's all just kind of
So
just
it used to
passed.
be something that like popped up at sporting events,
Yeah, it was a pop-up.
and
at
then it
first.
became a brick and mortar. So I don't know when it officially began, though.
Yeah. All I know is that Spencer Arrighetti, it has nothing to do with it. That Spencer Arrighetti is the man. Okay.
I hope you
All
don't
right?
fight the Padres.
I will take on AJ Preller right now, or whatever his name is, whatever. He's got no shot. Try that again, AJ.
See,
Try it
John's
again with
feeling
us.
some type of way now that he's in Chicago. He got out of LA. Now he's
Yep.
back in Chicago. Are you going to be there Monday too, or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna be there Monday. I'm gonna be here Monday and then head back. Then
Yeah.
I'll be softer again. As soon as I get back to LA, I'll get softer.
Less confrontational.
Less confrontation. Now, though, don't mess with me while I'm in Chicago.
Yeah.
With Arrighetti, okay? Another Italian. He's trying to. Are you kidding me?
They're trying to lift the Italians from you.
Yes, that's right. All right. All right, we got a break. We got to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. That's what we got to talk about right now. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you get your car. Listen, there is no better car buyer in the world than John Clay Wolf right now. I'm telling you. The dude is on a roll. Here's what he does. He gives you more for your vehicle, right? He gives you the most that you can possibly get for your vehicle. It's crazy. And he does this all the time. And when you go to his website and see for yourself that you know, if you're going to put your car up, there's one place that you have to go. You have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Find out what your car is worth. Then you walk into the dealership and go, oh, well, I'm sorry, I already got more than that from John Clay Wolf. You go to CarMax, I got more than that from John Clay Wolf. And then this on top of it. GiveMeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. It's even better with GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website, GiveMeTheVin.com. It only takes minutes to sign up and get and sell your car. They'll come to you. You go to them, whatever you want to do. They'll bring you the money. They'll pick up the car. They'll do it all. But I mean, and they'll give you more for your car. Plus, you got a chance of $25,000. It's ridiculous to sell your car anywhere else than GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
Thanks. That's enough. Thank you, bro. That's good. Thank you. Are you there? Oh, nice. Who does?
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at mowing, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell. 8:43. Let's get some calls in here. Who wants to get in? 713-780-3776. Wasn't this a Keith, Dell? A Keith wanted to get in here? Well, who was it? Keith? Jamie, same thing. Jamie, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's it going, man?
Good.
Yeah, so first shout out to Jim Crane, man, for having the stones to make these kind of moves. You know, it's good to support a franchise, have an owner that's willing to do that. It's a far cry from the Jim McMullen days and the Drayton McClain days. So shout out to the ownership and giving Dana the flexibility to make this kind of a move. I just wanted to ask, I saw yesterday that Ryan Presley got designated for assignment. You know, any chance that just kick the tires on that? And frankly, as a joke, I saw Maldi also got designated. If we're going to run it back, man, just bring it back too. But no, seriously, I don't know about Ryan Presley. I know he's had a really crappy year, but any chance the Astros might take a look at that?
Well, it would put them over the threshold.
Yeah, and he was bad here, and he was bad there, so he was bad.
It's been a run.
Doesn't matter where he is now. He's bad. I think it's Presley had his day, and he was awesome, and he was the best closer, and he was the closer for the American team in the World Baseball Classic, and that's all. That's awesome, but you know what? Those days are over. And no, Ryan Presley is not an answer here. You know, you tried with a couple of guys, bring them back. John Singleton, no. You know, you tried with, there was somebody else that they brought back from the day, and no. And by the way, you're right, Lance. Put him over to the trust. I don't think they can make any more moves.
I mean Ryan Presley. No, they really can't. Ryan Presley. I mean, just even his innings pitched to hit, just basic stat, has gone on the wrong side over the last 2 years. His whip is getting worse and worse. No, Ryan Presley's best days are absolutely behind him, and no, No, not going to run it back with Ryan Presley. He just doesn't have anything left. And if he does have anything left, you can't go over the threshold. Now, if you could get him for $34,000, if he'll take $34,000, then maybe.
It might be illegal since the veteran minimum is about $2.5 million or so.
Let's sign him like September 14th. Prorated. What's he making if he comes on middle of September? Is that $34,000?
Maybe 34. Yeah. Well, that's probably
right around 34.
Maybe for a week.
No, that's probably a week's work.
Maybe a week.
You want to get him for the last week of the season?
I mean, to give the other guys some rest. I mean, we don't want to depend on Ryan Presley in the playoffs, do we?
No, he ain't making the playoffs.
Ryan Presley, you're like the fifth running back in training camp. You're going to take all the carries in the final preseason game. Treat Ryan Presley like the fifth and sixth running back in preseason game 3. Roll him out there. Hey, I know it's your third day in a row, but get on out there, Ryan.
So tonight, Walker at first, Urias at second, Pena at short, Carlos at third, Yiner behind the plate, Sanchez in right, Cam Smith in center, Cam Smith in left.
Just Cam Smith.
Cam Smith, well, he's got to play one of the positions. No, Altuve in left and Cam Smith in center, Caratini's the DH. I like the lineup. I like it. Now, what order?
From a batting
I'm going to
standpoint?
go Altuve leads off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess if you don't have Trammell in there.
Oh, no, Pena leads off.
Well, okay, so you're sure he's back?
No, but I'm saying he is.
Okay, well, as long as you say it, it's true.
Yeah. Yep. I'm saying he's back. Pena leads off. Altuve's second. Carlos third?
Ooh, no.
No. Okay. Walker third. Carlos fourth.
Golly, I don't know. But this is, getting Pena
or
back.
Cam Smith fourth.
If Pena's back, he leads off. Then you got Altuve. Then you've got, you might have Carlos third, actually.
Carlos might be third. Christian Walker fourth.
Yeah.
Sanchez fifth.
Sanchez
Cam
fifth?
Sixth. Yeah, I think so.
And then Cam sixth? No, Yiner.
And then Cam sixth. Yiner seventh?
Or Yiner
now
sixth.
All of a sudden, okay, what was Zach Short, Cooper Hummel, Brendan Rodgers? Now it's Yiner 7? Caratini 8?
Nah, Yiner's going to hit earlier than that. Yiner should be in the sixth.
Yiner's got to hit. Maybe
Yiner should be
fifth.
6 and probably Cam 7.
Cam 7th?
And based on how Yiner played
Caratini
recently.
was batting third. Last week, Caratini's batting third for this team.
Yeah.
Look how much deeper it is. And Urias ninth. Look how much deeper.
So Yiner hitting a 2. So in the last game, Yiner hitting a 2-hole, right? Walker was 3. Cam Smith was 4. And this is just the very last game. It's got to go Jeremy Pena 1, Altuve 2. Yiner's not going to be in the 3-hole, I don't think. I think it will be Carlos 3. Walker will go from 3 to 4. And who gets dropped out of there? If Caratini's playing first, for example, I don't know.
No, he's playing. He's DHing because Walker's first.
Oh, yeah, Christian Walker. Yeah, well, wait. Yeah, wait. Oh, Walker last game. Yeah, Walker last game DH'd. Yeah. I don't know. I think Yiner. I think I'm having. Yeah, Yiner's got 15 bombs. He's coming along. I would have him in the top 6.
He's seeing the ball really well. He's seeing the ball really well too right now.
Yeah,
maybe Sanchez bats. Maybe Sanchez is 7th.
In July, Yiner's OPS went to 842 in July. I'm probably
maybe
him in the top 6.
Yeah, maybe Cam bats 8th and Urias 9th.
Yeah,
and Cam was lead off and cleanup for this team.
Boy, this is a substantially different lineup than the last one.
Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding? You don't have 5 minor leaguers in the lineup anymore.
Bunch of guys you haven't even seen in Astros uniforms.
I mean, look at the difference between this lineup and I like to call it the Cooper Hummel lineup. I mean,
Hummel, Short. It's all those guys.
Yeah, the Hummel Short lineup.
Loperfito's so mad that he couldn't
hey,
stick around. Loperfito could have I could have had great opportunities this year. Sorry, Joey.
No, Joey beat it.
Sorry, Joey. You had to go.
Joey, yeah. Joey didn't get traded again, although, I mean, Drew Gilbert got traded again. Will Wagner got traded
again, yeah.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, and listen, hey, the Cooper Hummels and the Zach Shorts.
What? You hear that demonic laugh?
I was like, who's he laughing at?
What is this year?
What did Will Wagner do to you?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Isn't he
his dad is a Hall of Famer.
Isn't he a son of one of your?
Oh, I don't know. Listen,
buddies?
all I'm saying is, where's Dubon play? Dubon is on fire. How is Dubon not in this
Why'd you
lineup?
take Dubon out of the lineup?
Dubon is on
For
fire.
Urias?
He was
out.
too busy thinking about Will Wagner's downfall.
I know.
No, I love Will Wagner. I love Will Wagner.
This is your
But guess
enemy,
what?
or this is
Guess
your
what? I don't
villain
know if you
origin
heard.
story.
I don't know if you heard. We don't play Will Wagner's no more. Okay, we don't even play. We don't play Hummels.
That man's
We
not
don't
even
play-
on our team, and you're
We
preying
don't
on his
play
downfall.
Trammels. We don't play Shorts. We don't play Matthews. We don't play Whitcombs. We don't play Guillaumes. We don't play them anymore.
Why are you cheering on his down? Why are you preying on his downfall, though? Will Wagner's.
I mean,
just a giggle.
Love,
He's traded again. Suck it, Will Wagner.
Why?
I mean, what? He's
I'm
not
just
even on our
saying
team.
we're better. I'm just giddy about where
You
we're
two
at as an
Loperfito,
organization.
like
again.
what?
I love me some Astros now. Okay, I'm tired of watching Zach Short. Okay,
I mean, I would like Loperfito back. He's been pretty good.
He's all right.
Well, since he's come back, he's been good. He's on 396, couple home runs. He could play on this team.
What about Zach DeCinces?
Where's he going to play on this
He
team?
could have played on this team for 2 months.
Well, 2 months, but not anymore.
I don't know.
Loperfito.
I've seen what he's doing in Toronto right now. I don't know what got into him since he's been back from injury.
Well, that's not.
What about
that's not
Zach
the
DeCinces?
Astros.
Y'all just going to act like he doesn't exist?
Yes, I
Zach
would like
DeCinces
to.
hasn't existed forever. He's been hurt.
He's starting a hitting progression. Began a hitting progression, whatever that. But we have had some catastrophic injuries. Most guys are gone for 10 days, 15. Jeremy Pena hitting the ribs lasted a long time. Jake Myers can't even get, he's just done, I guess. I don't know. He can't get back anywhere. Jordan's hand has been hurt, re-hurt. Zach DeCinces,
a hamstring has got Paredes.
hamstring got pulled off the freaking bone. What is going on? I'm only out 6 to 7 months. What?
Lance, you're a pit master, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know how those guys, they go, look how tender my meat is.
And they pull it off the bone.
And they just shake the bone.
Your
and it falls
hamstring
off.
should not be a Texas rib. Slow smoke rib where they just grab
I
it
just imagine
and they slide the
some
bone
guy
out
in
of the
those-
rib meat.
Some guy in those black gloves just shook Paredes' leg and the meat just fell off.
Somebody held him by the ankle and ripped his and pulled him right out of
That's
his
how
hamstring
tender
meat.
that hamstring is.
And the quad meat and the hamstring meat just came off the bone.
Well, that's on him for trying to run to first base.
Yeah,
That's on
you
him.
got to know. Listen, you were going to be out.
Yeah, don't run.
Stop showboating.
I mean, that whole hustle thing. Whatever.
Stop showboating.
Yeah, running to first base. Don't need that. We don't need that. Isak. Okay. Now Joe's got a problem. Where do all these guys play? I mean, Mauricio Dubon is on fire. He's on fire. Where are you going to put him
This
now?
man had to roll out Taylor Trammell and Zach Short. Now he's got the problem.
Yeah. Now it's the problem.
Taylor Trammell, and he's gonna find his way into some lineups. I don't know what's gonna happen when Jake gets back. Somebody on chat was saying, Jake shouldn't get his job back. What?
Jake was great.
This is the greatest Jake we've ever seen. Don't pull that away from that man. Give him his year.
You know who's still fourth on the team in OPS? Jake. Okay. Pena's 1, Paredes 2, Altuve, and then Jake. That's who. So slow down that Jake doesn't get his job back. I mean, was that your dad that said that?
No, my dad's he's Team Jake now. He just said, he just looks goofy. It's just his face.
Well, his helmet doesn't fit.
It's his helmet. It's the way his face looks when he gets confused. But he likes the he called yesterday. I got to call him back. I'm sure he called about Correa.
Yeah, probably. You didn't call
you
didn't answer your dad's
yeah,
phone.
because you know what? My dad called because we were on a call with Lenny Ambrose, and we're going to have our big party, listener party at St. Arnold's. And so we were talking about some of the stuff we're going to talk about. So our big listener event, our big, invitation for the listener event is going to be over at St. Arnold's in one of their areas. It's great for event. I am super pumped about this. Yeah. Really pumped. We're out of our offices where it always was 1,000 degrees.
Yeah, that was our listener appreciation party coming up September 5th. September 5th.
It's in September. So keep on listening. September-ish.
Yeah, September 5th. And keep on listening because next week on Thursday, we're going to be giving away another spot in our fantasy draft. So keep on listening. That's next Thursday. And that's going to be the whole show, and we'll tell you how you enter. We got a break, 713-780-3776. We got an hour left of this week, so get in, 713-780-3776.
solutions for any situation for houses in any condition. You want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash out front. Give me a call today. Charlotte at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Charlotte with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Sada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats. We got two callers. TJ on Jordan, and Tony wants to talk about Amy the caller.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here. Carlos Correa has been the subject most all morning long. The Astros with a big splash again. Jim Crane and company getting it done once again and making a huge move. Man, I'll tell you what. Looking at the it's something they had to do, Lance. Mariners lineup now. J.P. Crawford leading off, Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, Eugenio Suarez, Randy Arozarena, Josh Naylor, Jorge Polanco, Cole Young, Dominic Canzone, an Italian in the 9-hole. Such disrespect.
It is a dangerous lineup.
That's a formidable lineup.
You remember when Julio Rodriguez was going to change baseball forever?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
that's a fun time when he stole Jeremy Pena's Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, and then got the bajillion-dollar deal after his rookie year.
Sweet move.
And nothing.
What are we going to do? We got it. Why did the Aggies give him that deal?
Wow. Again with the Aggie hate.
Well, that was like a Jimbo deal. Oh, my God, we're going to lose him. No, you have club control for 5 more years. What are you doing? Why are you just giving him free money?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, this isn't smart.
Yeah.
No, but his career is 780. Yeah, too bad his OPS, literally his highest OPS was his rookie season. And you dummies gave him that contract. What a bunch of dummies. That's the very reason that you have club control, is to see what a player becomes. He and Jeremy Pena both declined after their rookie season. The only difference is Jeremy Pena had his little glow up this year until the deep state him in the ribs with a pitch and broke his ribs.
But you think the deep state did it?
I think it's I think there's something there. I saw it on Rogan, and I think there might be something there. Jeremy Pena got knocked out of the lineup. And have we checked on Jordan's hand? Who's responsible for that? Has any tough questions been asked about who might have actually created this hand injury? If we have really looked deep into it,
injury. I just assume we were talking amputation.
I'm going to go all conspiracy theory on every Astros injury now.
Even McCullers?
Well,
nah, that's pretty established. It's hard to even go conspiracy theory with that, unless this is all a ruse to get his coffee places.
They said blister.
Unless he just got that contract done just so he could finances coffee.
They said blister on the hand. Does blister mean he grabbed a really hot cup of coffee at Maven?
Yeah, that's where it could have happened.
Actually, you don't
maybe
know.
Was he a barista that weekend?
I did see they actually are hiring one at that at that Allen Parkway location. Is it because he had to step in because somebody quit last second and then he burned his hand on a hot ceramic cup?
No, could have been.
Wow.
We got calls. Let's get them in here. Dal, who's up? TJ, what's going on, TJ?
Hey, hold on, guys. Hey, just to piggyback off that Jordan, I was watching the trade deadline yesterday. I don't know the guy's name. Dale can pull up the clip. But he was like, it's a very unusual injury. It's like at the bottom of his left hand. So when he swings the bat is when it hurts the most. And according to him, the Astros don't know how to handle it. So I was talking to one of my coworkers. I said, man, he's hurt every year. I mean, availability is the best ability. We get on guys about being available. We got to give him the same energy, too. He might have to go. Him and McCullers he want to go make coffee. Him and Jimmy Butler can get together.
Listen, that's TJ, that's the difficult conversation that may need to be had in a year. Is you're not going to do it now. You want him to get his hand right and all that stuff. McCullers has had multiple injuries. Jordan is the most devastating hitter the Astros have had in, since Bagwell and Berkman, I guess. But he's not healthy all the time. He's got injuries. There's been knee, there's been double hands. I mean, John, this is
you're not getting rid of Burke. You're not getting rid of Jordan.
I'm not saying you're getting rid of Jordan, but what I'm saying is at some point he's going to come up for another contract.
Yeah.
You're going to have to make a tough decision on that
because
he's got
a little time.
We got to start seeing 150. We need to see 148 game season.
Yeah. Yep. No question. Jordan, it's been a problem. There's no question. It's been a problem, especially big, strong dude, knees, hands. It just seems like it's always something.
Hands for a hitter, that's not ideal.
No, and this isn't the first time. This is multiple times now.
He did. Now I will say last year he did get to 100. He had 147 games last year. So
not
35 homers. Jordan's only had 100 RBIs one time. Just in 2021 was the only time he had 101 RBIs, played 144 games, 135 games, 114, 147, and then 29 this year. So 23 was a tough year. It was the end of 20. It was 23. It was the end of 23 where the hands creeped up on him and he had to have the surgeries. 25, the hand pops up again. Last year, 959 OPS. I mean, it's, you don't just get away from Jordan. He's a 959 career OPS. I mean, no one's saying, but what I am saying is this hand injury, this is a concern. This has taken a long time getting back this year. He's still not back. He's had re-aggravations. He had hand injuries in 2023. I mean, this is, it is a concern until it's not a concern.
Oh my God, don't say this. Somebody on Twitch just saw Teddy Cruz is excited for Correa to come back. No. Stay away.
Stay away.
Don't go to a game. Don't go to a game, Cruz.
People get really mad when you point out the Cruz. People get so mad. Like, guys, y'all got to be able to take, it's only kind of a joke, but it also kind of is serious.
No, he's
kind of serious.
Did
People
you see
get so upset. I don't care what your political beliefs are. You can be upset about a jinx. Jinxes are jinxes. I don't care.
He was the first one to come over and help Elizabeth Warren up when she fell down yesterday. So he's a hero.
Did he
he's
push her?
No, there's video proof he did not push her. She just fell on her own. Okay. Well, there's a compilation.
Really bad. He goes, I didn't think you would fall over.
Oops.
There's a video where Trump is teeing off and he hits the ball and then a fake ball comes and hits her and she falls down. Yeah.
AI.
Who's next, Del?
Tony,
what's up, Tony?
Hey, good baseball talk this morning, guys. Nice to hear two guys that know baseball talk about it, as opposed to Jamie, I know Jamie doesn't watch baseball. He wants to bring in Ryan Presley, who had a postseason ERA last year. Do you want to guess what it was?
Is it 4.50?
No, it was probably 12 or 13.
It was 40.5. 40.5. So yes, Jamie, let's run it back. Let's run it back with Ryan Presley. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Ryan Presley, no. I know listen, Ryan Presley was great, part of the greatest bullpen in World Series history, in postseason history, and he was the closer, and it was awesome. That was 3 years ago now, and those days are over. Those days are over.
Baseball, it doesn't take long for a previous season or two in baseball to be completely irrelevant.
No, those days are over. So we got to move on. No, you might as well bring Montero. We brought Nerys back. Okay, that's again. I mean, it just seems like no, we don't have to do that. That's not it. And plus, we can't. We're right up against the threat. I'm glad they can't make any more moves. I'm glad they can't because no. But it will be interesting to see. I think one of the first that had, and I hate it because Bryce Matthews came on roaring on the scene. But you got to add these guys now. Pena's coming back. You got to add, Carlos Correa to the mix, Jesus Sanchez to the mix, Ramon Urias to the mix.
Bryce ain't going to play. He's not going to get a play if he stays up
Bryce
here.
has got to go back down. He's got to play for Sugar Land, and he's got to get to hitting. He's got to stop striking out. He's got a long way to go, but he will. He did his part. Zach Short did his part. You've got 2 Gold Glove shortstops now. We don't need Zach Short anymore. But he did his part. He came up with some big hits. That was really, really nice. I don't know who. Maybe it's Taylor Trammell that stays. Maybe he's the one guy that's going to be able to stay. As opposed to, I guess, but he's another guy that probably needs at bats. I think Whitcomb. I think you might have to go because you brought in Urias as an infielder. Shea, you need more work. Jacob Melton, maybe he's the guy that stays. I don't know, but is he going to get enough at bats, or should he go back down and get more at bats?
He's another one needs to get it back. Unless you're a big time defensive, unless you're, and that's not even a base stealer's not even going to come in until the postseason. So unless you're a big time defensive replacement, I don't see the better prospects staying on a major league level. I see him going back and getting more ABs until the season. How long is the season going for them? Their season's going to be over soon, I would think. Right?
I think they got maybe another month in playoffs. Are they in the playoffs? No one knows. It's impossible to know.
It's possible to know.
No, it's impossible. No one knows. No one knows that. It's impossible to know. So that's a problem.
Their
you don't
schedule
know.
goes.
Do you know? You don't know.
Well, right now people don't know.
No,
but I'm assuming they will know at some point.
I bet Niall.
Well, how could they be good when their whole team?
No, you're right.
How
it runs until September 21st?
How could they be any good when their whole team is playing for Houston?
Let's check the standing. I can't believe we're checking Sugarland Cowboy standings.
I mean, I don't know how they feel that a team when everybody that was on their team was up playing for the Astros.
Well, to be fair, they got juiced a little bit because you have Astro starters down there right now.
Oh, that's true.
Pena, you got Arrighetti, Javier. Multiple starts.
Yeah, but you got them for a week.
Yeah, the Space Cowboys in the second half of the season are 12-15.
Yeah.
In the first half, they were 39-36. So it doesn't look like they're going to be able to defend their PCL title.
That's a shame. Well, now though they're getting everybody back.
That's true.
Now they go on a run.
Space Cowboys, man, it is going to be exciting to finally get Matthews back and Melton back and Zach Short back. We're just a few games away from getting Trammell back. We're going to finally be able to get some of these guys back.
The Space Cowboys are.
They got a lot of.
That's all right.
They got a lot of room. Yeah, we got to make that up.
Yep.
They have to get on a heater.
That's all. That's all. That's all it takes. And they're getting the players. Hey, Harold Reynolds swung and missed. We will have that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
especially if that food includes fast food, processed food, and sugar. How do you know if you're suffering from a buildup of toxins? If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, headaches, bloating, and skin irritation, then those are all telltale signs. So, how do you detox your body? Well, you can add saunas or juice fasts, but what you really need is Active Liver from New Nordic. Containing a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and clove artichoke extract, Active Liver makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Try Active Liver today and start feeling better with more energy immediately. Active Liver comes in both a delicious gummy or tablet. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or Meijer or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players, placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Rates may vary. Built monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com. Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Kent Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender. The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolfpack. Papa, we appreciate you. Thanks, man. Gigi does too.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In Boston tonight, Apple Plus TV game. I mean, the return of Carlos Correa and an Apple Plus TV game. Are you kidding me? Tomorrow it's back on Space City Sports, where the guys will do a great job. You're facing Walker Buehler tomorrow. He's got a 5.72 ERA.
It's all right.
Yeah. He's got 71 strikeouts and 41 walks. He's not the same guy that was with the Dodgers.
No, but he's still, I don't know. It's more name than game right now, but you just figure something could get right with him, I guess. I don't know.
You don't know. The Astros could make him look great. We know that.
It happens. Walker Buehler's only 31, so it shouldn't be the end of his career. But boy, is it a I mean, at all, really. But man, is it a rough go for him right now?
Yeah. And then Lucas Giolito, the former White Sox, he's pitching pretty well. He'll pitch against Fromber. But here's the deal.
Oh my gosh, Walker Buehler. Like, man, has it gone downhill since 21?
Yeah.
All of his numbers have just really gone way down over the last couple of years. He was 1-6 last year with a 538. It's a 572 now.
Yeah.
It's not good. It wasn't even good in 2022.
Yeah. He's the Alcantara of Boston. And then Lucas Giolito's pitching pretty well. So you got that.
I have to assume he cheated with the Dodgers.
I have to. Who? Walker Buehler? Yeah.
Walker Buehler had 4 good years where I'm assuming he cheated.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
But Fromber is facing Lucas Giolito, so they won't score any runs, and Fromber will, probably have something to say about the defensive positioning. And that'll be Sunday.
Leave Fromber alone.
But how about this? Carlos doesn't play at home until August 11th. I don't like that because he's got 9 games on the road. And if he doesn't play well in those 9 games, it would be great if like tonight he was home and he walked out there like Clyde Drexler and, he comes home and but after these 9 games that they're on the road against the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Marlins, it's like, I hope he hits well.
Okay.
Otherwise, so you may get some booze. Will there be some booze?
No, we just traded for him. Stop asking when he gets booze.
Well,
How
I'm just
fickle
saying.
do you think the fan base is?
My God, you're already projecting his booze?
I'm
just
if he
worried.
struggles against the Red
Don't
Sox and the
worry.
Yankees, he's going to come home and get cascaded with booze.
Don't worry, we're
no
fickle.
reason to
We're
worry.
fickle.
No,
We're
they just
fickle.
won't. They're so upset they just won't show up, but they won't boo him.
No. Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you what. If it was tonight, the place would be packed for Carlos Correa return night. Okay, that would be awesome.
Victim of circumstance, the trade deadline and the game's on Apple TV, and you're on the road.
Ugh, that couldn't be worse. Apple TV, like they know anything about the team? They don't know nothing. Harold Reynolds don't know nothing about Carlos Correa either. Listen to this: when it was announced that Carlos Correa would be returning to the Houston Astros, here is Harold Reynolds' take on it.
Paredes, they love. He's going to be back in the fold.
No, he's not.
We've got Yordan Alvarez. You got Christian Walker's in the fold. This is 3 more years at $92 million for Carlos Correa.
And he's not playing third for 9 years, $92 million. I'm not convinced he's going to say, oh, okay, I'll go play third. He's an alpha male who can still play short. They got a problem. They just do.
Well, he might do it for this year.
No,
exactly.
I'm telling you, even this year.
If Pena comes back before Paredes, he's playing third base. And he had a no-trade clause, so he must be okay with playing third base, even on a short-term basis.
That's what we're hearing. I'm just saying, there's more to this dynamic, I think. Because who did he train at short? He trained Pena coming along after him. Carlos Correa is not going to go.
Yeah, but Pena's a Gold Glove shortstop.
I get it. But Carlos Correa, he thinks himself way higher than that. I just can't see him saying, okay, yeah, third base.
It sounds like he's doing this for all the right reasons.
Well, the bottom line is they'll find a way to make this work. This is one of the great postseason players of our generation.
Absolutely.
Now, in a perfect world, the Astros wanted a left-handed bat. This is a heavy.
Look, if it becomes a problem, it becomes a problem. It does not appear to be one right now. Carlos played third at the World Baseball Classic.
I played third.
I play short. I hope he didn't say that.
I played
third. Short.
No, Carlos said, I played third. I played third.
I played third. I played third.
Yeah, that's what Carlos said.
I don't know if
So
Harold
Reynolds
hasn't missed yet, but I expect him to miss on that one. I think Carlos
Carlos already
is
said
getting
he'll
to
play
come
third.
home. Carlos is
already
getting
said
to
he'll play
come
third.
home. He plays third.
He plays third. I mean, no, you missed, swung and missed, Harold. He's not. They don't have a problem. Carlos Correa wants to win at the highest level. Carlos Correa will play third, okay, because that's what's best for the Houston Astros, and that's what Carlos Correa said. So Harold Reynolds, you missed. You swung, missed, beat it. Go sit down.
Well, very combative, John Granado, today.
Well, I'm in Chicago.
Yeah.
Harold's just out there giving an opinion. You could tell because
No,
when they're out there talking that
stirring
the
up
guy
some
who's
stuff.
talking about Paredes, this all happened before even the Paredes news came down, I guess. Unless he didn't get the news that Paredes was going to be out for 7 months. So you're on the fly. You're just doing a show. And Harold just shot off an opinion that's wrong.
No, don't start none, won't be none. Okay, he's trying to stir the pot, making a problem in the Astros clubhouse. Okay, and that ain't happening. Carlos is a team guy all the way.
So you think Harold's just trying to cause problems?
That's all.
All right.
He's stirring. Yeah.
Is that his reputation? A bleep stir?
Yeah.
Harold
Well, I mean,
Reynolds?
Yeah. Just
he
like
is
you were
projecting there's going to be troubles, basically. I tend to doubt it. I mean, I could see where he says that. Carlos is competitive. If Carlos starts wanting to play shortstop, maybe it'll be. I can guarantee you it will not be a problem for the rest of this year. If it's going to be a problem, it would happen next year. It ain't going to be for the rest of this year. There's a spot open at third. It's definitely not going to be a problem this year. And I hope it's not one next year. Carlos is back home. He's got a chance to.
Who else was an alpha male and went to New York and played third base? Alex Rodriguez. You know what?
Well,
and Jeremy Pena is Derek Jeter.
Okay, is Alex Rodriguez considered an alpha male by baseball people?
Yes, absolutely he is. He was. I'm going to tell you this. I've heard some stories about he's an a-hole.
Oh,
he was an a-hole. And he went and played third base because you know what? And it is even going forward, the next 3 years, Pena at short and Correa at third is the best option for the
Paredes, and where's Walker?
Well, Paredes can go to. Actually, the thought was before Paredes got here was that Paredes could play second too. Paredes is a gold glove. I mean, how about that whip at second, turning double plays?
Does Paredes play third?
Paredes plays third, but now he can play second too. He can play dos.
Well, we'll see. I just learned never take it for granted what a player wants and doesn't want.
Well, okay, then, and guess what happens? Devers traded, beat it. Okay, beat it. Is that what you're looking for, Paredes?
You're already trading Paredes?
Nope. If that's what you're looking for, you're going to start. We don't start trouble. Not in Houston, we don't. Even Altuve left second base.
Well, we
Jose
talked about how
Altuve.
unique that was for him to be so willing to do it. Paredes. All right, I'll ask you this: over the next 3 years, who's a better player, Paredes or Correa?
I don't know. Paredes is pretty good. I mean, I think if they're both, I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, Carlos has got to play better. Carlos has got to hit better, and maybe coming back will help him with that short porch. Maybe Carlos will get back to the Carlos that we knew.
I mean, Paredes has 53 starts at second base. That's his second high. I mean, 53 at second. He has 399 at third. He doesn't really play second a lot, but he has.
No, but 53 starts is yeah. And Carlos doesn't have any starts in the big leagues at third. Zero.
Now, Paredes is a little thick to be a second. He doesn't typically look like a second baseman.
No, but we're not care about typical.
What about Dubon? Can we just slide Dubon over there?
Well, where's Paredes going to play?
Where are you going to – how's any of these guys going to get any action when Brendan Rodgers is back?
Brendan.
That's what I said, Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan Rodgers beat it.
Brendan Rodgers is – you can't knock him out of his spot.
What's his spot? Is he giving up his number?
Yeah, he'll get his ass.
Have we already that's already been confirmed? Correa
it
will
better,
wear
it
number
better
1.
happen.
He's a team player. Just wear a different number.
Hey, listen, you've barely even played this year.
The team player. Let's not shake up. Maybe Brendan Rodgers is really attached to the number 1. Correa.
No, too bad. We're not attached to Brendan Rodgers.
Okay, so there is a level. There's levels to this. When it comes to numbers, we can have a little shake up.
Yeah, but he doesn't get to call anything. He's hitting 191 and has barely played this year. You're not the boss of anybody. Carlos is back. You want to have to fight Carlos?
Why are we talking about Brendan Rodgers?
You want to have to fight Carlos?
Because he brought him up.
He was here for a week. Okay? Gave him the minimum. He couldn't hit outside of Colorado ever.
Well,
what are we talking about?
Colorado made him not a real player. Remember, he said Colorado affects you, turns you into not a real baseball player.
Yeah, thanks. He wasn't a real baseball player.
Even Colorado's OPS is just low.
I'm looking at
700s.
I'm looking at Carlos looking at his watch right now. What? Yeah. He's looking. What time is it?
God, I hope he plays well so he doesn't get booed.
Yeah. I really hope over the next 9 or so games he plays well.
I honestly wish tonight he was home, honestly. I mean, I want him to, you know what? Let's go. I want him back here. I want the fan base excited. You know what? That'd be great. It's 11. It's August. He doesn't come home till August 11th. It's a long time.
The energy will still be there. People are still going to be excited.
I hope so.
Isn't that Bregman's return as well?
Yeah. Yeah, they both return. Yep. Which it's going to be bigger for Carlos. They'll have a Bregman tribute.
I'm looking at Brendan Rodgers' salary stuff over the years, and I mean, he's just littered with 1-year deals. And the one before this was a 2.7 year, $1 million deal. I'm sorry, it was a 1 year, 3.2, and this is a 1 year, $2.2 million deal. He is a true go along. His career earnings are 15.6 million. Minus taxes, minus living, minus all that stuff. He needs to be a go along to get along guy. Just whatever needs to be done, I'll do it. Here, Carlos.
How much money can he get out of Carlos for that jersey?
Here, Carlos. Well, now that is something that his wife is going to tell him. Brandon, you need to try to at least get some money out of him for this.
Is his wife from the
I'm not trying not to have any problems. All right. I just want to. I'd like to get another contract next year. Well, I don't. Well, what if you don't?
Yeah, exactly. You might want to.
Do you know? I just looked at his spot track numbers. Carlos's. You can ask him for $250,000, Brandon.
$250,000.
Wait a minute. Where is she from? His wife?
Well,
She's
Brendan's
from
from
somewhere in
Winter
South
Park,
Carolina.
Florida. I don't know where his hypothetical wife is from, if he's even married.
Well, yeah, she could be talking like that, Dan.
Yeah, I don't need any problems from him. I just want to be part of the team. We have playoff shares coming. Brendan, get your money. This is your number. Don't be soft.
We got a break.
This is just how I hear it in my mind.
We got a break. 713-780. Hurry up. Get in because we're almost done.
We also have, remember, what have you learned this week?
What did you learn this week? What did you learn this week in one sentence? Do that next. 713-780-3776. Call in. You learned something on the show this week right now. 713-780-3776.
If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. They settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team, the best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
If you're into firearms, you have to check out Collector's Firearms. This isn't just a gun shop. It's like walking through a museum where everything's for sale. They got one of the largest selections of new and pre-owned guns in the country, from tactical to historical, modern handguns to vintage rifles. Whether you're a seasoned collector or first-time gun owner, the expert staff at Collector's Firearms will guide you through every step. On West Honor and Boss, or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collector's Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
Hey, it's P-Mac, and I'm fired up about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. Your award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. Approachable, premium, and handcrafted unlike factory whiskey. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble tasting room open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night. Trust me, this is an authentic Texas craft whiskey worth savoring.
Hey, parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. The revolutionary left-knee-adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Build commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
Think you can dominate John and Lance in fantasy football? Well, now is your chance to join a fantasy league with John Granado, Lance Zierlein, Del Olaleye, and Sean Mapes. Plus, win a free two-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Your chance to enter the contest is every Thursday at 9 a.m. from July 24th through August 14th. Win an entry spot for you and a guest into the ultimate draft experience. Brought to you by the DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. More info at ESPN975.com.
What we've been doing is pulling one of the people that sells cars every month and giving them a prize.
Izzy the Vet is giving away $25,000 in cash every month.
David Lee sold your car last
I sold a 2020 RX 350.
Yeah. Open that check up and tell me what it says.
Two callers for what he's learned so far. Chris is first and Brandon.
Here, give me the vid.com's big cash. $25,000. For being here. No purchase necessary for official rules for the gimmythebid.com. Sell us your car.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Hi, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just a couple of segments left. And what did you learn this week in one sentence? We finished up the week. I learned that I'm a little spicier in Chicago than Los Angeles.
Yeah,
that's what I learned. I learned that. Yep. So that's what I learned this week about
Laughing
me.
in
About
Will
myself.
Wagner's face.
I don't dislike Will
I
Wagner.
didn't say you
so
did. I just said you laughed in his face.
I learned that John has beef with Will Wagner.
I didn't know. I don't have any beef with Will Wagner. I love Will.
Traded again.
I know you got to pick
That
up
was
and
the
move.
most random mocking laughter I've ever
I
heard
know
in
you
my
got
life.
to pick up and move and pick up stakes, and your life is changing again.
Johnny Wood would never have done that.
No, he's too busy singing Randy Newman to laugh at Will Wagner.
No, that's okay. All right. So We got 713-780-3776. Let's go. Chris, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? This week in one sentence.
Hey, guys. I learned that Lance likes to text Hannah McNair, you up, while Cal is on the way to work listening to the show.
Oh, wow.
Not true at all. Don't even have her phone number.
Whoa.
Wow.
Somebody in Twitch said, you text you up? No, I don't even know her. I met her for the first time at a Texans practice.
Okay.
Now, I did.
You up?
I learned this. Well, not from the show. I brought it to the show. I learned that Cal McNair listens to the show.
Yeah.
Or
that's what you learned.
has. I don't know if he still does.
So you in one sentence, that's it. Cal listens to the show, and you're on it.
I am.
And you're on it.
I'm right here.
Yeah. We learned that Cal knew that you were on the show.
That's right.
Okay. That's right. Who else, Del? Brandon. Brandon, what'd you learn this week in one sentence?
Morning, guys. I learned that Dana Holgerson on the mobile has a very unique way of greeting Hispanic people.
Dana Holgerson.
He might be talking about you because you've been clearing your throat a lot.
No, we're talking about. I don't know what it came up, and then
did I miss it?
Yeah, it was a topic about.
Oh wait,
you said my. Did he say like my Mexican or something?
Oh yeah, I said Dana would never say that.
Dana would never say that.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's how we have to. Yeah, like what your friend? Yeah, that's when you said I don't know if you should be saying Mexicans. Like why? Well, you can't say my Mexican like you did. I don't remember how it went down, but yeah, I think I did it.
No, John was uncomfortable. I guess he said shouldn't call people Mexican. I was like, why? It's not a slur. And then I think he might have said my Mexican. I was like, well, you probably shouldn't say that.
I learned that our friend Eric Layden's listening to the show right now. Noted former Houstonian and actor and Astros fan. He said Brendan Rodgers will 0-0 for a bucket of chicken. Stop with this. That's right.
I don't know. Maybe he's really attached to the number one.
Well, he can be attached to this fight in the locker room.
Pay up is all I'm saying.
Brendan Rodgers, give it up. Give it up now.
Pay up.
That means, or get cut. Which one will it be, Brendan Rodgers?
We have seen stories where you would just assume a guy would give up the number. He's like, no, I'm not giving my number up. Brendan Rodgers, now's your time. The way you play baseball, you can't guarantee more contracts. You can muscle Carlos Correa out of $20K. Do it.
Yeah.
That's all. Take advantage of the situation. Much like Dana Brown had the Minnesota Twins over a barrel and got what he got. Now's your time, Brendan Rodgers. Carlos don't want to run out there in the number 12.
No, that's not going to look right.
No, you don't want to run out
No,
there.
Carlos ain't running out no 12. He's got one.
So Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan Rodgers.
Wait
a minute. You want to start some Brendan Rodgers?
Hey, Brendan Rodgers, let a naysayer know.
What?
Wow.
Let a naysayer. This is we have created false enemies for some reason. Like we're mad at Brendan Rodgers. She's like, guys, I'm not even healthy. What's the problem? And I'll tell you another thing. If Brendan Rodgers thinks that his stupid ass is going to like Brendan Rodgers, like I'm not even on the roster. Like, what are we doing? Why are you fighting me? We're just mad at Brendan Rodgers now. Will Wagner. Will Wagner had to catch some.
There's a very real possibility Brendan Rodgers will just give up the number one.
I don't even think it's going to be a problem at all.
It won't be a problem at all.
Hey, Carlos, I want to get to have this.
Yeah, but
instead, I'm like, I swear to please try something, Brandon Rodgers. Guys, I really don't want any problems.
It's a made-up scenario that I created.
Yeah,
I know.
You.
And poor Brendan Rodgers is sitting there going, what?
We spent like the last 15 minutes figuring out how we can threaten Brendan Rodgers' life.
No, that's
if
sad.
Brendan Rodgers, if he does this, if he tries, I've already got a number out there, $150,000 that Carlos may have to pay. I created a fake number that Brendan's wife.
150 large?
I don't even know where Chrissy, I found out during the break because I did go through the rabbit hole. Chrissy Rogers is his wife. I don't know where she's from. Maybe Starkville. I don't know. But I just had, I did that voice a long time ago for a wife for a golfer. Was it Lucas Glover's wife? No, Chad somebody. There was a golfer named Chad somebody. When I was at 1560 with you.
Yeah.
There's Chad somebody and his wife got arrested for physical violence against them. and we were
at the tournament.
No, that was
right?
Lucas
at the
Glover.
tournament.
It was
Lucas?
Lucas Glover. Yeah.
It was Lucas Glover.
I thought it was Chad somebody.
No,
Was
it
shoving,
was
she
Lucas.
shoved him right at the tournament or
Then
something.
she hit his mom.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I remember that.
She swung on his mom,
Yeah, or
or was it
yeah.
just like a little?
I don't know.
No, it was bad.
She
It was
got
bad.
after both, I think.
Dang.
Yeah.
So, we do it.
Well, she called him because he fell apart in the final round, and she called him the P word, and then she went after the mom, and they had
She
to call the
called
cop
her husband the P word because he fell apart.
in the final
That's
round.
tough to hear from your wife. Oof.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, I think we talked about it at the time. There are some things I don't know how you recover from. Like, yeah, you might be able to forgive, but not forget. This woman called you the P word because you fell apart at a golf tournament.
I mean,
But then it went further than that.
Yeah,
it got physical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
got
got
physical.
we got a couple more people here. Let's get to tongue dart. Chris.
Tongue dart. What'd you learn this week?
I learned that if I'm out of town for work and my wife is complaining about the kids, I shouldn't respond with, "Cool story. Carlos Correa is back, though."
Cool story. Neat story.
Now
Neat.
that really deserves to be on the Monday because you didn't
Yeah.
learn that on the show, but I was,
Right.
I'm not going to say I hated hearing it.
No. I don't think we said that during the show. So, what did you learn this week on the show?
I noticed
is
cool story to your wife probably doesn't work very often.
Cool story.
If she says something, you go, cool story, bro.
Yeah.
What was it I said to you? Neat stuff.
Neat stuff. Yeah.
Neat stuff.
I would advise for wives, don't call your husband the P word.
Because he misses a cut,
or for any reason. It feels
fell
like
apart.
it feels like a wound that won't heal when you call
Yeah,
your.
I'll bet you they're not together anymore.
I don't
No,
know.
they are.
I don't
They
know
are.
that.
Yeah, they are.
Are you sure?
Yeah. They worked it all out. Lucas asked everybody to just keep, please. This is this personal matter.
Pray for me.
Yeah. It got public when you have to call the cops. So, but they're still together. Anyway,
I'm glad
one
for those
more,
crazy
Del?
kids. Yeah, we've got 3 more. Let's go
Oh my
to
God.
Amit. Amit, what did you learn from the show?
Boom, boom, boom.
I learned that John is dodging Gilbert because he didn't get him an LA area Emmy hat.
Yeah. Did you get him anything?
Yeah. I didn't kill him. No. What am I going to get
Remember,
him?
did you go to the LA Emmys?
No, I didn't go.
Oh, did you miss them because you went to Chicago?
Oh, yes. I did. Yeah, I did.
You did go?
I went, yeah.
He was arm candy for Wendy. He was Wendy's arm
Wendy.
Oh,
candy.
you never told us how that went.
They won 3 Emmys, but it was if you're not a Spanish speaking station, you ain't winning. Just all there is to it.
Is that it?
That's all. It's almost a point of ridiculous. Like a one of the stories that was up for an Emmy won an Edward R. Murrow Award, national award, and didn't win a local Emmy because some story by Telemundo won or something. It's just
here comes
ridiculous.
the hater, and now you're hating on Telemundo.
No, it's serious. Well, Telemundo won best newscast from till noon. They
Because
won
they're
the best
doing
one
great
till
work.
6.
They're doing
and
great
they
work.
won the best at 10 too. So So you're not winning if you speak English. So
Or
that's all.
perhaps you're not doing a great job.
Yeah.
And the
How about
and the Spanish speakers
How
are
about
doing
maybe
a great
be
job.
better? How about maybe be
Yeah,
better?
be better.
This is a
Don't
meritocracy. They're
Yeah.
not just trying to give
Yeah.
you Whitey's award.
take that L.
I
Whitey,
got a big
as Lance
picture.
just said.
I got a big picture of the Mexican Emmys giving all the awards to the English speaking stations.
Wait a minute. Your awards aren't for just English speaking. LA is a pretty diverse city. Maybe you haven't been outside.
Maybe
Not
Maybe at
much
the poker
anymore.
table.
It's not nearly as diverse as it was.
No, here we go. I'm
Oh,
not.
look what you started.
That's on me.
Yeah.
It's really
All
on
right.
me. I got to know. This is Chicago, John. Remember, he already told you he's a little saltier in Chicago.
Yep.
Well, Chicago, John, let's take a couple more before we
All right,
get out of
quickly.
here. Let's
Yep.
go to Tony. Tony, what did you learn from the show this week?
Yeah, I learned this week that Lance loves Arby's sandwiches.
I don't. All I said was Sophie Cunningham had an Arby shirt, and I'm not. Is she doing that for ironic purposes, or does she love the rest?
You
of it?
mentioned meat flaps.
No,
I
he didn't. No, he didn't.
No,
actually.
that's the whole point.
So-
Nobody did mention that because we're smarter than that.
Yeah, what is the
You
matter?
just hang up on him. I'll handle the rest.
Hang up on him.
Just delete him. He's in Chicago.
Sophie,
we can't do anything.
Sophie
No
cutting-
one ever said that,
No one
John.
ever did. We weren't even that subtle, but we didn't say that.
No.
Sophie,
I said I'm not
I
talking
thought
about
I heard that.
No,
You heard it from your mouth.
Yeah, you heard it in your own head, and at that point, you chose to use your own filter, not say it.
Well,
But on
no,
Friday-
that's right. No, somebody on Twitter said Hope Solo.
That's enough. That's enough.
That's enough.
All right. I knew we shouldn't have gone on another call. We got one more. Let's see if John can avoid disaster. Let's go to Pena. What have you learned this week?
Hey, what's up, guys? So today I learned at 8:52, 8:53 that Dale's meat is tender.
That was in reference to Paredes's.
Paredes, yeah.
My meat.
People are taking this and they're really they're reimagining what they
you
hear.
didn't learn that on the show.
Yeah, I didn't learn hardly anything.
Didn't say anything.
Lance likes roast beef sandwiches from Arby's. No, I didn't. I haven't had their sandwiches for probably 18 years. You didn't learn that.
We've got good
John
news.
learned something that was said in a Twitch chat.
Yeah,
Blamed it on
that wasn't
me.
even on the show. So we've got good news. Something I just learned on the show, at least from our guy Todd. If you were listening to us on 92.5 or 97.9 or wherever you're listening to us this morning, you can now go back to listening to us on 97.5.
Oh, we're good?
We're
Okay.
good.
Nice.
We're good. So we appreciate everyone who went to a different avenue to listen to us. But if you are a traditional 97.5 listener, you can do that once again.
Typical. This is the show that always gets the hits.
Thankfully, less people heard what you just said about Arby's.
Yeah, I'm hoping we just came on 10 seconds ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't say. I didn't say nothing.
Don't explain. Let's
I was just trying to remember what Lance said.
He did not say that.
I thought he said it. Listen, in my mind, he said it.
Well,
okay.
Great.
Yeah, in my mind, that's what he said, and that's what I learned this week.
Okay.
And on the show. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're done. Right, that's it. News. We don't have time. There's no news of the weird. And we're finishing up strong with what did you learn this week? That was good. We appreciate you. Big weekend. Carlos Correa in Boston. And we will talk about all that and more on Monday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Mopey and Mapes next. Hope you had a great week. We'll talk to you again Monday, everybody.
this show has, in some ways, consistently pointed out the dichotomy when it comes to the Astros, the on the field operation as opposed to what happens when they have to report on an injury or their inability to simply get their story straight. But what you cannot doubt is when they know a moment or see one, they'll seize on it. And that's what they did yesterday. Bringing back Carlos Correa after what appeared to be a dead deal, at least the reporting was the deal was nearly dead. They find a way to make it work. They bring back a Houston favorite. And what we kind of joked about is now going to happen. Carlos got his flight, so he'll be in Boston. Whether he plays or not is up to Espada and I guess Carlos. But Espada, Pena, who's back, and Bregman all in Boston on different sides. But that's fun. That's cool. As the Astros acquire Carlos Correa. Oh, Jesus Sanchez. Appreciate you too. Yeah, you too. Who's actually going to be pretty important as well. But you take a back seat to the acquisition or the trade that took place as Carlos Correa is now an Astro again. So they love a deadline deal. They love a big name. They love acquiring a guy like Carlos. I mean, of course, Justin Verlander is the epitome of that. They did that twice, but bringing back Carlos is going to add some juice to this season. And they got back on track, taking 2 out of 3 from the Nationals, but the season felt like it was waning a little bit because of my phone won't shut up, because of their inability to beat bad teams. They had lost 5 in a row. As I said, they got back on track, but adding Carlos adds a different feel to the rest of the season. Carlos Correa, the player, he started off, wasn't great in Minnesota this year. Over the last 60 games, he's been a good guy, good player at the plate. The numbers will reflect how bad he was early, but since game 30 for Minnesota, he has been pretty good. So Dana Brown sniffed the blood in the water, or at least smelled the blood in the water when it came to the Twins and their operation of needing to cut salary and their willingness to do a deal that didn't bring back much talent. And while the initial stuff was almost half, it turns out, at least if the reporting is accurate by Bob Nightingale, it's about $33 million that the Twins are going to pick up, which kind of falls in line with what the Astros are actually offering Correa initially when he left. Of course, he's now older. So while sure they got him at, I guess you want to say they got him at their price, they did get him as an older player. So you would say maybe they missed out on 3 of his better years for the rest of his career. But hey, we push that aside just to know he'll be playing third base if he's able to today in Boston. It will be on Apple TV, which I guess is a bit of a downer. I have Apple TV, so I'm less concerned. I don't know if people know this about me, but I think about myself first. So while there are some people who don't have Apple TV,
hand up,
understood. I mean, I didn't get Apple TV for the occasional Friday Astros game. It was for other reasons. So if you didn't deem those reasons worthy of getting it, then unfortunately you won't be able to watch Carlos Correa's return.
And then 2 or 3 Astros games a year.
Yeah.
It doesn't if Friends and Neighbors and Presume Innocent didn't get me in.
Mm-hmm. What about
I don't think the
Monarch,
occasional
Legacy of Monsters?
That actually is closer to getting me in.
Yeah, if we're talking about what we like on this show.
But the occasional Friday Astros game, which we've talked about before for us and our job.
Yeah.
It's the least requiring viewing.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I'll find my ways.
There are alternate ways.
I'll find my way.
Nothing that I will say.
If I see him in the lineup, I'll find my way. Actually, I'm going to be on the bullpen tomorrow, so I'll watch it anyway. But still,
yes,
I'll find it. I'll figure something out. Don't worry about old me.
It's certainly less important.
Or if you want to send me a login, you can do that. I don't know if Apple TV.
Mine's very complicated now. For some reason, I have to log in every time now. when I got my
That sucks.
I don't know why that is now.
I have to do that with Apple or MLB TV.
Yeah,
I have to log in.
I have to
every time.
log in every time. Use your phone to
we'll
scan the
TV.
code.
Yeah, we'll send you an email for confirmation. It's like, oh my god,
can I just Netflix, as bad as the programming is, and they jack up the prices. It feels like every month. They don't make me do this.
No, I could 2 clicks and I'm watching Old Guard 2. All right.
Yeah, sure. I'm only hanging on because Stranger Things. Of course, I could be smart and just stop it and then come back. But it's too much of a hassle.
Yeah.
So I'll just hang on, wait for Stranger Things the final season, and then maybe I'm done with Netflix. But at least they don't make me log in every time. But beyond my convenience or lack thereof, there are ways to watch Carlos Correa tonight if you don't have an Apple TV subscription. I would say they're less than legal, but there are ways.
Yes. One thing to watch for either today or whenever Carlos Correa plays for the first time for the Houston Astros. Does he get Brendan Rodgers off the number 1?
We talked about this earlier today. I was of the opinion that Brendan Rodgers should hold out. Like, I'm just not going to give it to you.
Yeah. Hey, I heard Carlos Correa talking about going to Minnesota and telling his wife not to worry about going to Minnesota because they got the Dior store in Minnesota. All right. Dior prices for number 1.
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean,
how about that?
Are we talking 6 figures? It's too much, right? But 5?
Brendan Rodgers' career earnings.
Brendan Rodgers is.
I'm trying to get retired like Shannon Sharp's accuser.
And you're gonna do it off the back of that jersey.
Yeah, if I'm Brendan Rodgers, I've seen his slash line.
I mean, he's been hurt this year. There's no guarantee that. I mean, I'm sure he'll find his way onto a major league roster next year, but there's no guarantee.
He's
of that.
a good glove.
There's no guarantee. So if you can snake like $35K out of this, I mean, Brendan Rodgers ain't got to be loyal to the Astros.
Yeah, finish. I mean, I don't know if he has car payments, but finish out some car payments.
Whatever you need, Brendan Rodgers. Whatever cost of living, the moving expenses when you inevitably have to play someplace else.
He's made $15.5 million in his career.
That doesn't mean you can't get another.
No, he can definitely hit another lick.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not asking for much, Carlos. Maybe 10. Maybe considering how much he's made, $10K for that number. I don't think Brendan Rodgers will do that, but it shouldn't be off the board. Shouldn't be off the board for him. It's all I'm saying.
Or if you're Correa, ultimate businessman. I don't know if he's the ultimate businessman. He is. He has other interests. I'm sure he views himself as a businessman. I'm sure. Just, hey, listen, give me whatever number for the next, 2 months, 3 months. I don't have to pay anybody for number 1 after the end of the season.
Do you think he wants to roll out there in some number?
Or number 4 like he did in Minnesota?
So he's going to take Springer's number?
If anyone should have it.
I guess.
I mean, Brendan Rodgers freaking got Correa's number. It's not like these things are precious.
They did not treat it like a precious thing that couldn't be had by anyone else. So you got a point there. But I wonder if he only wants to see himself in the number 1. I honestly almost hope he doesn't.
He should wear 45 like Michael Jordan.
Whatever he wants to wear. That isn't one, just because of how annoyed I was by all the. I've got that New Jersey swap. Carlos Correa in his number 1 jersey, and of course it's just a picture of him from like 4 years ago.
Yeah,
guys, we get it. He used to play here. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's why we're talking.
Trust me, if you're on the internet doing that, the people who are following you know and get the joke you're doing. The first person who does it, all right, not that clever, but you did it. Everyone else, trust me.
Yeah,
it's not an idea that no one else had. If you didn't get that off within the first 15 minutes of the acquisition, don't do it, because it's been done 10 times already.
Have you ever worked on that shot? Is that a shot you work on?
Was that Patrick Ewing talking to his Georgetown team?
Yeah.
Yeah. That didn't go well. And that's another one of those things where you return home and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I kept that particular thought in my head because it's usually a college legend going back to coach at his alma mater, stuff like that. It worked here with Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
So
like the very end, he was bad, but he was also 43 years old.
Yeah. Now he didn't grow up. It's different than
Yeah.
Carlos. Carlos was an Astro from the start, so the Verlander thing was a little different. But he came back to his, I guess you want to say, second home, and it worked out great, and immediately. And then of course we've had other things since that point where he was old, as you mentioned, and it didn't work out. So the question now now we've had our fun, and I'm sure the fun will continue up until maybe even until he returns.
Up until the first time he strikes out.
Well, I don't want to say that. I think people will be joyous and happy about it up until there's a big moment where it doesn't work out. But no matter what happens over the course of this road trip, when he comes back home, he'll get the standing O. It'll be very exciting. A lot of people, I imagine, will be in the ballpark for Bregman's return as they play the Red Sox. But is it going to work? As I said, Carlos, after the first 30 games or so, good. He's been good with the Twins. So he seems to be back on track, and you got to hope there's an investment there, even though that the Twins are taking up a big chunk of Carlos' salary. Now that you have Carlos here, is he your third baseman of the future, or are we moving Paredes to second? He's played at second in spots where he's needed. He's not a traditional looking second baseman. I don't know what his rank. I don't know what he can cover at second. So that might be something to look into next year. But at the moment, that's a problem for 2026 because Paredes and his hamstring won't be available for about 7 months. So right now, it's pretty clean. You'll have rotation at second, whether it's Altuve or Dubon. I don't know if Bryce Matthews will remain with the big club.
Yeah. Brendan Rodgers, get healthy.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Brendan, he is another option if he was available. Yes. But right now it's Carlos Correa at third. He has said he's willing to play third. Pena at short. He's coming back. Your rotation at second, and then of course Christian Walker at first. They did get the outfielder in Jesus Sanchez. He will play a lot of left. He also will spot Cam Smith when he needs a rest. The Astros did want to make other moves. They were in on a starting pitcher. They didn't get that done. So they'll be dependent on one of the guys who's doing their thing with the Space Cowboys to be someone they can depend on down the stretch and in the playoffs, whether it be Garcia, Arrighetti, or Javier. They need at least one of those guys to be a guy you can go to and feel pretty good about in a longer playoff series if they get to that point. And they wanted a reliever as well. That was the reporting. They didn't get the reliever. So the pitching staff, they're going to need to depend on returners from injury. They did bolster their lineup, which was in a bad way. So as you look at it, we'll leave the Jordan thing over here because who knows when he's coming back. But right now, guys who will be available to play, you feel much better about what it was or what it is as opposed to what it was.
Yeah, especially with that lineup. And yeah, it makes sense that the lineup is the place where they had to get help on the outside, and they're betting on internal reinforcements with the pitching. And yeah, you're right with between Garcia, Javier, and Spencer Arrighetti. You need one of those guys to come back and basically just return to who they were. You're not asking for them to have improved or at all. You need a guy to slot in that third starter spot. And there's been spots in each of those guys' career, Luis Garcia a little bit less than Javier and Arrighetti, where they were able to do that. So you feel, as confident as you can about three guys that are making rehab starts. I think Arrighetti's done with rehab, right? I think the next time he pitches will be on the big squad. I'm pretty sure I remember McTaggart saying that. So you're going to get reinforcements pretty quick, judging by the reported demands from San Diego. I am comfortable with not making the Cease trade, given that Cease was going to be a rental no matter what. So it is, it's the one guy that I think was leaked out and we talked ourselves into that they didn't get. You know, the one guy that we probably spent like 3 segments talking about that they didn't actually ever get, other than Nolan Arenado, who whatever.
That pursuit will continue in the offseason again, I guess.
Exactly. Get to play first. Yeah. So I think overall, even taking out the sentimental value of Carlos Correa, which is impossible given who he is and what he's done for this team, but even taking out, even if you just like blind resume, this is the third baseman they got, you'd feel good about their dealings at the deadline, especially because we haven't talked about this. They didn't give up anything for Carlos Correa.
Nothing. The Twins were in desperate straits. Dana Brown took advantage of it. They just wanted to get off some salary.
Yeah.
And that you can see that with all the other moves the Twins made. That's a decimated roster. And the Twins fans, and because you look up Correa and the algorithm will put Twins fans in front of you on Twitter. And a lot of them were thinking back to their series against the Blue Jays, where it was a wild card series. They won 2-0 at home. It was their first series win in a couple generations, I think. And of course, the next series was against the Astros, and that was 2022, I believe. And
23.
23?
They played,
yeah, 23.
Because that was the Jose Brady series.
Right, and
that's how I remember that.
Then the Astros went on to, of course, never win a game at home against the Rangers. So yes, that's how I remember it. They beat the Twins, and then the Rangers series. At least the Jose Altuve home run happened, but yeah, they came home and lost 2 games. But that they are reminiscing on that moment and saying, "Look what we had." And look where
crazy
we are
how
now.
things fall apart so quickly.
A lot of that stuff. And
meanwhile, the Astros fans are like, "Remember 2015? Remember the 2015 wild card game? I barely do. I just remember that.
I remember it felt like they were well on their way to get into the ALCS.
So spoiled.
Yeah. Now we'll see if they can make another one. And they needed to make acquisitions beyond the juice that it brings, because the Mariners aren't trying to go away. They took care of the Rangers yesterday, so now they're like 4.5 back.
Yeah.
They brought in, we know, Suarez and Naylor before that. So the Mariners are in on the season trying to make a run.
Yeah. Rangers got Phil Maton too. And then did they add a bat? I forgot.
I think the Rangers did more than Maton as well, but for the most part this season we've been focused on the Mariners because they've been the team directly in the rearview mirror, and they're the team who is, at least in my eyes, certainly the greatest challenger.
They added a Twins bullpen arm.
Okay,
of course.
Yeah, well, if you played for the Twins
and
had any value, you could be on. You were on the move.
And this is actually the biggest move. Merrill Kelly from the Diamondbacks.
Okay, so all 3 of the top 3 teams in the AL West made moves. And hell, we know the A's did it in the other way when they traded Mason Miller to the Padres.
That's what they do.
So yes.
Also, later Mason Miller.
Yeah, well, appreciate you getting out of the division. Although
Nick Kurtz next,
they
please.
had him under control for quite a bit, and they were like, you know what, we'll take the 3rd overall prospect in baseball.
Yeah, that's
Come
good
on.
business.
Yeah.
I'm sure in 3 years I'll be like, trade this guy too. Trade him and Kurtz.
Oh, it'll happen. I need DeVries and Kurtz out of here. I haven't even seen DeVries play.
See him in the National League too.
Get him out of the AL.
the Mets, come on.
And while ESPN has the National League contenders all ahead of any AL team as far as power rankings, we'll see what happens when the World Series comes around. Of course, last time it was a Dodgers beat down of the Yankees, but that was last year. We'll see if the Astros, if they reach that point, if they can be a real contender to the because it's the Mets and the Dodgers and the Cubs. They all have them ahead of everyone. And the Brewers I don't remember exactly the rankings, but it was all NL teams ahead of any AL team. So it's, at least by ESPN standards, whoever wins the NL, I guess, wins the World Series, although we know baseball's weird. We had Robert Flores on earlier from MLB Network, and he talked about how baseball's just different. You've talked about it before. You get 2 pitchers going great in a playoff run, and that maybe all you need to win it, even if you are a clear underdog to apparently an entire league.
Yeah. The Astros fans are uniquely familiar with this idea with the national team that beat them, the Washington Nationals team that beat them, and the Atlanta Braves 2021 team, where it's just like, cool, these guys beat us.
Yeah.
All right. But that's a 7-game series in October.
And who could predict?
Howie Kendrick hit a home run.
Yeah, but who could predict one of the best teams in the last 10 years couldn't win a home game when it mattered?
Exactly. Like, it's the weirdest stuff happens. Not just an upset, but an upset like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Baseball. It's crazy.
That's just baseball, as they say. Got to tip the cap to him. Howie Kendrick not tipping the cap to you.
No.
Great moment for you, but no hat.
No, we had to tip the cap to him. That's how that works.
Not doing it. I refuse.
Hat stays on.
Hat stays on. If you do that in the World Series, hat stays on.
You get that. I get to keep my hat on.
Yeah. You become a World Series hero. I keep my hat on and don't praise you because F that. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us and talk about the Carlos Correa trade, you're welcome. 713-780-3776. And we got word right before the show started that for those of you who are traditional 97.5 listeners and were listening to us in different ways because of the issue with the signal, we are back. 97.5 is back. So if you want to flip back to that, you can. Of course, just in the future, no matter what is going on, you have 92.5 if you're in a certain area of the city and of course of the area, and of course 97.9 HD2. So if you have an HD radio, 97.9 is there for you always, no matter where you are. I know I put that in a tweet, and I know someone responded about 97.9 not being a place you could listen. That is no longer the case. I know that might have been an issue for a little bit, but that's no longer the case. If you want to listen around the city of Houston and get a crystal clear signal, 97.9 on the HD2 band is where you go for that. Of course, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, that's there for you too. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll certainly continue to talk Astros because, like, the Correa thing is at the forefront. But as I mentioned, they did bring in another pretty good player that you can expect to be in the lineup consistently. We'll talk about that, and of course, we'll get into other things around sports because, sure, the Astros are at the top of the list. And I will say this before we go: you can always depend on them, man. They've been the best team in the city for over a decade now. Well, about a decade now. 2015 is when they first won the wild card, right? They won the wild card game, and then of course we just went through. They could have beat Kansas City, but they didn't. But they've been the most consistent over the decade. Of course, the Rockets had their run, but you had James Harden as the final boss. You had to overcome James Harden as the final boss when he was on your own team.
They didn't get over the last hump.
Yeah.
And also they're bad for 3 years in the 2020. Like, the Astros just haven't had that time.
They haven't had it. They had 1 year not making the playoffs in 2016 when we didn't know what they were going to become. And the Correa acquisition is just one more example of them always showing up for you. So we know in the moment we don't really consider it, but just take a moment to be like, you know what? These guys, they got our backs no matter what. When they see an opportunity, they take it, and they did it again yesterday. All right, we'll go to break. We'll have Michael Carroll at 11:30. He'll join us to talk about what you should or shouldn't watch in movies and television. I wonder if he's watched Materialist. I saw that yesterday. It's set up. The previews are making it's set up to be a love triangle, but it's not really that. It has a lot of Marvel people in it, or Marvel by way of Sony. You've got Dakota Johnson, Madam Web. You've got Pedro Pascal, Reed Richards, and you had Captain America, the old Captain America, Chris Evans. So I watched that yesterday. If you like a movie about dating and the trials and tribulations of why marriage is or isn't a big deal, that's for you. And if you like the Green Lantern, Superman's for you. I'm just letting you guys know I got range, is all I'm saying. All right, we'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, you mentioned it during last segment that they made all these moves and gave up practically nothing. What the best player was Ryan Gusto, who someone we never heard of until at least unless you're locked in on Space Cowboys baseball.
Yeah, but for
most
the
of us didn't know a thing about until this year.
Yeah, and even this season, like he was thrust into action out of necessity and was kind of the first one of the Space Cowboys to be put in the bullpen and then would make spot starts when they needed it. But yeah, he's really the only huge person of note that they gave up. There's more prospects in that Mariners trade or the Marlins trade. It was initially just like Gusto for Jesus Sanchez.
Well,
like
you remember how long it took for us to find out what was going for Carlos Correa? Like it was hours, right?
He got traded. I remember this because I thought it was hilarious because I joked with Paul that because there's no Astros trade yesterday until the Correa trade. And I was joking him during the breaks of one of the shows. I was like, watch, they're going to announce it at 3:05. And then they announced it at 3:05, that Carlos Correa trade at 3:05. And I don't think it was until after the deadline had passed that we knew what the compensation was.
You know, people's minds started going, is it Bryce Matthews and then Chandler Rome? Not that he gave us who the prospect was first. Initially, he just told us Bryce Matthews.
It is not Bryce Matthews.
It's not Bryce Matthews, not in the trade. And then we found out that it'd be a minimal type of prospect. And then we found out it was a guy with the name of Twine.
Yes, and it's a 20. He was like 26-year-old in high A with like a 7.5 ERA.
Yeah,
you know what? Not losing sleep over this guy. Personally, I do wonder because I think part of the reason.
Twine Palmer went to the O's for Urias. It was Mill.
Oh yeah, like Miltrick or something.
Mikowski or something like that.
Yeah. The
Mikulski.
Okay. Sorry, Mikulski.
Apologies to you. But you're a Marlin now, so we care even less.
Now no one knows your name. However few people knew your name. Now less people. The trades. I mean, it was basically nothing. Unlike the other guys in that Marlins trade, I don't think it was anyone in their top 10. The Astros top 10. So. Yeah, they did a good job. You wonder in the Correa trade if they had thrown in like one prospect, could they've been paying Carlos Correa less than 20 a year? Because that I think is now the way to think about this Correa trade is that they basically just got him for 3 years after this one. So let's just call it like 4 playoff runs and $70 million.
You would say good business.
You would say good business. There's some level of like the back end is like where you're like, I don't know about year 4 of this deal, given, Carlos Correa's track record with the injury stuff. And then he has a bunch of years tacked on at the end that are all basically rolling options of how much does he play or does he win World Series MVP, which more likely now that he's not on the Twins.
Yeah, the Twins probably didn't have to worry about it.
He's got a hot 2 weeks in October into November, and he might get another year.
He's a known playoff performer, so it's always a possibility. And look, if a World Series MVP leads to more money for Correa, then you know what, we'll take it. I mean, Jim Crane can figure it out. I'll be fine.
And I didn't know this. I must have not looked at it when we talked about him before the deadline. His money goes down. I don't know if that's his money goes down because the Twins, for whatever reason, are paying more of it. Like the percentage of what they pay goes up or was his contract de-escalating? But his contract's kind of de-escalating, which I didn't know that. That's nice too.
There is a real place for a over the cap Major League Baseball version.
Yeah, all we have is Spot Track.
And Spot Track is not dependable. And certainly it's not today. So so of all days for that site not to be available, I'm just saying over the cap, if you want to do an MLB version, because I've never had an issue getting on Over the Cap when I wanted to look at something for an NFL team. Guys, there's a spot for you.
Or, hey, Texans cap. Do you like baseball?
Astros cap?
Astros cap.
We need an Astros
Or do you have
cap.
an apprentice
Yes.
that you can?
Someone you've been training for this very moment to
Can we
take
get-
over?
Yeah. I know he does stuff with Missouri football now, but Kenny Van Doren, can you get back on
Yeah,
the
man.
Astros minor league beat?
Yeah, because I was trying to look up Jesus Sanchez, and this one's a rental. He's so it speaks to what you're giving up to get him, but he is the return for sending out Ryan Gusto, and he's not great against left-handers. So I believe that's what it is. Because we're just looking.
Yes, he's a lefty bat, so he'll probably be a platoon guy.
He's not great against lefties. You put him against a righty, of course, you got something there. So
And he's like good against righties.
Yeah,
So
really good.
basically, like if you deploy him correctly, you're getting a really good bat. It's just how much can you limit him playing lefties, which, given the Astros construction of there's no other lefties, so you can pitch around that pretty easily, I feel like. But you could also pinch hit for him because he's not, someone that's impossible to pinch hit for. And chances are you can just bring in, him and McCormick between them facing lefties and righties. You can figure something out there.
now I talked about when Mackenzie Gore was getting
your guy
smacked around by the Astros. I love the pitcher who wears the number 1. I don't know about this thing with Jesus Sanchez. He wore 7 with the Marlins.
Okay.
I go to the Astros 40-man roster and look up Jesus Sanchez, and
they already gave him a number
76. I don't like that on my starting or platooning outfielder. I don't like it. Doesn't.
Is he patriotic? 1776.
I don't know that that's the reason he's wearing 76. Maybe because 7 wasn't available, he decided to take on a number with 76 with 7 in it. I don't know.
There's
why.
a lot of numbers. There's 7 numbers with 7 in it, but I guess 27 is also taken. So
it is.
Yeah, 37 would have been nice.
It's rough, man.
70 would have been like any of the 70 numbers probably would have been like 77 would have. Okay,
at least it has some relevance.
It's 2 sevens,
but 76. That's the number being given to.
Okay.
And Pedro Leon has 4, so people were suggesting that maybe Carlos could wear 4. I mean, I guess he can punk Pedro Leon if he wants to.
Yeah,
but
I forgot that Leon was ever on the Astros.
He's been banged up for quite a while.
He got hurt. I'm not saying that he whatever. I mean, there's a little bit of that, but I forgot that he wore number 4.
Yeah.
Carlos going to have to come off some bread no matter what.
20K. Sorry,
Twins will have to pay. We'll pay that.
Sorry, we've got a couple calls who have hung up, and the intern is right at the doorway. So I'm not sure if it's very important, but she would never come unless it is. You talk to Sean. Maybe Sean will have an answer for you about it. I don't know. We'll find out, Sean. Find out what the deal is. What's the deal?
Apparently, wait. Did they say 97.5's out? 97.5. Back out.
All right.
I'm letting Joe know.
Let him know
right now.
Let Joe know.
Summer.
Thank you, Summer, for alerting us. That is actually very important. Of course, when I go, hey, 97.5's out, the people who listen to 97.5 already know. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's on the air. There's nothing we can.
Yeah, nothing I can do to inform them.
If you hear us, you figured it out.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Sorry about that.
Feel superior.
I mean, just know if you listen to the podcast because you missed out on this portion of the show, I apologize if you're listening to 97.5 and now can't hear.
If you're on the podcast, just 15 seconds ahead.
Yes.
Actually, no, don't, because now we're just going to go back to Jesus Sanchez wearing 76,
which is
don't love it.
Unacceptable.
What if he was like, I'm also going to play left guard for the Houston Texans?
I would say that says more about the Texans than it should.
Okay.
If he's doing double duty once the season's over, he's going to just slide. Look, you can do that as a baseball player if you're a DB. We've seen it happen. Brian Jordan did it. Guy gets overshadowed because Dion did it. But there was another guy who played football and baseball at a pretty high level. You don't do it as a baseball player as an offensive lineman. I'm trying to think who's the closest. Like Paredes could probably play fullback. He's big enough to do that, I think. But yeah. Jesus Sanchez, stick to platooning in the outfield, and as long as you are against right-handed pitching.
Can Paredes? I don't think Paredes.
Can he play fullback? I said fullback.
Like
he's 5'11". I guess baseball, it doesn't really matter what your weight is, so it doesn't pop. Is 213?
No, he can't play. I thought the squatty body type. I thought he was more than 213, but he's not 213. And plus, he doesn't have a hamstring anymore, so he certainly can't play.
I'm looking.
You think he's 213? That's what.
No, I'm saying he might be over.
Oh,
he's listed at 213.
Oh, I don't know. Either way,
although he's not that big. Like,
yeah, you know what? You're right.
220, like, is about as
That's
much.
probably what he is. 220. You don't play fullback. You're an undersized linebacker at that spot.
Yeah, he's in a sub package.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, if you're not fast enough to play safety, not really big enough to play linebacker.
He's who's the guy on the Falcons? Keanu Neal.
Keanu Neal. He's a Keanu Neal type. Paredes. Probably never thought that comp would ever come up, but it did because it's this show. All right, we'll go to break with that. Sanchez, Correa,
Keanu Neal,
Urias, and Paredes. His football comp is Keanu Neal. I can see the vision. Either way, we won't have Paredes playing any sports until maybe March, April of next season, considering he has a 6 to 7 month hamstring injury.
By the way, congrats to us. Keanu Neal was listed at 6'2", so
right around there.
1 inch and 2 pounds off.
It's not bad. Not bad for us. We're big football nerds, particularly college football. I remember him more from his time at Florida than his time at with the Atlanta Falcons, although he was a pretty good player on their defenses. All right, we'll go to break with that. The Astros moves have been made. If you don't have Apple TV, you'll have to wait till Saturday to see Correa. We assume he's going to be in the lineup tonight. That's not a guarantee. He did have a later flight than he would have liked to get to Boston, but we assume he'll play tonight. And if not, then even better, he can make his debut where most of Houston watches Astros baseball on Space City Home Network. But we got Michael Carroll at 11:30. We'll get to some other things before that. Sean and I till noon. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
I would attribute it to the rumors surrounding Carlos Correa and a potential move, and also the thought that the Astros were in on Sandy Alcantara. Robert Flores pronounced it the right way, but trust me, it's a no-go for me. I mean, I'm not going to be able to do it.
Alcantara?
No.
Alcantara?
He rolled an R someplace or moved the T
I'll
around.
go
or
back to
something.
the podcast.
Yeah, I'm just.
I mean, wait, no. Why don't you still a Marlin?
Yeah. That's the point. I'm not going to figure it out. He's still a Marlin. Hell, he's a National League player who's not on our team. Why would I care? But the levels that people who report on baseball, particularly around the deadline, have to go to put out any news regarding, and of course they're using Twitter to do it. It's like this team is still on this player I mentioned they're in on yesterday. There's been no movement, but they're still talking. That was kind of the bulk of the reporting.
Talks have cooled.
Yeah.
And they're heating up.
Yeah.
But now they're cooled.
Yeah, because they can't come to an agreement on prospects or salary. And
the Correa deal is all but dead. And then 15 hours later, he is now a Houston Astro.
Less money being paid by the Twins than initially reported, and that was part of the reason the deal was
that's probably
a no-go.
Yeah.
But once the negotiations continued and they figured out the right number for the Astros and the Twins to agree on, then the deal gets done. And Carlos, because he also had the ability to tell the Twins, you can't trade me anyplace but Houston because of his no trade clause, I'm sure he put his thumb on the scales and pushed, and the Twins had to find a way to get salary off their books, and that was the way to do it. The one guy they could not trade was Buxton, a guy who they wanted to trade earlier, and he told them, hey, I got a no trade. You can't just trade me, and now he's all alone. So sometimes your decisions come back to bite you, unless he really loves Minnesota and doesn't care that the bulk of what was supposed to be a competitive roster is now in other places.
If only he had a former team that's competing and had a center fielder get hurt that he could have waived his no trade to go to.
Who are you referencing, Sean?
Carlos Correa doing that.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Carlos Correa did that exact same thing. It's like the only team is the team I used to play for.
Yeah.
Brian Buxton's like, damn it. I've only played for
I got to tell you, I know
trash ass team.
I know you got to do what you got to do to get the player. I don't think I'd ever give a player no trade clause if I didn't have to. Like, there's some mechanisms in the NBA where, like, LeBron has one, and of course Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
That's
the big two.
That's the famous one. Exactly. I don't know if the Lakers gave that to him, or there's some mechanism in place where you can get one.
So if you sign, this is it's one of these things where it's like it's super useless that I know this and not like I don't know.
Well, it's not so useless now.
Math or something, but it's if you sign a 1-year deal with a player option attached to it, but you don't have full bird rights, just because a team could trade you, and then you basically can't get paid a full deal.
Yeah,
after that.
Of all people, Kuminga wants one of those. Like if he's not going to get a great deal from the Warriors, and now that's kind of transitioning into he doesn't want anything to do with the Warriors.
Yeah.
If he was going to have to sign a shorter term deal with the Warriors at a price he didn't want, he wanted a no trade.
Yeah, so that's how he would do it. He would sign a 1-year deal with the player option.
And the
to get it's called an implied no trade.
Yeah, and the Warriors are like, who do you think you are?
Yeah.
So that
Christian Wood had one on the Lakers.
Yeah. So there are ways to get it done, but I just wouldn't. Like, you're a free agent. There's likelihood this isn't going to work out. Sorry, man. That's a non-starter. You get a no trade, so now you can a couple years later, after the Twins fall apart, and now can you predict that you're going to sell the team or not? That played a part in it too, but I don't know that I would do it.
I wonder if you can do it in baseball, where
like Nolan Arenado has one. So the Cardinals can't trade him places.
Yeah,
where they can make a deal.
Yeah, and in baseball they signed these like 8, 9, 10-year contracts.
Yeah,
I wonder if you can do one where it's like, hey, you have a no trade clause for the 5 years.
Yeah, a limit on this thing. Yeah.
After that, well, actually, no, you can't do that because in baseball they have the 10-5 rule, where it's if you have 10 years of major league service time and 5 of those years are with one team, like the team that you're currently on, then you just automatically get a no trade clause, and I think that's where Arenado's came from. So, like, there's like I think Lance McCullers has one. Like Lance McCullers has a no trade clause through that rule.
Like baseball owners, like I'm never siding with the owners on anything. I want the players to have every viable option they can. but if I was one,
trade clauses.
Yeah, but if I was one, get that out of here, because now I got to be stuck. And sure, we love Lance for all the caveats. You understand?
Bear me in the 8.
All the caveats we get. Lance did this, all the curveballs, all that stuff. Caveat. But if I'm Jim Crane, I'm like, man, this guy can dictate to me what I can do with him,
just because I signed one bad deal. Now,
well, now you know why the man is so against any deal that strapped him.
Yeah.
And it's part of the reason Correa left. But now he's back, so that's good. Once again, I'm not going to pat Jim Crane on the back, because I think as an owner, part of your responsibility is to do things to help your franchise be in spots where they can win and compete. Otherwise, what's the point other than making a lot of money?
Yeah, that. But I think Jim Crane actually is I think he's kind of the ideal sports owner. Because he's like the right amount of, he's kind of irrational. So he'll do some of the more like fan servicey type things, but it's also because he wants to do those things. Like, I want to bring back Justin Verlander.
He's also at the head of the list of guys who wants to do it.
Yeah, I want to bring back the guys from the old teams, but he has the like a certain streak in him, and that's what makes him really great, is that he has the like, I'm not signing you to a 6-year con. I'm not signing Carlos Correa to the deal that he wants.
I love George Springer.
I'll wait 3 years and trade for him, and they'll pay half or a third of the contract.
He'll find an opportunity.
He did the same thing with Verlander. He's like, the Mets will give you a deal, and then we'll trade for you, and the Mets will pay most of the part of the deal we didn't want to ever pay.
He'll find an opportunity and take it, but
it's
all about the opportunity.
He walks the line of being like very like conservative with the money, but also being like, you know what, F it. You know what, bring him back
when it's advantageous to him and it makes a whole lot of sense. He'll do it, but there is no way.
I'll make the exception for Altuve. Like, Altuve will always get a deal.
Well, that's the difference. Like, who would I be run out of town for? Like, if I don't make sure Altuve's an Astro for life, my name will be mud here. Like, people were upset with Bregman, but they got over it pretty quickly, honestly, because Paredes got going and the team was still good.
Yeah.
And the Springer thing,
same thing with the Tucker.
Yeah, you made a good trade, and Cam Smith immediately was a guy you can put out there every day for the most part. So he understands the Altuve thing was non-negotiable.
Yeah,
but I would also say, much like what's going on now, it's different contracts, different sports, but Altuve is one of the superstars who's maybe the best superstar you could ever have in your franchise. He's willing to do whatever it takes, and I would compare how people talk about Steph Curry to Jose Altuve.
There's definitely similarity.
Yeah, where Altuve is one of those guys who's not difficult. Who's sure he'll ask, hey, bring Bregman back, but it's not going to be something that rips apart the organization because he makes it a big deal. He wanted it to happen, it didn't happen, and you know what? Kind of got rewarded with, like, I don't know who he likes more, but he didn't get Bregman back. Just had to wait a couple months, and he got his boy back though. He got his boy Correa back. So I don't know the hierarchy of Altuve's friends.
Someone should ask him.
But I'm gonna go Correa above Bregman.
We'll get Brian McTaggart to ask him.
Those are the questions that they won't ask, but we
rank your favorite former teammates or current teammates. No, former actually. Rank your favorite teammates from the 2017 Astros.
Yes. I think the guy who just got acquired yesterday is top of the list.
He's up there.
I'm sure there's some Yuli love as well. I don't know.
Oh, bring him back.
We did get a call earlier about Presley.
He got DFA'd.
Yes,
he's out there.
It was the reason. Of course, the jokes were flying yesterday because Maldonado was another one that got DFA'd. But
he never wanted to leave. Not Maldi. Oh, maybe Maldi too. But Presley never wanted to.
That's not true. When they demoted him, kind of wanted out. He didn't pitch well last year, not to a standard, and then of course it didn't go well in Chicago. So
Yeah, I guess he did ultimately choose to leave.
Yes, he wanted out. Now the Astros are up against the what baseball is not officially called the tax like we talk about in basketball, but it's close enough where they have the gap between what they're paying and what the line is about $34,000 or so. So they don't have room to make a move like that. I was thinking you get Presley back for the final week of the year just to eat up innings. Hey, all these guys need a rest. What's the prorated price for
Pitch him
Presley?
5 straight days.
Yeah, hey, you want this bag? It's not a big one, but you want it?
I mean, hey, listen,
You're not going to be on the
if they wrap this thing up a week early.
Yeah, or they're going to have to rest some guys. So Presley would be a camp body at this point, like the 5th string running back who plays all the last game of preseason. Do that to Presley.
You know what? I don't want to do that to Presley.
Why not?
We have Jason Alexander to do that.
You mean the guy who came through in his last start? You want to burn his arm out? Look, it's unlikely, but let's not rule out who can be your 3rd starter. You don't know how Arrighetti,
You know what?
Javier,
You're
or
right.
Garcia
I
are
don't
going to
know.
be.
You
Yeah,
don't know. I don't know.
exactly. It's the dumbest argument to make, but it's also one that
It
you really
works
can't
just
fight.
enough.
You
that
really
you're
can't fight it. As long as you acknowledge it's dumb to be like, you don't know, you can get that off as much as you want because everyone knows you're not having a real discussion about something. All right, we'll go to break. That's hour 1 out of the way. We'll talk some Texans when we come back because they're still at it at practice. But the only real news that wasn't even news, it was just an observation by someone who suggested that CJ wasn't getting enough reps. And maybe that has something to do with his general soreness. But we will give you our daily update on what the offensive line is doing because that's the biggest question. And although I will say the running back thing is drifting towards you're nowhere as deep as you think because the Nick Chubb stuff is real from people who have seen him out there not being a guy who looks anything close to being a number 1 running back. And we wait on Joe Mixon. And Damian Pierce isn't really doing anything right now. The name Jawar Jordan is being brought up as a guy who may be getting snaps. Now, thankfully, it is August 1st. That's a 5-week away problem. But I don't know that the Texans are as deep at running back as we thought, particularly of if Nick Chubb isn't a dude right now because injuries have taken their toll. So we got breaking news.
Breaking news from the Houston Astros at Astros.
Do we have a number for someone? Is that the breaking news?
Yes, Carlos Correa will be wearing the number 1.
Brendan Rodgers. I hope you bent the knee.
Yeah.
But,
and here's Brendan Rodgers in a new Lamborghini. So funny how that works.
Look at that.
That's the second part's not true.
That's odd that they will put that in the graphic. Brendan Rodgers.
It's just the next one on my For You page is Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan Rodgers on his Instagram.
Iced out.
A picture someone took from his Instagram. Look at Brendan Rodgers in the new Lamborghini.
Paul Wall at Johnny Dang.
Yeah. Shout out to Brendan Rodgers for doing the thing everyone thought he would do. I just hope. I don't need an autographed jersey from you, Carlos. I'm a baseball player too. Send me maybe not like a cash prize. Send me on a trip. Send me and the wife on the trip someplace.
Yeah, is he getting married soon? Send him on a honeymoon.
I think we did the research this morning. We can't, but Lance can't be trusted. But the research he did was that Brendan Rodgers is married. So send Brendan Rodgers and his lovely wife on a trip someplace in exchange for the number 1. This was always going to be the case. It's Brendan Rodgers. He was always going to give that number up pretty quickly. It was never going to be a fight, even though I kind of wanted it to be one. All right, we'll go to break with that breaking news. We'll be back. So because he looks at social media, Sean was able to let us know that Carlos Correa will wear the number 1, and the Astros, because everything's a chance to sell something to you, they revealed it by showing the the City Connect jerseys. So hey, go get yours now, the Carlos Correa 1 jersey. So there it is. Hey,
No one has a City Connect.
It's true.
Or do they have the old one? No, they don't. 'Cause I think they started wearing those after he left.
Yeah, all you guys saying it's great. I can bring this jersey back out. Well, go get this one. Go get this one.
The Astros like, don't wear your old one.
Yeah,
wear the new stuff.
Wear this one. So they turned it into a marketing thing. But yeah, the number 1, not a big surprise there. And we move to the Texans, and our guy Will Kunkel, who we will, well, at least John and Lance will kind of regularly have at 8:30, but today was a Carlos Correa day. So we talked certainly a lot of baseball. We'll likely have Will Kunkel on next week. Will Kunkel's out there reporting, and what he saw today was that the CJ Stroud was sacked nearly 10 times. Of course, it's training camp, so they're tagging off. Actually, they don't even touch the quarterback. They get close enough, back off, and then the coach, likely D'Amico, will blow the whistle if he thinks it's a sack or not. And he said it's not all on the offensive line. The coverage has been excellent too, but sacked 10 times in 11 on 11. Even if the coverage has been excellent, that's an awful number. Because CJ's not taking every snap in 11 on 11. And he said CJ specifically got sacked 10 times.
Oh, yeah.
So he
I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, he didn't say it's a combo of Davis Mills and the other backups. This is first team reps, good on good.
Yeah.
And we know the defensive line is great. That's going to be outside of, actually, I wouldn't even say outside of. I mean, sure, Lassiter and Stingley are good, but your edge rushers are the strength of your team, probably followed closely by your 2 corners. And maybe you throw the whole secondary in there as well. But 10 sacks, that's ugly. So I know I saw people talk about how CJ was getting the ball out quick. He was making some plays with his legs as far as evaluating his camp so far. But that number is, if it holds true, because depending on what they call a sack, that's a number that should be a little alarming, because Nick Cassera was asked about when they were going to get kind of a real solid 5, when they were going to be able to solidify their top 5 offensive linemen. And he said, Minnesota week, we should have a group that we start to lean on and believe is going to be our 5 when we get ready to play the Vikings in preseason.
Yeah, that makes sense. You want to build continuity. Like at first, you want to see what, see if the cream rises to the top and give enough time for that. But with this team, like, it was always going to be continuity over talent, basically, is what they're going to be pitching us on. And so it does make sense to kind of draw a line in the sand of like, okay, from here on, like, we got to work with these 5, stop rotating it as much every day, where, every day the beat reporters all tweet out who took the first snap as an offensive line. It's like, okay, let's try to build some chemistry among those guys. And yeah, today seems like it was an interesting day at practice, because there's a bunch of tweets from the beat reporters, and I got an ESPN alert from DJ Bieniemy about the offensive line has looked better today. And then like Will Kunkel says, in 11 on 11, it's been tough. Cody Stutes quote tweeted his own tweet from an hour ago. So 1 hour ago, Cody said the offensive line had an excellent showing in one-on-one drills against the defensive line. Let's see if it carries over to the team portion here at training camp, #Texans. And then 15 minutes ago, he said, tougher day for the offensive line, some sacks, some their fault, some good coverage. So if I were to read this, it seems like they did well in one part of camp today. They did well in the one-on-one. And then once it was a 11 on 11.
Oh, you mean when the 5 of them had to work together?
Yes. Oh, and when the coverage comes into play. But yes, also when you're depending on 5 guys to all win at the same time.
Yeah. or at least pick up
yeah.
blitzes. Like we can't see. And the context of they nearly gave up 10 sacks. We don't know
How ugly is it?
if a running back didn't pick up a blitzer or there's a miscommunication there. But either way, we can comfort ourselves with saying we haven't even made it to the first preseason game. But it is the issue that will sidetrack a season. It's the one thing you can point to other than maybe getting a solid receiver outside of Nico and Christian Kirk as your third pass catcher. Other than finding that, the offensive line and your running back depth, if Joe Mixon is going to be bothered with his foot injury, that combination of things is something I don't want to call it a fatal flaw on August 1st, but it's a thing everyone's been pointing to since the end of last year. What you are going to do to make that offensive line one that could allow your quarterback and the rest of the weapons to flourish. And the struggles probably will continue for a bit. I don't think this will be a unit that doesn't have their problems in the regular season because there's simply a lack of talent there.
Yeah.
The Texans just hope they can find a serviceable one. And if maybe they're the 19th or 20th offensive line and best offensive line in football, that's not great. You generally don't win big with an offensive line in that area unless your name is Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
even he got the business end of a bad offensive line, or at least a below average one when it mattered most against that's happened to him a couple of times.
Yeah,
Now,
the two Super Bowls that he's gotten, smashed in, the offseason afterwards, they're like, whoa, we got to invest in this offensive line.
yeah. So Texans change things, if you want to call it an investment, in good vibes. Maybe you can call it that, but they did not heavily invest in talent. They did draft a second round pick. They did draft a second round offensive lineman.
Who does, look like he's going to be in that unit. So.
Yeah. The only problem is they
He's
replaced
beating
their
out
previous
another,
second round offensive lineman.
Who it's been tough. It's been tough for Blake Fisher.
So of course you would have hoped Blake Fisher could have taken on a role where you didn't put Ursery in a spot where he was playing immediately. Whether that will prove to be another miss when it comes to Blake Fisher, that's too early. But it's just one day. But I would say the problem for me is it's not surprising that front got and what D'Amico Ryans likes to do, along with Matt Burke likes to do, caused a unit that hasn't played much together. Certainly hasn't taken any live snaps together as far as playing another team. Doesn't surprise me that a day like this could happen.
Yeah, no, and it's less about that a day like this can happen, or the team portion of the practice today happened the way it is. Really, the ultimate, indictment of this team and this offensive line is that it was newsworthy that they held their own in one-on-ones. Like that's actually tells you, or at least tells me a lot about, where we stand, where it's like, hey, you know what? They either won or fought them to a draw in one-on-ones.
Yep.
And then, that's the newsworthy part. It's less, that they're bad again in a team setting, in half the practice.
Yeah, how it's put into context. Oh, they played better. They were better.
Yeah.
Which
is encouraging, but it's also
which means that there has been a run of not being very good.
Like for context, like we don't hear when, the defensive backs really held their own today in one-on-ones against the receivers.
There's an expectation.
Yeah.
That and even one-on-ones and wide receiver DBs, that's like a turkey shoot. It's very
that's set up like 75-25 for the
receivers
offense.
to win. Yeah. So if you're a DB, it's unfair. And of course you go get your wins in 11 on 11, and which the DBs have done. There was another pick early. CJ on the first play, I think maybe this was actually on 7 on 7, but either way, the first play of some team stuff, he threw a pick, but that's happened quite a bit throughout the camp where the DBs are making plays.
Can't wait for Mills to step in.
You told me that Paul Gallant saw him out there. Paul,
one of his observations was Paul said from, I forgot which day of camp it was this week, but he was like, Davis Mills has actually been pretty good.
But he also added the correct caveat. Not that it matters.
Not that it matters.
Not that it matters.
Not that it really matters. It shouldn't matter.
Jalen Smith, who was a recent pick, picked off aforementioned Davis Mills. So Jalen Smith continues to make plays. We know they draft good DBs. That's not a question. They always find guys who can play it. And at this point, just find guys who take away the football. That is a trademark of a Nick Caserio draft pick. He drafts guys who not just make plays, create turnovers. in
Yeah,
that second.
and I mean, it's still early for Jalen Smith. Like we're still talking about August 1st. If Jalen Smith, despite his good day today, is a missed draft pick from Casario, he might be the first missed DB that Casario's had. Like it is crazy his hit rate on these guys compared to offensive linemen. But the Texans having a stud rookie defensive back is nothing new.
Yeah, it's just what they do.
Yeah, but he was the guy that when he got drafted, people were it felt like a reach. That was the kind of consensus was that it was a reach. And I remember in the moment, I was like, if they're reaching at DB, I'm assuming he's good. Like I'm assuming that they know something that other people don't.
Yeah, at the time of the draft, Lance Zierlein had him projected as a 6th or 7th round pick, and they give number ratings for this, and he said the number would be 5.84, which means average backup or special teamer.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a lot of thought that he could be a day 2 pick. He was, and then you just take a step back. You know what, Nick, you got this one.
Yeah,
you've got a track record of hitting. I'll let you get this one off.
DBs, if it's Casario versus Zierlein, going Casario. Offensive line,
yeah,
it's close. I might go Zierlein.
I don't know if it's that close, considering what
I want to give respect to the guy who's an actual GM. But yes, you're right. The track record certainly speaks
yeah, to
to
your point, Lance's job has never depended on taking an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
Apparently,
it's
Nick Casario's doesn't either, because he can miss and keep the job because of
doing a
all the
great
other
job.
stuff he
Yeah.
does. Yeah. All right, we'll go to break with that. That's just the noteworthy thing from Texans news. Thanks to, as I can actually say this, our very own Will Kunkel. He noticed, and I'm sure a lot of other people did, the offensive line had a tough day in the team portions of practice. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll have one more segment to go before we're joined by Michael Carroll. He is the host of Comicast. You can listen to that podcast wherever you listen to podcasts, and also from 8 to 9 here on Wednesdays on ESPN 97.5. All right, we will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So while they are just practicing out there for the Texans, or the Texans are out there as they continue to work through some O-line problems, we did have not real football, but two teams playing each other. And I mentioned the reason to watch if you decided you were desperate for NFL football coming off the high of Carlos Correa. You wanted to, level yourself out by watching preseason football. I said, hey, Trey Lance out there fighting for his NFL career. And Trey Lance, look at him. Look at Trey Lance playing well. I say look at him because I didn't look at him. So maybe you did.
Look at the stats.
Yeah, I say look at him, but it's not because I did. Maybe you did. And I looked at highlights afterwards. I was not watching the game live. Had other things to do. Like watch anything else on TV. But we had close enough to football, and Trey Lance played pretty well. The Detroit Lion backup, I think Brandon Allen, was awful, which is to be expected. It is Brandon Allen. But what can you take from it? Trey Lance apparently is adapting in what could be his final spot as far as actually being someone who could have an NFL career, whether it is as a career backup or playing well enough to find a starting role, or at least a role where he can compete. So we did have the Hall of Fame game, and I did not see any of the interviews online for any of the Hall of Fame class. We'll have that. That's a Saturday thing, right? The Hall of Fame ceremony. But football's back. We'll have more games starting next week, and we just inch ever closer to the games actually mattering.
Yeah. The real test for us is how much of the first Texans
game
preseason.
Well, we know anyone who is of real consequence likely won't be playing. I mean, maybe we care about Woody Marks. I think they did give up a day 2 pick next year for him. So you want to see what Woody Marks is about. You want to see if if he plays, or if he's so entrenched as your starting right tackle that he doesn't even play because the first unit isn't playing. But
yeah, next Saturday.
Yeah, other than your draft picks.
Let's save this for next week.
Yeah, this is your fault. Not mine.
I'm sorry.
This is on you.
It just came up of just like I can't imagine myself watching any of these preseason games. The only ones I can are Texans games, and even then, it is
I'll be honest,
4th round.
I will be watching Cam Ward's preseason. It's my guy.
Okay.
You're not even gonna wait for the Quinn Ewers reps?
No, I'll watch the highlights
if there are any.
When there's highlights.
If there's highlights.
Him throwing a bomb to some guy I've never heard of.
Eskridge.
Sure.
Oh,
I know it's not Waddle or Hill,
no.
so I don't know.
Theo Weiss. You've heard of him?
Oh yeah. Mizzou, wide receiver.
And the receiver from Arkansas, the big one, Anderson. I think is it Anderson's his name?
Nick Anderson?
No.
He's Oklahoma.
Yeah, he was Oklahoma receiver.
I think I know who you're talking about, but
I forgot his name. I'll remember it.
Who cares? He's a
I'm just saying.
Dolphins.
No, what I'm saying is for your sake, you need to recognize that. You need to recognize that name.
Okay.
Because
that's
who's going to help Quinn Ewers make a roster.
Do they have a running back that can help him out?
Ollie Gordon, the Oklahoma State running back. That's the name you at least recognize. I'm just giving you guys you can recognize.
I do recognize that name.
That's all.
Don't they have the Jalen Wright? Or is he too good?
He won't be playing. He probably will be playing with Zach Wilson. You probably won't get Jalen Wright.
Of course.
You'll get
chips are stacked against Quinn.
He is a 3rd-string quarterback. The chips are always stacked. He's a 7th-round 3rd-string quarterback. Yeah, you're right. The chips are stacked
because the NFL colluded against drafting.
Yeah, you have brought this up. How come we don't talk about Quinn Ewers being colluded?
100 picks after.
Only Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Andrew Armstrong, not Anderson. No matter what, Quinn Ewers will have like legit, at least college football talent.
Yeah, like
talent
these are
out
all
there. These
Power
are
5 guys.
These are all guys we've heard of who have played in high caliber games.
All those people are like, man, I've heard of Quinn Ewers.
It's true. So Quinn Ewers will probably make that team. I think they're going to carry 3. So
let's go.
So if you had bets on whether Quinn Ewers would be on a roster,
get help.
To yeah, that's weird. But if you did make a bet with someone about whether Quinn Ewers would make an NFL roster in year one, hopefully you're on the right side, which is Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
In.
Still not going to watch, but it'll help me in the highlights to be like, oh, that's Ollie Gord.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy who didn't pick up a blitz is Ollie Gord.
Yeah, the problem will be it's
the
not
third
about,
string offensive line.
It's not about the wide receiver talent. It's about the guys blocking for Quinn Ewers.
Let me write that down for my excuses the day after the Dolphins preseason game.
Yeah. You can't expect insert guy we've never heard of to protect Quinn Ewers. That's unfair. Mike McDaniel he's out to get him. So Eric's called in. He wants to talk to Michael. If you want to talk to Michael as well, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll have Michael Carroll when we come back. He is the host of Comicast. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. The other thing we did not get to, NFL-wise, Terry McLaurin wants out. Terry McLaurin wants out of Washington just a couple weeks after when he was asked about whether he wanted to trade. No, it's not what I'm thinking about at all. 2 weeks of frustration about not getting a deal after watching Cortland Sutton getting a deal. Guy's about the same age. Terry McLaurin's a better player than Cortland Sutton. He probably didn't want the AAV, the annual average salary that Cortland Sutton was getting. I think Terry McLaurin was a guy maybe who thought he was a $30 million a year guy. Cortland Sutton's about 22, 23 or so. Whatever it is, that's the problem. Terry McLaurin now wants out of Washington. That's tough for the Commanders. All those good vibes. You make it to the NFC title game, of course. You have your really good young quarterback, his favorite weapons out there, the established good soldier, as that was kind of his label while Washington was terrible. Terry McLaurin just showed up and did his job. Now he wants to do his job at a higher rate. And the Commanders are like, nah, not you. You're like a 30-year-old wide receiver. What do you think we're going to do? So he wants out. The other guy who may be asking out, since we are an NFC East station, Micah Parsons. Diana Rossini is reporting that the relationship between Micah Parsons and the Cowboys is in a bad way. And Micah Parsons is considering a couple of options, whether he wants to ask out, but there is a real belief, at least according to people who have told Diana Rossini, that Micah Parsons is maybe in the process of severing his relationship with the Cowboys.
What does that even mean?
It probably just means he would ask for a trade.
So he's thinking about asking for a trade.
He's much like Giannis, thinking about asking for a trade, except Giannis has a contract that he likes. Michael Parsons, not so much. The relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures, which include a trade request or even a declaration that he is severing the relationship with the team. I don't know what that means. It's either a trade request or he just says what he hates the Cowboys.
Yeah, I declare bankruptcy for Michael Scott.
What's he going to do? I don't know what his social media profiles are. Is he just going to remove all Cowboy stuff? Is that's severing his ties? I think the more important part is the star pass rusher may ask for a trade. The severing of the ties, if he doesn't ask out, who cares?
Yeah, I was going to say, and even when when he asks for a trade, doesn't mean they're going to trade him.
No.
Like they can just all they have to do is offer him the Myles Garrett deal, and he's in.
Yes,
That's all you had to do.
If we remember, Myles Garrett wanted nothing to do with the Browns until they made him, at the time, the highest paid non-quarterback ever. And then TJ Watt came in and go, that was cool for you, Myles, but look at me. And I think Micah Parsons wants to do the same thing to TJ Watt that he did to Myles Garrett. Yeah, that was cool for you for a couple weeks, but now it's my turn. And right now the Cowboys aren't interested, which generally they play this game and then eventually just pay the guy. I expect it to happen again. But if they don't, oh, well, it'll be funny to laugh at them.
Yeah, they'll wait for 18 months and then pay him the biggest contract for his position.
Yeah.
Ever. That's how this goes.
If you're a real one, Micah.
That's Jerry did that.
Well, Jerry has no excuse.
Well, his excuse is he's 90 years old.
No, his excuse, he doesn't have the excuse when he is on the verge, or at least we thought on the verge, is giving him like $40 million a year. Probably get your star player's name right. I, who has been talking for 5 hours, am allowed to mess that up. But now we're at a point where if Micah doesn't just ask out, who cares? Ask out, then we have a real story. We'll get to Michael Carroll, who may be asking out of something. We'll find out when he joins us when we come back. That guy is here with us. His weekly appearance. Michael Carroll joins us. Do we have any special guests this time around?
No, not this time.
No respected viewers.
John was
reviewers, excuse me.
I give you 1 week. I'm not giving you a bunch of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there's no.
Gotta start coming in with a check.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of how it goes. Here's a behind the scenes thing for everyone. If your favorite show has a weekly guest, they're generally paying that weekly guest. That's kind of how it goes now. That
Wait a minute, they do?
Yeah, it used to not be the case. But I'm just gonna say, as football season is arriving, and I know that some of you do spend your time listening to other stations. It's stupid of you, but I know you do. No matter who it is, no matter what the station is, if they have a weekly guest and it's not a person already employed by the station who's coming on, like Michael Carroll.
Oh, that's why I don't get a check.
Yeah, you're already here.
That's how we win.
That's how we win. We get a
I
guy
get it.
who can break down a movie or a TV show like no other, give us reviews and previews, but we don't have to pay him extra.
You're our Carlos Correa.
Yeah, exactly.
And Gal Media is the Minnesota Twins.
I waived my no trade clause to be here.
We pay you in branding opportunities.
Thank you.
Look how many mentions of Comicast you get a week. That's how
true.
we pay you.
That's true.
Trust me, I've been sold that before. It's happened to me before.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that brand of hey, we're not gonna give you anything, but hey, mentions. All right, enough of my trauma.
Yeah. Anyway.
Let's get to Eric first.
Let's go to Eric.
Speaking of trauma for me, let's get to Eric first, and then we'll move on to Michael telling us what we should or shouldn't watch. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, it's an honor calling 97.9 the Bizox and the Mad Hatter. Yeah, Mike.
HD2, Eric.
Mike, I heard Batman Azteca Empire is coming out in September, but James Gunn said they're thinking about making a live action film about it. Also, I know Weapons comes out next week. I heard the reviews are pretty good. I want your thoughts if you heard anything else. And also, the great movie Toxic Avenger comes out this month. Are you excited? I'll hang up and listen.
You know, sometimes overexposure happens, and Eric has overexposed us to Toxic Avenger, so I'm not as excited as I probably would be.
Because you know about it.
I've heard so much about it, but I will watch it.
You know the plot in and out, know the trailer.
I can't get away from Eric talking about Toxic Avenger, so I'm not sure how excited I should be about it, but I will watch it. But what about the other things he mentioned, Mike?
Yeah, well, of course, to kind of piggyback off what you said, can't wait for Toxic Avenger at this point.
Of course.
Because that means like stuff getting mentioned on the show.
Actually, there'll be several weeks of us being asked about how good we thought it was.
So
you're
right.
It ain't over yet.
It ain't over yet. We got to wait till like October or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finish line.
Yeah.
The Batman live action that they're talking. I mean, he's talking about a lot of different things James Gunn has as of late in terms of what they're developing. Batman specifically, I think is more focused on Brave and the Bold and what he does with the Damian Wayne aspect of that movie, but that's still a long ways away. The animated film that he's talking about, it does come out very soon. I'm curious about it because again, DC animated is always very, very well done. And then Weapons is getting very good reviews. Of course, this is from the same director who did Barbarian.
Mm-hmm.
And it may there's rumors suggesting that this may be like a quiet building of a universe of some kind or something like that. So, and I know Barbarian stuck out for a lot of people. So I am curious about Weapons.
Well, considering who's in it, you're talking about universes. You've got Wong.
Yes, you do.
You've got Thanos.
You do.
And you got the Silver Surfer.
You do. Yeah.
All in a recently released scene. So
Yeah,
if we're
that's
talking
true.
about building a universe, you would have people who
they've got elements
are used to it.
What version of Earth does this happen on?
I'm not sure. Maybe we'll find out.
Earth 334.
Thank you.
We've
You're
got
welcome.
Miles Morales' dad in it as well. But Ryan Tyree Henry's in it.
Yeah, he's in it. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got young Han Solo as well.
Young Han Solo, who wasn't he in Ironheart?
He was as well. We've got
There
a
you go.
lot of Marvel connections in here.
So many
The
Marvel
web that binds us all.
Yeah. Oddly enough, Marvel just scooping up anyone who has any type of talent. Hey, you want a bag? Come be in one of our movies. Or TV shows. It happens.
Yeah.
it happens. So I'm excited for Weapons. I'm a Julia Garner fan. Just take me back to, of course, Ozark and her role there, Ruth Langmore, one of the more iconic roles. So
Yeah.
she continues to work, and she was good as the Silver Surfer. We'll see what Weapons is, but as Eric mentioned, getting really good reviews. It's a horror movie, Michael.
Yeah, no, it's.
Are you gonna watch it though?
I'm going to. I do want to watch Barbarian and then watch Weapons because I am curious about that. Just the talk of it has me curious.
Yeah.
I will be terrified as I watch them, but I will dive in.
Yeah, it's
I'm trying to be more open.
You mentioned it's also by the guy who made Barbarian. Zach Kreger is
Yeah.
the director. He's a former, actually funny comedic actor, and he's turned into this. He was on the show The Whitest Kids You Know. He did Companion as well. So
yeah, that one was good.
So he has.
I like that
he's
one.
on a bit of a run. We'll see if he didn't direct that, but he played a part in Companion. So we will see if a Weapons is next as one of the movies that hits for him. All right, let's get to Drew. I have not seen this movie. I think it's available on streaming now.
Yeah, it just came out. Yeah.
But it involves Jenna Ortega and Paul Rudd. What's up, Drew? You want to talk Death of a Unicorn?
Yeah, how you guys are doing this morning?
We're good, man. How are
Good.
Yes, the movie you was just talking about with Paul Rudd, I guess, Death of a Unicorn, that movie was pretty good or whatever. I didn't think it was that good, but I was just bored one Saturday and seeing that it was new, so I just watched it, and it was pretty good. And plus that, I can't lie, that Teen Titans or whatever, my kids were watching it one day. I just started watching it. Like, they did the whole universe thing, and I think that was a pretty good movie or whatever. Like the little Teen Titans movie, when it was going through different universes and stuff. Like, that was a pretty good movie, even though it was a cartoon or whatever.
No shame here when we talk about animated movies. Have you seen it, Michael?
I know of that one, but I haven't seen it. I mean, I'm more of the Teen Titans, the cartoon that came out in like the early 2000s.
Okay.
But they have a lot of the same voice cast for the newer version.
Got it.
But I've heard nothing but good things about that. Death of a Unicorn, I actually just watched it not too long ago.
What do you think?
It's good.
Okay.
I liked it. I'm kind of like with Drew. I wasn't sure about it, and it didn't get the best reviews.
Yeah, the reviews are middling. Yeah,
middling, but like for what it was, I thought it was good. It was an interesting story of talking about the rich eating the rich kind of thing, and there's some elements that maybe didn't work, but for the most part, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good movie.
Yeah, and the title doesn't suggest something else. There actually is a unicorn.
No, it's 100%. There's a unicorn,
and they're trying to murder a unicorn. So that is truth in advertising. Appreciate it, Drew. Yeah, I think I'll probably see that this weekend.
It's worth a watch.
I think it's something I'll take a look at. We will we'll actually go to break here. Appreciate the calls. Of course, you guys want to get in, you can join us in the next segment, 713-780-3776. We'll go to break, and then we'll get to Michael's should watch or shouldn't watch when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Michael Carroll here with us, host of Comicast. He does that podcast with John Lee. You can find it wherever you listen to a podcast, and of course on 97.5 from 8 to 9 on Wednesday. So we got some callers, of course, that can continue. But Michael, what were the big topics on the latest issue of Comicast?
It was just the spoiler review for Fantastic Four First Steps.
Okay.
We basically broke it down for about an hour and discussion, what we liked, what we didn't like. But I mean, for the most part, it was pretty universal. We both enjoyed it very much.
Yeah, because last week neither I or you had watched it, Sean and John had. So as far as, let's not do the Marvel is back thing. You don't like it.
No, let's not do that.
But as far as Marvel turning a corner, as far as the products they're putting out, I don't want you to rank this movie, but do you feel like this is a movie more in line with the best of Marvel?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's more of the top half. I haven't thought about it in terms of where does it rank. I know Variety just put out a ranking of everything Marvel in terms of MCU stuff. I don't know where I would put it there, but it is definitely like in reference to when we did the ranking of the multiverse films. It's definitely upper tier, top 5 maybe. I don't know. I have to think about it more. I know for me personally, if we just talk about superhero movies this year, I have it Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, Superman, and then Captain America: Brave New World.
Okay.
That's kind of how I have it ranked.
Shout out to Kevin Feige for saying Captain America: Brave New World didn't make any money because it was the first movie that didn't have Chris Evans in it.
That wasn't.
Well, he said Steve Rogers, but
yeah,
but we all
that's
tough look for Kevin Feige.
Yeah, no, that's not the problem. There's other problems with that film.
Yeah.
So,
Sean?
No, a couple.
Oh,
a couple. I was lower on it than you guys.
Yeah, I think you.
Which
you
is
were.
weird because generally,
because it's bad.
But you like bad. That's why I said it was weird.
It wasn't fun bad. It was like in Super Troopers. Our shenanigans are fun and lighthearted. Your shenanigans are sad and tragic. Those shenanigans are not fun.
I don't know. I felt a disturbance in the force where I heard from you, not my Captain America. I don't know. Don't know.
Did you hear that from that booth over there?
He can talk about it wasn't fun bad, which is bad, but I heard what I heard. I sensed what I sensed. I sensed what I sensed.
Interesting.
Yeah, Kevin Feige. Come on, man. What are you doing?
I would have liked it more with Steve Rogers.
Oh, there it is. The truth comes out.
They gave you Bucky as a little taste.
Could have used more.
Could have used more Bucky. See?
Wow. All right, Sean. All right.
Big Sebastian Stan fan.
I'm gonna rip this sign down.
Sebastian Stan.
Yeah, a giant one. All right, so we move away from Kevin Feige's regrettable quote and go to things that are either out, just come out, or maybe coming out today. Michael, should or shouldn't watch? What are you starting with?
And I do have a pick for Sean here shortly, but let's start off with
you don't have to lead with it.
I cannot lead with it. The big one is the Naked Gun remake, or not remake. I shouldn't say that. Like continuation, fresh.
I feel like it's just a vehicle to hype up the Liam Neeson Pamela Anderson relationship.
Yeah,
that's just a vehicle for that.
Had no idea that was a thing, but apparently that's the thing. But it's getting very high reviews for it, 90% with critics, 87% with audiences. Of course, this is a continuation of the Naked Gun movies. Liam Neeson plays the son of Leslie Nielsen from the original movies.
So would his mom in the universe? I can't believe I'm saying a Naked Gun universe. Would it be Priscilla Presley? Wasn't she in the? Wasn't she the love interest in one of the movies?
That sounds right. I got to be honest, did not dive deep into the family tree.
See.
I didn't do that.
Who was Frank Drebin Jr.'s mom?
But the trailers didn't sell it on me, but everyone coming out of it's like, this is the goofy comedy that understands what the Naked Gun movies did correctly in terms of that goofy, silly, over-the-top comedy. But yeah, it's apparently a solid movie. So if you want to go to theaters and check that out this weekend, that's available, as well as The Bad Guys 2, the animated movie, which is a follow-up. It's getting 85% with critics. Doesn't have a rating with audiences just yet, but of course focuses on. It's kind of like Zootopia in a sense, where all the characters are animals. But it's from DreamWorks Animation, and about a group of bad guys, animals that are masterminds of criminal things and stuff like
And
that.
it turns out like I don't remember much from one because I don't think I saw like the full thing, but does it turn out like the animals you would consider the good ones? Are they the bad ones? I don't forget how that worked
something
out.
like that.
Yeah.
It's been forever for
Yeah.
that one. So, and then there's it's a limited release, so you might have to check theaters for it. But She Rides Shotgun, which is a new film starring Taron Egerton. And it's a gritty, explosive action thriller starring him as a newly released ex-con marked for death by unrelenting enemies. So, and it's getting another one getting solid reviews, 76% with critics right now. So
I like that.
Yeah. So She Rides Shotgun. That's a new film for you out this
Is
weekend.
that the thing for Sean?
No.
There's another one?
There's something else.
Wow. I'm spoiled this week.
So that's it. That's it for theater wise. I would say those three.
Okay.
Streaming wise, did y'all know that there is a War of the Worlds movie?
Oh, I
out this
do
weekend?
know. It's on Prime.
It's on Prime right now. It came out Wednesday. Do you know, Sean?
I've seen clips.
You've seen clips? Okay.
It's something else.
Wow. So I've seen it.
You watched it?
What?
I watched it.
Why?
I wanted to see. It's the worst movie I've ever seen.
He's not the only, like, you hear worst movie I've ever seen and go, okay, one guy, whatever, being hyperbolic.
Yeah.
I've seen other people just say
No,
that.
it's bad.
Explain just like the concept of the artistic vision that they had.
Artistic vision?
But obviously, they didn't do War of the Worlds the way they did it in
with Tom.
No,
2005.
no.
They
So-
had a new twist on it.
Yeah, the style of the way they do this movie is that it's done in the style of, I don't know if y'all saw the movie Searching. Did y'all see that movie with John Cho?
Yes. Yeah.
Where it's all told from like a webcam point of view.
Yeah, it's basically like found footage.
Yeah.
But on someone's laptop.
On someone's laptop, and John Cho plays a dad searching for his, I believe, daughter that's missing or something like that. But it's all told from like a computer desktop perspective, webcam, all that stuff. That's the way this movie is done, starring Ice Cube as a department. Let me get this right. He stars as Will Radford, a domestic terrorist analyst for the Department of Homeland Security. Ice Cube, I enjoy Ice Cube's acting to a certain extent.
Yeah, right along. Love it.
This is not the type of movie for Ice Cube. I'm sorry. Like the range.
Yeah. Or Road Trip, actually.
Yeah, Road Trip.
That's
You
a
know,
good one.
like, you know, that stuff. Ice Cube's in this movie. Eva Longoria is in this movie. Clark Gregg's in this movie. That's probably the three big names from this movie. The IMDb description of it: a grounded sci-fi film in the vein of District 9 that touches on themes of privacy versus surveillance. You know what it touches on? It touches on Amazon Prime, and you should get Amazon Prime right now. This is the longest ad for an Amazon Prime subscription I've ever seen. It's all about Amazon.
I saw the preview, and of course, Amazon's set up. It immediately will start showing you parts of it as you're scrolling through. When you hit on it, it's awful.
Dell.
Even the clips that you would think would be the thing they're trying to get you to watch are terrible.
Dell, Sean, there is a key plot point that is based on someone making an Amazon purchase.
It's like,
and another one based off someone getting an Amazon gift card.
Sounds like a great movie, Michael. Just a promo run for Amazon.
I gave it half star on Letterboxd.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't you already on Amazon watching it? Why do I need to be given more?
Exactly.
Wait a minute.
It's a 90-minute ad.
But
It's insane.
But I already paid for your service. That's how I'm able to watch it.
But do you try Amazon Prime Air?
I don't even know what that is.
What's that?
That's where the drone delivery.
Ah.
That's a key plot point.
So it's
Gonna
things
check
that
that out.
that don't come standard with Amazon. They're selling
Right,
you on. Okay,
right,
got it. Okay,
And just general like delivery. One of the main characters, delivery driver for Amazon.
I don't need that in my life.
It's a lot of Amazon.
The great part about Amazon is you never meet those people.
One of the lines of dialogue. I don't check people's Amazon carts.
Is that an Ice Cube line?
It's a two times Ice Cube line.
All right. That's for you, Sean, by the way. That's what he thinks you
That's
should
for
be
me?
watching.
Yeah, that's for you.
No, give me the Terror to Edgerton one.
No, you should. You
She
should.
rides shotgun?
Yeah.
I think you should watch this one.
All right.
No chance.
He'll take at least a peek, like at least 10 minutes.
You gotta watch it.
I'll watch the clips of people dunking on it on Twitter. That's what I'll watch.
It's the worst movie I've seen this year.
All right.
By far.
Saying something, Michael. You watch a lot of movies.
I do.
We're done for the day. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
He is the host of Comicast. He does it with John Lee. Listen to it right now. You can find a full-on spoiler review of Fantastic Four. And, of course, you can listen to Comicast right here, Wednesdays, 8 to 9. Sean, since that music means we're done for the day, I just want to hear a sounder. Which one did you choose?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
I didn't even want to do a real setup. I just want to see what you would play. There it is. The best one we have, I think. Your favorite, maybe. Paul Gallant's up next. We'll talk to you on Monday.
To the home plate umpire, Corey Blazer. Here's a fly ball into right. Back at the wall. This game is over. Correa ends it. Series is tied in a game apiece.
The Houston Astros just won the trade deadline! Raise the banner! Not one! Not two! Give a three! Carlos Javier Correa Oppenheimer Jr. It's never goodbye! He's coming home! Three-time All-Star! Gold Glover! Platinum Glove! I don't even know what that is! World Series champ! Don't tell me about his stats, dork! C4! The Astros have 6 Gold Glovers! They got a guy named Jesus! They're somehow still under the luxury tax! Dana Brown is gone! And Jim Crane, D3 pitching legend, is the most competitive owner in sports!
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, August 1st, 2025. God doesn't will it. Jim Crane wills it, baby. The Houston Astros, 4 minutes after we went off the air yesterday, did something I did not expect them to do. I did not think that they had the assets to go and get really anyone of consequence. I thought the guy that they got yesterday, whose name is now eluding me because of getting Carlos Correa and getting Jesus Sanchez, Hector Urias, who plays a little third base. Ramon, say again. Doesn't matter. He's not even going to play now. When they made that move, I was like, okay, they got a guy who's good at defense. They replaced Paredes temporarily. He's going to be out 6 to 7 months with a hamstring injury. This is probably going to be it. Bob Nightingale, after all, had reported that Carlos Correa talks were all but dead. But the Astros got Carlos Correa from the Minnesota Twins, assuming that he passes a physical. He'll play third base, and they didn't give up much to do it. I have no idea who the hell Matt Mikulski is, but the Twins were over a barrel. They're about $400 million in debt or so, and Dana Brown and Jim Crane caught them. So Minnesota's going to send $33 million over to help cover Correa's remaining contract. He's owed $96 million through 2028 with club options 2029, 2030, 2031, and 2032. So he's under contract for a while, but the Astros can theoretically get out of it in a couple of years. Offensively, the numbers aren't great. You hope that him rejoining the Astros lights a fire underneath him, because this season in Minnesota has apparently been very depressing. They just traded off a lot of guys at the deadline. Somehow, despite taking on $70 million, the Astros are still under the luxury tax threshold. I don't know how they did it, but credit to Dana Brown and credit to Jim Crane. The other guy that the Astros got, Jesus Sanchez, an outfielder from the Marlins, who's really good against right-handed hitters. He also is under club control for the next 2 years. He'll play a bunch of left field, and per Dana Brown, every now and then he'll be in right field when Cam Smith needs a break. So they brought in 3 guys who give him some much-needed offense and who also just give him somebody to step in for Isaac Paredes, who's out for the rest of the year. These moves make the Astros better, and that they were able to make these moves without giving up anyone of consequence is something that you all should be giving Dana Brown a lot of credit for. I've seen a lot of criticism towards Dana Brown over the last couple of days, and if the Astros had not done anything yesterday after our show went off the air, I would not have been mad, but I know a lot of you guys would have been. I think a lot of you would have pointed at the Astros and said, all of these injuries, how are they going to be able to hold off these teams in the American League West? The Mariners just traded for Eugenio Suarez. They got a reliever too. The Rangers, they're at least trying, it seems, to hang in there too. Are they really going to be able to hold everyone off?
I figured if I'm Astros, if I'm Dana Brown, I'm going to say to myself, you know what? I'm just going to hope that a bunch of these guys come back from injury. These reinforcements will be enough to get me to the playoffs. And hopefully by then you'll have a healthy Jordan who's actually hitting the way he wasn't earlier this year. You'll have Pena. You'll have all your pitchers back. Instead, now you've brought in a couple of players. You have given yourself an injection of energy in bringing back a guy in Carlos Correa who is well liked, at least among the Astros who have been there since Correa was last there. Basically, in a nutshell, this is what Dana Brown and Jim Crane have done. They get Carlos Correa, they get Ramon Urias, Jesus Sanchez, and cash for Correa in exchange for Ryan Gusto, tip of the hat to him, prospect Twine Palmer, prospect Chase Jaworski, and prospect Esmil Valencia. Maybe one of these guys ends up being good. The odds are probably not. You didn't give up Bryce Matthews to get this guy. You did not give up Jacob Melton to get this guy. You didn't give up Zach DeZenzo to get this guy. You didn't give up Spencer Arrighetti to get this guy. You didn't give up anyone that's super important to your future, at least the way things look right now, to get him. The Sanchez deal in particular really looks like a steal. And when you now look at this Astros team, once again, I think you got to give credit to Dana Brown. Again, if you were criticizing him the last couple of days, I think you owe him an apology. And you got to give a tip of the hat to Jim Crane. Crane might not run the most fun ship. Clearly, there's some people that work for the Astros that have sour feelings towards him. But there's no denying that this guy's about as competitive as it gets. He greenlit all of these moves. He greenlit taking on all of that salary. That deserves credit. Not a lot of owners go about it that way. Look at what the Boston Red Sox did after shedding $260 million in salary. After the trade deadline, they were talking about how they were limited financially. They just got rid of Devers. There's other teams that did the same thing, that they really didn't go all in. Outside of maybe the Padres, who do not care about prospects and will trade them on a dime. And they got Mason Miller from the Oakland A's, who's a great reliever. Jim Crane's right up there, too. They don't have the biggest payroll in baseball. They let guys walk that I know a lot of people get bummed out about when they do leave, but they always seem to find the next guy up. This is an organization that always finds a way to grab you and keep your attention and give you the best, most competitive product that they possibly can. And considering all the injuries that they have been through, that they were able to do this in addition to having the limited assets that they do without having to give up anything, at least in the right now, that looks like it's going to hurt them, is a hell of a move. It's a hell of a day. You should be pumped. It's a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Paul Gallant Show. Ask Gallant anything Friday as well. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the brand new ESPN Houston app. If you're having trouble with the signal, we've been having some difficulties on that front today. So download the app. You'll be able to hear us wherever you are. Let's have some fun. Let's be happy. The Astros got aggressive and brought aboard one of their favorite sons. He's back. Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez. We'll talk about some of the moves the Astros didn't make on the other side and some more good news on the Astros front. It's a Friday. Got to get down on Friday on ESPN Houston. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Runner not going on a fly ball into right center field. This ball cut off by Judge. Altuve is going to come to the plate. Throw by Gregorius. Throw dropped. Strike one. The throw beat him, but Sanchez could not make the catch.
That crowd, so loud. Will it reach that audio level for Carlos Correa's first at bat at Dyken Park? They're going to Boston this weekend. I believe we've got some time before it actually happens. It's August 11th against the Red Sox, where Alex Bregman returns.
It's the Bregman and Correa return of 10 days from now.
Mm-hmm. Man, so they're going on a pretty long road trip before we actually get to see Carlos Correa back in an Astros uniform. It's very exciting. How can you not be excited? Someone texted in, grow up, dude. Hey, how about kiss my ass, you fuddy-duddy? It's Friday, and they just got Carlos Correa. Grow up, dude? No, I'm going to celebrate. First off, we could actually have some fun talking about summer baseball, because at this moment in time, you're just hoping for the Astros to get healthy, right? They brought back a guy we all love. They brought in a guy who's really good against righties and Jesus Sanchez, who can play a little outfield. And they brought in another infielder too. So they added some depth, and theoretically, this means that we don't see rando minor league players anymore. Grow up, dude. How about, I don't know, do some hard drugs or drink, sir? Paul, I told you to grow up. Those are the things you do if you grow up. Have fun. My God. There's a couple of people, they continue to listen to this show, and I appreciate them for listening, but how are you not having fun by now? Really, that's my big question for you. It's an Ask on Anything Friday, but I'm asking these people. I know they listen all show long. I just listen to the station all day long. Is that supposed to be a flex? You need to start having fun. You need to start wearing Hawaiian shirts. You need to start splashing a little whiskey in your coffee at work. I know the boss is going to frown on that. Not if he doesn't see you. Put the nip in your pocket. That's how you do it. Paul, do you do that at work right now? No comment, but it's a Friday. If I had access to it, I'd think about it right now. So one of the more interesting things about what the Astros did yesterday, supposedly they were also in on Padres pitcher Dylan Cease. In addition to all the moves they made, to the very last minute, they were having conversations with the Padres. And the Padres, who gave up a lot of prospects to go and get Mason Miller, wanted a lot in return. They wanted Spencer Arrighetti and 3 prospects for a rental of Dylan Cease, whose ERA is approaching 5. All right, calm down, Padres. Calm down. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's a classic, no, the Astros are the ones that make that kind of deal, not you.
Right.
It's why teams like that never make. That's why you make deals with the Twins who are blowing things up. You make deals with the Marlins who are always blowing things up. When two teams that are going for it are both trying to make a move, that's when things get complicated.
For sure. So this time, the Astros just trade raped a couple of teams that don't really care.
I mean, the Carlos Correa return basically is just that the Astros are willing to pay his contract.
Exactly.
And willing to pay essentially 2/3 of his contract while the Twins pay a third.
Right. They're still paying a good amount of it.
Yeah.
By the way, the Astros ended the Twins. Damn Twins. They ended Twins. Go back in time. When the Astros beat the Twins in that series, and I know there were a lot of commenters in a couple of rants that I did dumping on the Twins. Listen, it ain't personal. It's strictly business. I'm trying to hype the people up. It's playoff time. But there are a lot of Twins fans that were in my mentions. I know my buddy Sean Pendergast over at the Texans flagship has drawn the ire of Twins fans as well. It's pretty amusing to see the back and forth he's been having with Twins fans ever since the Astros acquired Carlos Correa. But the Astros killed the Twins.
And Twins.
Hell yeah. needed that at least once. But RIP. RIP to Twins, but not RIP to fun. The Astros knew that they needed some bats. They went and got the bats. Dana Brown said that was the focus at the trade deadline. Here's the Astros GM late last night on the Space City Home Network.
We felt like we really needed to get some offense, at least to bridge the gap until, Alvarez comes back. And, we're getting Pena back, probably tomorrow's game. That would be a good thing. And so we felt like we had some reinforcement coming back on the hitting side, but we wanted to really focus in on the bats. And in the meantime, if we had an opportunity to get an arm, we would do it. But as I said earlier, the asking prices for the arms seem to be pretty high. And knowing that we had some arms coming back, we stuck with the bats. And these bats, we feel like going to make a pretty good impact on our offense, help us score some runs and win some games.
That's the goal. Score more runs than the other team. Paul knows baseball. That's why I'm the greatest baseball mind in this city. A couple other comments here. Texter. Am I crazy? But I'm looking at Dana Brown being the second best Astros GM in recent years. One, I don't know if this was intentional or not. Luck now. Two, Dana Brown. Then click, even with the World Series championship. I think Dana's done a hell of a job. I've liked the job that Dana Brown's done to this point this year before the trade deadline. I mean, he's had to MacGyver together a roster and a lineup. They threw Cam Smith into right field. He's one of the better defensive right fielders already. They threw Jose Altuve into left field. That hasn't been a mess. Altuve's been all over the place now, and I do wonder about where Altuve fits into the grand scheme of things now. Does he move back to second base? Does Urias play second base? Is Carlos Correa at third base? We know that. Yes. Jeremy Pena, when he comes back, is going to be at shortstop. That might be as soon as this weekend. So I'm assuming Altuve goes back to left field for now.
Yeah, I saw some people talking about it. It might just be like a platoon situation where the outfielders are being platooned, and then if you have, I think, both Cam Smith and Jesus Sanchez in the corners, then Altuve plays second. But then when you're not playing Sanchez, Altuve plays left, I guess is the
like that,
the idea. And Urias plays second. Or Dubon. They have options now, and we're coming from a week ago, 10 days ago, where it felt like they were stretched so thin that they didn't have any options.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm going to look at it from this perspective too. All right, you brought in two guys to play third base and a bunch of other infield positions, but you brought in Sanchez. To me, Sanchez is probably a sign that Myers is out for the year, and you might be putting Sanchez in center field because screw it, or he's in a platoon with Jazz McCormick or something like that. I mean, you have options. That's the big key. You have flexibility, and the flexibility is not, do we have any minor leaguers on the 40-man roster that we could use
Cooper
tonight?
Hummel play center? Can Taylor Trammell
Exactly. I mean,
play center?
They're so injured that they were using Taylor Trammell. There's other guys they would prefer to be using that we haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah.
So this is big for the Astros. Spencer Arrighetti, by the way, who the Astros kept, made a rehab start last night. He could make a start against Miami. I don't know what to make of rehab starts. The stats aren't great, so just keep that in mind. Same thing with Christian Javier. But Pena did homer earlier this week, so I think we will see him perhaps tonight on Apple TV against the Red Sox. Generally, it seems like the Astros make all their announcements at exactly 3:03 or 3:04. We're not complaining about it. What they did was awesome.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if they did it during the show yesterday, because I felt very little energy talking about baseball's trade deadline, and all that we had to talk about was Ramon Urias. But now that they've made these moves happen, you should be happy. I'm happy. And that texter that needs to find his happy place, get happy. He did say, I'm just trying to get under your skin. If that's your goal on a Friday, again, you're a loser. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. You got a long rest of the day to be happy. And if that day needs to be spent listening to me because you secretly love me, I am handsome. Maybe you're gay for me. It's fine. Some people think I'm gay. It's cool. Keep on listening. We're going to have a good time. The Astros got Carlos Correa back. Don't tell me about the stats. I'm not looking at the stats. All you dorks who want to look at the stats, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get my friend Jim Crane, my friend Jock Jim Crane. Get that varsity Letterman jacket on. Maybe put on some sunglasses. It's cloudy outside. Doesn't matter. Thug Life Jim's here. We're going to put Furcus outside if he mentions one thing about how Carlos Correa's OPS is somewhat similar to Ramon Urias. We're going to throw him outside. Don't talk about how Ramon Urias has more home runs than Carlos Correa in less games. Don't talk about it, okay? We are not killing the vibes. Today we celebrate like the Astros won a championship, okay? We know they didn't, but we're still going to do it. We're still going to do it. If you don't do it, you suck, and I hate you. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I want you to keep listening, but you need to perk up.
I mean, not to correct you, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
You said they didn't win the championship. Paul, they won the trade deadline.
It's like winning a championship.
I'm just saying.
Again, raise a banner. Raise a banner.
Put them outside though. But outside
There's no one at
with the
Dyken
division
Park.
with the division banners. Wherever you put the division banners, also put.
No, I want to. Listen, they're not playing a game. Raise a banner. Let's have Friday fireworks tonight at Dyken Park. I'm willing to spend $600 on an El Tiempo margarita. I'll do it.
We're in the hat.
I listen. You got to help out. Like, I'm not saying I said the Astros actually are over the luxury tax right now. Okay, I wasn't sure how the math worked. It didn't seem like
I mean,
it didn't seem possible. Like, what books are we cooking here?
Astros insider Michael Schwab says that it's something with how the Twins are paying the deal. And
I saw that too.
Yeah, they're already have paid more than half of this year's, so it's less. And then there's a bunch of mechanics at working that hey, listen, I don't know. I saw Michael Schwab, who's been right about everything in the last 24 hours.
Wait, yeah, hang on. Are we sure? Is that Michael Schwab or is that Mark Berman? Is Mark Berman back? Is Mark Berman actually Michael Schwab? But on a serious note,
pull out the mask.
Listen, on a serious note, Schwab can every now and then be a little annoying. I like Schwab. Like we get along. We conversate from time to time. Schwab and Ben on the top. I mean, take a victory lap. Holy crap!
Astros won the trade deadline. Those two guys also won the trade deadline.
Right, and I mean, Ben on the top is really taking a victory lap. Kind of insufferably about it. But again, I like both these guys. I chat with them every now and then. They're fun. They were so right.
Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, the baseball reporter, Bob Nightingale, said the talks were all but dead. And by the way, as I said yesterday, F that. Stop saying that. All but what? Just say almost, you weirdo. Just say the normal thing. What the hell are we doing? We got to like jazz everything up.
No,
it's all but over. Shut up. That means it's almost over. Just say almost, you a-hole.
Yeah, it's because he can't say they're over because, he has to leave the door open.
But I mean, like, then don't say anything. How about that?
No, but you do. You have to tweet something.
No, all the rumors yesterday were the worst.
Unless you're Jeff Passan, you have to tweet. You have to tweet something every 25 minutes, even though you don't have anything to report. That's the rule of baseball Twitter.
From the 409 and 210. How do we not get rid of Chaz? Listen. You need
to platoon with Jesus.
There's a good point was brought up on the text line a little bit ago. Hey, don't forget. This training staff is still here.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's going to get hurt.
Yeah,
someone's going to get hurt.
That's
going to get misdiagnosed.
Yeah.
But we're not going to talk about that today. And we're going to
get hit by a pitch tonight.
Oh, God. Yeah, some drunk Bostonian throws a beer can into right field and it ends up hitting Cam Smith. He tears his Achilles.
Yells cheater at Carlos Correa,
even though
they have Bregman and Cora on their team.
That's true. Listen, it doesn't matter. They're mad. They're going to be pissed off. They're
mad at their own team, actually.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. The Red Sox fan vibes, they will turn on that town or they will turn on that team so fast. They're all pissed.
Yeah,
they should be.
The Red Sox are going to get booed more than the Astros tonight in Fenway.
This is why I left those losers. And by the way, I jumped from bandwagon from the Red Sox to the Astros, but I have never once thought about getting back on the Red Sox bandwagon because their ownership group is such a bunch of a-holes. Basically, and so I hope the Astros kick their ass this weekend and make that Tom Caron, the little weasel who does the TV show, cry. I hope they kick their ass all weekend. I don't care if I'm a traitor to my Boston roots. F the Red Sox. That team is mad at their ownership. You should be so pumped with this ownership group. You should be willing to overspend on everything and that not as air conditioned as it needs to be Dyken Park when Carlos Correa is back in town.
I know you already have a Correa jersey you bought in 2016. Buy another one.
Yeah.
Buy another one.
I mean, listen.
Get the City Connect.
The City Connects look pretty good.
They did.
I saw the Photoshop.
No, they also posted a video of, where they print the jersey in the video.
Oh, yeah.
And the jersey that they're printing was a City Connect one as they hey, buy this one.
Oof.
But Correa wearing number 1. Got it off of Brendan Rodgers, who
sure.
I forgot was wearing number 1.
Todd the Show says, let's admit the Astros have had good GMs, but having an owner willing to do what it takes is what makes a difference. You're right in baseball. That's 100%
Yeah,
it.
I was saying.
I think that he played baseball legitimately helps the Astros out when it comes to that stuff.
I was saying with Dell, like I think Jim Crane is kind of the ideal sports owner of the level of he cares about like, you know, the I guess long-term vision of the team, so he won't give out these, you know, decade-long contracts and stuff. Like he wants to be smart, but at the same time, he's like, you know what's cool? Having Justin Verlander back on your team. Like, if I have a chance to get back Verlander or a chance to get back Correa after they signed a contract we didn't want to sign them to, and now that team who signed them to the contract's willing to eat a third, we're getting a discount off of the contract. We'll bring them back. Who cares? Like, he does have the right amount of like, you know what, F it, let's do it. He has that level to him. He also has the level-headed, long-term thinking part to it. It's a very interesting blend, and sometimes you see, you know, one part more than the other. I like him when he has a GM better when he doesn't have a GM, but for the most part, like Jim Crane has been pretty like, I mean, he's up there with the greatest owners in Houston sports history. And it's not like a tough list to be at the top of, but it's like him and Les Alexander. That's it. Really.
Yeah.
Like the McNairs are good. They, you know, they're not bad. I would say the McNairs are just like not bad,
Right.
but they're not exemplary like the way that Jim Crane is.
You're 100% right. I mean, might not be easy to work for him, but that doesn't matter to
Results, baby.
Most of the people in town.
Yeah.
Like the Astros cheated to win for you. That's what I think about, and they spent this trade deadline to win for you. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, but we are going to be doing this for most of the show. If your signal's not doing so hot, download the brand new ESPN Houston app. I'm told 97.5 is not sounding the best today. What is the best part about Carlos Correa returning? Plus, someone has made a song request. So I'm going to try to do an improv song on the other side. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show. Carlos Correa! Carlos Correa! He's won 3 gold gloves and a platinum glove. Wait, 3 All-Stars? Carlos Correa! Carlos Correa! He's back with the Astros, and his last name is also Oppenheimer. Carlos Correa! Carlos Correa! He's also a World Series champ. Carlos Correa! Carlos Correa! Don't tell me about his statue, loser nerd. There we go. There we go. That was a request made by Virginia Buttonweed. Well, we'll add some actual lyrics there. I was improvising, as you could probably tell. I was like, wait, is he a 3-time Gold Glover or a 3-time All-Star? No, he's a 1-time Gold Glover, but he also won the Platinum Glove, which is the Gold Glove of Gold Gloves in a league for a given year.
Yeah, it's because Gold Glove is AL/NL. Platinum Glove is everybody.
The Platinum Glove is the one glove to rule all the gloves, essentially. We're making a Middle Earth reference here.
Throw it into the fire.
That's true. But you can't. My precious.
Yeah, he's only human.
Carlos Correa is our precious. He is. So it's so great that he's back. I mean, again, did they need to make this move? I don't know. I really don't. But they did it, and it's fun. That's really all I care about. Does it matter? Does it make them better? Is it the best acquisition this trade deadline? Probably not. Honestly, Mason Miller with the Padres.
The Padres
do not care.
Thank God they're in the NL.
I agree.
After seeing what they got, because I was,
and then you got Shohei's elbows acting up again too.
Yeah, I was watching the Deadline show on mute while I was at the gym. Brag.
Wow.
And they had like the key additions for every team, and the Padres was like 5 guys. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Because they got Miller. I think they got like a starter from the A's in that deal. They got another reliever in a different deal. They got Ryan O'Hearn from the Orioles, who are having a fire sale. I mean, again, I'll just say, thank God they're in the NL. Thank God I saw the projected lineup, and it's like, oh my God, guys. So, yeah, I think the Astros, if you're going to go overkill, just bring back someone we like. If we're going to do it, you know, if you're going to bring back someone who the other team's willing to eat some of the contract to get off of it, and you look at the stats, and although, you know, you look at the more recent stuff, Correa got off to a slow start. Since then, he's been pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that deal, though, make it Correa, not Arenado. You know, if we're going to have to talk ourselves into a guy who might be on the backside of his career.
Arenado already did not waive his no trade clause to join us.
Exactly.
So F that guy is the mentality that Astros fans should have. In real life, whatever, you know, he was not a believer. What are the reports? That's right. That's right. Well timed, Sean. That is blasphemy. As to quote the guy from Kingdom of Heaven, who also says God wills.
By the way, I forgot what streaming app it's on, but I've gotten a recommendation. Recommended for me was Kingdom of Heaven, the extended cut.
That's the one. That's the one.
I might watch it.
You should. The extended one adds in some context that's sorely missing.
For team bonding purposes, I have to watch this movie.
There's an entire subplot that's just completely missing that they add, and it makes a lot more sense. Whereas there's about an hour extra that's in the extended edition.
Yeah, but enough about Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah,
a Ridley Scott classic.
Exactly. It is a Ridley Scott classic. Ridley Scott, one of the GOATs. The Napoleon movie, not so good though. Watch that recently.
What's the director cut? Did he have director cut?
I don't know if that's gonna save it. It just wasn't particularly compelling. The end was like he was an a-hole, by the way, and just listed all the people that died. Bringing it back to the Astros. The best part of Carlos Correa joining the Astros is it that the Astros now have 6 Gold Glove fielders on their team. One of them a Platinum Glove winner. Could be that. Is it that August 11th at Dyken Park is going to be great? If you're a season ticket holder, sell that. Sell that. Unless you want to be there for the moment, but you would probably make a massive profit off of the August 11th game right now. I'm just saying. A lot of games. You can get them at the next game. You can give them the standing ovation you needed to.
I was going to say, the entire series, it's also the Red Sox, so it was going to be Bregman's return. It's also the Red Sox, who just have a big fan base. So, yeah, that one, I don't know. If you're a season ticket holder for the Astros, like, you've seen enough great memories that you don't need to be there for Correa's return. Sell that. Make some money.
Well, unless you were one of the people that booed him during the Astros Twins playoff series.
I did think about
Blasphemy!
that. I did think
Blasphemy! If you do that, you have to apologize. Repent. Yeah, it's blasphemy. Doing that. Carlos Correa is an Astro forever, even when he was on another team that was playing the Astros in the playoffs.
I think this does because the Astros have had a lot of good players in their past, and a lot of them walk. And when they return with their old team, I feel like every time we talk about like should you boo them? Like, well, how do you handle this? I think the fact that the Astros now have a pattern of trading for these guys back, maybe don't boo them because they might be an Astro again.
Yeah.
There's always a chance.
I mean,
that Jim Crane just brings them back.
This is a problem from my past where there were people in my past and I just could not let them go, even though they had like so moved on from me.
But Correa didn't.
No.
Correa,
listen,
left the door open.
Jim Crane sends his exes happy birthday on their birthday. Jim Crane sees something catastrophic happen and says, maybe think of you.
Yeah.
Which happens.
He likes Instagram stories.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes he says, wow, in response to some of them.
Yeah.
No, he goes further than just liking. It's
You look great. Hey, Correa, I've looked at the splits. You look great.
Splits, all right, yeah.
All right.
Carlos Correa being back. What's the best part? There's going to be some fun HEB commercials in the near future. You got some old ones you can go back to, I'd imagine. Although probably Bregman's in some of them, so you might have to.
That'd be funny if they have to use like AI to like deep fake out.
Yeah, they put like Orbit on top of it or something like that. The mascot. Twins fans mentions after this are really funny too. I have no issue with Twins fans. They're a very forgettable franchise. Oh, they have 2 World Series too. We don't have an asterisk attached to us. Yeah, like 5,000 years ago when no one my age knew what baseball was. R.I.P. Kirby Puckett. They're so pissed. Deservedly so. 2 years ago, they were a contender. They tried last year, and this year they just strip parts because they are in massive debt. Being $400 million in debt, how does that happen?
I don't even know how that's possible to
Yeah.
be $400 million in debt and also be the Minnesota Twins. Like at a certain point, like what were they? How are they?
Great question.
I guess, is it the ballpark? Because it's not that new of a ballpark, but it's relative. Did they go in debt for that? I have no idea. I didn't see any of the Twins, negativity in those Twins. I didn't see any of the negativity from those guys, but it has to be just such a demoralizing day for the Twins because like
as invigorating a day as it is for the Astros,
everybody's
the exact opposite. No, there's even guys on record that are saying like no one wants to be here anymore.
Yeah, like
I don't want to be around anymore.
We were trying to remember what moves the Mariners and the Rangers made, and so I looked up like Rangers trade deadline. I forgot that the Rangers also got a Minnesota Twin. They got a reliever from the Twins. So like all these guys just have been spread around the league now, just because it looks like they couldn't pay them and they're just bad enough to throw in the towel. That's that and the Orioles, 2 most depressing teams.
Oh yeah,
because
Baltimore was a contender not that long ago. They
Yeah.
got new ownership after hating their last ownership, who literally may have suspended their beloved broadcaster. And ever since then, I mean, this year, massive disappointment. But last season too.
Yeah.
And then losing to the Rangers in the playoffs 2 years ago.
They're disappointing, but they're a disappointing playoff team.
Yeah.
I think they've gotten swept the 2 years they made
They
the
have,
playoffs.
right.
So
now that seems like it's over.
Yeah, now they not blew it up because they still have some young pieces, but they're definitely blowing it up. So yeah, the Astros really are benefiting from the Marlins are always kind of blowing things up. So they really did benefit from all the biggest disasters from baseball, with the Orioles, the Twins, and the perpetual Marlins.
Gosh, it is so perpetual with the Marlins. Yeah.
They try to get the pitcher too, Alcantara.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know if he ended up getting moved, but
he didn't. He ended up staying. I think all the pitchers, or not all of them, but a lot of starters ended up staying. And Dana said that the price for starting pitching around the league was too high.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, if that's what they were looking for Dylan Cease, like Arrighetti and 3 prospects, get out of here. Greg Todd says the Twins gave 12 of the 26-man roster away. Holy crap.
Yeah. By the way, how are they bad if they had 12 guys that playoff teams needed?
Yeah. Good question. I mean, they were only like 5 games out.
Yeah, I guess they weren't that bad.
Right?
But yeah, it is, It is crazy and
wild.
Yeah, and they kept. I think Buxton's the only guy that they kept, and he has a no trade clause too. So,
couple of comments here. People are asking about the signal. Download the app or watch on YouTube or Twitch.
yeah, app is your best. App and YouTube, Twitch, your best
Right.
bets. As
I
we
look
are
amazing
working on
today.
it, but
Yes.
it's something with like the actual like
It's out of our hands more
Yeah,
than,
it's
than
like
we would like it
whatever.
to be. Yeah.
It's so technical, it puts me to sleep.
It's the backstory about that building. It's wild.
crazy.
For the 713 from Ocho, the best part about Correa returning means one less player swinging out of his shoes at the plate. Right, because that's like, which minor leaguer is that? You don't even know.
Exactly. And Carlos Correa, I mean, we played two of his most iconic playoff moments as an Astro or just in his career. That is one thing that you're getting is a guy who consistently was better in the playoffs.
Yeah,
you're getting a playoff contributor. That's why I see this as, you're getting 4 playoff runs with this guy. You're getting 4 playoff runs with this guy for $70 million.
Let's just roll straight through here. Carlos Correa, if you take a look at those playoff numbers that he had, it was, I want to say, let me.
He was good in the pandemic year too, I think.
If I remember correctly, he actually was pretty good in the postseason for the Twins against the Astros a couple of years ago. For whatever reason, it is making it a little bit difficult for me to find said postseason statistics of his career. But I remember there was a game where I think he had 2 doubles against the Astros back during the 2023 playoffs, which the Astros took the Twins down in 4 games. Like he was actually good. The Twins just did not have enough offense, and the Astros pitching did a really good job
in the 2023 playoffs. And this is this is some of their wild card series too.
Right. Oh,
but
yeah.
He hit 409.
Yeah, this is best postseason ever.
And had 1,000 OPS.
Yeah. I mean, 2020 he was great, but 2023 in the playoffs, his last time in the playoffs, he was awesome. He had 3 doubles in 6 games and 1,004 OPS, 409 average. He was really good.
Yeah, he had 6 home runs in the 2020 playoffs in 13 games.
That's great.
17 RBI in 13 games in 2020. 2017, he was, also incredible. 5 home runs, 14 RBI in 18 games. So, I mean, you're getting a guy who is pretty lights out. Even the 2019 postseason, he had under 200, but 3 home runs, 9 RBI. One of those home runs was a walk-off game winner.
Yeah. By the way, there's some other reunions that are possible for the Astros right now. 2. Ryan Presley got DFA'd. I saw his mom talking about how she loves Houston on X last night, about how her son is a Texan. And even more exciting, one of the Astros.
Even more, there's something more exciting than America's closer, one of the best closers in Astros history.
You're going
Ryan
run
Presley.
On for a long time.
I'm flickering the light. I'm not actually going to flicker the lights because they might not come back on.
Yeah,
but
exactly. We're not having a great day technologically. Not our fault, but you don't want to test fate. But you're going to cut you down. So he could theoretically be picked up by the Astros, but also Martin Maldonado DFA'd. Oh, bring him back. Bring him back. You're laughing a little bit too much. I'm being serious. I had multiple people text me when I posted that on social media yesterday about how, why not Maldi? We're talking about all these other Astros reunions. Verlander, who I don't think got traded, but they were trying to trade him. That's for sure. Charlie Morton to the Tigers. Tigers got a lot of ex-Astros.
Yeah.
Ben Gamel is there already. They've got Jose Urquidy, I believe.
They got Montero, right?
AJ Hinch, Rafael Montero. They did get Montero.
I think
They did get Montero.
World Series champion.
That
Rafael Montero.
move was pretty dumb. But people were texting me like, Paul, I hate you. Why are you being serious with your love of Maldi? And yeah, I was. Sorry. I know, Paul, you don't.
Feel like
How many Astros World Series have there been since Martin Maldonado left? Oh, 0?
0.
How many Astros ALCS championship appearances have happened since Maldonado left? Oh, 0? Okay. Just checking. I'm just checking. People are like, oh, but he can't hit, and he can't throw, and he can't run, and he can't do anything. And I was like, well, he wins. Wherever he is, they
Leadership.
win. right? I mean, was he on the Padres last year? Padres had a winning record, I think. So, like winning.
He was on the Padres this year, and they're pushing the Dodgers for first place.
For sure. So you could do some more reunions if the Astros wanted to, and that would really be good. Just bringing all the exes back in.
I mean,
Screw it.
I'm not 100% joking when I say, is there a chance that Alex Bregman comes back to the Astros? The Red
he
Sox
opts out. He rejoins.
The
The
Red
Red
Sox-
Sox look kind of like a bunch of bitches right now.
Yeah, and they could, he could decide to come back, and then the Red Sox are like,
That would be so
actually, you
funny.
make way too much money.
That would be so funny.
Let's trade you to the Astros, and he can play second base. He was willing to play second base.
He was. He wants to be on a team with team players. Carlos Correa is willing to play third. From the 281, can't sign anyone. They're 30,000 short of the collective balance tax. Yeah, they're probably right on that front. They're not going to add anyone else. I'm just saying it would be cool if they did. This is a vibes show. If you don't know that by now when we're talking baseball, then, I mean, what do you want? What do you want from us?
Yeah, speaking of vibes.
Hector Neris is back, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
They brought him back already. Said Texter's like, it can't be worse than Neris. We got Keith calling in, 713-780-3776 on that Ask on Anything Friday. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Ask on Anything Friday. Love the show. First time caller, long time listener.
Sure, Keith.
Was curious what your guys' thoughts were on the Pittsburgh Pirates. They bring in veterans to start the season. Tommy Pham, Andrew Haney.
That's true.
And they don't. And the whole reason for them to bring those guys in is to flip them at the deadline, and they don't. So what's the point of Haney and Pham on the Pittsburgh Pirates the rest of the year when they should be in a Rangers, Astros, or Mariners uniform?
That's a good question.
What's that about?
Tommy Pham is the, I think, guy that you want in your corner for any baseball brawl. So, like, say there was an Astros-Mariners series, or say there was an Astros-Rangers series, like, that's where he's going to be most useful. Is Tommy Pham still on the Pirates to intimidate Paul Skeens into never wanting to leave? Like, that's what I think.
He just stands with his arms folded.
Yeah, he's like Bryce Harper with the bat with Rob Manfred outside of Paul Skeens' locker. He's just tapping the bat against his hand.
Yeah.
He's singing like songs from West Side Story. When you're a pirate till the end. You'll be stuck in misery, getting one run of support. When you're a pirate, you hate your life.
Yeah, that's because that's what tough guys do. They sing West Side Story.
That's how West Side Story is all about. Sorry, you've never been to the body hole. You've never been there. You haven't seen the Sharks.
They could be singing whatever.
The Sharks like singing, and so do the Italians, the Jets. They like singing too. West Side Story. You've never been in the hood because you've never seen anyone sing. People are going like, "What? What are you talking about, Paul?" I've been from Houston. I've been in the Ward. I've been to Sharpstown.
Yeah,
no one.
I've been in the
there.
Heights.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been in Tanglewood.
Hey, my parents helped gentrify the Heights.
Yeah.
All right?
I went to school with Travis Scott. We were in musical theater together. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask on Anything Friday. Carlos Correa is an Astro, as is Jesus Sanchez, as is Ramon Urias. On the other side, are there any potential Astros problems on the horizon after these moves were made? Is there anything that gets a little bit awkward? We'll discuss. Chandler Rowan wrote a nice article about it. Stick around.
This is America, Ken. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. But Cody Bellinger's job is to look for information, get informed, know the facts for sure before he stands in front of cameras to talk about other players. You should get informed. You should be informed before you talk about other players. If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut.
That's right. If you don't know the facts, you better shut the bleep up. And the facts are Carlos Correa, it's never goodbye. He's back. Bloom, 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 bloom. Blah, 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 blah. It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. It's going to be a few more days, August 11th. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Carlos, Carlos. Ooh. You're welcome. Listen, I sing when I'm in a happy mood. That's what I do. That's what this show does. And when the vibes are good, you will know the vibes are good. I'm feeling great. My life could not be better. I have a wonderful girlfriend, and Carlos Correa is back in town. What do you
Rank
want?
those real quick.
What? Girlfriend one.
Okay.
Carlos Correa back in town too. Because again, it's a trade deadline acquisition. And he's not having the best year, but he's back and it's great.
Yeah.
It's fun. Let's have some fun.
Vibes
God.
are high.
Yeah. I love that song too.
But now,
and instead of It's Never Goodbye, like Paul Walker died. There's not going to be, although the next Fast and Furious, he might be back in some sort of CGI form, and that's kind of poor form. Vin Diesel, what the hell are you doing? But Paul Walker, we're never going to see him again. R.I.P. Carlos Correa, we are going to see him again. Assuming he is healthy for the next 10 days. The Astros medical staff.
All right.
We got some questions. I'm trying not to kill the vibes. It's
hey,
Friday,
you passed the physical, all right? The crack medical team that we got looked at his physical.
He did pass?
They're like, it's upside down. Oh, wait. It looks good.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is their physical going to be like the time I took the driver's test in the state of Florida, and I could figure this out, Mr. I got a 700 on the men's section of my SAT flex. I saw that they added up my score wrong. I should have failed my Florida driver's license test, and they passed me. I remember seeing it, and I just didn't say anything. And this is a very easy driver's test. You don't have to parallel park.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Florida is crazy. Also, you get a boater's license immediately, although I think that's the case here in Texas, too. Once you get your driver's license, you get a boater's license, I think. I think that's how it works.
I have no idea. I've never tried it.
In Florida, you can get your driver's license when you're 15. You don't have to take any courses, which I didn't. I just showed up.
You didn't have to take any courses.
I didn't have to, didn't do bleep. I think I took an online
You can just
course.
walk into the
You
DMV.
literally can, assuming you took the course online. And again, like, I have no idea how it passed, and that's often how the Astros medical staff deals when it comes to the test that they're giving. Is there a way that this gets a little awkward for the Astros? I know a lot of people were wondering about the awkward dynamic. Carlos Correa is a shortstop, and now he's coming back to the Astros, and Jeremy Pena's the shortstop. But I don't think that'll be an issue because Correa and Pena have a pretty good relationship, and already it's been established. Correa's moving to third. He's been gone long enough. And Pena, I mean, World Series MVP, right? This was a guy who was so damn good in those playoffs that he's proven as much as Carlos has with the Astros in the postseason from that one run. That's how good he was that 1 year. Obviously, Correa's had more moments. So that's not an issue. I think what really gets interesting is down the road when everyone's healthy. Because you got control of Isaac Paredes. Maybe he misses some of next season, but he's going to be on the team next year. You have control with Carlos Correa, so he's going to be here for a few years. You have control with Jeremy Pena for now. Is it possible that someone gets moved? Is that somebody, Jeremy Pena? I saw that thrown out there by Adam Spillane, and I thought that's at the very least an interesting question, given that Pena just hired Scott Boras. If Pena continues when he comes back having the season he was having before the rib injury, and it stands to reason he will, it will be more and more expensive by the amount of success Pena has. Is that what the Astros look at and say, this is the way that we can reload our farm system? Is that the first time where they move on from somebody before the last year of his contract? Because obviously the Astros moved on from Kyle Tucker going into this season with 1 year remaining. I wonder. It's an interesting possibility. But I think that the long-term problems are something that you kick the can down the road before you even start thinking about, especially considering, and we talked about this earlier on the show this week, a Harvard scientist did say that there's a chance that an alien spacecraft arrives in November and takes us all out. This guy went to Harvard. Is he a crackpot? Probably, but hey, maybe the Astros, I mean, they are the Astros in the space city with ties to NASA. Is it possible that the Astros know something? Stay woke.
Yeah.
Stay woke.
If only there's some sort of reason we have for it's easier to train baseball players to be astronauts than it is to train astronauts to be baseball players, like in the movie Armageddon with oil drillers, where Carlos Correa, Jeremy Pena,
you know what?
and Jose Altuve have to go up and stop that alien ship.
Hitting a fastball or a curveball is definitely more difficult than being an astronaut.
There's less people that do it.
No offense to the astronauts out there. There's a lot of people that could be astronauts, but I mean, that last lady, remember that lady that got stuck up there for basically a couple of months, almost a year?
Gail King?
No, no, not Katy Perry either. No, not the 10-minute space joy ride.
Not Jeff Bezos' wife.
What a wonderful world. Not the space flight that saw Orlando Bloom break up with Katy Perry over it, which that actually happened, which is so funny. But no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about that lady that got trapped in space because of, I think, a Boeing issue. What a surprise. And she came back and, I mean, just looked different. All her hair turned gray and her face looked a little bit different too. But the Astros, I mean, between Jeremy Beefcake Pena and Carlos Correa and some of the other guys, could they be the astronauts that drilling team was in Armageddon? I don't know. I think that's more plausible than the plot of Armageddon. Low bar with Michael Bay, of course.
I think it's pretty close to as plausible.
Yeah.
Which is not plausible.
Yeah.
Is Daniela the Liv Tyler in this with the animal crackers?
I gotta rewatch Armageddon tonight.
It's a great movie.
I think I'm gonna rewatch that tonight while the Astros Red Sox game is on dual TV action here. Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Chris Numble with a tough question. Knowing Tom Brady is your Lord and Savior, would you trade the Brady Bucks Super Bowl? That's important clarification for Astros World Series championship this year. Oh, that's tough. That actually is tough.
Because the Bucks one means by far the least.
By far.
Yeah.
But it's Tom Brady's last title.
Mm-hmm.
He did win it in a city that I lived in for a few years.
Yeah, you could conceivably claim.
Yeah, I was happy for my friends.
You're a Tampa Bay Lightning fan, as we all know.
Yeah, everyone knows that. Thank you for pointing that out. Look at my fanhood, and you're like, this guy is the worst. By the way,
you're like
Patriots, Celtics, Astros.
You're not Yankees, Lakers, Cowboys, but you're.
It's close.
You're like the upgraded version.
The upgraded, just a really weird.
At least you've lived in all these places.
I actually have, and I've gone to games for all of these teams, and I legitimately am a fan of these teams, but it is bad. But no, I would not trade a Tom Brady Super Bowl for an Astros championship. Call me selfish. I won't. I can't do it. It would be. I mean, think about it from this. Hey, Sean. Hey. Think about it from this perspective, though. What's the Astros record in World Series when Paul Gallant's not in town? What's the record?
I forgot.
0-2.
Oh, okay.
What's the Astros record in the World Series when Paul Gallant's in town? 2-0. Actually, 0-3 technically if you count the White Sox World Series. So, yeah.
You're claiming the 05 one?
I wasn't here for that.
You weren't. You know what? Fact check. True.
Yeah.
You weren't here in 2005.
I've been here for all of the Astros championships
and none of the losses.
None of the
losses.
The
World Series.
In the World Series, correct? Yes.
This is some real.
Don't read the fine print.
This is some real. Joe Montana was 4-0 in Super Bowls.
I know, right? That's so funny. This is another fun Ask Alon Anything question from Eric the Driver. Paul, is a taco salad the superior way to eat a taco? Same question for a burrito bowl. What? Wait a second.
I think he's asking, is a burrito bowl better than a burrito, and is a taco salad better than a taco?
No,
Yeah.
it's not. Definitely. Come on. What are we doing here? A good taco is really, really good. Like I every now and then I go for the crispy tacos when I'm at El Tiempo. I like crispy tacos occasionally, but if you get like some really good tortilla and you fry it a little bit, not too much, where it's like kind of crispy, but it's not entirely floured up. No, that's better. Generally, these salads that they put them in for a taco salad too, the lettuce sucks, and there's usually not the best mix in there. And it's not even healthy for you. It's just like you're eating water with taco chips in it, you know? Because that's what iceberg lettuce is. It's essentially just water.
Yeah.
Burrito bowl. I mean, if you're really watching your carbs, like, sure, go ahead. Burritos are, I think, unwieldy. So
Yeah, sometimes
that's maybe the one devil's advocate argument for a burrito bowl.
I was gonna say the bowl
Chipotle if you're in a rush.
Yes, it is ease of access, and in some situations it is just easier to do a bowl. But I think the traditional way is my preferred for both tacos and burritos.
That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Very funny text about, like, Paul, you need to work on your Instagram story game. It's kind of old. It's giving too fast with your movement from one spot to the next. You're not slowly moving around. Okay, interesting. I was an AP photographer. What the hell? I didn't know I was going to get called out on that front. Carlos Correa is an Astro. Jesus Sanchez is an Astro. Thank God, Jesus. They did. Technically, it's pronounced Jesus. And on top of that, they got Ramon Urias. Is that going to be enough to get the Astros to the finish line and back to where they belong, the World Series? That's on the table all show long on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. Let's have some fun. Let's celebrate. Our guy, Carlos Correa, is back. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Carlos Correa is a Houston Astro after a trade yesterday with the Minnesota Twins. The Astros sent a minor leaguer that's been in the minors for a while. He's 26. He's not particularly good. In exchange for Correa, they're going to get some of Carlos Correa's contract paid. Minnesota's going to spend $33 million to cover the remaining contract and help the Astros get, I believe, $30,000 under the luxury tax threshold. In total, the moves that the Astros made at the trade deadline, they get Carlos Correa, Ramon Urias. So we're talking 2 Gold Glovers between those two. Jesus Sanchez, who crushes right-handed pitching, in exchange for a player to be named later, Ryan Gusto, prospect Twine Palmer, prospect Chase Jaworski, and prospect Esmail Valencia. And then if you really want to get crazy and do a Dana Brown and flex, and he gets to flex today, the Astros are also in the near future. Buckle up, guys. You ready for this? You remember the waiver trade deadline at the end of August, the time where the Astros got Justin Verlander? Well, this is what the Astros are going to get in the coming weeks, just like it's Justin Verlander. They're going to get Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, JP France, Jeremy Pena, and possibly Jake Myers in exchange for Jacob Melton, Zach Short, Cooper Hummel, Jason Alexander, and Colton Gordon. I will let Dana Brown act like those are trade deadline acquisitions.
And it's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
You're damn right, Dana Brown. Hell to the bleeping yeah. So Correa's back in town. I've always had a soft spot for Correa, specifically because of the way that he defended the Astros. In that interview that he did with Ken Rosenthal for 20 minutes, where he was often pointing at the camera, where he was attacking Cody Bellinger. But I think most importantly of all, and I don't know how much people listen to this, because it seemed like once the Astros sign stealing scandal was out and everyone was talking about it, everyone got lumped into the cheating. But I believe Carlos Correa when he had this to say about our friend Jose Altuve.
The reason Jose Altuve apologized to the media was for being part of the team and for not stopping it. But he's not apologizing for using the trash can. He's not apologizing for cheating because he did not cheat. And this is easy for you to find out, Ken. You can ask around. You know, you're a great reporter. You can ask Mike Fires. You can ask the players that are not with the team anymore that were in 2017. Jose Altuve earned that MVP, and he's been showing it for years.
Love that. I love how that whole interview, too, he said, Ken, but he was really talking to everybody that was watching.
And my favorite is, this is America, Ken. But you can say whatever you want.
But if you don't have the facts, shut the bleep up.
Yeah. Correa was always, even before this, like Correa of the, like, you know, golden era generation that came up, he was always my favorite because of stuff like that. He was always the most open and, like, would talk thing. Because Bregman was more on the field. He was a little cocky, a lot cocky before something happened in 2019. But Correa was the one that would, like, actually put a voice to it. And then, of course, when the lights were brightest, he stepped up for this Ken Rosenthal interview, which has 9 million great parts, great quotes in it.
It really was. If Carlos Correa somehow he gets injured again, God forbid, especially with his training staff, and his career ends, I think he could do wrestling.
I thought you were going to say TV.
Oh, he could definitely do TV.
Yeah, he did TV.
Right, he's done it before.
When he was on the Twins, he could join the postseason crew for MLB TV. Probably won't be able to do that anymore now that he's back on the Astros. But he there's a video going around last night of him in 2022 interviewing Jeremy Pena during the World Series run. So yeah, I think TV is definitely in his future. I think wrestling, I would like it to be after 2028 for him to
Yeah, I agree.
do that.
I agree. Let's wait a
after the
little while.
contract's expired. But
yeah,
he's obviously amazing on the mic. And another reason that the HEB commercials, the fact he's a great citizen and great leader and a very good baseball player. I'm glad he's back. You know what? Hot take. I'm glad Carlos Correa is back.
Some good questions on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. From the 346, a texter asks, the new Mariners lineup is really strong, but why are there fans comparing the new lineup to the old Ken Griffey Jr., Jay Buhner, A-Rod lineup?
That's crazy if they're doing that.
Well, it's been 30 years. So I think that's part of it. I read a book about that 95. I mean, it was 95. It's really been 30 years.
I guess,
They had like this dramatic comeback, and they ended up winning the American League West. I believe they came back to catch. They might have still been the California Angels at the time. I don't think they were Anaheim until a couple of years later. So that is insane. But then think about this. I had no idea Cal Raleigh had 42 homers.
Yeah. He had I think it was like 38 before the break, 36 before the break.
We're 2/3 of the way through the year, and I believe the record is still 70.
I thought it was 73.
Is it 73?
I thought that was the Bonds.
Okay.
Bonds
Well,
I could be off.
I mean, people don't really acknowledge the Bonds one.
Yeah,
too.
62 is the AL record.
Right.
Or 63, whatever Judge hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, do you think
he's on pace to have more than Judge, which would be hilarious.
Who is the
I want that so bad.
Whose record did he break? Roger Maris.
Right.
Is Roger Maris Jr. going to be going to Cal Raleigh games like he did Aaron Judge games to watch him break his dad's record?
Probably
not.
That's a good question.
Probably not. I hope he breaks Judge's record. That's all I want.
Yeah,
I don't want him to break Bonds. I want him to break Judge's
and
record.
I will see, like, you know how that record 63 home runs is like what, 7th most all time?
Yeah,
8th most all
AL
time?
record though.
It's an AL record, but like we've always said, like, oh, it's like 8th most all time. If Raleigh gets it, even though he's a Mariner, I will 100% say American League record holder instead.
Two things.
Because I like the Mariners. I like Mariners fans. Whatever.
If Raleigh gets it, and if the Mariners don't win the AL West,
yes.
If they win the AL West and he breaks it, I'll be too bitter to hand it to him. I'll be too upset.
Yeah.
But if the Astros still win the division and he breaks the record, that to me is the best outcome possible. Because Cal Raleigh does seem like a pretty cool guy.
I like him. Yeah.
I was talking about this after the Mariners series while you were off, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
There was a little bit of a dust up, not a ton, but some barking from the dugouts.
I like that. That's good.
I had a moment of weakness where I admitted I miss Scott Service.
Yeah,
I miss Scott Service.
Scott
As much
Service
as I
was fun.
hated him, I kind of loved him.
Scott
too.
Service was fun.
It was a fun foil.
Always was nice to me when I was in Seattle, for what it's worth, too. But yes, he was easy to get mad at when you're watching him play against your Astros.
It was like every year he would do
always
something.
at least
and he's
one
such
thing.
a hothead.
Yeah, he was. It add a little extra to the series. I think it's because they also have Julio Rodriguez, and Rodriguez has not been living up to the expectations, but he's still got that potential and is so big. And Suarez has 36 homers too.
Yeah,
I mean,
Suarez.
it's 80 home runs between Raleigh and Suarez, and we're 2/3 of the way through the year. Like for one season for both of those guys in the same lineup is insane. They're both going to have 50 homers.
Them getting Suarez and Naylor really is something that, you know, it does change how you look at them. Obviously, they'll have to stay healthy on the pitching side. I saw they had a pitcher last night. Looked like he tore his Achilles trying to field a ball. Yeah, it was Thornton. I think one of the relievers. But yeah, the Mariners are definitely a worthy adversary, I'd say. It is nice that the Astros already have 5 games in their pocket. They're 5 games up right now. So, you know, all the AL West teams made a move, or all of them made actually multiple moves to get better. It's nice that the Astros kept pace with those. You're saying yesterday, and I agree to a certain extent, that if the Astros don't make a move, it's not the end of the world.
No, not. But
then after the Mariners, I mean, the Mariners had already gotten Suarez. They got Naylor, and then the Rangers got some pitching help. If the Astros didn't do anything after all that happened, I'd be more concerned.
Uneasy. Yeah, I'm with you there. He's Sean Mapes on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to ask any question about the Astros did at yesterday's trade deadline. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app. We're having some difficulties on 97.5. So if that's the way you normally listen, check out the app, check out the Twitch, check out the YouTube.
92.5 still works.
92.5 does still work. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Houston. "34 days away. Earl Campbell, Nolan Ryan, Hakeem Olajuwon. The most important number in Houston sports." We don't need to go any further. I do not care if there are any Texans who wore number 34. And in case you are just tuning in and we're under a rock for the last 22 and a half hours, the Houston Astros have brought back Carlos Correa in a trade with the Minnesota Twins. They gave up very little to get him. And in fact, the Twins even helped pay some of his contract. They also got Jesus Sanchez and Ramon Urias. Sanchez is an outfielder from the Marlins who hits righties very well. And Urias is a pretty damn good fielder who plays third base. Some flexibility for the Astros lineup. I know there's some questions about the pitching. Right now, you are rolling the dice and hoping that a bunch of Astros pitchers will be healthy in the near future. We'll get to some of your Ask Gallant Anything questions a little bit later. Football was back last night. The Detroit Lions and Los Angeles Chargers. We saw Trey Lance Third team, the Charm, threw 2 touchdown passes for the Chargers. Lions looked like crap. Dan Campbell was pissed off about it afterwards. Texans and Lions have joint practices around the corner before a preseason game between those two teams. As far as the game itself, there was weirdly controversy over the national anthem. Some people thought it was bad. I listened to it. It's a guy who's in the National Guard. I thought it was solid. The best part of the national anthem, as I've said many times before, is when they say, "We're so gallantly streaming." Very often I will find somebody that's never heard me do this before at games that I go to and just whisper, "That's my last name," in the pause between gallantly streaming and the Rockets red glare. Damn, I'm a good singer. Some drama in Big D. I did not think it would come to this. I did not think that Micah Parsons would get frustrated to the point of requesting a trade. Parsons is at Cowboys camp in Oxnard, California, has practiced, but is dealing with a lower back injury. And yet, contract conversations have been going rather slow, which is funny because Stephen Jones said, no, we never drag our feet when it comes to contracts. Micah has to want to get paid. Jerry Jones has made some comments as well. Parsons has been very cryptic in the last 24 hours. At about 10:51 last night, there was a picture of Micah Parsons next to Trevon Diggs, a Cowboys fan, with the caption saying, "I'm about to burn this app down." I think he's a Cowboys fan that's based in Kansas City. Parsons reposted it saying, "One last time," showing Will Smith and Martin Lawrence's character from Bad Boys giving each other a fist bump. Then a little bit later, we got a post from Diana Rossini of The Athletic about Micah Parsons, and it said as follows. Breaking: the Micah Parsons Cowboys relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures, which could include a trade request or even a declaration that he is severing his relationship with the team, per multiple league sources. The two sides remain far apart heading into the second week of training camp and are not currently negotiating. That was at 9:44 this morning. And then minutes ago, we got this from Micah Parsons himself. Bear with us because it's a notes app that he posted to X.
Multiple slides on the notes, on the pictures with the app, or on the Twitter.
Yes.
It's like multiple slides of pictures.
1:16 p.m. Thank you, Dallas. Lion emoji, king emoji, prayer emoji, exclamation point emoji. Notes app. Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports, and make this America's team once again. The team my pops and I grew up cheering for, way up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I think that is a fair point. I think that Jerry Jones has been an a-hole this entire time. Stephen Jones, no better. If they had not maybe said some of the things that they'd said publicly, I wonder if this notes app would be posted. By the way, we got a long way to go. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. I had purposely stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done. But since there is confusion out there, let me clear some things up. I had my agent reach out to the Cowboys last offseason after my third years in hopes of getting a deal done early. Unfortunately, the team did not want to start any negotiations at that point. I was okay with that, didn't complain, focused on 2024. After the season, I told my agent once again to let the team know we were open to negotiate when they met at the Combine. My agent informed me I should wait for other deals to get done because the price would only go up. But I didn't care and wanted to secure myself as a Cowboy long term. This was before any of the other pass rushers deals got done. Hang on a second.
Yeah,
he did a very poor job of cutting and doing this. I knew I would be leaving money on the table, but again, I was okay with that. Again, radio silence as far as my extension. In March, I met with Mr. Jones to talk about leadership. Somehow the conversation turned into him talking contract with me. Yes, I engaged in a back and forth in regards to what I wanted from my contract, but at no point did I believe this was supposed to be a formal negotiation. And I informed Mr. Jones afterwards my agent would reach out thinking this would get things done. But when my agent reached out and spoke to Adam, he was told the deal was pretty much already done. My agent, of course, told him that wasn't the case and also reached out to Stephen Jones. Again, the team decided to go silent. At that point, we decided we would allow the team to reach out to us whenever they decided they wanted to talk. Yet still not a call, email, or text to my agent about starting a negotiation. Up to today, the team has not. Man, Michael, you gotta put this thing up.
The screenshots are so mismatched of like where it cuts off.
Up to today, the team has not had a single conversation with my agent about a contract. Not one demand has been made by my agent about money, years, or anything else. Still, I stayed quiet, but again, after repeated shots at myself and all the narratives, I have made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally. I don't think the Cowboys are going to trade him. I think they're going to play hardball with him, but he's put it out there. And he's not the only player in the NFC East to do that. I wonder if this perhaps inspired him. But get this, Terry McLaurin, Commanders wide receiver, has also requested a trade. Busy day in the NFC East.
Yeah.
Commanders are real bozos for this one. Listen, you got Jaden Daniels, and you got a receiver who might not be top 5, but I think he's top 10 to 15, and he has been the perfect soldier for your god-awful organization. You want to kill all the vibes from a possible new stadium, which I think there was a vote on today, by moving on from him. McLaurin should get paid. Parsons, based off of what he's done, should get paid. I'm very curious to see what happens with both of these guys going forward. But there you go. That is the 10-minute drill. We are 34 days away from the start of the NFL season.
I don't know who's more of a bozo on this, the Commanders or the Cowboys. Like both these, the Cowboys thing is so crazy.
Yeah,
that Jerry Jones basically just tried to cut out David Mulugeta and just tried to like have a conversation with Micah Parsons, and then from the sounds of it, basically went, "Oh, deal's a deal.
Yeah,
deal's a deal, Michael." Like, or Micah. Oh, actually, you might have called him Michael.
He did call him Michael once.
This is great. They're both deals that seem pretty I don't know. They didn't like Michael Parsons should just be the highest paid defensive end. Like, boom, there you go.
Michael Parsons can do pretty much anything defensively on a football field.
Yeah,
I trust him as a pass rusher. I might trust him in coverage against like top tight ends in the league. He's an incredible athlete, and he might be a little annoying with the podcasting side of things from time to time. But I mean, he's not a bad guy or anything like that. No. He's a hell of a player. I don't get this.
It's so funny that they did this with CeeDee Lamb too, where it's like there's no question that you should sign this guy. Why are you dragging your feet on this, or why are you like trying to play hardball here?
Dak Prescott was the guy that was honestly more of a question mark, I think, than these guys are, because Prescott's solid to good.
Yeah, as far as
these guys are great.
I was gonna say, as far as how quarterbacks get paid, like Dak Prescott's obviously on the right side of this guy gets another contract for your team. Like we're talking about Trevor Lawrence and Tua making over $50 million a year now. Like that, if those guys get paid, Dak Prescott definitely gets paid. You're right. Like CeeDee Lamb is a top 5 receiver in the league, top 3 maybe receiver in the league.
Top 10 definitely. Top 5 is tricky because it gets a little murky. But you're right. Yes, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's for me. It's like Chase, Jefferson, and then it's like it might be CeeDee Lamb right there. We already talked about one of the best defensive players in football is Michael Parsons. Just pay these guys.
Pay him.
Terry McLaurin, I understand, like playing some hardball with, but at the end of the day, like who are the Redskins paying? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, Commanders.
Damn,
although they are getting a new stadium, so
maybe they get a new name.
Maybe they are.
Donald Trump said that
we'll see how those
negotiations
negotiations
happen
go.
if they get the new name. Yeah, I know. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 832, a texter asks, Paul, you partaking in the White Linen in the Heights thing? Yes, I will be out there. Haven't exactly figured out the how, but the girlfriend and I will be out and about. Another text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Ooh, this is a fun one. What's the earliest you started drinking before and for what? There have been multiple times where I've had early flights out and I knew that the airport would not have any drinks ready to go. And I like to have a drink before I go on vacation. So there's been a couple of times where I've had a 3:30 a.m. margarita.
Is that early or is that late?
It's early because I woke up early to have the El Tiempo margarita.
That makes sense.
And I slept the night before.
Okay.
So that's probably the earliest, but like I am not afraid of having a drink before noon. I think anyone who is on the weekends.
I was gonna say like tailgating, like there's 9 o'clock right there.
I did a radio show after the Astros won the World Series at Cobos, and I was gone by probably 11:05.
Yeah,
like gone.
I thought you were gonna say
Fed shots.
The 2017 Astros World Series.
That was weird because that one.
I guess that was late.
That was late.
You didn't sleep. Yeah.
I mean, I was up till 4 a.m, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. doing a solo radio show by myself in the middle of the night, going up
Popping
against
champagne.
the actual Astros broadcast for, I would say, 2.5 hours of it.
Yeah.
It is the Paul Gallant Show, Ask Gallant Anything Friday. More of your questions are coming in. But Micah Parsons has requested a trade from the Cowboys. Terry McLaurin has requested a trade from the Washington Commanders. I was not out at Texans training camp today. We're going to be talking about Carlos Correa all show long. The Astros brought him back. They also got Jesus Sanchez. You got any questions about the trade? Have at it. I love it. I'm happy. Are there any possibilities that this ends up backfiring for the Astros? Is there anyone out there that actually has a zag and doesn't like what they did? I'd like to hear from you. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Updated World Series odds after the Astros acquired Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, and Ramon Urias, 3 bats. They have the 6th best odds to win the World Series. Dodgers, always in first, plus 285. After that, pretty big fall off. Phillies at plus 800. They added at the deadline. Tigers at plus 800. They added at the deadline. Yankees at plus 850. They also added the deadline. How are they ahead of the Astros? I'm sorry.
I think that's just Yankees. We're talking about the Cowboys before. I think it's a little bit of that of just public
Maybe.
team.
I would think, though, if you put longer odds on the Yankees, more people would bet on the Yankees.
But you'd have to pay out more if they do win.
But they're not going to. They're not going to. What? Does anyone think that's going to happen? The last time they made it this past year, they got so destroyed by the Dodgers.
It is funny. It was like the most successful year, but also still demoralizing.
Right. And it was like, oh, they didn't even play the Astros. They were probably like, wait a second, do we belong here? And the answer was no. The Mets plus 850, and then the Astros at plus 1,000. They're ahead of the Cubs at plus 1,100. Cubs did nothing.
Yeah. Where are the Padres?
Padres not on it.
Damn.
Plus 1,200 for the Blue Jays, plus 1,400 for the Mariners, plus 1,400 for the Brewers. Unless the Padres are also plus 1,400. That is surprising.
They might just be tied and just not on the little screenshot.
12, plus 1,000. That's pretty good. I think that a very fair question was asked earlier, and this is about the pitching for the Astros. Robert asked on YouTube, I like Correa, but where are the arms coming from? Somebody else had asked the same question. Wait a second. Is this really like a World Series rotation? The hope is that the guys who return by the end of the year are going to be back to form.
It's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
Thank you, Dana Brown. Christian Javier, who's had a couple of rehab starts. Spencer Arrighetti had one last night. Spencer Arrighetti, I think, is expected possibly back as soon as next week. Those two guys are guys you're looking at and you are thinking, hey, you can get something back. I'm very curious about Luis Garcia. Honestly, I'm probably more skeptical that he'll be back just given that he had that setback. But the last time we saw Garcia, this is a shame. Like he changed his pitch motion up with the new pitch clock, and he looked really good those first couple of starts. I think he's like second in his third in particular. Then, of course, he has the Tommy John again. So they have arms that we have seen pitch at a high level in the past, specifically with Javier, but also to a degree with Luis Garcia. Arrighetti, there's a lot of potential, but he is coming back from a thumb injury, and I imagine it's going to be a little bit awkward for him at first. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Robbie's got a question at 713-780-3776. Happy Friday, Robbie. What's up?
Hello, Paul. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, Robbie.
You remember me from Cactus Jack?
I do. My dog. What's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
You're celebrating Carlos Correa early, too. I like it.
Say, let me tell you something.
Hit me.
All right. This morning was Free Beer Friday. I got up at 5:30. At 10 minutes till 6, I popped the top on.
Let's go.
On the beer.
Let's go.
I'm just saying, it's never too early to start drinking, and it's never too late to quit.
Well, that is certainly a mentality that I have had at certain moments of my life, generally on the weekend.
Carlos Correa is a good addition to the team.
I agree.
His leadership, he is great at his position, and he's going to bring positives to the team. So how do you think?
I feel pretty good about it and appreciate the phone call, Robbie. I need to get on Robbie's level. I love it. Listen, Robbie, it's a Free Beer Friday, and Robbie's been up since 5:30 drinking. Seems like. Yeah, I mean, from a vibes perspective, look at it from this way. They had been playing pretty poorly for the last couple of weeks after the incredible highs of sweeping the Dodgers and sweeping the Phillies and 2 or 3 against the Cubs. All of a sudden, you're not scoring. Everyone's hurt. And you have a front office that showed its belief in you by, one, keeping all the young guys who seem to have some upside, specifically Spencer Arrighetti and Bryce Matthews, who were names that the Padres wanted in a Dylan Cease trade. But you just also added. And you added Carlos Correa. And as a texter brought up, Correa is going to bring some energy. This texter believes the team's been mopey since Correa and Springer left. I'm not going to go that far.
They have won a World Series since then.
Right. They've been a juggernaut. But bringing Correa back, I'm sure, is going to be exciting for a lot of Astros, specifically Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena, who has a close relationship with him. And honestly, I would say all Astros pitchers, Correa is another one of those baseball nerds that I think, like Bregman before him, is going to get a little of that veteran savvy for every single one of these younger guys who are getting it, I'm sure, from Altuve, but the more the merrier for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Bregman was credited with basically fixing Hunter Brown last season.
That's right.
He was like, here's how I would attack you. Here's how you should attack me, kind of thing. And he's been a completely different guy since then. And yeah, I mean, the sound of Dana Brown talking about when guys get hurt or when the hurt guys get healthy, it's going to be like another trade. Earlier in that interview, Todd Callis asked him if he feels like this team needs a spark, and he thought it did. And I think Carlos Correa is that spark. I think so. I think if they didn't make the Correa trade and it was just Urias and Jesus Sanchez, I feel like while those guys help, it wouldn't provide the same spark that a guy who has has pelts on the wall here, not just pelts on the wall somewhere else, but he is a guy who is a leader in every locker room or every clubhouse he walks into.
He's respected across baseball to a degree. Obviously, there's the 2017 stuff is in the background, but I mean, I think people respect his game for sure, and especially in this one specifically. I bet Correa is pumped too, given he looked rough in that interview he did before the trade deadline when he was asked, like, hey, what do you think? He said, oh, it's not that serious. I mean, I don't know if it was a combination of like his haircut, but he looked haggard and kind of like bummed out. And it seems like everyone in the Twins clubhouse is kind of feeling that right now.
Yeah,
that they just got rid of like half the roster in a day.
I imagine a clubhouse like that where they come into the season with, like, I don't know, postseason, they could have won the division
for sure.
They definitely thought they could win the division coming into the season, and it's the day before 12 guys are gonna get traded. I bet it was just like terrible vibes in that clubhouse, and I wonder if we get a little bit of rejuvenation with Carlos Correa. He was a guy who this year started off pretty slow, and month by month has kind of gotten it back on track of where his numbers are at now. So I don't know if we can expect him to like jump in production, but he's been a guy in the month of July hitting 300, 759 OPS. Like he's been solid as of late. He was really good in May. So yeah, I think this is something that could give the Astros a spark, and it could give Correa a spark as well.
Ask Gallant anything Friday. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text to YouTube at ESPN Houston. The Astros won the trade deadline yesterday. They won it. Is Jim Crane the best owner in American sports? It's a serious question right now. Paul, you're being such a brown noser right now. Yeah, we all should be brown nosing today. Maybe not tomorrow or after this series against the Red Sox. But right now, I'm licking some boot. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show.
Corey Blazer. Here's a fly ball into right. Back at the wall. This game is over. Correa ends it.
The most interactive sports talk show on an Ask on Anything Friday. He's back. Carlos Correa is a Houston Astro once again, along with Jesus Sanchez, who some are perhaps as excited about as they are about Carlos Correa, because Sanchez has been crushing right-handed pitching this year. The Astros also added yesterday Ramon Urias. They had 3 bats. Dana Brown had said that that's something that the Astros are prioritizing. And I think today's a great day to be an Astros fan. They won the trade deadline, maybe not from a numbers perspective. They didn't get Mason Miller like the Padres did. But from a vibes perspective, who's feeling better as a fan base? Who's feeling better as a clubhouse? I don't think there's anyone that's on the same level as we've got it here in H-Town. And you know what that means? 2 o'clock. Home stretch of the show as we get closer and closer to the weekend. Do you want to do the nose beer equivalent in music form of Houston Astros baseball? Well, let's have at it with this random jingle that the Astros used to play back in the 1980s. Hit it.
Why did they argue the umpire's call? Astros. Why did the fielders crash into walls? Astros. Why do you think the pitchers throw smoke? Why do you think they go for broke? Who says it's only a game?
Not Jim Crane.
Why do the catchers wear iron masks? Why do they die for the drive on the grass? Why do they go head first into home? Why do the losers feel all alone? Who says it's only a game? When you want it, you give it all you've got. The war's not over till the final shot. There's pride and glory and something. Who says it's only a game? Why do you think they call them spikes? Why do you think they call them strikes? Why do they give it more than they've got? Why do they always reach for the top? Who says it's only a game? Whip it out. Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game?
I don't know who made that song, but God bless that person.
We probably owe him money at this point.
We definitely are.
How often we played
We have been playing this. I mean, we played this with Vanessa.
I was going to say the entire run of the show.
For sure. This was early on. This was something I discovered after I left Houston for Seattle. And I was like, how did I not play this? How did I not play this?
This has 8,003 views or 8,300 views.
How many are ours?
300?
Do
you think we're the 300? And then the auxiliary people who, pat ourselves on the back, or maybe not just discover the song through us, but we get the song stuck in their head.
Yeah, we do. That's what we do.
And we could make the case for 1,000 of these 8,000
For
views
sure.
are directly.
This is the earworm show. The texter who doesn't like me asked, like, Paul, how does it feel to be the most annoying show on the station? And my answer is, that's my love language. Like, I like annoying people for fun. You know, the thing I've been doing with my girlfriend's favorite color is periwinkle. And every single time I see any color, I just ask, is that periwinkle? And she hasn't gotten annoyed yet, but like I think she's starting.
Give it a while.
I think she's starting to. It's my favorite thing to do.
You haven't done
like, hey, is that periwinkle? I don't know. Because there was one time I asked if it was periwinkle, and I actually did get it wrong. So now I'm just asking, is that green? Is that periwinkle?
I was gonna say I don't even know what periwinkle is. It like pink?
It's a great question. I'm gonna have to ask my girlfriend again. She watches on the Twitch. So there's a bunch of other Astros songs. A couple other people in the text line are like, and speaking of earworm, one person says the Go Astros song is the best one. Others say that the Paul Wall trombone Astros song is better.
Oh, forgot about that.
I mean, that one we haven't played it a little bit, but last night on my Instagram story on my at Sports Gallant on Instagram is where you can follow all my hot takes. I posted a couple of pictures of Carlos Correa pointing, and it just had little "How about them Stros" in the background. But this is the musical show. We find the good songs, and those are all fantastic songs. But the best one is that one. From the 713, Ocho Texan Paul, you made me laugh so hard I farted. That's what we also go for on this show. Anyway, guys, it is an Ask Alon Anything Friday. I know people look at the rich today in society, and you probably don't like them. You know, these billionaires looking down on you, you know? But on a day like today, when an Astros either hundred of millionaire or billionaire by the name of Jim Crane, a Division III baseball legend who I hope still has his varsity jacket and sometimes wears that jacket with sunglasses inside. I hope he does it. I hope he's got that bad boy streak in him still. Maybe he's got like a cigarette in his mouth too, just ripping a dart, walking down. Right now, he should be allowed to walk into any place in this city and just do what he wants. Like you can just take a bottle of like the finest Casa Azul or whatever. I'm wanting to lick some boot right now. So let's lick some boot.
Can Astros owner Jim Crane do any wrong? Of course not.
We're really proud of the rings.
I'm never satisfied.
Let us all gather round and lick the boot of the greatest owner in Houston sports by making fun of other bad owners.
I hope you washed your ass this morning. It's about to be kissed.
It's about to be kissed. Red Sox. How about that? They got rid of Rafael Devers. They did nothing at the trade deadline. They're like, we got some monetary issues. We're more so today, instead of making fun of the other owners, we're just going to kiss Jim Crane's ass here. I mean, I think it is very fairly worded in that column that was put together by Chandler Rome and Ken Rosenthal. He is the most competitive owner in baseball. Because this is not a huge revenue team that you would expect a Dodgers to be, a Yankees to be, a Red Sox to be.
Yeah, it's why the Red Sox are so pissed off. They're one of these teams that prints money.
Right. The Cubs should print money too.
The Cubs do. They're Red Sox-like in the way that they don't spend.
He has been competitive. I really think there is an advantage to having an owner who has played baseball before and loves baseball because he's played it. Like,
yeah.
I really like, this is a very weird thing, but like for those who don't know, Jim Crane was like an awesome pitcher at the D3 level. Like he had a record for strikeouts, I think, in a College World Series game at the D3 level. Like he's awesome. And that is part of his background. And he owns this team. And you know what? Someone who played high school football was psychotically competitive about it. If I somehow stumbled into a ton of money and I owned an NFL team, I think I would be just as competitive at all times. I would be like, yeah, I want to make a profit, but I also want to win all the time. And I will do anything it takes to do that. He does that. Yeah. And he's got a GM in Dana Brown that loops him in. And I get it. Like sometimes he lets guys walk. He doesn't want to give a contract over 6 years. And that can be a little bit frustrating, but it hasn't hurt him yet. And then they do something like they did yesterday, where I did not know that they had the means to get any of the players that they got, and they still figured it out. It's incredible.
Yeah. There is something, like, I'm with you that there has to be something with him being a former player, but a former player in college, at least. Like you said, he was a good college player. I don't know. It's not as simple as like he can just look at a player and tell he's good, but it's not that. But there's something there. There's something, whether it's just like even the psychology of knowing how like baseball players think, like knowing the clubhouse dynamics or something like that, because that's another thing that the Astros get a lot of credit for is the clubhouse that they have, the consistent culture that they've had over the last decade. And a lot of that is just, you have Altuve, and until this year you had Bregman and Correa and all these guys. But I do think there's some, I guess, extra value that gets placed on that because the guy at the very tippy top of the organization has been in clubhouses, was in a clubhouse in college.
Someone texted in Jerry Jones was Arkansas football player. That's fair.
He is. Yeah, he was.
But
he was on the national championship
that's
in
also true.
1958. Or
But there's I don't know. There's something different with Jerry. I know that he played.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
was he a great player?
By the way, Jerry Jones was a very good owner.
Yeah,
30 years ago, but he was, and even like relatively recently, like they were consistent throughout the 2000s. Like after whatever,
after the Quincy Carter years, but once they got
hired,
Parcells involved,
yeah, once
right.
they hired Parcells, I was trying to think of when that happened.
Some
like
good years with
04
Wade
range.
Phillips too.
Yeah, like
Romo,
since then, like
Prescott.
they've been solid, and now he's kind of, I feel like
He's senile.
On the wrong side of it.
I mean, I hate to say it.
We're not doctors.
Yes, I'm not a doctor, but he is giving senile.
Thank
some of the stuff he is saying,
Put that
Michael
on TikTok.
Parsons,
Yeah.
right? Exactly.
It's giving senile.
Yeah,
it's giving senility.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think that there's something to that. Because and they hire a lot of ex-players. They hire, Dana Brown, ex-scout, which is kind of a rare thing for your head of baseball operations to be an ex-scout, not a analytics guy. So there's something about how they run their team that's different. And, can't argue with the success.
Can we play a Dana Brown clip, Sean? This is Dana Brown talking about the Astros philosophy. And that philosophy, I mean, we've heard it from Jim Crane before. The window is always open. And Dana Brown said, like, this was one of those days where that's our mentality. So that's why we did what we did yesterday.
I always try to operate in the present and in the future, because, our philosophy here, led by Jim Crane, is that the window's always open. And so, we laid focus on that. And that was probably part of the reason we didn't do much more on the pitching side. We thought, some of the prices were a little high. And so, we felt like, look, we don't want to mortgage the future. So, pound what we could pound with the bats, and then, allow what we have coming back from the pitching side to be a part of it. And so definitely operating in those two realms at the same time, all the time.
Dana also has done, I think, a really good job this year. I saw Greg Todd comment, horrible GM. Are you talking about Jerry? Or are you talking about Dana here? Because I want everyone that's been crapping on Dana to give it a rest. It's been weird the last couple of weeks. I don't know what you thought he could do. And by the way, he just did a lot of things, and I don't know how he did it. Like what they gave up to get these guys is pretty damn impressive in totality. Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, Ramon Urias, for a player to be named later, Ryan Gusto, Twine Palmer, Chase Jaworski, Esmail Valencia. They also got cash for Carlos Correa. Somehow they're under the luxury tax too. I mean, what the hell?
This is a team that after Bregman walked, after they trade Kyle Tucker, we thought reasonably that they're going to take a step back. That this year, like, we weren't even coming into the season being like AL West over. Like, this was a season where it's like, we're not really sure what we're going to get with the Astros this year. And after the trade deadline, and in a season where they've had, was it 15, 16, 18 guys on the IL?
Yeah.
They're ahead in the division by 5 games. And the Mariners have a guy who's going to hit 60 home runs.
Yeah, now they have 2 that are probably going to hit 60 home runs.
They have Suarez, and now they have Suarez, and they had Cal Raleigh the entire year. And this team, who has started Trammell and Zach Short and all these guys, they're still leading the division.
It's a good day to be an Astros fan. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Based off of vibes, they won the trade deadline. And I do agree with the Athletics assessment. I think they have the most competitive owner in baseball. And I think it really does help that the guy was a very successful Division III pitcher. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're going to be basking in the afterglow. The Astros big trade. Smoke a cigarette, ripping a dart out here, Yeah. It's like we just had sex, isn't it? Not together. No. But it's like, from a sports perspective, we made it. We really made it. Paul, stop being a pervert. Fine. Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Here come the Astros. Here come the Astros. Breathing orange fire. Traded for Correa. Jesus Sanchez. Ramon Urias. And almost Dylan Cease. But they walked away at the end because they were like, Spencer Arrighetti and Bryce Matthews, amongst others, for a rental. Come on. This song is good, but it's not the Astros cocaine song. And it's definitely not, in my opinion, How About Them Stros by Paul Wall, or more specifically, the trombone version of How About Them Stros. That guy probably has no idea that his song has made it to arguably the most important sports radio show in town.
It's an anthem, I would say, for the most important sports radio show in the city of Houston.
It's true. Very much so. We haven't played it at all this year, but I think we got to keep it that way because God has willed the Astros to a 5-game lead in the American League West. Jeez. We're tired right now.
We won't. I mean,
celebrating all this moves at the trade deadline.
I will say we do play it every day of spring training. Actually, no, we play every day counting down to spring training, and then again counting down to the opening day. So we play it basically from January to April, uninterrupted.
Yeah, but it's not a regular season thing.
No,
and
no, it's an off season only.
God wills it. We haven't played that today yet. We played blasphemy when talking about a couple of things as far as maybe me not wanting to trade a Tom Brady Buccaneers Super Bowl for an Astros championship this year. Sorry, I'm selfish. I have my line where I have to draw in the sand, but everything that is coming together right now, further proof that the Astros are God's team.
God Wilson!
God wills it.
God Wilson!
I mean, they literally traded for a guy named Jesus.
They did.
They literally did that.
They did.
It's on the nose at this point.
Right. Son of God. When did Jesus, this is just me asking a weird question. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday after all. When did Jesus
become a name?
Become a very common name? Is that a Spain thing? Is that a Latin American thing? Truly.
Yeah. Could it be a Roman Empire thing? Because I imagine it was no, because it would have been Spain.
When did Jesus become a big time name? Jesus. Because I don't think I've ever met somebody that pronounces their first name Jesus.
Yeah, no. The guy from Big Lebowski is the only guy.
That's true. The Jesus.
But I don't know if that was a given name.
No, I don't. Definitely was
from
not a given name.
Was it John Turturro's character?
Yeah, John Turturro, who for whatever reason did not want to be in the Penguin TV show.
It's too violent.
Yeah, wild. The name Jesus became. Yeah, again, they're giving me artificial intelligence is letting me down there. This is maybe something we can figure out a little bit later. But shout out to all the Jesuses out there. The Astros have a Jesus now. God wills it.
Yeah.
God wills it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. So it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. We'll work it in to the show. A texter asks, should the Astros trade Pena this offseason if he doesn't agree to an extension and get a haul? He chose his agent. We should beat him to the punch. This is something we talked about a little bit earlier. I saw Adam Spillane put that out there. Good baseball follow on Houston Astros X. I do not think you trade Pena. I think that's something you think about going into the last year of his contract, but no. With the way he's playing right now, do you really want to move on from that? I mean, look, you're in a pretty good spot, but you still have to compete theoretically with a team like the Dodgers in the World Series. And also, you have to get there. Tigers are looking intimidating this season. I feel good about the Astros against the Yankees, but it's more based off of history than it is this year. Also, it's the way that the Yankees are playing of late. Blue Jays are interesting all of a sudden. But no, I do not think that you take a look going forward and say, hey, yeah, what can we get for Jeremy Pena? I'm sure you could reload your farm system, but it also, I think, makes the window in the short term a little bit tighter. And the odds of you getting someone in return for Pena that's as good as him.
Yeah, you're asking
skeptical.
You're asking him to do the Kyle Tucker trade again.
And I mean, they crushed the Kyle Tucker trade, which was with 1 year left. They got Cam Smith. Smith has looked great, and this is his first year. And Paredes was really good before he got hurt.
And part of this is that Correa is now kind of at the point of his career where he should be playing third instead of shortstop. He's I think he just turned 30. Maybe he's a little bit older than that. But this is about the time where, especially the bigger shortstops, which Correa is, do kind of have to move over to third base, especially when you have someone like Pena who can play short. So I understand the idea of like you can just then have Paredes and Correa
right
as your third and short, but I think Correa is kind of a third baseman at this point of his career.
Exactly. I think he's moving in that direction. Less wear and tear on him, keeps him healthier.
Yeah.
You do have him under contract for 3 more seasons, so
less range that you need to have in that spot.
And he's got a cannon too. I mean,
that I have no problem. I have no questions about. Does he have the arm for third?
Yeah, that's a pretty intimidating left side of the infield, and he's also a big guy too.
Mhm.
So yeah, he's got all the things going on that you would like to see in the third baseman. And I mean, we've seen Alex Rodriguez move over to third base before, and he was
and he did it for a worse
confident there.
shortstop.
Yeah, that's true.
Defensively and
I'm Derek Jeter. I can't move over. I'm worse than Nomar Garciaparra. Statistically, it's true. That is true. People don't talk about that enough, but I do all the time.
Every time he comes
every
up.
time I always say Nomar was better. Text line. A texter asks, Marky Mark, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. I don't know if this is Mary Passion Kill.
Yeah, it would.
I think he's just asking who's my favorite.
Who's your goat?
Hmm.
So Wahlberg.
So Ben Affleck has directed movies, but there's a lot of misfires with Ben Affleck. He had that rom-com phase.
He's streaky, I would say.
Yeah. Just about. Marky Mark is a role player. I think he has definitely made a lot of blockbuster movies as a result of it. Boogie Nights, all-timer. His spot in The Departed, all-timer.
Insane.
I very much enjoy Shooter. It's a really good one.
But the other guys, the Will Ferrell cop movie.
But here's why Matt Damon's number one for me. First off, carried a franchise, Born Identity. Second off, Good Will Hunting, fantastic movie. But the thing that people don't talk about enough with Matt Damon, who's in a bunch of other movies other than this, Matt Damon might be the best random cameo actor of all time. Think about all the movies that he just randomly shows up in, and you're like, wait, what? There's so many, I can't think of them off the top of my
Interstellar.
head. Interstellar. Euro Trip.
Yeah, Euro Trip.
Matt Damon loves to just randomly jump into a movie.
He's
for
in
5
like
seconds.
3 different Marvel, like Thor movies,
Yes,
playing
you're
actors
right.
in Thor. Like he's playing like the whatever jester, basically.
For sure. So I Damon's at the top, and then it's between Affleck and it's between Wahlberg.
I think
Jiggly was an abomination and a crime to the Lord, and Affleck's obsession with Jennifer Lopez as well. Like Lopez she's a strong, powerful, independent woman, but she seems like she sucks. Like so, I think that his constant going back to that hurts. Affleck does have like I would say the most range.
I was gonna say the hits with Affleck are big hits.
I like The Accountant too.
Yes,
Accountant 1 was kind of depressing the second time I watched it.
The first one. Yeah, they definitely did pivot more lighthearted this time, which worked out. I think it's good.
It was much more lighthearted. I enjoyed it.
I'll go Damon, Affleck, Wahlberg.
Okay.
Pain and Gain is good though. Wahlberg movie with The Rock.
Man, I'm torn.
It's closer than you think.
I think I have to go Damon, Affleck, and then Wahlberg.
Yeah, I think that's the right way.
Yeah. What else do we have here? It's an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call the text. We'll work your questions in. The Astros got Carlos Correa. World Series? Is that the ceiling? Or is the ceiling maybe not quite there? You answer that on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Oh, about them straws. How about them straws? Straws. How about them straws? Disrespect, mattress smack. All right, we're good. Never done that. That's right, Paul Wall. How you love that? I love it so much, but I love Carlos Correa being back in H-Town even more. Per Brian McTaggart, Carlos Correa had this to say after rejoining the Astros, quote, "It's going to be electric. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to get started with the guys again," end quote. He also had a message to Astros fans. He said this, quote, "I'm coming home. There's only one goal in mind, and that's to win championships."
Love it.
Hell yeah, dude.
Championships.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's under contract for a couple of seasons.
Yeah.
And he only has one. And in the eyes of some, it has an asterisk. Redemption for Carlos Correa?
Today, redemption is spelled Correa.
Mm-hmm. Or C-A-R-L-S. C-A-R.
Yeah, I was gonna do both names. I was like, that's way too many letters to try to do and not get anything wrong.
A lot of vowels. I mean, I just screwed it up right there. So
yeah, I just
spelling bee out. I'm excited. You're excited. Be happy today.
We're all excited.
Yeah. Jim Crane. Tip of the hat. Jim Crane was the one who approached Twins chairman Joe Pollard, told him, "Hey man, we can take some money off your books by taking in Carlos Correa." Twins sent Correa to Houston, spent $33 million. Dana Brown got Jesus Sanchez, Ramon Urias, almost traded for Dylan Cease, and as wrapped up by Bob Nightingale for his MLB trade deadline winners and losers. At the end of the day, no one obtained more talent and gave up less than the Astros.
That is true. And what we talked about with Jim Crane as we're licking the boot of the Astros owner.
Lick it.
Yeah. Is that part of the reason that they didn't have to give up anything for Correa? I mean, they gave up I think like a 25-year-old high A pitcher with a 7 ERA. It's because they're willing to take more of that contract. I'm sure the Twins were like, "Hey, we'll pay less of the deal, or we'll pay more of the deal, but you have to give us a good prospect back for Correa." And I'm sure, I think how I imagine it going down is that the Jim Crane phone call was like, "Actually, we'll just take on more of the deal than that, and then you won't get any players back." Basically, I think that's like the general outline of how that worked, because what they gave the Twins was financial relief. They didn't give them anything on the field.
And like that guy was this rando dude, like 30 years old.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm sure
nothing against him.
Yeah, but if you can trade Bull Durham for Carlos Correa, yeah.
I thought for sure they were going to have to give up a Bryce Matthews or a Jacob Melton
just to make one of these trades.
And now those guys are depth pieces instead of guys that you have to put out there. And that that's another interesting thing. Like, does Bryce Matthews, do you still play him at all? Because he had that week that he had last week.
Yeah, did they go back down?
Yeah.
I saw Spillane was talking about I don't know about roster
Pena has
crunch.
to be back first too, and that supposedly is going to happen
I think
this weekend.
So Whitcomb already got sent down.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's for Pena.
Okay.
But then they traded for 3 major league guys.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to open up 3 more spots. Now
Cooper Hummel.
Hey, that was too fast. That was too fast.
Well, I mean, again,
Zach Short.
too. I mean,
so Zach Short, Cooper Hummel, and then maybe Trammell, since they got a left-handed outfielder.
In
Jesus Sanchez. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who else, but the Astros are the reinforcements came, and not only is it Pena getting healthy, which is like getting a guy at the deadline, but it's also the guys they really did trade for, and they didn't give up anything.
Didn't give up Yiner. Yiner's heating up.
Yeah, didn't give up anything on this year's team.
Right.
And Ryan Gusto. I'm sorry to disrespect.
They like Ryan Gusto for what it's worth, but yes,
he's pretty good.
He's a big guy.
Yeah, for an into the rotation guy, he's all right. But they didn't really give up anything, from this year's team.
Right.
And they didn't really give up anything prospect wise. And they got two guys that are going to be in their lineup a lot, and Urias.
And it's Correa. So
also it's Carlos freaking Correa.
Yeah,
Carlos Javier Oppenheimer Correa Jr.
It's so funny that Oppenheimer.
I forgot. I
looked that
forgot.
up and I was like, did some Astros person log onto Wikipedia and screw around there?
Like,
I
no?
wasn't 100% sure. A couple of interesting questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. I'm going to combine the two because somebody asked, does this change Framber Valdez's decision making? Another texter from the 281. The ceiling is the roof. Over under mound visits to fix Framber's mindset.
They should do.
How many are allowed?
They should do a ceremonial one, just like his first game with Framber on the mound, just as basically a curtain call of just for fan service at Dyken Park. Framber first pitch ball. First pitch of the game, ball
comes out.
Carlos Correa walks over from third base, taps him on the chest.
That would be funny. Hey, listen, you have a calming presence out there that can theoretically soothe Framber Valdez, who, by the way, Framber has a 10:30 start on Sunday on Roku because for whatever reason, Sunday's game starts at 10:30. I have no idea why.
That is early
because it's at 11:30 Eastern time.
I get it's Eastern time,
but no, that's
11:30
weird.
is early.
I don't know what the hell is going on in Boston where the Sunday game on Roku TV. Maybe it's because it's Roku TV is at that early.
I guess
but F that. That's stupid. F
is
you,
dumb.
Roku TV. F you, Apple TV. You got to watch it on that bull crap tonight. So, birds all around. Astros are back, but we're back to flipping everybody off.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is as simple as kind of the Astros got their swagger back.
Yeah.
The Astros did get a little bit of swagger
They
back.
got the wrestling heel back.
Yeah, when they got Correa.
It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Let's roll through a bunch of them. Why are you being so positive now? I have been the most positive about the Astros all season long. And honestly, since this show came back to Houston, no one has been more positive about the Astros than me.
Yeah, you're pro Dusty Baker.
Yes.
You're
pro Maldonado, for Christ's sake.
Yesterday you're pro Ramon Urias and nothing else.
Yes.
You're just like, if it's only Urias, I'm fine. And
call me a bobo, and call me a baseball casual, which I am, but no one has been more positive about this awesome team than me.
I was gonna say this team has won a World Series, went to an ALCS, and then last year only won the division and lost in the first round. That's the worst one.
Yeah.
Generally, if you're positive about the Astros, you're just right.
Yes.
You're just right about the Astros if you're positive.
Right, exactly. Listen, I'm not questioning the lineup every single day. 3 to 6, they do that.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, it's
probably a tweet out already.
They're more diehard about baseball than me. I get why they do it. I'm a little bit different. Paul, your brain's not big enough to understand baseball. That's probably true. I've got hit in the head so many times by an ex-major league pitcher who was drunk at practice that I got to when I was playing as a freshman at Shorecrest Prep. Guess what? I lost some brain power.
It felt like
some concussions.
Felt like you lost
football.
your train of thought right there.
See, I don't even know where I am. What's my name?
Where am I?
It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Hey, Paul, how do you think the Saints will look this year? Bad.
Yeah.
Worst in the NFC.
I like Shuck.
Titans and the Saints, I think, are fighting for the number 1 pick this season. I think the Titans are really going to be bad. Browns.
I feel like Myles Garrett is worth, I'm not going to call you the worst team in the league just because you have Myles Garrett.
The quarterback situation in Cleveland is kind of intriguing to me because of how many quarterbacks there are.
It's upsetting, but yes. It's a lot of options. I'm not sure if any of them I like.
Yeah.
But
I think if they give Shedeur Sanders a chance, I think there's a chance.
I think they all get a shot, maybe other than Pickett, because I think Pickett got hurt.
Yeah, they should cut Pickett, honestly, but right now.
But yeah, I think the Saints are
they're going to be really bad.
They're going to be pretty bad.
Again, probably for a couple of years.
I like Tyler Shuck. Maybe it's just because of that interview that he did with the St. Browns, where he's like, "Hey, listen, I've had a lot of effed up stuff happen to me on a football field. I'm not worried about the Saints.
By the way, numbers announced. Carlos Correa is going to wear number 1 again. Jesus Sanchez, number 4. Ramon Urias, number 29. Here are some roster moves officially made a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy Pena reinstated from the injured list. Bryce Matthews and Jacob Melton optioned. Zach Short designated for assignment. 4-1 out.
Yeah, I think they had to open up a spot on the 40-man roster, and so that's what happened to Zach Short. So Matthews and Melton back to
the minors.
Back to AAA. That's
Makes
fine.
sense. Give him more at bats.
Yeah,
Matthews,
they get to play every
did
day.
move up pretty damn quickly to the majors. He's gotten a little taste.
Yeah.
Does kind of suck for Matthews now that you've gotten that major league taste and you actually had a little bit of success to have to go down. But hey, just do all you can.
You'll probably be the starter next year.
Also, with the amount of injuries this team has suffered, I'm pretty sure they're done.
Don't,
you know? Well, if I say it, that's not jinxing it. If I'm saying it, that means it's possible.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
If I'm acting like it can't happen, that's what's crazy. Texter asks, do we think Carlos or any of the new guys will play today? I think they will, but I'm not sure if all of them will play.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Sanchez feels like he's more of a
situational
matchup guy.
Yeah.
So I don't know the probables for Boston off the top of my head for today, so I'm not sure. But I think Pena's supposed to come back tonight. I think he's actually supposed to come back tonight. I don't know about the trade guys. So.
From the 832, I hope he's not 4 and people are going to call him C4. Yeah, the C4 thing was dumb. Minnesota, the dorks.
Yeah, why couldn't he wear 1 in Minnesota? Did someone have that?
It may be retired or something.
Okay.
That sounds probably like it was that. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm like, Torrey Hunter didn't wear number 1. Joe Mauer wore 7.
3 Harmon Killebrew, 6 Tony Oliva, 7 Joe Mauer. So yeah, so I must have had it. 34 Kirby Puckett. Shout out to Kirby Puckett.
Shout out to Kirby.
34 days away from the start of the NFL season. R.I.P.
We mentioned a lot of guys who aren't football players for number 32.
Well, yeah, 34 is the most important number in Houston.
And Minnesota. Apparently. Twins baseball.
Oh, they care more about the Vikings, I think. But for Twins baseball, yes, I would say so. But they also like Rod Carew, you know? Don't forget about him.
Rod Carew's good.
And Bert Blylevin. I definitely pronounced that wrong.
That's a name that I always try not to say.
Yeah, same here. More Asking on Anything Friday questions. Paul, would you smoke a joint with me? That's illegal, sir. How dare you? Haven't you heard Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick?
Yeah.
Straight out of
make you
Reefer
insane.
Madness.
Yeah.
Side note, and again, this guy has watched me do this show with Joe before. He's right next to Sean.
Yeah,
he's standing
4
right
feet away from
behind
me.
Sean. It was the randomest thing that has ever happened to me in this building. And I had the guy who fired me do the exact same thing at the Texans flag. He just walked in one day. He's standing back there.
Waved at you.
Like, yeah, I know. I was not thrilled about that. But we're on good terms, me and that guy. Yeah, he came in here one time and I appreciate him coming in, and he seemed to enjoy the show. Obviously, I mean, I'm the best.
Clearly.
But, dude, can we stop like quoting a 1930s movie when it comes to the THC side of things?
If he ever comes back randomly into this studio, I'll be like, sir,
I'm gonna throw a bag of weed at
sir.
him.
We have some. No, respectfully, we have some
Weed
questions.
gummies.
Sir. Do you have any comment about? We just treat it like an impromptu press conference.
Yeah, I like that. Well, the funny thing is, the last time that he did a press conference again, sorry, getting a little political here, but he does a press conference and he just throws a bag of like THC at one of the reporters who asked the questions like, "You want this?" And I was like, "Well, I would." If it's legal, I would.
Us in the whatever Texas legislative press corps just bend down and pick it up and put it in our pocket.
I would literally open it up and like put it in there. From the 979, ask on anything. Who is the 97.5 host you would most like to hang out with during your single days, and who is the one you would least like to hang out with? Well,
I feel like Granado's the easy
answer. For most, I don't know. I think when Granado's out, I think Granado has his own crew, and I feel like I'm trying to Jones in. So how about this?
Yeah,
I like hanging out with Sean. How about that?
I never consider myself for these things.
You should.
But yeah, thank you.
We've hung out before.
Yeah,
hung out in Vegas.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's kind of it, though.
Yeah, different remotes and stuff. But yeah.
least. Listen, I like Dell, but Dell just does not strike me as someone that wants to do the things I do, which is get drunk.
No, I don't think he does.
Yeah, I don't think he does that. But I enjoy Dell. I enjoy Dell talking shop. Paul, number one karaoke song of all time. Usually One Last Breath by Creed. Another text from the 281. Paul, would you rather be out on a date with your new girlfriend and run into an ex-girlfriend, or take a good dump at an awful gas station? Listen, the new girlfriend's so hot. Like, I'm pretty sure that like this is not going to be concerning at all. Like, I'd be more like, I would not want her to feel awkward in that situation. I wouldn't feel awkward at all, though, at all. Gas station poo? No, I don't want the H. Anyway, time for a little garbage time. Speaking of what? Speaking of toilets at gas stations, time for some garbage time. What? Garbage time to wrap up this Paul Gallant show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. See this? Hear about this? The National Bank Open in tennis is underway, and there's some tea going on. This is a commentator weighing in on something that went down in the DMs. Tennis people, they're dramatic. Horny, too, I think.
Leaf, I don't know if you heard about this tea. This is totally not tennis related, but there was news that Holger Rune apparently texted Kudermetova, and she said she was too old for him and married.
Yes. I think he was supporting her tennis somehow. She felt that it was something a little different. Just supporting her tennis.
By the way, those are that's Coco Gauff and Veronika Kudermetova playing one another right there.
I would have definitely shied away from trying to get Kudermetova, Ryan.
It's certainly an intimidating one. One, why was the color commentator talking with like a clothespin on her nose? What was going on there? No offense. Two, dog, you're sliding in the DMs and you don't see the person's married? Amateur hour. That's some amateur hour stuff, you home wrecker. And now you deserve to get called out for that in the middle of a television broadcast. If you're sliding into married people's DMs and you had to have known. I would think you had to have known.
What an absurd thing to come up on a broadcast, though. Like that is an absurd thing to come up on a broadcast.
Let me spell the T.
I mean, like,
I don't think the play-by-play guy was comfortable with that conversation.
Definitely not. He definitely was just trying to like, yes, yes, I have heard about this. I don't like when the Patriots play their first game of the season. Are people going to bring up like Stephon Diggs on camera with a powdery substance? Like, I don't think they're going to bring. They should, but I don't think they will bring that up. I don't think
so either.
They're bringing up
because the NFL broadcast. They're going to be like, stay the hell away from this.
Yeah, like basketball broadcasts, they don't talk about.
Kids watch these games, you know.
Actually, no, they really don't bring up anything like.
No, they never
super
bring up
off the court.
No, sometimes there's like a domestic violence situation. They don't even get into that. You know, like that's the really.
But even like
thing.
Fun social media stories, they'll mention like, you know, a lot of fans have been making a stir about this guy recently. Like they try to say it without, like Brett Musburger was on the broadcast last night for a little while. Mm-hmm. How Musburger and Al Michaels back in the day used to have to talk around gambling of like, oh, that touchdown really interests a lot of people or something like that. That's how I feel like, other than tennis broadcasters, apparently, that's how most broadcasters talk about like something like that. They would like talk around it.
Oh yeah.
A lot of social media noise around this guy, but hey, he stepped up tonight. It's like that. That's how they do it.
Oh, that's funny. By the way, speaking of little love stories, Braxton Berrios, if he makes the Texans, definitely a candidate for the punt returner. He is still dating Alex Earl. People were asking Alex Earl if they had broken up, and Alex said no. Believe it or not, at Texans training camp on Wednesday, I was talking with Shelby Coppage about this because I think there might be a feature story during the preseason broadcast about Alex Earl dating Braxton Berrios. We shall see.
Got to get that done in the preseason.
Yeah. You have to do it in the preseason.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No reason not.
It's going to be a long, the preseason games are tough after a certain point in time.
Oh, I hope Spencer Tillman's doing it. Like smoke through a keyhole.
He's got to. I think it's actually no, because it's Andy Kalu now. It's Kevin Kugler,
yeah.
it's Andy Kalu,
Yeah.
and it's Shelby Coppage, who fills in on the Astros broadcast from time to time. So watch out. But Braxton Berrios and Alex Earl still together. Love. It still exists, and Carlos Correa is a Houston Astro. What a day to be alive. Big thanks to everybody who tuned into today's show. Sorry about the signal issues that we had. Hopefully they will be better during the Killer Bees on 97.5. But if you still want to listen on the radio, it's at 92.5. The app as well for iPhone and for Android, or on YouTube or Twitch. You can also watch along. Thank you to everyone who joined today's show. It was a lot of fun talking about Carlos Correa's return to the Astros. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Friday edition, getaway edition to the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The first Astros lineup post-trade deadline is out.
Ooh.
It was out, released minutes ago. Both acquisitions, the big ones yesterday. Urias isn't in there. But the big ones, Jesus Sanchez is in there. Carlos Correa is in there. Have you taken a look at it?
I've not.
You want to guess where they're hitting?
I was curious this morning.
Peña's back too.
Yeah, I was curious this morning where Correa would hit. I was guessing that Peña would immediately go back to the leadoff. First blush was I had Correa at 5th or 6th. So that would mean that you say Sanchez is in the lineup?
They're both in there. Sanchez and Correa.
Okay, so I'm going to go.
Sanchez in left, Correa at third.
I'm going to go Peña at short, Sanchez in left? No, right. I'm going to go Altuve third, Walker fourth, Correa fifth. No.
The only one you got right was Peña.
Oh, good.
Peña, Altuve's DHing, and he's batting second.
Okay.
Sanchez is batting third, playing left. Carlos Correa is your cleanup man. Third base, batting fourth. Yiner at catcher. He's hit fifth. Walker, the first baseman in the 6th spot. Trammell in center, bat 7th. Cam Smith down to the 8 hole in right field. While you were running out all these minor leaguers, Cam Smith was either hitting cleanup or second, or he even let off a few games. He's batting 8th today, and then Mauricio Dubon gets the start at second base over Urias. So first lineup, post-trade deadline, it's post Jeremy Peña's return. It's pretty sexy. That's a pretty sexy lineup. And when Yordan comes back, it's going to, if Yordan comes back, when Myers comes back, it's going to get even sexier.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Sexy lineup.
You hear everybody giving out their grades and everybody saying who won and who lost the trade deadline. It just, looking at this team the way we do on a daily basis, it's hard not to be excited and say, regardless of what anybody else thinks, that dog can hunt. I mean, that lineup is really good. And now you just need, a little help from the injury list to get a couple of pitchers back, and you're ready to go, man.
It's a sexy lineup there. They're running out today. Hunter Brown on the bump, too. A couple of Astros in the Red Sox lineup. Alex Bregman, and where's Toro? Well, he's at first base at Fenway tonight, batting in the middle of their order. But it's going to be a fun one tonight. Apple TV, too. You're going to be able to watch it.
I am. We have Apple TV, so I am going to be able to watch it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are complaining about the fact they don't get the shin for the first game with Correa back. But, it's going to be a fun one to watch. And, look, Boston's right there. Boston's fighting for, a playoff spot as well. So this is a big series for them.
Yeah, that is I do feel bad for TK, who will be joining us at 4 o'clock. And then Michael Schwab, the real winner of the trade deadline, will be joining us at 5 o'clock. We'll sprinkle in some Texans. We'll sprinkle in some NFL. A lot going on in the NFL. Parsons, Terry McLaurin. So we'll get to that a little bit later as well. But, yeah, I feel a little bad for TK. You got Correa's reunion. You got the first ever game for Jesus Sanchez, his debut. And he's not going to be on the call.
Yeah, it does kind of suck. I mean, I think that, we'd probably feel the same way if we were doing Astros games. I mean, you're so close to the team as it is. You make a move like that, and you want to be a part of that first time that they go out there and put the uniform on and represent. And it probably sucks for them. But it, like I said, I just the fact that we're not putting out 4 or 5 Space Cowboys in this lineup right now, and what they did, whether people want to nitpick if it was enough or not because they didn't get any pitching, I don't care. This team is better than it was pre-deadline yesterday. And I'm really excited to see what this offense can do. And you put out a guy like Hunter Brown, you're going to put your 2 best pitchers out in this series. And it's a formidable offensive lineup again, and that's what you love.
The other moves to get these guys up on the 26-man roster, they sent down Jacob Melton and Bryce Matthews, so they get them some work, see what they can do. And then they DFA'd Zach Short. So those are the moves. They announced Shea Whitcomb yesterday. And then they also called up my guy, Nick Hernandez, go Cougs, because they needed a pitcher because they traded away Ryan Gusto. So just so you're up to date. Surprised at all by those 3 demotions?
Not really. No. And I think that you were on it with Matthews, that he just needs to hit every day, and he needs to, just relax a little bit. Whitcomb already went down, and I think he had 2 doubles last night. So he's back to getting in the lineup and swinging a bat, which he needs to do consistently, which he wasn't doing up in on the big league roster. And because you had the depth now, and you have so many different guys that can play multiple positions again, I think that all those young guys need to be down there swinging a bat. And Zach, short, tip your cap. Thanks for the effort. Appreciate everything you did, and a couple of big hits that helped us along the way. But at the same time, it's time to move on.
Yeah, I think there's a real chance that no one claims him and he accepts his assignment to AAA. So this doesn't mean he's out of the organization. Does have to clear waivers, then would have to accept the assignment. Guillermo, he did the whole thing. He actually tested free agency for like a day or two, and now he's back at Sugar Land.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
I knew he was going to test free agency. I didn't know that. I didn't hear the Sugar Land part.
Yeah, he took another minor league deal with the Spacers. So there is that. Texture says, don't forget about Wilyer Abreu, former Astro farmhand. Never made his Astro debut. Of course, he was in the Vasquez trade, which won a World Series with Vasquez. Vasquez had some big moments, but I like Wilyer Abreu too. Pretty good. All right, so how do you deploy these guys? Now that they're here, how do they fit? Carlos Correa here. That one's probably pretty self-explanatory. Ramon Urias.
Yeah, Urias.
That was Dana Brown pronouncing his name. Say it again, Dana.
Yeah, Urias.
Yeah, he botched it. I don't even know what he's trying to say.
I thought he was trying to say it correctly. That's the incorrect way to say it?
I don't know what he's saying.
Ursius?
Yeah, Ursius.
Ursius. The baseball reference always has the pronunciations of these of all the players really that needs it. It's OO dash re in all capital letters dash AHS in all lowercase. That's Urias.
Urias.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what Dana Brown was saying.
Yeah, Ursius.
He threw a C in there.
Yeah, he's got an Ursius.
Ursius.
He threw a C in there. Sounds like a planet. Is what that sounds like. Urias.
Ursius.
To replace Pluto as the 9th planet.
He
Ursius.
did. Where did he get the C from, Dana? Where did that come from? Ursius. What? Urias is how it's pronounced, but not in the lineup today. Urias.
Don't spell him, just get him. That's what he's got to do.
That's true. His job is not to pronunciate their names. That's for TK. That's for Blumber. That's for Robert Ford. That's for Sparky. He's the general manager. Doesn't matter how he pronounces Fromber's name wrong. He says Framber. It's Fromber.
Yep.
Anyways, how do you deploy these
Ursius.
guys? Correa, we know. Ursius, how are you going to deploy Ursius? How are you going to deploy Jesus Sanchez?
Sanchez, as we talked about yesterday, Sanchez is going to be, in the lineup every time there's a righty on the mound for the most part. He's going to be a good defensive outfielder. He's a left-handed bat that hits righties really well. Probably not going to be in the lineup with lefties. And I think that Urias is going to be a guy that you use all over the place, much like you use DeBond, depending on who needs days off and how you want to, deploy your lineup. I think it gives Espada the freedom to give some guys some rest and move him around the diamond because he's so versatile to play multiple positions. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to find him consistent playing time because of the fact that you are so loaded on the infield right now, but probably second base.
Yeah, I think he's going to give guys days off. I think he'll bounce around. I do think that they have Dubon higher on the pecking order than Urias because of the lineup today. Secondly, just listening to Dana talk yesterday, it sounded like he's behind Dubon on the pecking order as of now, but they'll play him all over the place, get him in the lineup. He's a bench guy though. He's a bench guy, which is fine.
Him or
I think Urias is.
Yeah, I think so too.
Dubon's been better this year, but Urias has been way better over the course of his career. Way better. But we'll see. I agree with you in the plan with Sanchez. Like to me, he's your everyday left fielder against righties. Against lefties, I don't expect him to be in the lineup. It's amazing how egregious his splits are. He crushes righties like 814 OPS, something like that. Against lefties, he's like a pitcher batting. It's crazy. The difference is nuts. So I don't expect him to start ever against lefties, and I'm sure also that Espada will pinch hit for him late in games with lefties if it's like a close game, stuff like that. I was watching some highlights of him today because I'm geeking out about this trade. He hits bombs, man. Like he doesn't hit a lot of home runs, but he has elite power. He hits 450-foot home runs. Like if he hits a home run, there's a decent chance it's going 450 feet.
Didn't I hear someone say that he hit one of the 5 longest home runs in the last 3 years?
I think last season he had the longest.
495 or something.
It was 480. 480, which is a Miami Marlin record at Marlin Park. Like he hits bombs, but he doesn't hit a ton of home runs. Like he's got elite power, but doesn't hit tons of home runs. But when he hits them, they go a long, long way. He's like a poor man's Onel Cruz, like a very poor man's Onel Cruz. He's got some sneaky speed though. Like he'll steal a bag or two. I saw him leg out a few triples and stuff like that.
He's not bad in the outfield.
No, he's got a really strong arm too. So I'm excited to watch him. He does now. Just to give you a little forewarning here and to prepare yourself, he he is awful against lefties, but then he's really, really good against righties. And then I'm with you too on the plan with Dana Brown's got me confused on how to say Urias' name. But here was Ursius. He threw a C in there. Arias. It's Arias. All right, here was Dana Brown talking about this yesterday, meeting with the media, his plan for Sanchez and Arias.
As far as Sanchez is concerned, he's going to play the outfield. He'll play a bunch of left every now and then and right when we want to give, Smith a break. But I think he's going to get some time in left field, which means, Altuve is going to play some second base. And if he plays right field, we'll give Cam Smith the day off. Sanchez is going to get some playing time in that way. It's a left-hand bat. If we want to, he's going to get these at bats against the righties. So we could, he's going to get at bats there. And then Urias, look, this guy can fill in and give guys a day off, whether it's Altuve or Dubon at second, he can give him a day off. He could give, Correa a breather at third. And so we just added to our depth, with our position players. And so there's going to be plenty of playing time.
There you go. Pretty much summed up the way that we summed it up.
Yeah, no, look, and again, tip of the cap to Dana Brown. What he got done, especially as we started our show yesterday, and all they had done was get Urias, was basically turn everybody's frown upside down and had everybody saying they're very happy with what happened. Yeah, you can nitpick and you can say, well, a relief pitcher or a starter, but overall, how can you not be ecstatic, and how can you not give Dana Brown the flowers for doing everything that a lot of people didn't think he was capable of doing, because he didn't have to give up hardly anything to get the guys that he got that make this team that much better.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lots to get to today. We'll be talking about the Stros as they get ready for the Red Sox. Some big moves made yesterday. There is also some other talking points there, like what do you do with the surplus of infielders next year? There was some criticism about the starters. Didn't trade for a starter. What does that mean going forward for the Astros? Who are some reinforcements that could be back on the way? Bad Take Boulevard, Michael Schwab, the big winner of a Major League Baseball trade deadline, will be joining us at 5, and Todd Callis will be joining us at 4. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryan at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. So starting pitching yesterday was like the lone critique I was hearing. They should have gotten a starter, even if it wasn't Cease, somebody else. Dana spoke on that. We'll get to that in a moment. 713-780-ESPN. Israel saying Jesus Sanchez in left, Trammell in center, Cam in right. Flex emoji, flex emoji, flex emoji. Texter, what time are you going to play that stupid game that doesn't involve the listener so I can change the station? I think the text is referring to who said it. I echo his claim or her claim that it is a stupid game. Hopefully we don't get to it today. Hopefully all the other conversations that we've put on a pedestal ahead of it pushes that bad boy to the weekend for the bullpen tomorrow. Right, Brian?
You want me to play it with the bullpen?
I don't care who you play it with. I don't care if you're playing with it with yourself. I just don't want to play it. But we'll see if we get to it. But we don't know what time. We don't have a script here. We have things we want to talk about. We get to those things when the appropriate time comes. Pete, HEB, well, unless we have an interview, and then that's different. Pete, HEB's hard at work on a new commercial with Correa crashing Altuve's backyard cookout. There's a lot of good ideas, I think, for an HEB commercial on what they could do. I like the one that we got yesterday where Correa's like freezing and he crashes Pena's like swim party or whatever.
Yeah, I like that. And then I was wondering today, because people were kind of bringing back the old ones. There has to be an old one that still has just him and Altuve that they might be able to run again.
Probably is.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would recycle.
Maybe quickly they could do something like that just for old time's sake, even for the weekend.
Mm-hmm. There are some pictures going on around the internet right now with Correa and Astros gear. It looks like he's going to meet with the media here in a little bit. So some quotes perhaps of Correa, but he's in Astros gear. He's talking to the media. So Correa's back. Meanwhile, Jesus Sanchez is going to hit 450-foot home runs. I can't wait to watch his first Astros dong. It's going to go so far.
I'm intrigued and excited by the fact that you've got a guy that has pop, that has talent back in the outfield because of how many lineups we've seen. I'm just curious who's the first guy. I mean, who's the first guy to make a difference tonight? Is it Sanchez? Is it Correa? It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I saw McTaggart and everybody all getting excited about he's here. He's in Fenway, and everybody was already excited about that. I saw the pictures of him and Bregman talking on the field, but Heidi Watney told us that they were supposed to interview Altuve in the pregame tonight for Apple TV, and now they're going to interview Correa. So I'm sure that'll be a good interview to catch as part of the telecast.
If players get DFA'd, do they still get paid full contract? Yeah, they get paid their full contract if they get DFA'd. Now, if they get claimed by somebody, that puts that team on the hook. But if they clear, Major League Baseball contracts are guaranteed. So yeah. I was talking about who said it. It's a stupid game that doesn't involve the listeners. I agree. You're preaching to the choir here. We'll get to the Micah Parsons stuff later. Texas has got to do who said it. It's Friday, bro. Forget that, listener. So it's the opposite end of the spectrum. We got one person who says it's lame. Got another person who says it's great. Kind of sounds like Blankers and I. Blankers loves the game. I hate the game. So I guess we have an accurate representation of our listenership. What you munching on in back there, Brian? You didn't bring it up for the rest of the class?
He normally hides when he eats.
Yeah, it's from Walker downstairs. The
Christian Walker?
Yeah, exactly. No, WOKKER.
I'm not sure you've ever eaten during our show. Should I be worried that you're checked out?
I think I have eaten during the show, but as Joel said, I usually kind of hide in the corner.
I got you. All right.
Oh, when you were in Colorado, I caught him one day. I was like walking down the hallway and the producer's door was shut. And I was like, man, something smells really good. Like somebody's eating. When I came back in and peeked in the window, Brian was tucked into the corner.
He's like a squirrel
with like the food on another. He was like, down underneath the window. I was like, I'm not going to take it.
He gets his nut and then he runs and hides. That's what he does.
Pause.
No, not. If you're the one with a perverted mind, you can be with the one with a perverted mind. I'm talking about an actual literal nut. That's what squirrels eat. You can also use nut as a proverbial term. A lot of times nut is used as the reward.
Sometimes you feel like one, sometimes you don't.
Good one. 713-780-ESPN. So the price on Dylan Cease was extremely high because that was the criticism. Oh, they should have got a number 3 starter. And I get it. Like, there's not a bona fide number 3 starter on this team. Maybe Spencer Arrighetti can be that. If Christian Javier is 100% from what he was pre-injury, he can certainly be that. How much of a guarantee is that? Very slim. Luis Garcia could be in the mix. Redheaded Tom Glavine, Brandon Walter could be the guy if he's healthy. He's currently not healthy. Could Lance McCullers be the 12 strikeout guy, 6 shutout inning guy? Probably not. Probably not. So you don't have a bona fide number 3, But then looking at Bob Nightingale's tweet as to what the San Diego Padres were asking the Astros for yesterday, they were asking for Spencer Arrighetti and 3 prospects in return. Michael Schwab said one of those prospects was Walker Yannick, last year's first-round draft pick. That's a high price for a rental.
For a rental, yeah. For a rental, there was no way. When we left, and then when I saw that tweet, I'm like, I'm glad he didn't make that deal. You know, we had talked about it. If it was Alcantara, then you look at it and you say, okay, well, you got a couple years left of team control still for him to where you can make some sense of that. But I'm completely against giving up that much for a rental. I would be hesitant to give up, depending on who the other 2 prospects were, that package for anybody else that was made available yesterday. I think if you get Arrighetti back, you've got 6 potential starting pitchers to choose from, all on the mend, all getting closer to return, with maybe the exception of McCullers, to where you know that you have plenty to pick from to have, you know, I think that of the guys you mentioned, I think Walter is a guy and Arrighetti is a guy that's capable of filling in as your number 3 starter. And you're right. We don't know what we don't know about Garcia and Javier, but if Javier is anything close to what he was previously, I think he's capable of being that kind of guy too, as opposed to kind of being the oxymoron of going through the entire trade deadline and really not having to give up much except for money. And then all of a sudden in one final trade, you'd have given up that big of a haul for a rental, and I would have been a little bit more upset about it.
No, I'm happy that he didn't make that trade. I'd rather have 4.5 years of Spencer Arrighetti than a half season of Dylan Cease, even if that half season that you have Cease is spectacular. Now, he's had some, questions, though. But here's the other thing, too. Cease, Joe Ryan, and Sandy Alcantara were, the 3 top starters that were available at the trade deadline. How many of them were moved?
None, right?
What does that tell you? It tells you that the price that they held for those starting pitchers was way too high. Because not only did the Astros say no on 2 of them, I don't think they're ever in on Ryan, but the rest of Major League Baseball, the rest of the contenders around Major League Baseball also did not trade for those guys. It tells me that the price on them was so high. Now, I do think that the criticism here could be, well, what about the other starting pitchers that wasn't at the top of the market, like Charlie Morton? I don't really know a whole lot about the piece that Detroit gave for him. Could that have been somebody that you traded for? Some of these other starters that were good, Merrill Kelly, they're good, they're solid, they're not number 1, number 2 type of guys, but they're middle of the rotation kind of guys. I think that could be a critique.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think overall, I think there were a lot of teams that were disappointed that were sellers, that teams weren't involved and weren't willing to meet the asking prices of a lot of guys. I was reading something before we came on the air about the fact that the White Sox were really hoping that the offers were going to be bigger for a guy like Luis Robert Jr. And at the end of it, we're almost trying to beg teams to get involved that weren't interested. And I think that there was a lot of misreads on the marketplace in terms of what it would cost to get said players that they thought a lot of teams in contention were going to be after. So a lot of guys sat dormant and stayed put. And it's going to be interesting because I think in the offseason, if you lose a Fromber, you can go out and find a guy like Dylan Cease on the open market, or guys that you could still potentially bring back. I just wasn't in for the 3 prospects and an Arrighetti to get a guy for 2 months.
No, I'm happy that he did. And here was Dana Brown when asked about why not a starter yesterday, prior to yesterday's deadline.
Yeah, I think the pitching additions was the biggest part of our grind. We just felt like the asking prices were too high. And we know that we have a bunch of starters coming back. And so that was an area where we knew we were getting some help.
There you go. So he feels like with the guys that he has coming back, that they could be the help. He was asked later, well, then who are those starting pitcher reinforcements?
Yeah, I mean, we got Arrighetti coming up next week. We have Javier right behind him. We have Garcia right behind Javier. So those are 3 starters right there. Given the first 2, those guys are going to be here pretty quickly. So we feel like the reinforcement of the starters that are coming off the IL allowed us to even focus a little bit more on getting some bats for this team so we can score some runs. And pitching has been a big strength of ours, particularly in the first half. And so, adding these bats was probably a lot more important.
Thoughts?
I was of the mindset going into the stretch run that you needed a bat first, and you got multiple, guys that are versatile. So I was good with all of it. I am totally with Dana on this. I think that at the end of everything that he had already done, if there was some way that it was possible for him to add a pitcher, whether it be a relief pitcher or a starter, that would have been great. But just everything that he did and the way that he went about it, because of the guys coming back, I'm fine with.
What I caught there, though, like the timeline that he had there was interesting to me. Not so much for the names that he mentioned, but more the names that he did not. He says that Arrighetti's coming back next week. He said right after that, Christian Javier is coming back, which it's ironic that Christian Javier is going to be back before Luis Garcia. I don't know if it's ironic or sad. And then the third name he mentioned was Luis Garcia is going to be back after Christian Javier. So it looks like wave on wave. You're getting a pitcher a new week, whether it's Arrighetti first, Javier second, Luis Garcia third. What was the name he didn't mention there? He didn't mention Lance McCullers. He didn't mention Lance.
He didn't mention your boy either, which kind of bothers me.
Didn't mention, yeah, but Walter's like not even like in a rehab yet. So like he's not in a rehab. He's not in a I'm sure he's throwing lightly, but he's not in the rehab assignment portion of his return to play. So that's kind of interesting. Lance isn't either, but it's a blister. It's not elbow fatigue, elbow inflammation. Am I reading too much into it that he didn't mention Lance?
No, I said it the other day. When they start talking about 6 weeks for a blister, that tells me that there's a pretty good chance that he might not come back this year, that they've just seen enough, that it hasn't worked out, that they're not going to do anything like cut him and have that be a headline stealer, that he might just sit there for the rest of the regular season. And this might not be in the cards for them. And I think that that's a possibility because of the fact that we've seen enough. I've seen enough.
It's interesting because, I mean, in blister, you wouldn't think rest of the year, but maybe he's just hey, September you can be the 14th pitcher and you're our mop-up guy. Just kind of interesting. You didn't mention him,
especially for a guy like Dana who is overly optimistic to a fault with basically every player's return to play timeline. We to a point where we don't even really take his timelines that seriously. To not even bring Lance up as a guy that would be coming back for these reinforcements that he's banking his trade line decision making on is interesting. It comes across as Lance is not even really a part of his plans.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting here. Some text on this 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to this on the other side. Texters, though, they have some things to say about who said it. Tell that listener to quit. It's a good game. All right. So we got a pro who said it. A texter who said it is for simps. Okay, we got an anti who said it. I'll get on a call and wipe the floor with the other listener if need be, says Ben. So it's about 50-50. Like who said it, 50-50. Do not like who said it. And then Ben here's likes to fight guy. He wants to fight, and I'm not even sure which one he wants to fight.
Yeah,
I
think he just wants
my kind of guy.
He wants in. He likes it so much. He wants to be a part of it.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Your thoughts on the trade deadline yesterday. Your thoughts on the starting pitcher reinforcements. Is it enough for the Stros? A name became available today, Marcus Stroman. What if there's another name that becomes available down the road? Like Justin Verlander. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-ESPN. I turn off Who Said It, says a texter.
Decided not to read that one.
No, I didn't see another one, dude. Was
Oh,
there one that
no, I thought that pause was.
No, I was pausing on what I was going to say next. I didn't want to offend.
Offend who?
Offend who?
I mean, I was going to ask if we should put it up to vote to eliminate Who Said It.
If you want to.
I just
don't
don't.
care.
I don't think it was worth the breath because I think I'd be outvoted. So I don't even think it's worth the vote because I think I'd be outvoted 2-1.
Oh, I thought
I thought you were putting it up there for the list.
Yeah, that's the way I took what you said.
We do what the listeners tell us to do, right? Ish, kinda.
Sometimes. Well,
I feel like I'm outvoted here, so I don't.
Unless
think
Keith tells us to stop talking baseball.
Oh yeah, Keith from LA. Keith from LA is not running the show in Houston. That's not happening. Keith from LA could reverse psychology the thing. Like if he was like, "Hey, I want to talk football," he should be like, "You guys should talk more baseball," and then us out of spite might change the subject, which then kind of works out.
Maybe that's what we do, though. We put it up for a vote, and we go the opposite way out of spite.
Texture, we should have tried to trade Lance for anything, some torpedo bats, something. Maybe the bucket of curveballs. Nobody's touching Lance McCullers' contract.
No, not even close. People see what we see, and they also see the money that's attached to it. He's not going anywhere.
Do you see what? I'm sorry. Since Lance is always hurt and we have paid him a lot of money, somebody run the numbers. What is his cost per pitch? You can do that, man. I'm working right now. Bring back male golfer, female golfer, or food. I think they had to stop doing that, right? Yeah. That was like an NFL Network thing?
No, well, part one guys was the NFL Network, and the other guys was the fact that it was not only not sponsored anymore, but it was getting kind of dicey.
I love Who Said It when Branham isn't being about it. AR Platinum. Fair enough.
What's up, AR?
It's trash can emoji. Get rid of it. This might be the most divisive conversation in sports talk radio since Vince Young, Reggie Bush. I'm blanking on the other dude, Mario Williams. Might be the most divisive.
Yeah.
Texter bought my tickets to the Bregman Correa reunion a week from Monday at the Dike. That's gonna be a fun evening. That's gonna be a good crowd. Monday night, Bregman's back for the first time. Boom! Correa's in an Astros uniform is back for the first time. It's the first time after a long road trip. They have a long roadie coming up.
Yeah.
The Astros do. That's gonna be a fun night at Minute Maid.
Oh my God! I didn't realize the first game back as well as the first game he's in a uniform are both against Bregman and the Red Sox. That is. Yeah, not that Red Sox fans, whether you like them or not, they travel well and they always show out in Houston. That's going to be a big affair in Houston. That's going to be fun to watch as well.
How come nobody's talking about the Jesus Sanchez reunion at Miami on Monday? Because the Astros have 3 at Boston.
Mm-hmm.
They go 3 at Miami, day off next Thursday, 3 in the Bronx. So you got a 9-game roadie, 10 days, and no one's talking about Jesus Sanchez's reunion at Miami. Why are we sleeping on that?
Because he's Jesus Sanchez.
He might be better than Correa.
But I mean, do you think that Jesus Sanchez is to the Marlins what Carlos Correa is to the Astros?
I hope all 552 people give Jesus Sanchez a standing ovation Monday night in Miami.
Maybe they'll bring back that ugly sculpture that they got rid of and put out front back in.
Is it still outside?
Yeah.
I kind of like that thing.
So evidently it was commissioned, and whether it was state paid for or not, that there was something within like local government that said it was part of the stadium.
What?
So they couldn't just tear it down and destroy it. So they moved it.
I wonder if it was like a taxpayer thing.
I think it might be because they moved it outside.
Yeah, I feel bad that Carlos Correa is getting this great ovation, his return to Houston. We're talking about Bregman's return to Minute Maid or the Dike next 2 Mondays from now, the 11th. But we're not giving Jesus Sanchez any love for his return to Miami. Makes me very sad for Jesus Sanchez.
We got a little extra from Dana in that too, and the fact that we know that Eric Getty's going to be in the Miami series.
Yeah.
So,
which is, probably confirmation to what we believed.
Right,
but yeah,
right.
That's some useful information for sure.
Yeah.
Alex, put some respect on Sanchez's name. Exactly. How come they're not giving him any love, Alex? I don't get it. But that'll be a fun Monday night. Bregman back. They're using a blister as a facade for another injury or poor performance. I think they're using a blister as a facade that he doesn't pitch again.
I think it's absolutely that's the main thing. The main thing is whatever way that they can save both sides of this. Because look, it's not completely embarrassing yet, but it's been borderline embarrassing for Lance McCullers the way he's pitched recently and kind of the totality of everything aside from the Dodgers game, maybe one or two others sprinkled in here or there. I think that the best thing for both sides right now is to just try to do whatever you can to bury it for the rest of the year. Figure it out in the offseason. Might be a tough decision that you kick the can down the road a little bit, but I don't need to see Lance McCullers in the starting rotation for the Astros again.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how they use him if he does return. Like and it's a blister, so he should return.
So I did the math, at least for how much the Astros are paying Lance McCullers per pitch this year. It's $19,344 per pitch.
Get that pitch count up, brother.
Man, that's pretty nice.
A lot of coffee. Every pitch he's thrown, 19,000 hits his
It's all
bank
about
account.
the beans. It's great. That's how he affords the best beans. And we all know about coffee. It's all about the beans. Mocha McCullers. Are the baseball experts grading the Astros trade deadline deals as being the best yesterday? Depends on who you talk to. There were some that were saying Correa was the best one. I think it was Nightingale maybe that said that the Astros got the most talent with giving up the fewest amount of pieces. And then you had this weirdo Brendan Doolittle, writes for ESPN. He said he doesn't see how the Astros got better.
Yeah, I saw that.
What?
And then I also saw a couple others that put Mets, Phillies as biggest winners, along with Mariners for getting the two corner infielders as the three biggest winners out there. And then the losers were the Angels, the Red Sox, the Brewers. Brewers have the best record in baseball and really didn't do anything.
Yeah. That's kind of who they are. It's kind of who they are. And this is kind of like draft trades, like draft grades afterwards. Like you kind of have to wait a while to see how it all plays out. I think that Seattle did have a good deadline in terms of adding to their big league team. Let's see how it plays out. I think the Astros had a good one. I think the Yankees had a good one. Like Yankees needed a lot of help. They added a lot. So
they added 7 different players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely a retool and a rehaul in a short period of time for Brian Cashman and the Yankees. And they're getting, a lot like the Astros, but not in the kind of numbers, in strength and numbers that they're getting back, but they're getting Heel back into their starting rotation. So they didn't have to trade for another starter because he's coming back after missing the entire season so far.
Texter Brandon, don't get a blister with those horrible grips on the ball. I hold a baseball when we're talking baseball. I hold a football when we're talking football, and I'm using like a circle change grip here. I had a little two-seamer earlier. My grips are great, bro. And if I get a blister, I'm going to get PTO like Lance McCullers. It's all good. Maybe that's what I'm trying to do. Funny how the shoe is on the other foot when Correa's on your team. He'll get a grand ovation, but when he was here in June, he got booed. Who cares? Like, it's sports. Like, why do we care so much about a boo? Why do we care so much about a fan booing a player? Why does that matter?
Because emotions are in sports, and because
why is that an issue?
Well, because like I said, because the people, they're victim to their emotions a lot in life, and emotional sports fans, some feel a certain kind of way. They have that kind of those heartstring moments because of what Correa time did to them and what he did in the postseasons, that some people think you have to play nice and you should never boo him because he was great here. And then the other people said he chose to leave, so screw him.
Yeah, I don't understand why fans get upset when a fan boos a player that they like. It's a boo, dude. Like, how does a boo hurt your feelings? Oh my goodness, he's booing a player that I've never met in my life. What a jerk. So what? Like, it's fun. It's entertainment. I just don't get it. That guy's booing my favorite player. I'm mad. What is wrong with you?
I think people just like to judge how other people fan. Like they like to judge how people do anything else in their life. Like, you're doing it the wrong way. That's what they're thinking in their head. Like, how dare you, on the opposite side of that, the fan that's booing will call the fans that won't soft. Like, they're constantly judging each other from both directions.
It's so weird to me. Like, oh, he's booing Correa. Oh no. What is that? Correa's making all this money. He's gonna hurt poor baby's feelings. It's ridiculous to me.
Did the Joe Kelly face there.
I almost did.
I mean, you think about it,
it's so weird.
Ball holding a baseball.
They just re-added another guy for more people to hate the Astros for again. Because, Altuve was about the last guy left that people could really boo every time he came to the plate and focus on and try and get all over it. Now they bring back a guy that front and center and vocal about it is going to be another reason why they're going to start doing the boos on the road even more.
Texture Blankers gets it. I just don't care about feelings, really, especially when it comes to surface level things like sports. I'm just kidding. Astros away game boos will be louder now, and it's going to be awesome. See, that's where I'm at. Like, I like being the bad guy. I like going into the opposing, hostile road environment and silencing the crowd. My favorite sound in sports is a silenced home crowd. I love that sound so much whenever you're the visiting team.
I thought you were going to say just that sound of the bat.
But that's also a good one, but not as good as
you know it's like
not me.
They go from standing on their feet and screaming, and all of a sudden you're the team, and you hit as soon as the bat sound hits, everybody's just shuts up.
Crack of the bat's probably my second favorite sound in sports. Maybe equal to like a huge hit over the middle, like on a hospital ball. And or Aziz Al-Shire going dome to dome with Trevor Lawrence. Love the sound of a cracking skull. But my favorite sound in all sports is whenever a road team goes into a hostile home environment and shuts it up. The silence is golden. It's my favorite. When they get the big bat back at DH, that lineup, oh my, along with the pitchers, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. Maybe Lance will accept the bullpen job now that he has a better chance to get a third ring. I think he should. Like, if he's going to come back and pitch, I think he should do that. I feel like he should go knock on Joe Espada's office and be like, hey, Joe, move me to the pen. It's what's best for the team. Texter JP France. France is an organizational depth guy, but, maybe he's your Ryan Gusto replacement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to have options. We saw JP France the second half of his first full season with the Astros enough to know he wasn't great. He wasn't dominant. He wasn't a guy that's going to be a savior. He's a guy that can eat up some innings and can be a decent pitcher from now and then.
That can be valuable and more valuable now that they traded Gusto and didn't get a starter back. That was a decent trade for Cease. It's a value when you factor in Fromber perhaps leaving and need protection, but he doesn't protect you. Cease doesn't protect Fromber leaving because Cease is also a free agent at the end of the year.
And you could also sign for, if you really want Cease to replace Fromber, you can sign him in the offseason.
It really makes you more vulnerable. It makes you more vulnerable because
especially since
because you don't have Arrighetti.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes you more vulnerable.
Yeah.
Well, especially when we might believe that Cease can get back to the levels he's been before because the Astros pitching staff coaches seem to turn around everybody. But right now, like what we saw of Arrighetti's second half of last season to what we saw from Cease this year, I mean, Arrighetti's been better. Like the idea of trading Arrighetti plus when it feels like a decent bet right now that Arrighetti can deliver just as much production as Cease feels foolish.
Plus prospects.
Yeah, plus prospects.
Now, I do think Cease has the upside way higher than Arrighetti. That would be the pushback to what you're saying, but I agree. Booing is a part of sports to be expected, 100%. Like, I would be honored if I got booed. Why? Because booing means you're relevant. Can't wait for the crowd response when Correa has his first at-bat at the Dike. That's going to be fun. Neris is the low-leverage guy in the pen. No room for Lance. Fair. Neris is the low-leverage guy, but Lance would be the long guy. Eat up innings.
And if you had a choice between the two of them, I mean, it's almost a tough call because Neris ain't great either, but I take
Lance.
You take Lance?
Yeah. That's not saying anything because I just don't believe in Neris at all right now, but I take Lance.
Lance at least gives you length, too.
Yeah, and he gives you an option. If a starter gets hurt, then you can elevate him. You can't elevate Neris.
Preach. All those videos about Tuve crushing a bomb in Yankee Stadium while they're booing and screaming F-bombs is amazing. Facts. The protection is that Cease would demand much lower AAV than Fromber. Well, that goes to what Blanker said. Then just sign him in the offseason.
I mean, look, I think there's going to be several guys. The reason why when you look at guys that are out there is look at what they did to the reclamation project that they did a year ago when they made that move at the deadline to get Kikuchi. They see things in players because of the fact that maybe, I was looking at some of Stroman's numbers. He's got really good batting average against with his changeup and his slider and some of his spins. He only throws it like 15% of the time. Those are the things that the Astros look at and say, throw it a lot more, and you might be a more effective pitcher, and they get some miles out of it.
So you'd be interested in Stroman?
I would. I would, again, you look at it when everybody freaked out about John Singleton coming back, or guys, you're not saying for how long it's going to be, but you're taking a guy that's an experienced major league pitcher that still has a decent arm, and I know his numbers aren't great this year, but to what I was saying, if you bring him in and you see a guy that maybe you can tweak, the way that he systematically throws his pitches and his sequencing, and you can get a couple weeks out of him, maybe you find a little lightning in a bottle because he has some success. He's probably better than a lot of guys that you're kind of running onto the bottom of the barrel to throw out there now that Gusto's gone.
Yeah, I think I saw this from Astros Josh on Twitter, which I echo what he said. I think that he summed it up nicely and really is the stance that I have too. I'm not clamoring for Stroman. Like, I don't know the attitude. There's been some conversation that maybe he's not great for a clubhouse. I don't know that. That's up for the Astros to do the due diligence on. I'm not banging the table, banging the drum, banging the trash can, clamoring for Marcus Stroman. But if the Astros, to your point, saw something in him where it's like, okay, we think we can get the most out of him, I'd be like, okay, you've earned my trust. Now, he does need to clear waivers because I don't want to pay the money that he's owed.
Right.
He would need to be outright released and then, pick him up on a veteran minimum minor league or
No.
the not a minor league deal. He wouldn't do a minor league deal, but the league minimum. If you bring him on a league minimum, Astros are like, yeah, we see something there we like. Okay, Astros have earned my trust there.
But now he's another guy. If you just go by what he said, and obviously you can change it when you change scenery and you go to a different team. But with the Yankees, he said, I'm not going to the bullpen. He was Lance McCullers. He basically said, I've never been a relief pitcher, and I'm not going to about to start now, and said he wouldn't be a relief pitcher. So you factor that in, regardless of what other kinds of clubhouse things might be out there. That's something that you already have heard from one of your own, but he's a guy that's been a mainstay here. You want a guy coming in and then, having to deal with the fact that you can get rid of him, sure. But you just wonder what kind of clubhouse guy he is.
Yeah, I'm not. It's up to the Astros. I give them my full trust on that one. I'm not clamoring for Stroman. His numbers have been awful. Like a lot of the metrics are not very good. He's got like one pitch that he gets good numbers on, but he rarely throws it. Gets ground balls. If the Astros like, yeah, we can get the most. Okay, you've earned my trust. What about Verlander? If the Giants buy him out or release him?
Man, again, a veteran pitcher that at least knows how to pitch seems to me to be more enticing than some of the guys that you might have to go to for a short period of time. But I don't. You're not going to have to pay a whole lot to get him. If you can possibly find some way to milk something out of him, then sure, it's not going to cost you enough to make me care. And everybody will again get the whole the jolt of, oh, we get Verlander back for the third time. It doesn't move my needle like that, but okay, maybe for a couple weeks.
I'd rather have Verlander than Stroman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only problem with adding Verlander, I guess he'd probably cost nothing if he's released, pretty much. But like, of the Astros options to start, where does he rank? Like, who are you starting over? You're obviously not starting over Hunter or Fromber. I'm not starting him over Arrighetti, over Javier. If Luis Garcia comes back, I'm not starting him over.
Gordon?
Like, where does
I think that's a conversation. That's where it starts.
Jason Alexander.
Yeah, I'd start him over Jason Alexander. I would have said Gusto before Gusto got moved. Like, I mean, Brandon Walter comes back, I start Brandon Walter over him. So, like, if he falls seventh in your pecking order, then what's the point?
Well, those guys aren't guaranteed to come back and pitch well.
True.
And there's also the possibility that they could get like either re-aggravate an injury, get hurt again. So it's more insurance than like this guy is a guy I'm counting on.
I just can't see Verlander chasing a 300 coming back to be maybe a fill-in relief or fill-in starting pitcher here and there.
Probably just for the rest of the year. And he's probably got a better chance to win games here than he did in San Francisco.
Well, not if he's not starting.
Yeah, he's got to start, though. That's the problem. I don't know if he starts here.
But I didn't hear what you said about him or Colton Gordon.
Colt Gordon.
See, I might lean Verlander there. I might lean Verlander as opposed to Gordon or Alexander.
The Astros are great at fixing pitchers. Why can't they fix Lance? It's crazy. It's because his command stinks, and he doesn't trust his fastball. So some guys just don't have the stuff command to be fixed. Like, I could go there. They're not going to fix me. I got a million problems. Astros ain't fixing one.
They could fix your blister in less than 6 weeks.
I don't have a blister.
Right, but if you did, it'd probably be fixed in less than 6 weeks.
What makes you say that?
Because I don't think Lance's blister's going to last 6 weeks. I think they're just burying it.
How do you deploy Javier when and if he's back? Just right there in the starting rotation?
I think so.
Same thing with Arrighetti?
Yeah,
I would say so. How many starting pitchers do you need to come back for you to feel comfortable in the starting pitching down the stretch?
2. I need to have Arrighetti and Javier.
What if it's Arrighetti in France?
Then I need 3.
Okay. Yeah, so it matters which 2.
It absolutely does. Look, I'm banking on the fact that right now the leaders in the clubhouse are going to be Arrighetti and Javier, and I'm great with those 2 because those are the 2 I would choose. And then Garcia, and then France, and then and I would put Walter above France. I would put Walter probably above Garcia for this year because, I mean, he's been really stinking good. I would put him in my rotation for the playoffs if I had to.
Yeah. It's just his health is concerning. Like, his elbows barking at him. I hate when pitchers' elbows are barking at him. Like, the moment that their elbows start barking at him, I'm like, okay, Tommy John's coming up. So he's not. It's hard to put a lot of faith in him the rest of the year.
I mean, the only thing in fairness is he didn't pitch all last year, and he's had a pretty strong, a pretty heavy workload.
Sure.
So you can only hope that what they're telling us about the imaging is just inflammation, that hopefully that's something that's due to a whole hell of a lot of work after, a medical procedure and then not pitching for a year.
But then how can you trust that guy to be
Well,
there for you the rest of the way? That's my point.
I think bigger than your point of the fact that when you have elbow inflammation, it normally leads to something bigger. I think that's the bigger issue for right now. The pressing issue is once you have elbow inflammation, it ain't going. More times than not, it ain't going away the rest of the season.
From Pressing to Ryan Presley, would you pick him up? He's gotten DFA'd. Again, you're not picking up the salary. He'd have to be, outright released or whatever. I'm not picking up the salary, but would you pick him up, veteran minimum, and replace him with Neris, or replace Neris with
that was my thought. I think I believe in Ryan Presley more than I believe in Hector Neris.
Yeah, I do too, but I think it limits your flexibility going forward, so I probably wouldn't do it.
The only thing is, it feels like once guys come back, like Neris would be losing his job anyway, possibly. Like depending on if you move a starter into the bullpen. So I would rather have Presley over Neris, but I think that's a spot that hopefully, if all things go well, is eliminated anyway.
I agree. Like it's not really worth doing. And maybe 2 months down the road and those arms aren't back, and then it's like, okay, we got to do everything we can. Then that's a conversation. But with a bunch of arms coming back, and like I wouldn't do it either.
I think someone's going to pick him up. I'm not pick him up, but I think once he's cleared waivers, I think a team that didn't make a move over this has got like a Milwaukee written all over it.
Yeah, but if you were interested in him and Milwaukee was interested in him, where would he go?
He'd probably come back here.
Yeah, so your interest, I think, is a variable. I think it does matter. I'm probably out on it. If they did it, it'd be like, okay, whatever. Vibes are great. So who copied who? Since you're so in the Paul Gallant show is claiming you are the most interactive sports talk show, who's the unoriginal one here? We don't claim we're the most interactive sports talk show. We don't talk about it. We are about it. Talk is cheap. We don't say we're the most
that
interactive.
action, boss.
Yeah, we're not. We don't talk. We act.
We let you all make that judgment.
Got some fellows who are upset that they don't listen to the other shows. Killer Bees are great, but they sound upset because they don't know the right answers. I couldn't care less when we get the answer wrong. The only time that I get upset is whenever we don't get them all right. That way we can eliminate the show.
I'm a competitor. I like to compete. Yeah. Do I get a little salty when we lose?
Eliminate the show.
Eliminate the bit.
You gonna try to get us all fired?
That's my only incentive is that if we get them all right, Brian promised we can get rid of it. So that's the only interest I really have. Expand the Who Said It segment to include all of Houston radio. I don't think we can legally do that.
Yeah, we can't.
I don't know if I could.
We can't play.
I don't think we can legally grab audio from other sports radio stations and then play them here.
I could read it to you, but I don't think we can play the clip.
We'd be able to play the clip. Yeah, which I think defeats the purpose.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a pretty fun idea if you could play the audio, but I don't think legally we can. So
I don't know. Like we played stuff from Texans radio.
They're a little different though because they post that stuff on their socials.
Okay, maybe that's the loophole. If one of the other stations posts a clip on Twitter,
right?
Then
we can play from their station account.
Yeah,
I don't know. Bring back Throw Shade Thursday. Why'd you stop? All right, 713-780-ESPN. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros. Not tonight, though. He'll join us next from Boston. Get his thoughts on the active trade deadline for Dana Brown and the Stros. 713-780-3776. Todd Callis next with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Go straight out to the HRP guest line. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros, joining us. TK, obviously a big deal yesterday. A lot of action, a lot of activity from Dana Brown, Jesus Sanchez, and Astro, and then the homecoming of Carlos Correa. I'm curious for a peek behind the curtain. How did you take all this in yesterday?
Got in a round of golf during the morning and early afternoon. And at that point, nothing had happened, but I was just tuned in like everybody else, watching MLB Network and ESPN and trying to figure out what was going on. Crazy. I mean, wow. What can you say? The Astros have a new 3 and 4 hitter in the lineup today that were not part of the team before the trade deadline.
How disappointed are you that with all the excitement, the hype, and getting a guy that has his reputation in Houston and what he could do impactfully with this team, that you guys aren't calling this game tonight?
Yeah, that's a bummer. Even going back to last week when I was talking to you guys, I knew Friday, no matter what, they were going to get somebody. Dana Brown doesn't come on the broadcast and say we're going to make a move unless he's pretty sure something's going to get done. So you knew there was going to be something happening. I had no idea it was going to be Correa, obviously, or Arias or Sanchez for that matter. I actually thought they might get an arm at some point, which didn't materialize. But we knew that this was going to be a day that we wish we could have done the game. Even as far back as when they put it on the schedule, because it was the day after the trade deadline. But I didn't know we were going to be missing the Correa, Bregman, Altuve reuniting tonight.
Yeah, it is wild what happened yesterday. Fun time to be an Astro fan, and then you look to see, okay, well, how are they going to help? Sanchez batting third today. Correa is in the cleanup spot. I was scouring the internet. I read an article how the Astros didn't help their team at all with yesterday's trades. Give us the counterpoint, TK. How did the Astros help the overall outlook of 2025 with the 3 trades that were made in the last couple of days?
Wow, I'd like to see who the source is for saying that. That's kind of a wild take. I mean, just look at the lineup. Like you said, the 3 and 4 hitters are new guys. Cam Smith has been the 4 hitter a lot in the last week. He's gone from 4 to 8 in this lineup. So if you say the team's not improved, the lineup's not improved, it's kind of crazy. Obviously, Jeremy Pena jumping in there helps lengthen the lineup as well. But those 2 guys in your 3 and 4 spots obviously make a difference. Ramon Arias is going to be a nice addition as well. He can be a utility guy, kind of like a Mauricio Dubon, and play a lot of different positions. But they're way better offensively now. The fact that just based on what I said with Cam Smith batting 8 tonight, Bryce Matthews being sent down, he was getting regular reps. Your bench today is Victor Caratini, who's been your 3 hitter for most of the last 2 weeks. Cooper Hummel, who can give you a righty or lefty at bat off the bench. Chaz has been getting a lot of playing time, and then your new guy Ramon Arias. So they are really stacked 1 through 13 position player wise. Not that they weren't before, because they had a lot of young guys who didn't have a lot of experience at the big league level. So this team is way better offensively. They weren't able to get an arm, so they actually lost a little bit in terms of their rotation with Brian Gusto being traded and not bringing anyone back. But they're hoping that the guys coming off the IL are going to take care of some of that with the Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, et cetera, Luis Garcia, JP France.
That's what I was going to get to, TK. How disappointed were you they didn't get an arm? And then does that give us the indication that there really is hope that at least a couple of these guys are going to be back sooner rather than later, and that they will almost assuredly be inserted right back into the rotation to replace Augusto?
Yeah, I've got to think it's happening in Miami, right? I mean, we know the pitching in this series in Boston. It's going to be Hunter tonight. It's going to be Colton Gordon tomorrow. It's going to be Framber Valdez on Sunday. So that's set. But who they pitch in Miami, I think, is up in the air. Jason Alexander is going to get one of those games, probably the first one. But beyond that, you either have to bring Spencer back in on normal rest, 4 days rest, and usually guys coming off the IL, they try and give them an extra day if they can. Or you might even have a bullpen day. You might give AJ Blue Ball start, piggyback with Spencer. I have no idea. I have no idea how they're going to match up in Miami. Eventually, you're going to think Spencer and or Christian Javier are going to move into that rotation. Spencer did not pitch great last night in his second minor league rehab on his first one at Sugarland. So I assume he's still coming up, because I really don't know who else they have to start a game against the Marlins. And we might see Gusto against the Astros in that series too. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Gusto versus Sanchez would be an interesting matchup. BVP.
Yeah, they said they sent him down once he got to Miami, but that they could bring him
is he
up.
down now?
Yeah, but they said they could bring him back up situationally for the Astro series.
Interesting. TK joining us, our interview presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. One of the other questions that we've been getting a lot, TK, I'm curious your perspective on this, and it's a down-the-road question. It's an off-season question. Correa's here for a few years. Esau's under contract, obviously. Walker is. Pena is. What do you think that the Astros could do with the surplus of infielders that they suddenly have? More of an off-season question, but what is your perspective on it?
You know what? I knew I was talking to you guys today, so I was trying to think it through last night. That's a really interesting topic because you have more everyday position players now than you have positions for them to play in the field. So you've got Yiner behind the plate. You've got Christian Walker at first. We'll skip second for now. You've got Pena and Correa at short and third. And your outfield with Sanchez and Myers, and in right field, Cam Smith, assuming health for everybody next year, your DH being Yordan Alvarez. Then at second base, Isaac Paredes, again, assuming full health next year, and Jose Altuve. So that's 11 guys for 10 spots. The math doesn't add up. So a lot can change between now and then. But I don't remember thinking ahead to 2026, the Astros having a surplus of major league everyday type of players going into the offseason that they might have this year.
TK, I'm really interested in your perspective being this close to the team, but we've heard the whole, the intangibles, the leadership Correa brings, and whether or not that's something and how much do you value something like that. We know in the past that when he's been here, when others have been here, there was never a doubt. And now with this new current group of Astros, it's more like the quiet leadership. You don't see a lot of the demonstrative stuff we've seen in the past with the Bregmans, Correas, et cetera. How much value do you put on that, and how much did the Astros need something like that as they make this move for Correa?
Yeah, that's a big part of it. I love Altuve. He's going to go down as maybe the most beloved Astro in team history. He's not really a guy that's a leader per se. He leads by example. He does his own thing, but he's not going to be in there and be a leader like a Bregman was to an extent, for sure, and then what a Carlos Correa was prior to that. So, yeah, that's a huge part. He's going to come in. And obviously, it's new faces. He's never played with Christian Walker before. He's never played with Cam Smith before. He's going to get used to the scenario. He's not going to come in and right away be the man that they look up to. But within a few weeks, number one is going to be number one in the clubhouse for sure.
9-game road trip. You guys were there yesterday, it sounds like. So 11 days in all. How many sports jackets do you have to take, and how do you fit them all in one suitcase?
So this one, actually, I got lucky because tonight's Apple, Sunday's Roku. I'm not working either of those games. Tomorrow's an afternoon game, and our rule is if it's a day game, we can wear the polo shirts.
Good rule.
And then Yankee Stadium, we don't do the Friday game. It's another Apple game, and we have day game Saturday and Sunday. So those are polo shirts. And then the last game in Miami is a day game, so that's the polo shirts. So I got 4 polo shirts, 2 jackets, and it was a much easier pack job than it normally would be for a 9-day, 10-day road trip.
TK, I'm curious, we kicked it around a little bit earlier, but just another question because of what they didn't do at the trade deadline. Marcus Stroman today is going to be released from the Yankees. If he would clear, is that someone that they would look at as a short-term replacement? We saw him bringing Singleton back and not really worried about how long he was up, but just because they were desperate for bats. To fill a void, even if it's short term, could you see them looking at a veteran that might be released?
Yeah, I mean, that didn't really shock me to see him out there. So I would think the Astros might at least kick the tires if they can't. I would hope that they would at least look into the peripherals for Stroman. What they do with who they like to pick up and which guys they have targeted have a lot to do with their own analytical spin that they have. And so if he looks good on their analytic numbers, I would think he might be a target just because, like you said, look, I think Spencer Arrieta is going to be fine. I think Christian Javier is going to be fine. Same with Garcia in France. But to give these guys a little bit of a leash, they might not come out of the gates and pitch effectively every time just because that's what happens when you come off a long IL stint. It's rare, when a Verlander recovers from Tommy John and went to Cy Young. He was the aberration, not the norm. So guys coming off injury, you want to see Christian Javier at his best right away. You want to see Spencer at his best right away, but it doesn't always work out that way. So if you can get a guy like Stroman to give you some innings in the interim or maybe even provide a little punch in that rotation, yeah, I would be I would be interested to see what the Astros do with that.
What I know you're more in the current music scene than the throwbacks, but the Peaches and Herb. What about the other reunited and it feels so good, Ryan Presley?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, we don't quit guys, right? Hector Neris, part 3, John Singleton, part 3, Justin Verlander's been acquired twice. Second time around for Carlos Correa. We don't quit guys. If they feel like Preston can come in here and be close to what he was for all those great runs we had, why not? I mean, that's another big name out there. So, yeah, the Astros, their slogan is built for this, but it's also could be we don't quit guys.
I like it. TK, appreciate the time as always. Have an eventful, fun road trip. Not working very much. They're paying you for vacation.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it, right? I'll talk to you guys from Yankee Stadium next week.
That sounds good. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros. But yeah, Apple TV tonight. Obviously, I'd rather the game be on Shin, of course. Love listening to TK and Blummer. I do like Apple's production though. Apple TV I think they do an underrated job. They get a lot of grief. I love their production.
Yeah, they seem to be kind of on the cutting edge a little bit more in terms of like the cameras and the way that they go about their business. I'm curious the Roku setup for the early game on Sunday, and I don't even know who calls their games.
Don't they do the where they get
that's right,
TV person from each?
Yes,
but I don't know what the pairing.
I
is.
want to say Greg Rajon of the Chronicle is always the guy that he's on top of that. I want to say that I saw a tweet that said it's the Red Sox play-by-play guy and then Blummer and Julia.
Okay, that would make sense.
Yeah,
is it the Flemings guy?
Maybe.
I remember watching Flemings quite a bit on that little Netflix thing they did.
Oh yeah, the doc. Yeah,
he's a little extra.
Is that right?
A little over top.
Their old guy went to San Diego. Is it?
I don't know. I thought he retired. Wasn't it? I think he teaches at U of H. The Trapioni guy or whatever.
There was another guy that was in Boston, I thought, and then went a few years ago and then took the TV job in San Diego with the Padres.
Oh, Joe Castiglione.
Okay.
He was the guy who retired recently. I think you're right. I think it was like their number 2 guy, and he went to be the number 1.
Yeah, and he's really good.
I think it's Flemings.
No, it's not.
It's not Flemings?
No.
Flemings, I know, is the new guy. I thought they were both Flemings. No, Joe Castillo. I forget. I'm butchering his last name, but I'm pretty sure he taught classes at U of H as he was the TV guy at Boston. Because I want to say he used to do Astro stuff. I want to say that
Don Orsillo is the guy that I want to say used to be the Red Sox guy, and then went to San Diego.
I don't remember that name.
He's really good. He's solid.
No, this guy never worked for the Astros. I'm making that up. Maybe I'm making up that he worked at U of H. I don't know. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. What are the worst takes this week? What are the worst ones that you've seen? What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. put me on Bad Take Boulevard. Thank you, Mark, for the correction. Jerry Trupiano was the name I was thinking of, not Joe Castiglione. They worked together in the Boston Red Sox radio booth, but it was Jerry Trupiano who I was thinking of. Longtime Houston voice, was with the Astros 85-86, did Arrows 74-78, did the Rockets from 78 to 80, Oilers 80 to 89, and then left to go be in the Red Sox radio booth. That's who I was thinking of. He's the guy who actually taught classes, I think up until recently at U of H. He did it remotely.
I've heard the name. I didn't realize he had done Rockets previously. Greg Rajon did tweet out. Dave O'Brien's doing play-by-play.
I like O'Brien.
Yeah, he's really good, but he's not the Red Sox guy, is he?
No, I think it's Fleming. I think they might rotate guys. But Fleming's, I think, is the main guy. I like Dave O'Brien. He's a big hockey voice, isn't he?
He does multitude of sports, and he is very, very, very solid. But it is Blummer and Julia.
Okay, that'll be a decent one on Roku. That one starts early too, like 10:30, doesn't it? Our time.
First pitch is like 11:05, 11:10.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Bad Take Boulevard, 713-780-ESPN. If you have anything you want to add to the list. First one, Bob Nightingale. Yesterday, Major League Baseball trade deadline. He tweeted at 11:02. The Astros trade talks with the Twins for shortstop Carlos Correa are all but dead. The Astros asked the Twins to pay about $50 million of the remaining $102.5 million and to include an outfielder. The Twins rejected the offer and aren't budging. All but dead, huh, Nightingale? You're on the list, Bobby. He did leave himself an out, though, which I kind of
You just made the list.
All but dead. He left himself a little bit of an out. That way he could back it off later, which I think is soft. I think it's weak. Makes me want to put him on Bad Take Boulevard twice.
You just made the list.
Thank you, Brian. Read my mind. Fox Sports Twitter. Brian fell for this one yesterday. They tweeted out that Joe Ryan was traded to Boston. Like, it was a legitimate sports Twitter account, though. It was Fox Sports tweeted it out. Joe Ryan's going to be a Boston Red Sox. Turns out they were wrong. He was never traded to Boston. Ken Rosenthal even said that the Red Sox offers for Joe Ryan were feeble. So it didn't even seem like it was close. So Fox Sports, stick to broadcasting things.
You just made the list.
Stop trying to be a source.
I wonder where they got that from. If Ken Rosenthal is calling the offers feeble, what is Fox Sports sourcing it from?
Maybe they fell for something. I don't know.
Yeah, did they
Maybe
get,
their
did they
version
get
of
tricked by a
Schwab
stencil?
wasn't as accurate.
No, they're Schwab. We'll have Schwab at 5, the winner of Major League Baseball's trade deadline. Harold Reynolds, this is a tough job because they're reacting to these trades real time. This was on MLB Network yesterday. Real time. Astros make the trade for Correa. Reynolds has the thought. But Reynolds had an interesting take that Carlos Correa would not be willing to budge from short.
And he's not playing third for 9 years, $92 million. I'm not convinced he's going to say, oh, okay, I'll go play third. He's an alpha male who can still play short. They got a problem. They just do.
Well, he might do it for this year.
No, I'm telling you, even this year.
If Pena comes back before Paredes, he's playing third base. And he had a no-trade clause, so he must be okay with playing third base, even on a short-term basis.
That's what we're hearing. I'm just saying, there's more to this dynamic, I think. Because who did he train at short? He trained Pena coming along after him. Carlos Correa is not going to go.
Yeah, but Pena's a Gold Glove shortstop.
I get it. But Carlos Correa, he thinks himself way higher than that.
There you go.
But that's so ridiculous because, one, Correa said he's been kind of waiting for the opportunity to move to third.
Reynolds didn't know that yet, though.
He didn't?
No, he didn't know that yet because they were operating real time. And those quotes from Correa came out later. And they came out through McTaggart, too. So, Reynolds probably didn't see that right away. Maybe not at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I love the part where he's like, he's not going to play third for $92 million. Like, $92 million's chump change. Like,
I was
it's
thinking,
peanuts.
Aside from, Rafi Devers.
He's not going to roll out of bed for $92 million.
If you're being paid that much money, you probably play where they want you to play just because of the fact you're getting paid that much money. And Devers pushed back in Boston, but he's playing first in San Francisco.
Yeah, I also love the part where Harold Reynolds equated Correa's unwillingness to move to Correa being an alpha male. As if, made us play third?
Well, I kind of understand his point if there's a man who still wants to play short. That was the whole Jeter A-Rod thing. That was legitimate Jeter A-Rod.
So A-Rod's a beta?
A-Rod was convinced to play third, even though he was the better defensive shortstop. But, of the two, I would call A-Rod the beta over Jeter's alpha, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, clearly
And
he
also
played third. Yeah,
but also in that situation, he's not stupid enough to come in there and think that he's going to dethrone a guy that really was the Yankees in Derek Jeter.
I don't think that A-Rod really put up much of a fight for that. That was more of
No.
like, I don't think he really,
But
like,
I'm saying that's
because he
part of it.
accepted, it's part of it. Like, he accepted that when he went to New York, even though he was a better defensive shortstop, even though he's a bigger man, all that stuff. But I understand where Reynolds is coming from if it was actually Correa's point of view, but it's not. Correa's like, yeah, I've wanted to play third for a few years. Reynolds just didn't know that yet, but he makes the list. Some rando on the internet
You just made the
yesterday,
list.
He was like, I was talking about how much I love the trade deadline, and he was in my comments. He's like, the trade deadline's always overrated, and it's boring, and there's never any activity. And then the Astros traded for Correa and Jesus Sanchez, and he has since deleted his account. So
not just the tweet, the
deleted
whole
his account. Yeah.
Wow, that's just off the deep end.
I think it might have been a burner. Somebody, like, I run into these burners all the time, but like I think it might have been somebody's burner, and then they deleted it.
I can see that. I can see the burner.
And the NFL's
Maybe it's Kevin Durant
is normally different. I love trade deadline day for NBA and for Major League Baseball and any
Football's
trade
gotten
deadline.
better.
It has gotten better, but
Still
it
a
is
clear third though.
It's so much fun.
NFL trade deadline used to be awful. Like nothing would ever happen.
like
now
literally
there's some
nothing.
activity. Yeah. Like now it's really cool. Like it's better. Still third, you're right, in activity, but it's still fun. Some Treylon Burks got released the other day from the Titans. So they posted Adam Schefter did.
Tighten up.
Oh man. That doesn't really work as well with Campbell Ward now as a quarterback. It was better with Will Levis as
Yeah,
quarterback.
yeah. We'll
But
see how it goes.
Schefter put the A.J. Brown trade revisited, where the Eagles received A.J. Brown and the Titans received the number 18 overall pick, which they used to draft Treylon Burks. They got the 2022 third-round pick, which they used for Roger McCrary, and then they drafted like Nicholas Petit-Ferrer and Kyle Phillips.
Who the is that guy?
Pretty bad trade. And we all knew it was going to be a bad trade. Everybody thought it was a bad trade at the time. And, Treylon Burks released by the Titans. And it cost John Robinson his job, and eventually Mike Vrabel got forced out. But I think Vrabel actually landed in a better spot. But they, whoever was involved in that trade makes the list.
You just made the list.
Ian Rappaport with a miss the other day. The Cowboys had that injured offensive lineman, Tyler Guyton. Ian Rappaport said Guyton went down. It's feared to have his ACL torn, blah, 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 blah. Significant blow to Dallas's offensive line if test confirms another out that he left himself there. So Ian Rappaport makes the list. Is this good?
You just made the list.
That Ian Rappaport's been a little shaky with his injury reports? Because remember, he said that Mixon could be in question for week 1.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a positive. Bijan Robinson corrected all the people that have been mispronouncing his name now for years. Here's Bijan Robinson again on how to pronounce his name.
Properly give us the pronunciation of your name. All right. How you pronounce my name is Bijan. For everybody that's out there, I know a lot of people say Bijan, but it's Bijan. It's Bijan.
So it's Honey Bijan. It's Honey Bijan. So if you've been pronouncing Honey Bijan's name Bijan or however, you're a fake fan. You're a casual, and you belong on Bad Take Boulevard. So all of you, Bad Take Boulevard.
You just made the list.
I tweeted out when Pena, we found out he had a broken rib, that he was going to be out like at least 4 weeks. I put 4 to 8 weeks. That was kind of a big span, but 4 weeks. You know,
What are you, a cable installer with your 12 to 8 window?
Yeah, I was leaving myself an out. I wanted to say 4 to 6, but I gave myself an out, said 4 to 8. But anyways, I got a lot of criticism. Oh, he's not going to be out that long. You're so wrong. You should stick to, not being a doctor. Although I'm a pretty good doctor. I play a pretty good doctor on the radio, I think. But my biggest critic was Richard Oliveris, who he said 4 to 6 weeks. You're hilarious. Stick to your little radio show instead of trying to be a doctor, which today's going to be like 5 weeks for the injury. So I kind of nailed it. Anyways. So Richard Oliveris, I was right. You were wrong. Per usual.
Did he delete his account?
You make the list. No.
You just made the list.
I quote tweeted him and I tagged him and I was like, hey man, how long has he been out? He's supposed to be back tomorrow. And he said, good one. He wasn't out that long.
The beauty of
he doesn't know
social
how
media.
to count either. This
I'm a little
Richard
surprised
guy.
you quote tweeted though.
This guy's like my biggest critic.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
he's always in my comments.
Okay, so he got to
he's
you a little
always nitpicking. He got to me enough where I wanted to dunk on him. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he got to me enough where I wanted to dunk on him. He tried to then get me back yesterday because I said the Urias deal didn't bode well for the Astros acquiring Correa. Like it's still possible. I said it's still possible, but probably not a great indicator that they still get Correa. I told him that yesterday morning. And then whenever I was happy they traded for Correa, he tried to act like I was an idiot, saying you can't be rooting for Correa because you thought that they weren't going to trade for him. Those aren't mutually exclusive here, Richard. Me thinking that a trade wasn't going to happen versus me being happy that it actually did, there's no correlation
No, they don't
there,
cancel
my
each
guy.
other
So
out.
you can't count. You're not good at being a doctor. You're a terrible critic. All of these things, Richard Oliveras. You need to elevate your game, man. You need to level up. You need to get better.
You just made the list.
Just the fact that they were two totally separate
That's
things.
not even the same thing.
It's that's again, that's the beauty of the internet.
Like, you could get on to me, be like, hey, you were wrong. They ended up trading for Correa. Okay, like, there you go. There's your avenue. I was wrong that the Urias trade had nothing to do with Correa. That is your lane. That is your avenue. That's where you can get me. But then to use like, oh, you're happy that they got Correa. That makes no sense now. You overstepped your bounds. You went too far. Just criticize me that I thought they weren't going to trade for Correa after that trade.
You're not
that
allowed
was
to
your
be
lane.
happy now. Don't.
Yeah,
It makes no sense. There, Richard Oliveira. My favorite part was that he didn't know it was 4 weeks. he was announced on June 30th that he had a broken rib. Today's August 1st. He's like, oh, it hadn't been out 4 weeks. 1, 2, 3. Well, you can't count there, Richard Oliveras.
Well, I mean, in Richard's math, then Jordan's only been out a month.
I know.
Yeah.
I want to live whatever that. I want to live in
He's
whatever that
chilling
goes
right now.
for.
He's in La Playa right now.
There is actually Jordan actually is in West Palm Beach.
So he's in La Playa.
He's ramping up his hitting, according to Brian
You think
McKenna.
But
he's,
not live pitching, right?
I don't know. It didn't say. So
Yeah,
he's
he didn't
ramping
say.
up.
I was curious.
But
You
why is
think
he going
he's-
to West Palm Beach though? Because he can do all of that stuff elsewhere. I think he's seeing live pitching.
I hope so.
I think that they haven't said that, but I'm putting 2 and 2 together here. Why else would he be in West Palm if he's not seeing live pitching? He can hit off a cage anywhere. He can get off a pitching machine anywhere.
Yeah, but the last time that he faced live pitching, they flew him in here, and he did it at Dyken Park.
No, he flew out to West Palm. What you're saying is also true, but that wasn't the last time. They flew in pitching for him to face.
Yeah.
And then they were like, okay, this isn't good. And then the last time they flew him out to West Palm Beach to face live pitching, and he woke up the next day and his hand was jacked up.
Okay, I thought after the live pitching here is when he said his hand was jacked up.
Both.
But regardless.
Yeah, both times.
Both times. Both are correct. The timeline's a little off. Yankees fans were clamoring for Carlos Correa because they're unhappy with that Volpe guy, Volpe. So they make the list for
You
booing
just
Correa,
made the list.
for wanting
League in
Correa.
errors.
He's not good.
No, Volpe's got like 16 or 17 errors. He leads all of baseball.
I do like the fact, though, that the Yankees, in order to pay homage to Derek Jeter, have brought in another bad shortstop defensively.
Yeah.
I like that.
Jeter taking more strikes.
I don't hate. I actually like Jeter now. I didn't like Jeter as a player, mostly because of he was so good. Like, obviously he was a good hitter, but I never liked Jeter the player. I didn't like Jordan the player because he was so good and I hated him.
See, I classified Jeter and Kobe like that. I couldn't stand them when they were playing because I knew that they were good and I knew they played for teams that I despised.
Mm-hmm.
But once they were done, and also in retrospect, looking back, I respect the hell out of them and I like both of them.
That's my exact feeling about Jeter. Although he was a bum defensively. He was very overrated there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Those are those that made the list today. Texans were back on the practice field today. They go to Greenbrier next week, by the way. What has piqued your interest from Texans camp today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Branham, what is a rando on the internet? Is it someone that doesn't have as many followers as you? Is your self-confidence tied to your follower count? Yes. I go to bed every night. If I didn't add 100 followers that day, I sleep less. It is something that I greatly, greatly value. I consider a rando somebody who has like less than 50 followers and like has no personal identification on their account. Like no picture, no name. I consider that a rando. It has nothing to do with the follower count. It has to do with like their real presence.
I consider that a rando, and I consider that a twitcher.
Did y'all talk about Arrighetti pitching and I missed it, or have we not talked about him pitching last night? Yeah, we mentioned it a little. Like, I mean, how much stock and value do you put in a rehab assignment though?
Yeah, that's where, we talk about people that keep stats at training camp for football. I think when you look at a rehab start, the casuals are going to say, oh my God, he gave up runs. Oh my God, he might have given up hits. Oh my God, what happened? But they're fine tuning to get back to the major leagues. So maybe they're working on a pitch, or maybe one of the reasons why that they've been on the injured list has been their inability to control or throw a certain pitch based on an injury or otherwise. They're trying to fine tune those things. They don't give a rat's ass if the other team hits the ball or not. It's all about fine tuning what they do to be the best when they get called back up.
I think mostly that, but I do think that there is some significance to not getting shelled. I think they do want to be it depends on what their mantra is, and we don't know it. Like, it's not a spring training start. His next appearance is supposed to be in the big, so I'm sure he doesn't want to give up 6 runs over 3 1/3 or whatever it was. Like, I do think there is an element of being fine while also you being mostly right.
Yeah, because I think the main things you look at is like the control, where his pitches are located, velocity on the fastball. Is he locating his pitches? Because a lot of times you're playing with, less thans behind you too. So guys that would normally make plays, or maybe plays weren't, and it wasn't an error, they just didn't get to it, or things like that could happen too. I'm just as long as velocity is good and the pitches, their secondary pitches are accurate, whether he gives up runs or not, I can live with.
I agree with that, and like getting out healthy are the most important things. I would like the line score to be a little bit better though. 6246. Don't listen to that jabroni. Branham, your show is great. Always listen to you guys, plugged in all times. Appreciate you. 6246 713-780 ESPN. So Texans back after an off day yesterday, going to the Greenbrier next week. They'll be in West Virginia.
Is that just a 1 week thing?
I think it's next week, and I think it goes straight into like a preseason thing.
Yeah,
too.
Saturday they play a preseason game, so it's 4 days from preseason. Saturday. Yes,
yeah, but I think it's on the road, right?
I believe so. I'm in Minnesota.
I think they go Greenbrier there. Might even be doing a joint.
Yeah, it
practice
is
with
Minnesota.
them, right?
It is Minnesota on August 9th.
So they're going to be gone for a while, a week and a half maybe, but they're going to be away from Houston. Don't do what happened to Joe Burrow. You guys don't do that. All right. While he's away, don't break into his house in the houses of players. That's not cool.
Well, they already got
where you were
Andre,
going
though.
with that.
Not cool. All right. So what piqued your interest at training camp today?
I'm going to keep bringing this up. I'm going to let you try and decipher it for me
and
give me the reason why. Christian Harris is not on the PUP list. Christian Harris is not practicing.
Yeah. Casario mentioned this. I think he was on with P&P the other days when I heard it. It must have been. And he said that whenever you don't have him on the list, he's allowed to do certain on-field things versus when you have him on the list, he's not. So he said that was kind of transactional, and it might be even as simple as being on the field with them. Whenever you're on the list, you can't be or whatever. He said that there are certain things you can do if you're off the list versus on the list, and they wanted Harris to be able to do those things. So that's the reason why.
Okay. Because it's still, it's disturbing to me. It's more and more with this injury lasting this long, I'm just going, what are we doing? I think the other one that's on the radar for me under that same kind of umbrella is Trent Brown. And I know that, he had a lot of injury history in the past, but this is a guy that might situationally or might even find a way to be a guy that can help you on the offensive line. And they keep saying, well, he's going to be back at some point. I just don't know when. And I get it. Vets don't like to go through the whole rigors of training camp, but there's a guy that I would have some curiosity as to what he's got left in the tank.
I'm not as concerned about him coming back because I don't think he's going to be one of the starting tackles anyways. I think they're working him up to either be a swing tackle, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he starts the season on the IR PUP, whatever designation it is, and then you can kind of have a ready-made swing tackle in the middle of the year in case one goes down. So because I don't think he's going to be that important to the team, it's more insurance. That one doesn't bother me as much.
I
as
also would
Harris.
like him to be working with Ursary.
Yeah.
Just to kind of, let him pick your brain.
I mean, they could be working
'cause
together,
they're
right?
similar in size and everything. I hope so, yeah. I mean, I had heard, I forget if I had read it or I'd heard it, that he hadn't been visible at all. I assume he's in the building and such, but they said that Christian Harris hadn't been visible on the fields, but I would hope that a guy like Brown is a guy that could really help Ursary.
Yeah. Speaking of Ursary, Daniil Hunter was on with NFL Network the other day. He had some high praise for Tay Ursary.
Yeah, the biggest thing on Tay, man, you could just tell he's a technician. Once he gets it down, man, you could tell that he got a chance to be one of the greats.
One of the greats.
Ooh,
one of the greats from Daniil Hunter.
Very high praise.
Very high praise. Does Daniil Hunter exaggerate a little bit? I don't really know
Is
that.
he the Jose Altuve
I don't know.
of Texans?
Although Jose Altuve's words are looking truer by the day.
That's true.
So
he might actually have been on.
That might have been on me. So I don't know. I don't know if Daniil Hunter's a bit of a fibber. I don't know if he's an exaggerator. I don't really know. But Daniil Hunter's saying that he could be one of the greats, Ursary. Nick Caley was talking today, too, and they asked him a question about Ursary. He's like, he's one of the guys that puts in the work, first one here. So, everything that you hear on Ursary is good, and I think it is trending that he's going to be the starting right tackle.
Yeah, I think you're right. I referred earlier in the week to even Todd McShay and his recent podcast, then going back to what he said before he was drafted. He thought he was one of the three best tackles that were out there with his versatility and his size and athleticism for a guy that big. That's encouraging to me. As much as you can turn that and say, well, where's Blake Fisher? All I'm concerned about is I need someone at right tackle that can actually do the job. And if he's that big and has that mobility and that work ethic, I'm encouraged.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Now, the counterpoint to the offensive line, Will Kunkel, he tweeted today that Stroud would have been sacked 10 times today if they were bringing him down. He said that coverage was also in play, that the Texans had good coverage, which also was a factor, that Stroud had nowhere to throw the ball. But I don't really love the double-digit sacks at any point.
Yeah, you know me, I don't like stats during training camp, but that's one that's alarming. I mean, because that to the naked eye of watching everything unfold 11 on 11 is something that should bother everybody because of what you've already endured with this team. The one thing that I was thinking about, though, when we talked about, defense and how great this defense is and who does it help the offense? It's got to, from the standpoint of we'll see it against Minnesota, but getting away from just every single play, how good this defense seems to be, has got to really help this offense so that when they see somebody else, there's not many defenses that can put the talent top to bottom across the entire field the way the Texans defense can.
Yeah.
I do sometimes wonder, though, if it might be nice for DeMeco to give the defense, at least the stars, a day off, just to let the offense get some confidence.
Yeah, let the offense breathe a little bit.
Because you look, obviously they're highly overrated, but I was looking at Jonathan Alexander's play-by-play of practice, and it just goes incomplete, sack, incomplete, catch, pass the fence, run, or coverage sack. It's just the defense is kicking their ass.
It is.
That has been the story of camp. I think as much as we're continuing to watch the offensive line and the development and the changes and what they're doing rotationally to get all these guys run, I think the biggest story in camp, top to bottom so far, has been the sheer dominance of the defense across the entire field.
Which, if you glass half full, you glass half empty.
I'm full in that. I just think that you can win football games with a defense that's dominant. If you have, like we talked about earlier in the week, if you have a top 3, top 5 defense, but they're that dominant, I think that you can win football games with that, with just, a more of a vanilla offense if you have to.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a Friday. They asked Trey for Correa yesterday. I'm glass half full. I think it's a good thing. We'll see where the offense lands. And look, first year offense coordinator, all that, offensive line, you're figuring it out. Defense should be ahead of the offense. It's a Friday, so I guess we'll allow Keith to talk to us about baseball. 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. Love the show as always. Love calling in. You guys always take my calls. Appreciate that. I had a baseball question. Obviously massive trade deadline yesterday. A couple of years ago, the Orioles won 100 games, swept in the first round. Last year, they made the playoffs again, won 90-plus games, I think, swept in the first round, and then they just became stellars yesterday. What do you think happened to this Baltimore Orioles team, and why this in the last 2 to 3 years they just became basically all of a sudden a non-playoff team with so many still very good young players?
Yeah, I think it starts with the fact that like Santander and guys that they weren't willing to keep around. Corbin Burns was another guy that they had that they basically just left, they let walk away and they didn't want to pay. Their ownership has been less than for a long time.
Well, they
and
sold it. They
I
sold
know.
it
I
recently.
was gonna say, but until they sold and they were known as cheap previously, but they didn't retain those two guys. And then sometimes, look, we've seen it with Yiner where he's been hot and cold. Sometimes guys like even Atlee Rushman, who everybody thought was going to be potentially the best offensive hitting catcher of this generation and more, and a switch hitter and all these different things, and they've fallen off in a lot of areas.
Yeah, to me, it's they have had a lot of injuries. They haven't had the production that they should have had, and their pitching's not very good. I think it's simply that. I wonder if Elias is going to be on the hot seat there too.
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Michael Swab will be joining us at the top of the hour, talk about everything that happened yesterday, and of course, he was all over it. But when we come back, who are the top coaching staffs in the NFL? 713-780-3776. And where do the Texans come in? It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I have a pounding headache. I'm not a headache guy either. I don't know what's going on over here.
You're not a headache
If
guy?
I have it, I'm not. I don't get very many headaches. I got a pounding one today. If I fall over and have a stroke, just remember I told you I had a headache.
I felt like that last night.
Really? know.
but not with a headache. I got lightheaded.
Oh.
And then when I got home,
vertigo?
and it might have been because at Carbach, I had a ton of diet soda with caffeine. But I was fine driving home, and all of a sudden I got in the car. I'm like, whoa.
Good thing you didn't die. Could you imagine on your tombstone, death by diet soda?
That's a weak way to go.
That's what the
go.
autopsy said. We don't know what the autopsy would have said because I was trying to figure it out.
Autopsy would say soft.
And Lisa was like, yeah, I'm soft, but I'm dead, so I can't defend myself.
Yeah, exactly.
You feel better now, though? You woke up okay?
Well, yeah. I mean, because my wife doesn't really care. She thinks I'm tough enough that anything I go through is not anything to worry about.
Soda,
so I get home and
go.
I'm lightheaded and I sit down on the couch. I'm like, let me sit down for a second. I don't know where this came from. And she's like, well, what do you think it's caused by? And I'm like, I'm not sure. And she goes, well, you're going to walk the dogs with me in a little bit, aren't you? And I go, so you really don't care all that much? She goes, no, I know you always make it through all this stuff. And I'm like, so no compassion at all. Just here, drink some water. Let's go walk the dog.
I'm just glad she didn't offer you another diet soda.
I know. It would have been funny.
Probably would have been. I wouldn't have been out of the realm of possibility.
That would have been a funny play, though. That's the same thing with my wife. I told her, in fact, because, at this stage in my life, I think I'm having a midlife crisis. I think I could just die at any moment. Heart attack, stroke, whatever. Like, I think it could happen. But I was like, hey, my head hurts. Just so she knows, like, hey, if she has to tell the doctors, oh, he was complaining about his head hurt. She goes, oh, it's supposed to rain this weekend. Maybe it's a pressure headache. Okay, maybe. Thanks for your concern, dear.
Is that a thing? A pressure headache?
I don't know. I don't know.
From rain?
I don't know if it's from rain, but pressure headache is definitely a thing. That's like sinuses.
Yeah,
and
like if you're on an airplane.
Yeah. I think the altitude messed me up because, like, I'm hearing ringing in my ear. I have a little pressure headache. I think the altitude jacked me up. I think the altitude has made me go brain dead. All the listeners are like, you've been brain dead for years.
Yeah, the evidence would probably make it a pre-existing condition.
Shut up. Maybe I'm stressing over the JBFL draft tomorrow. Year 27 of the JBFL. I got a decision on my hand, Blankers. I had the number 2 pick.
Okay.
Number 2 pick. 4 really good people are on the board here. Let me kick it around here. It's non-PPR, standard league.
Okay.
I had the number 2 pick. 4 players really good at the top of the board. Saquon Barkley would be in the. It's like a keeper league, so there's like weird players in the draft. It's not like a normal draft pool. Saquon Barkley's in the draft pool.
Ooh.
Ashton Ginty, obviously a rookie's in the draft pool. CD Lamb's in the draft pool. Nico Collins in the draft pool. I don't really know what to do at number 2. I'm torn. I think that might be why I have a headache.
But it's a keeper league, right?
Keeper league.
How long can you keep them?
You give them contracts, you can assign years. So it's a little. You can keep them really
Is
as
it the
long
one
as you want.
that Joe's in with you?
He's similar, but a little different. It's not the same league.
Yeah, because he was saying in that league you guys could keep players up to like 5 years, I think.
Well, you can give as long a term of contract as you want.
So if we're talking 5+ years, I think to me it's Ginty. If it's like 1 or 2 years, I go
Ginty could go
Saquon.
1 though. So what if Ginty goes 1 and it's Saquon and CD? What do you do then?
CD.
In a non-PPR?
I think Saquon.
Oh yeah, it's true. Non-PPR.
I think Saquon.
Yeah, I guess
headache.
Saquon.
I think this is why I have the headache, sweetie. I appreciate your concern. I don't think it's pressure headache. I think it's JBFL headache.
Yeah, I would lean Saquon, and again, you're at the mercy of who picks 1.
I know. Yeah, I'm confused. I think he needs running back.
I mean,
Brandon?
everyone needs running back.
So then, do you just take whichever running
I don't
back
know
of the
what to do.
2 is not taken?
I'm deliberate. I'm having nightmares about what to do at 2.
And how many people are in
I
the
might
league?
just choke and trade it away.
How many teams are in the league?
14.
14.
Yeah.
And you don't. So that you don't. That's
know
your
what to
only.
do.
That's your only early pick.
I am the defending champion, though.
Oh.
This was a pick that I acquired from somewhere else. Anyways, no one
Sick
cares
humble
about
brag
my
there.
fantasy. I know it was. It was definitely a flex, 100%. No one cares about my, your somebody else's fantasy league. Best NFL coaching staff in the NFL. Who would you have at the top of this list?
To me, I would say Kansas City. I would say as long as you got Andy Reid as the skipper of the ship, you got a hell of a start. But Spags has been really good as a DC. And then because of the fact that the offense is run by your head coach, that you don't really have to worry about the OC as much. And their special teams is fine. But I think that this is always dictated by who's the head coach. And then it's doubly important and weighted more if they're also a coordinator on either side. I'd start with Andy Reid.
I don't think it's an argument. I think Andy Reid's the best NFL head coach currently. Maybe the second greatest in this generation behind Belichick. Some might argue that. And I think Andy Reid's the best offensive mind we've ever seen.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, you just want to delineate between the two of them. Belichick might be the best defensive-minded head coach of all time, and Andy Reid the best offensive.
And I'm with you on Spags. I think Spags is a fantastic defensive coordinator. So they would be one on my list, too, which is surprising because ESPN has him second. behind the Vikings. And look, I love the Vikings. I love Kevin O'Connell. Wes Phillips is Wade Phillips' son.
Yep.
He's the offensive coordinator there. Brian Flores, a really good DC. Minnesota's probably my top 3, top 5, but there's no way I would have them ahead of Kansas City.
Their wide receivers coach is really good.
Oh, that's your
Keenan.
boy.
Yeah. My buddy Keenan is there. Look, I'm with you. I think that when you talk about this list, it has to start with who's the head coach. And like I said, it's double value if they're a coordinator. Kevin O'Connell is right up there, but for me, I don't think he would be 1, and I don't think he would be 2. I think to me, I would start with Andy Reid, and then I would move to McVay, because what McVay has done and consistently done, regardless of who they have and who they don't have, and especially before they got Devontae Adams, with some of the things that he was dealing with even last year, personnel-wise, on the offensive side of the football. I think he's got to be up there in the top 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think number 1 for Minnesota is a little bit.
You could put Kevin O'Connell in that stat probably in the top 5, 6.
Yeah, that's where I would have him. Maybe even top 3 if you wanted to get really crazy. Because I do like Kevin O'Connell a lot. I think he gets the most out of quarterback. That's why I'm intrigued about McCarthy. Any argument from you, Brian? Minnesota, KC?
No. Maybe the Rams. I mean, just it's obviously heavy lifting done by Sean McVay, but no real argument there.
They have the Rams 5. McVay, the head coach. Now the coordinators, Michael LaFleur, OC, Chris Shula, DC.
It's names. Last names you recognize.
Last names somebody else.
Yeah,
exactly. Names from other people in your family that have done well.
Where do you think the Texans should be?
I definitely think they're in the top 10. I think that again, you start with the D'Amico, and then as a defensive coordinator, I think that they should be a young up and coming, track record with playoff wins. I think D'Amico's a top 10 coach.
ESPN has him 12, and I'm okay with it. Like this is entire coaching staff. I think D'Amico as a head coach is top 10. I think the entire coaching staff, head coach, OC, DC, it's tough for me to make them a top 10 unit because Nick Caley's never called a play in his life. Like we don't know if he's gonna be any good. So like I can't put Caley on a pedestal because he's never called a play. Matt Burke doesn't call defensive plays. So like I can't put him on a pedestal. So I'm okay with them at 12. You would have them in the top 10. Would you have them jump Minnesota, who's at number 1?
No.
Would you have them jump KC, Reed, Nagy, Spags?
No.
Would you have them jump San Fran, Shanahan, Kubiak, Saleh?
No.
Would you have Baltimore, Harbaugh, Todd Monken, Zach Orr?
No.
McVay, LaFleur, Shula?
No.
Okay, I think that one's close. Denver, Peyton, Joe Lombardi, Vance Joseph.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I wouldn't go yes on that. Buffalo, McDermott, Joe Brady, Bobby Babick. Or Babich.
Yes.
I think that one's a little overrated.
Yeah, I think I would.
Sirianni, Petula, Fangio, Philly.
Ooh.
They kind of have back a baseball card.
Yeah.
I hate
Fangio's been a long-standing, well-regarded defensive coordinator.
I really dislike Sirianni, but he's got a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, so Carroll, Chip Kelly, Patrick Graham with the Raiders.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's fair. LaFleur, Stinovich, and Halfley for Green Bay.
No.
Okay. So how many you had them jump in 3 there? So you have
2
them
or
9,
3,
9 or
3,
10?
Yeah.
All right. Where would you have them, bro? I'm okay with them at 12.
Yeah, the one that stood out to me because it's right above them was the Lions because they're kind of in a similar situation where they lost both their coordinators and it's just the head coach.
Yeah, he doesn't have any kind of court. Yeah, that's
and
a
I
big
would
thing.
take D'Amico over Dan Campbell, so I would jump them ahead of the Lions. But yeah, I think you can make an argument up to like 9. But the problem, as you laid out, is there's no inherent resume or back of the baseball card for the OC and the DC. So what are you really basing off a huge jump
But you
off
get the
of?
double value of head coach and defensive play caller. So that's why I would slide them above. Because I'm with you on Detroit. They got a lot to prove now because they got 2 guys that haven't done it before. So I want to see that because Dan Campbell doesn't do either side.
He bites kneecaps though.
Yeah.
He gets he's the leader of men.
And he calls female interviewers man.
He does?
Yeah, he did it again last
That's
night.
because of how much grit he has.
With Melissa Stark. She asked him a question. He goes, man, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, man.
He's not calling her man. He's just
saying.
It's in his hands.
He's
I
just
don't
being
know, man.
It's a
homely.
pet peeve of mine. I don't like it.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Michael Schwab, the winner of Major League Baseball trade deadline, had the Jesus Sanchez stuff first, was all over it yesterday. He joins us next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. The winner of yesterday's Major League Baseball trade deadline was Michael Schwab, the czar of Astros Twitter. You can find him on X at Michael Schwab13. I think it's the first time I've ever said you can find somebody on X. I'm anti-X, pro Twitter.
I'm with you.
But anyways, Michael, thank you for taking a few minutes hanging out with us today. How about the haters of Michael Schwab, huh? You were taking some heat prior to yesterday. He's not a source. Who is this guy? You won a lot of people over yesterday, Schwabby.
Listen, I think I was surprised as much as everyone when they started crediting me yesterday. The haters, they keep going up one by one. I don't know, but I guess that was your car wreck of the day. I'll take it. They can go be in that car wreck. But I think hopefully it finally proved that I'm not just some random guy who's making stuff up. I've been talking to lots of people. And though yesterday was fun, it was more fun for everyone who's a fan of this team, I will say.
Yeah.
No victory lap, no celebration, glass of wine, and not giving up the day job just yet?
No, not yet. Probably just my victory lap is watching Carlos play tonight. That's what it is to me, because that still feels like a dream in itself.
You mentioned that. I'm just curious your thoughts. Like we hear some of the nitpickers and the people that just never enough is never enough. Everybody in here seems to think they did a really good job, but there are people that are going to say they didn't get any pitching. And whether we heard the rumblings and the rumors that they might be after a right-handed reliever, to the fact that they were chasing a starter like Dylan Cease or Alcantara, were you disappointed they didn't get any pitching?
I think the biggest thing is that the really big issue with pitching right now is injury. 100%. I think, look at it right now. The Space Cowboys, you had Eric Getty the other night, Luis Garcia tonight, and then you've got JP France tomorrow. That's 3 MLB pitchers going for the Space Cowboys who should be on the team. Everyone's trying to make their way back. Javier is going to be there too. It's just, I think it's nice to see that, but when everything was going through and everything was Dylan Cease, and it was getting right to that yard line, and that's what I kept hearing from everyone. What I was told is that they wanted Spencer Arrighetti, they wanted Steven Okert, and they also wanted Walker Janik. How can you take that for just a rental like Cease when you've got all these players coming off of the IL? So for me, the amount of pitchers we have on the team, takes away the whole part of the issues you had with the lineup, which is we were missing bats, and they were missing bats for a while. So that's where they needed to focus. And it's okay. To me, I think they'll be fine with the whole pitching aspect.
You go like a Cam Smith, who was batting top of the order for better part of a couple of months, batting 8th today. Dubon has been really good lately, batting 9th. It is a deeper lineup, no doubt about it. Tell us about the Carlos Correa. How did it all build up? How did it happen? How much was Dana involved? Jim Crane involved? Just give us the logistics of it all, and then what he means to this team the rest of the year and going forward, because under club control for a few more years.
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest thing is that, I think everyone's going to say this happened so quickly. And even you're going to hear this from PR's perspective, like, oh, that wasn't the plan. I sent out a post about it, showing a screenshot. I received a text message from a great source back in February about Astros talking to Minnesota about Carlos. And my first reaction was, that's insane. Same person reaches out to me again in April. Same conversations going. So then they keep telling me what's going on. So I start asking all around. This is me asking reporters, me asking, players, coaches, everyone I can know. And no one knew anything of it. It's very secret, but they've been talking for a long time. So finally, when it came down to everything, all the big pieces of it have been lining up. All those blocks have been lining up over months. To finally, when you got down to the deadline, they just needed to figure out what it looked like. And the truth is that Minnesota was ready to sell. And Jim, who's a businessman, said, I know you need to sell this guy off. I know you guys are in debt. Give me this guy, and we'll take care of all those things. And so really, how it all transpired at the end is that Jim Crane was on the phone with the Twins owner at the last second, getting everything figured out. And that's how they got it all squared away. They worked with the whole team to get right to the threshold, and that's with, the Twins sending all that money over here, $33 million, to cover most of the cost. And so what it means for Houston is, you're not just getting a great player. And sure, he's playing third base, which he played with the Puerto Rican team in the World Baseball Classic, but you're getting great defense. You are getting a good bat. He's great against right and left-handed pitching. 260 against right-handed, 291 against the left-handed. He's a leader in the clubhouse. Espada was talking about how he's already talking to everyone and hitters. It changes the whole dynamic of this to have a player like that, and they have not had a leader for a long time since he left, really. Because Bregman did it quietly, but Carlos will do it loudly. And this is good. This is really good for the team, and this is good for Astros fans.
It's good, and the one that we've been kicking around, and the one that I'm interested your thoughts on, is the fact that we know how this plays out for the rest of the year because Paredes won't be back. Is it a good problem to have, and how does it sort out next year when you look at Paredes coming back? When you look at Correa, who's already said, I'm willing to go to third base, but now it's second base that is going to be that kind of position that who gets put there, and how does it all kind of sort itself out? I've heard some people say, would they trade either Paredes or Pena? How do you see it playing out after this year?
So a couple different things that you have to consider about this. We're hearing a lot of timelines about Paredes. We've seen 2 months. We've seen 6, 7. The truth is that I'm hearing it's very, very severe, and the road back is long. And there's even doubts that Paredes won't be ready by opening day. And that's just what I've been told by several different people. If that's the case, well, you don't really have an issue with everyone's going to play. You're going to have the same people out there right now as you are going to have next year. When Paredes finally does come back, where do you put him? That's more of the question, not where does Carlos go. Carlos will do great at third base, and he will stay on the left side of the infield. Paredes, you try him at second. I think that's probably the best thing for him. Maybe you put him at DH. It's a good problem to have. It's an issue of riches. And if it's something that's too much, then you do start talking about trading. But with 2 years left on Pena's deal, it seems a little too early to trade someone like Jeremy Pena. I think maybe they would even consider trading Paredes, but he's having an injury that's going to put his stock really, really low. So, I think they're just going to feel it out. That's just like the best way to do it.
Michael Schwab joining us on the HR&P guest line. You can follow him on Twitter at MichaelSchwab13. The credit you were given was over the Jesus Sanchez news. That's the one I saw at least. I guess, what does he mean to this team? Obviously, Dana Brown has been talking about a left-handed bat. You look at his numbers against righties, very, very good. What do you think his impact's going to be with the Stros?
Well, Jesus Sanchez means a lot because a couple different things about him. Yes, he finally got that left-handed bat, and just not great against lefties himself, 130, but 283 and 800 OPS against righties. That's what they've been needing big time. So yes, you finally got that left-handed bat. He'll have him out there. He's going to platoon great. He's actually got the second strongest arm on the team next to Cam Smith at 79 miles an hour of throwing. He's got one of the best bat speeds on the team now. So you've added him and Carlos, who now are top 5 in bat speed on the team now. So Sanchez comes in, and he's also a great fielder. So you can plug him, play him anywhere. And the biggest thing that I take away from this is Cam Smith is playing his life out. He's doing great. But he's playing longer than he's ever played in his entire career. This kid was in, college last year? Mm-hmm. So, this is big for Cam because he's going to be able to sit and rest and come back fresh. And you can see that with the team right now. People are not fresh. So you've added Carlos, you've added Urias, and you've added Sanchez. You're going to keep everyone fresh. Just get to the postseason. That's all you got to do. And this is what gets you there.
Michael, I'm curious. We talk about this a lot. We know what Dana's had to endure, and not just the job he did yesterday and the fact that he didn't hardly give up anything to get what they got. But what we don't know, that maybe you know more than a lot of us do, is how much of the extra bells and whistles he's got to deal with Jim Crane and the meddling and the other people that might be involved in all this. And we know that it was a stumbling block between Click and Crane, that it's one thing to say he did a hell of a job yesterday. It's another thing to say we don't know about how many different hoops he's got to jump through before he can pull off some of these moves.
Yeah, I mean, the dynamic of how the front office work is is interesting. It's very different than other teams. The truth is that Jim Crane is very much involved in this team, but by use of Dana as his big time helper, Dana gets everything lined up for Jim. Dana makes the big decisions, and everyone gets everything lined up to Dana. He has a great group of assistant GMs, incredible development team. The the minor league system is incredible. All these things lead up to Dana, and then that leads up to Jim. And so Jim is not like a person who just remains out of it. Jim's going to have the final say. And, you know, I wouldn't say that this Correa thing was just Jim led. I think this was everyone. Dana was on those calls. Lots of different people were on those calls. I think what we have here is just different. With James Click, there was a little bit of that nervousness from the Tampa Bay, you know, world of just, ooh, I don't know if we're going to make that big move. And then with Lou now, it's a whole monster. Jim could let him do what he wants. But I do think that Dana and Jim are finding a nice spot to where they're going to make big plays. And you can see it now. I mean, if you could grade this entire deadline, you bring on 3 solid players, one of them being a superstar, and you only took on really about 6 or 7 million this year, and you gave up 1 major league talent, which was Ryan Gusto, which that's fine, and then some prospects that some people may have never even heard about. That's a big win, and that wasn't Jim, and that wasn't just Dana. That was everyone involved. That's kind of how it all works now.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Michael, great work these past couple of days, and I'll see you on the internet, I suppose.
Yes, absolutely. I'll see you arguing on the internet. Let's go.
We'll do it. Yeah, I like to argue. It's kind of what I do. Appreciate you, Michael. Michael Swab 13 on Twitter. All of the who's who of the baseball world was citing Michael Swab for breaking the Jesus Sanchez news yesterday. He broke the Astros' interest on Carlos Correa as well. It's crazy to think it went all the way back to February.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it. It didn't come out. But it was also whenever they kicked the tires around on Arenado for a second time after they missed out on Bregman. So kind of makes some sense.
And the other thing that I would think is, as it relates to what you just said, owners know before just about anybody else in terms of a franchise that might be in limbo or might be going up for sale real soon because of all the books and the discussions and those owners meetings when they happen. There is some legitimacy to everybody's kind of given the kind of game plan for what's coming up. And when owners find out that Minnesota might have some trouble financially and might be on the block soon, a smart businessman like Jim Crane goes, well, you know, they got a lot of salaries on that roster, and that might be something that they look to do that we can kind of pounce on.
Yeah, I don't think that they were the Twins were there yet in terms of their selling players off, but I think it was more interest in the Astros having another infielder because they were calling on Arenado. They missed out on Bregman. Calling on Correa. Just kind of interesting, the timeline and how the buildup worked there. Let's talk about the surplus of infielders. The surplus of infielders the Astros have. How do you figure that out ahead of 2026? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Quick little flex. I'm 1-0 betting preseason football. I am up a fifth of a unit. See how that goes for me.
You trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham? You're
No,
trying to make
but
everybody
like,
think
this
that
is
you know
that
ball.
theory-
Undefeated.
That's that theory that is in.
It's more of a working theory
Yep.
with zero evidence to support the theory. It's more of a
one game in.
hypothesis at this point.
Got a 1-game sample size.
Yeah, I mean, I like my chances. Golf course looks good. Swing feels good. I like my chances. I'm up. Hey, how many people are up a fifth of a unit this far into the NFL preseason?
You like your chances.
Maybe not many.
Betting that more than Lions fans like the chances that Kyle Allen should be their backup quarterback.
Go Cougs. Is he?
I
in
like
is he
the
in
Jim
running?
Rome show reference there.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people that evidently had high hopes.
What was Hooker up to? He's their number two, isn't he?
Well, the way they were talking about it on the telecast last night, they were talking about it like he was going to be expendable because Kyle Allen was going to be your backup because of
Really?
his experience.
Interesting.
Kyle Allen, 2 turnovers right away.
I mean, I figure if Hooker's not playing in that game, they feel pretty good about Hooker. No,
He played.
Hooker played.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he just didn't start. Oh, I didn't even watch. I didn't even have to sweat it because
played.
the Chargers ran away with that bad boy.
Trey Lance
The boys
made some nice
1-0.
touch passes that I wasn't expecting to see.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah,
Found
the touchdown pass to Will Dissly
Touchdown
was
pass
that was
really
a nice pass.
Dropped it in the bucket. Yep.
There we go. All right. 713-780 ESPN HRB listener line. Ocho is banging the trammel drum. Can I interest you in some stats? Did you know that my guy, the legendary Mr. Taylor Walter Lee Trammell, is hitting 277 versus righties with the Stros, 13 walks, 64 ABs, and a 375 on base, which is second to only Pena from Ocho. Look, Trammell's going to get plenty of chances. He's your center fielder against right-handed pitching until Myers comes back, and Myers' return is not imminent.
No. I mean, you looked at it earlier this week when they were in the game notes and giving updates on everybody. And the first day, there wasn't any updates to be given basically on Jake Myers. And then they followed up subsequently that he still hasn't done anything. So, yeah, there's no reason to believe right now that he's coming back anytime soon.
No, Trammell's going to have an opportunity. Like, they sent down Melton. I mean, we're looking at a Trammell, Chas McCormick platoon in center field until Myers returns, until Melton steals the job, which, I mean, I don't feel great about. So, I mean, Trammell's going to have opportunities, and he's in the lineup today. What do you do with the surplus of infielders that you have going into next season?
I mean, listening to Schwab, he brings up the point, which is kind of worrisome that Paredes might not even be ready to start next season, which means you might table this for a while and just keep doing what you're doing. But if the assumption is everybody's healthy next year, it's an interesting proposition because I think as much as Correa and went to him and he said, I'm open to playing third base. Would he be open to playing second base?
Yeah, I don't know if he would.
I don't either.
I think it's like, okay, I moved for you once, like just leave me here, type of deal.
Yeah, not that he would be like Devers
Right.
and just foot in the stand. I'm not doing this, but I would think that he'd have an issue with it where he didn't have an issue going to third, knowing Pena, knowing the situation. But to be moved again, it's like, do you guys really think I can't play defense, or why are you doing this? And I think you look at it from some of the stuff that we've talked about. Paredes isn't a second baseman anymore. No matter how much they said in the past he could play there, or that that was an option for him. I just think that he's shown more pop. He's got a bigger, more physical frame now. He's filled out a lot more. I don't think he's rangy. I don't think that he has the lateral quickness. I don't think he's a second baseman. So then what do you do? And I've heard people say trade Pena. And because he's coming off, we always say don't trade when the value's the lowest. Well, coming off an all-star season, as long as he comes back and it gets back to form, his value might never be higher into this offseason. But like Schwabe said, you got 2 years left of team control. Is it too soon to even think about that? And would they and again, on the flip side of that, you're not going to trade Paredes, I don't think. And there's a guy that's value would be super low because he's hurt.
I'm really not the fan of making the trade at all. Pena is interesting because they traded Tucker, but Pena with 2 years of club control. I also don't think you really have a starting caliber shortstop if you do that. Like, Correa's moving to third because he wants to move to third at this stage of his career. He's in his 30s. He's a bigger bodied shortstop. Like, moving him to third is permanent. It's moving him off of the position. Can he play there in a pinch? Yes. Do you want him playing there 150 games? No. Also think it's good for his health, moving to third base. Less of a grind. You can survive playing third base less than or better than you can survive playing short. So if you trade Pena, like, okay, we're moving Correa back to shortstop. Well, he's telling you he wants to move off a shortstop. He's in his 30s. He's injury prone. He's a bigger shortstop. He's no longer a shortstop. In a pinch, yes. Emergency situation, yes. For a full season, no. Rome mentioned that in The Athletic, kind of threw that out there too, that, hey, they could trade Pena. I don't envision that happening. And if they do, I don't envision Correa being the shortstop. I don't know if they have the natural second baseman, because again, like Correa moving to third feels permanent. I don't love Isak Paredes at second. I don't think he has the lateral movement. He's coming off a double hamstring injury. Like, that's a little worrisome. I don't think he's a natural second baseman. If you had to trade one of your infielders, I think the natural one would be Walker, because Walker makes the most at $20 million, which might be a little bit more than Correa, actually. You can play Isak at first base, and then it gives you $20 million to be flexible with. But I'm more of the idea of just keep them all. Like, you're inevitably going to have injuries. Walker's in his mid-30s. Correa's hurt a lot. Paredes is currently hurt. Pena, who's like the model of good health, has just missed a month because of a fluke baseball injury, which tells you that injuries happen. Altuve's in his 30s. So I'm in favor of just keeping them all, using the DH to rotate guys around. One crazy scenario, and I don't love this scenario, is play Jordan in left field. And if Jordan plays left field, that means Altuve plays more second, which opens up the DH spot to rotate guys through. So I like the depth. You're going to have injuries. Like, those guys aren't going to play 155 games next year. So I keep the surplus.
See, I don't think you can trade Walker because he's been less than, and because his salary is so big.
It's only $20 million for 2 more years. It's not nuts.
But I don't know that any team's going to be in on that.
Arizona?
His age and everything. I mean, maybe.
Why not? $40 million for 2 years
You
isn't nuts.
lose Naylor, and maybe there's a chance there. But I just think, I don't know that the market would be great for either Walker.
Oh, it wouldn't be great for
Paredes.
Walker. It's a salary dump.
Yeah, I like where this team's at. I like the fact that they have a lot of options. I'm surprised that you'd be interested in, because I think Schwab might have alluded to that, but Jordan in left field, I know that it's cringeworthy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if it means that you're a better offensive team and it opens up another opportunity for Paredes, either because he's coming off the injury and or there's no place to put him, and you can keep all the guys you have, just to keep that offensive lineup together would be entertaining, because of the fact that there could be so potent.
Look, I'm not condoning it either, but I think it is something that could be on the table. Like, I don't love the idea of Jordan playing left field because he's a ticking time bomb, but he was DHing and is still on the IL. So it's kind of one of those, can he give you 60 games in left field, 60 games at DH, and then that's it. And then you can rotate the DH spot every time that he's not in the DH, was still 100 times. So I'm in favor of just keeping the surplus. Guys are going to get hurt. You have good options there. You're not going to use the same 9 every day. Like, we get pigeonholed into this idea that here's our starting 9 and it's going to be the starting 9 every day. That's never the case. But if you go like optimally, like World Series Game 7, everybody's healthy next year of what you would currently have under contract, which we know is almost impossible. You're looking at Yainer at catcher, Walker at first, Altuve at second, Pena at short, Correa at third, Jordan in left, Myers in center, Cam Smith in right field, and then who did I miss out? Isak's your DH. And look, you even have Sanchez in the mix there too.
Yep.
So you have some options.
The big thing, though, you consider too is the fact that we know, and we're all on the same page, that Altuve's not great in the field anymore, and he's definitely not great at second base, but that he would be kind of, by process of elimination, he'd have to play a lot more second base. You just don't know. This year we had Hunter and Fromber that are both ground ball pitchers, and if Fromber goes, depending on who becomes the 2, does that change things at all? But he's still going to have to field his position, and that is a little scary.
Yeah. If I had to trade one, like a texture saying trade Jordan for high, trading Jordan for high would require Jordan comes back really, really soon and then kills it the rest of the year and doesn't have any more injuries. Don't love that idea, because I think Jordan has the potential of being one of the best offensive players in baseball. Trading Walker, like, just assume you trade Walker for nothing. Salary dump. Arizona needs a first baseman. Welcome home. He still hits well there. You trade Walker for the equivalent of what you traded for Carlos Correa. You're just trading the money off the books. It does open up $20 million for you to sign the best starting pitcher you can.
Yep.
So, like, you would still have a really formidable lineup, because in this case, if say you trade Walker, Yainer's your catcher, Isak's your first baseman, Altuve's at second, Pena's at short, your third baseman is Correa, your left fielder is Jesus Sanchez, center fielder Myers, right field Smith, DH Jordan, and you've opened up $20 million. So if you had to trade one, I think the one you trade is Walker.
Yeah, I just don't know that. I'm just not of the belief that there's a market for him at that price with his less than year so far, but maybe a homecoming in Arizona is in play.
Yeah, trade Jordan for high. I mentioned that. Paredes will either play second or be traded. I don't think he can play second, man. Like, there's questions if he's good enough defensively to play second, and he's coming off a major hamstring issue.
Yeah, I think from a value perspective, it would have to be a salary dump, but some team's going to want to take a guy that's got a 6 or 7 month hamstring issue and just say, I want that guy, and I believe that guy's going to be healthy.
See, both of those guys that we mentioned have stains. Like, Isak would have the injury stain, and Walker would have the salary stain. Texture 100% Branham. This Astros medical staff continues to fail. To offset its failure, you need quality depth. Keep them all. See, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
I was going to ask Schwab about the medical staff.
I hope they move on.
I think they have to. I just think something has to be done, whether you go drastic or just something that represents the fact that they've addressed it. But you can't just turn the other cheek anymore.
No, I think you have to. I think you need to do something. Dana was asked about that in his media deal yesterday, and he's like, "Well, just know we're always looking to help the team, but just know there's injury in baseball." I couldn't get a good tell on it. I don't know if that was like his way of like kind of being coy that he's on it, or if that was his way to defend it. Like I didn't get a good read on it.
Yeah, because
I
a lot
didn't
of
get a
times
good read.
the owners get to be tight with, or owner gets to be tight with the doctors over a certain period of time, and then it's kind of like the Verlander Jim Crane relationship that we always joked about. Oh, they're golf buddies. But a lot of times, because the owner builds a relationship, it's harder to set those guys free.
All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the Hive. What's up, Robbie?
How you doing today?
What was the evil Dr. Robbie laugh for?
Say, look, I don't always agree with you, okay? But I'm completely in agreement with you need to keep everybody because injuries happen. Plain and simple. So you are 100% right.
All right.
You
Thank
still
you.
there?
Appreciate that, Robbie.
Feel good?
Said enough. 100% right. And then Schwabies, I mean, if Paredes is questionable for opening day, it's an easy decision.
Yeah,
you
then
definitely keep
for
everybody.
Sure it is. I wasn't expecting to hear that.
No, me either. But I mean, Correa's going to miss. Correa's not playing 162.
No.
Pena might not play 162. Altuve's not playing one. Walker might have another little sea walk. He's not playing 162. And Jordan's not playing 162.
And it's the equivalent of the NBA's load management, but having quality enough players to be able to do it comfortably, right? It's the fact that you have so many good hitters to pull from and good players to pull from that you can do it without having to put a Zach Short or guys that are less than in the lineup to try and circumvent the fact that these guys need rest.
All right, let's play everybody's least favorite game. Who said it next with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5? Debatable. Texture, that caller with the evil laugh was really, really strange. Don't talk about Robbie that way.
Robbie.
And then another texture says Blaine says, Robbie was drunk on the Paul show. He's lit now. If he was drunk at somewhere between the noon to 3 window, 5:35.
So at 12:30, Robbie said it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Robbie likes that weekend whistle. I don't blame him. Our weekend whistle's coming up soon. But first, Brian likes to torture us right before the weekend whistle.
I like to torture one of you.
A couple weeks in a row.
Well, I guess it depends on how it goes. So maybe then maybe it's torture both of you.
Who said it? Brian, quote one.
All right, quote one. If you watch the game, sorry, let me set this up by saying this is about Amen Thompson. If you watch the game, you 100% say, boy, he's having a great impact. Then it's like, hurry, give me the stats. I need to be able to match up some stats on him. Well, he shoots less than 30% from 3. Who cares? That's not his game. He doesn't shoot a lot of threes. You know, I mean, it's just stupid.
To me, it's Dell because he's the only one talking Rockets basketball this week.
You think?
I think he and Sean talk NBA basketball no matter what. I think that there were things on the internet of Amen Thompson working out, and then somebody said something about the fact that he is untouchable and a superstar in the making.
See, the Catons reminds me of Granado, though. But maybe Granado's rubbing off on Dell. Been together so long.
Pause.
That's your perverted mind. I'm not pausing anything. You know what I meant. If you want to take it there, you can take it there. You want to go Dell? I mean, that's fine. I like your argument there.
All right, let's go Dell.
Brian,
and if you watch the game, you 100% say, boy, he's having a great impact. Then it's like, hurry, get me the stats. I need to be able to match up some stats on him. Whoa, he shoots less than 30% from 3. Who cares? That's not his game. He didn't shoot a lot of threes. You know, I mean, it's just stupid.
I should have known that. He calls me stupid a lot.
He doesn't like to use that word.
Dennis Lindsay told me.
Stupid?
No, the Amen Thompson breakdown.
I don't know if anybody gets that reference.
Okay. Some people do.
All right, number 2.
All right, quote number 2. I appreciate the advice, but I know. No one told me or informed me that McDonald's is a good option. You go to McDonald's because it's quick. It reminds you of when you were 10. It tastes the same way it did when you were 10. You ain't got to alert me that the food is crappy and it's bad for me. It's not good for me, but I know I'm going to enjoy it for the 10 minutes that it takes to eat it, and then we'll see the aftermath.
I think it's Dell.
I do too.
All right, Dell.
I appreciate the advice, but I know no one told me or informed me that McDonald's is a good option. You go to McDonald's because
how many times do you eat at McDonald's a month?
It reminds you of when you were.
For me or for my kids?
You.
0.
Really? So you take your kids there and you don't have any McDonald's?
Correct.
You want to eat the fries?
You don't even have the fries or nuggets?
I'm not ordering for myself. If my youngest doesn't finish the fries, I'll finish some fries.
I'll go about 3 or 4 times a month.
I prefer the breakfast, but yeah, it's same for me. About 3-4 times a month.
Last time I went was for breakfast. I got the sausage McMuffin.
Yep, same.
Their McMuffins are good.
They are good. Yeah, they have the dollar drinks on the app.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? All right, 3.
All right, quote number 3. There's no one on the roster right now that should be trusted today. End of the season, we can get back to that. But Stroud might be dead by that point. I suppose it can't be any worse than it was last year, but how much better is it?
Paul?
It's kind of my hunch as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
There's no one on the roster right now that should be trusted today. End of the season.
Okay, boys.
We can get back to that, but Stroud might be dead by that point. I suppose it can't be any worse than it was last year, but how much better is it?
All right. 2-1.
You guys should go with your gut reaction more often.
No.
That's 2 in a row.
We usually don't agree like that.
No. All right. Quote number 4. Plexico was famous for renting cars, never paying them, renting houses, destroying them. Plexico was I just don't want to ever do business with Plexico. And well, I don't know what the situation is with Marcus Morris, but damn, they arrested him at the airport?
Who's Plexico?
Plexico Burris?
Yeah, it's Plaxico Burris, but this person pronounced it as Plexico.
Okay. So it was somebody else mispronounced it, not you.
Correct.
Interesting.
I don't think it's Dell.
No.
I don't know if Paul knows Plexico Burress.
Oh, he knows play. He beat him in the Super Bowl. He beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Okay. But he knows his history like that?
Maybe not.
I'm thinking it's one of the two morning shows.
Would Lance call his name? Would Lance call him Plexico and not Plexico?
Yeah.
He would?
I think so.
Well, you want to go with that?
Over John?
It didn't sound like John's cadence.
One more time, Brian.
Plexico is famous for renting cars, never paying them, renting houses, destroying them. Plexico was I just don't want to ever do business with Plexico. And well, I don't know what the situation is with Marcus Morris, but damn, they arrested him at the airport?
Yeah, I heard a little bit at that time.
Yeah.
Your call. I could go either of the morning guys.
Me too. You don't have either way?
Nah, you're better at this game than me.
John.
Plexico was famous
for good work.
renting cars, never paying them, renting houses, destroying them.
Good.
Plexico was I just don't want to ever do business with Plexico.
Raise the W, Brian.
I don't know what the
You gonna eat a
situation
dub
is
like
with Marcus
Jameis
Morris,
Winston?
but
You can eat whatever you
damn,
want now
the
and go
rest
to
of them at
McDonald's
the
5 times
airport.
a month. We just won.
That was clutch asking the second read there.
You think
won me over.
would you guys gone at Lance if you hadn't gotten the second read?
I would have, yeah. I don't know if he might have been able to talk me out of it, but I heard more Granado the second read.
I thought I read it the same. But anyway, quote number 5. See if you guys go 4-1. That's BS for stealing something personal. Steal a car. Steal some jewelry. Stealing personal items is messed up. There's been a lot of Houston athletes who have gone through this, and I would like all of us to #be better.
Sounds like Paul.
Paul or Lance?
You think Lance
They're
would
talking about Andre Johnson's house?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Would Lance do the #be better?
He's got kids. He might.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we've already won. I don't care.
Lance.
That's BS if you're stealing something personal.
You're right.
Steal
It doesn't
a
matter.
car.
Yep.
Steal
4-1,
some
3-2
jewelry.
means nothing to me.
Stealing personal
In
items
fact, the only
is
thing that means
messed
anything
up.
to me is 5-0. Anything else, I don't care about.
So you might as well have lost in 05
Yeah,
in your mind.
I wouldn't have cared any different. 4-1 is equal to 0-5. They're all the same except 5-0 to me. That's the only thing that
you want to get rid of it.
Yes.
I'll take anything with us getting 3.
Yeah, that's the only thing
I'm
that
surprised
motivates
you kept
me is
playing
5-0.
after the first. You got the first one wrong. Then
Well, I mean, I didn't really do much.
that's true.
I went first
That's
instinct
true.
and was out.
That's
I
true.
didn't really put much thought into it.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, in hindsight.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
This is Hunter Brown's music. How come you didn't do Luis Garcia?
I don't even remember what his music was.
He's Baila Este Cumbia.
Okay, well, when he makes a start for the Astros, I will mix it.
I've missed that song so much.
Well, I thought the Javier song was it Javier's song that was your favorite?
No, Garcia was.
Was it? Okay.
What was Javier's, though? I forget Javier's, too.
Robin was Love Roller Coaster, right?
Yeah. I forget what Javier's was. Is it somewhere in that thing you got
Yeah,
back there?
I'll look for it.
A computer, I think they call it. Yeah, it's Hunter Brown. Hopefully Hunter Brown pitches well. Tough ballpark to pitch in. Pretty good Red Sox lineup. Should be fun. Apple TV.
He's got to like his infield.
Javier's got nothing. I'll have to effort more later.
I can't remember what Javier's was. All right. Let's see if Hunter Brown pitches well. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump. Robbie says, I'm retired. I can start drinking whenever I want. It's fair. I ain't mad at you for that.
I thought he came in after work
Yeah.
when we were at
100%. When we were at Cactus Jacks, he was in a uniform working. He knew where he came from work.
Could you not retire between now and then?
No, not without
What do you-
telling us.
what do
He
you
calls
mean?
us almost every day.
I feels unlikely.
I think he said I have a couple more weeks before retirement now that I think about it.
Nah, maybe he did. I don't know.
I don't remember hearing that.
You guys just don't listen to people, clearly.
That definitely is true. I don't.
Man. I'm pretty sure he told us that at Cactus
So you
Jacks.
don't know either then.
I'm pretty sure he's like,
you don't know.
I listened to Who Said It enough to get us a W.
By the skin of your
It's a flex.
teeth.
I listen to people.
All right, what's your car wreck of the day?
Oh, for me, Stephen A. Smith. If you guys caught it earlier in the week, there was a lot of reports coming out of the Phillies clubhouse after Robbie Manfred decided to go clubhouse to clubhouse. And he's trying to get the players prepared for what might be a work stoppage and everything that's going on with collective bargaining. And Bryce Harper evidently got in his face, nose to nose, and basically told him if he came in here to talk about a salary cap to get the F out. And Stephen A. Smith thought that was grounds for a suspension. Are you kidding me? Grounds for a suspension because you decided to stick up to the commissioner in private?
I mean, if you did it to Mr. Gal, do you think you'd work the next day?
Depends on how I did it.
Well,
stand face to face and threaten to
But
kick
I
his
don't know.
nuts?
But that's you can't put it that way because Mr. Gal would be like if he did it to the owner of the Phillies. He didn't do it to the owner of the Phillies, who technically he works for. He did it for the commissioner of baseball.
All right, so if you did it to the CEO of ESPN.
But also in a technicality, we're not officially an ESPN station.
I'm doing a lot of reaching here.
No, I'm doing a lot of rebuttaling here.
I
I don't think you're going to suspend Bryce Harper. Other people were insinuating that there might be hell to pay and there might be retaliation at some point from the league office for a Bryce Harper. Are you kidding me over the fact that you basically stood up for the player side of this and said we're not here to talk about that? I disagree with it vehemently. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. A lot of texters are saying that Micah Parsons needs to the entire situation in Dallas, actually. Jerry Jones, Cowboys, Micah Parsons has demanded a trade. Micah Parsons was quote tweeted earlier talking about how college football is a joke. Y'all minds well just make college football into a semi-pro league. Actually hold players accountable to the contracts they sign. This was after a quarterback transferred away from Tennessee. So Micah Parsons like they should be staying where their contracts are, and now Micah Parsons going against his contract and demanding a trade.
But he's also doing that because the Jones family has decided to shun David Mulgeta and not talk to him and tell Micah and David to talk to the cap guy.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, at a certain point, Micah's got to stick up for himself too and go, okay, well then I'll do the negotiating 101 ploy of ask for a trade.
He could also just honor his contract and leave in free agency when it's done.
Which is
he's saying
still
that
a
people should
possibility.
honor their contracts.
He
I don't
can
really
still do it. He didn't hold out. He's still practicing.
Is he practicing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really get contract stuff in professional sports. Like I usually just don't pay attention to it a whole lot. Car wreck of the day, couple of others. Did you see this drunk Wyoming man that was inside the Buffalo International Airport? He stole an airport golf cart and then was driving it down the moving walkway. He ended up shattering the glass from the railing, though, because it wouldn't fit. His name is Kevin Sinning, which is funny. His last name's Sinning. But yeah, 29-year-old Wyoming man stole an airport golf cart at the Buffalo International Airport around 1 a.m, shattered a bunch of glass on this thing. Pretty funny. And then also, do you drink Celsius by chance? Y'all drink Celsius?
I don't. I heard
Y'all
about
drink
the story,
High
but
Noons
no.
by chance?
No.
High Noon is warning customers that some of its vodka seltzers were accidentally labeled as Celsius energy drinks. So some of these energy drinks have High Noon in them. They're vodka
Some
seltzers.
THC.
Sounds like a good time to me. All right, what you got, Brian?
Quickly. Well, yeah. Well, I'll nominate Harold Reynolds and the Fox Sports Twitter account for their blunders yesterday.
Oh yeah, Fox Sports was a good one too.
Yeah, especially since it got me.
It did get
Well, it
you.
didn't really get me. They messed up. I just reported what they read or
You
they
didn't
what
confirm
they.
it. Any good journalist would get it from two sources.
I'm not a journalist.
Good point. All right, what's winning?
I'll go Stephen A.
Sounds good to me. Stephen A. Smith, you're the winner. Thanks for your hard work, Brian. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Inside the Icebox coming up right now.